In the town of Sanxi, a young beggar known by the moniker Bamboo Leaf Green has spent the last decade eking out a meager existence. Surviving the catastrophic floods of the Lianghuai region, he inexplicably finds himself accompanied by a small entourage as they flee in search of sustenance. He collects children, learns to brave the seas, and cultivates barren land. This beggar, flawed and fiercely protective, strives to fulfill the role of an elder brother. Together, the siblings transition from a state of utter destitution to a modest, yet stable existence, embodying the struggles of the common folk in their quest for survival. Chapter 1. The Beggar. In the 12th year of giant pain, as summer waned, a torrential downpour dispelled the lingering heat, providing a rare respite from the sweltering fan. In the southern regions, particularly in Lianghuai, the relentless rain persisted for days and nights. The curses of small vendors transformed into the agony of silk shop owners, ultimately culminating in the despair of countless commoners. In the southern lands, where water was abundant, the rain garnered little attention. Typically, rain-soaked streets saw fewer pedestrians, while taverns, tea houses, fabric stores, and gold shops experienced a decline in clientele, with the exception of rice merchants and the Chin and Chu establishments in Sanxi Town, notable for its grandest gambling den and the most captivating courtesans. The rain-soaked Yenji Alley became a refuge for a group of ragged little beggars. A dozen or so young beggars formed a circle, rhythmically tapping their battered bowls. Begging along the streets required a certain skill. Without keen eyes, one would struggle to identify a good target. Lacking a sensitive nose, one would fail to detect the scent of coins. Moreover, one must be subordinate to an elder to establish oneself. Attempting to go solo would earn nothing but the harsh winds of the northwest. A boy leaning against the wall weighed a few small stones in his hand, his drooping eyelids unblinking as he clinked his bowl a few times. The little beggars gradually dispersed in search of their respective targets. In Sanxi Town, beggars could be categorized into tiers. The most esteemed earned a handful of silver in Yenji Alley, favored by the wealthy who indulged in gambling and vice. The middle tier lingered near taverns and shops, managing to scrape together a few copper coins, while the lowest crawled and knelt along the streets, truly begging for their sustenance. When Bamboo Leaf Green first arrived in Sanxi Town, he was amongst the latter, scrounging for scraps, wilted vegetable leaves after the morning market, the leftover slops from taverns, offerings abandoned at temples, and even scraps meant for dogs. Even these required fierce competition to secure a meager meal. After years of struggle, the number of beggars on the street increased, leading to fierce territorial disputes among them. Bamboo Leaf Green earned his nickname from those in the underworld, as he coiled like a serpent upon trees, ready to strike when least expected. Gazing at the overcast sky, a shadow of concern crossed his dark visage. Lingjiao, when the brothers return, we shall gather our belongings and leave the city tomorrow. A nearby beggar, collecting rainwater, abruptly turned, his filthy face illuminated by a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. Big brother, why are we leaving the city? In the alley, with few passers-by, the voice belonged to a girl, unnoticeable amidst the gloom. This rain feels ominous. At dawn, we need to trade our belongings for rough rice and hide in the mountains for a few days. The female beggar silently poured out the rainwater from her bowl and nodded slightly, pursing her lips. Indeed, the dilapidated temple leaks even more severely now. It is only a matter of time before we must find another place. The revelry of Yenji Alley would continue until the following dawn, with red lanterns adorning the small building, filled with the laughter of men and the playful banter of women. Even the rain hammering against the muddy ground could not drown out the sounds. In the latter half of the night, those who had entered the establishment were engaged in their affairs, while the little beggars reluctantly surrendered a portion of their meager rations to the doorman stationed at the entrance. In this line of work, one could hardly expect a scrap of conscience. To acquire the leftover food from within, one must rummage through the slops at dawn. Yet, this posed no challenge for Bamboo Leaf Green, as he had a brother named Tangyuan, who always managed to procure prime leftovers. The little beggars surrounded their leader, eagerly presenting their meager earnings, eyes wide with anticipation for their share of food. Lingjiao required no subtle cues from Bamboo Leaf Green. She promptly took stock of their haul, finally managing a small smile of approval. Before long, Tangyuan, laden with bulging pockets, returned. Despite being soaked by the rain, the aroma of food wafted from him. Bamboo Leaf Green tapped his bowl twice, an indication to retreat. The group swallowed their saliva in unison, braving the rain toward their makeshift refuge in the dilapidated temple. This temple was a prize won after several fierce skirmishes with another group of beggars. With 30 or so steps remaining to the temple, Bamboo Leaf Green raised his hand, and the beggars halted, tensing their bodies. Had their lair been usurped? Such audacity! Dizzy, go and investigate. A small child quickly shoved his bowl into a companion's arms and stealthily approached, the rain masking his movements. Inside the temple, two children, filthy yet clad in relatively intact clothing, struggled in vain to ignite a fire with damp kindling. Dizzy quietly retreated and whispered the findings to his leader. I saw two shadows, a man and a woman. The man appears older. Lingjiao inquired, are you sure there are only two? Absolutely. The group trailed behind Bamboo Leaf Green as they approached the temple. Though they lacked fresh garments, the temple held a cache of dry firewood they could use to warm themselves. The two occupants inside were fervently trying to strike a spark when they heard footsteps approaching, causing them to drop their flint in a panic. Familiar with their own lair, the little beggars swiftly set to work lighting torches, gathering firewood, and preparing a pot for boiling water, all without sparing a glance at the trembling strangers in the corner. The dilapidated temple served as their sanctuary, but it could also be a resting place for others. To survive in Sanxi Town, one must contend with fellow beggars, not outsiders. As the fire blazed, Tang Yuan retrieved the assortment of food he had scavenged. Brothers, today we feast. I managed to secure half a roasted chicken. Soon, we will simmer it into a broth for all to share. Excited murmurs erupted, and Ling Jiao took the chicken, deftly tearing it apart and tossing it into the pot. Though it was merely half a chicken, it consisted of little more than bones, accompanied by a meager, dried chicken foot and head. Tang Yuan had also procured a few biscuits. The fare from the establishment was refined and luxurious, but the small biscuits were insufficient to share among the group. Regardless of their origins, they would be crumbled and thrown into the pot to create a porridge, each person receiving a share sufficient for a meager meal. In truth, such portions were hardly adequate. They were at the age where growth required sustenance, and if they had parents, a proper meal would consist of 7 or 8 buns to satiate their hunger. Yet, fate had dealt them a cruel hand. Surviving on intermittent meals was their reality. Upon the arrival of the beggars, the two individuals in the temple instinctively retreated to a corner. Bamboo Leaf Green's cold gaze pierced through the cluster of matted heads, settling on the pair. A young man and woman, both seemingly youthful, bore the grime of a beggar's life, their exposed necks pale and tender, suggesting they had not yet tasted the bitter trials of hardship. I and the corner. Lu Cheng sensed the scrutiny and met the gaze with trepidation. After months of wandering, from confusion to disillusionment, from resentment to acceptance, he had to look after his sister. Bamboo Leaf Green, holding his bowl in one hand, was taken aback to find stubbornness reflected in the boy's eyes. With a sardonic smile, he intentionally remarked, "You two over there, haven't you eaten yet? How about joining us?" Who was born a beggar by fate. Yet, can one defy destiny? Over the years, he had encountered countless souls, both young and old. Initially, they cursed the heavens for their misfortune, lamenting their plight, only to later find themselves groveling at the feet of the wealthy, pleading for mercy. What ill intentions could he harbor? He merely sought to assist that brother in recognizing reality sooner, so he might find a meal and fill his belly more swiftly. Chapter 2. Uselessness. Lu Cheng gazed at his tearful sister beside him, her lips chapped and devoid of any semblance of humanity. Gritting his teeth in silence, he turned back, a smile gracing his face. "Thank you, my brother. We, as siblings, shall not impose." Opposite him, a dozen heads turned in unison, expressions etched with astonishment. Even Zhu Yiqing did not anticipate that the youth would genuinely consent to consume the beggar's offerings. "Brother, you do realize we are all wretched beggars?" Lu Cheng's complexion paled slightly, his visage obscured by filth. What recourse did he possess? He had traded every valuable possession for food, resorting to wandering the streets, hoping for a kind-hearted woman to bestow a bun or a bowl of thin gruel. Initially, he found it difficult to swallow, yet, as hunger gnawed at him, his empty belly igniting like fire, he could no longer afford the luxury of vanity. Gently, Lu Cheng pulled his sister aside and took a few steps closer to the beggars, smiling as he expressed his gratitude to Zhu Yiqing. "We, too, have found ourselves adrift, but misfortune has befallen us with the rains, rendering our search for sustenance fruitless." Zhu Yiqing nonchalantly set down the broken bowl, crossing his arms as he inquired, "Oh, you don't seem to be of our ilk. Where do you hail from?" Lu Cheng replied, "We have recently arrived in Sanxi Town and are unfamiliar with the customs here. I humbly seek your guidance." Zhu Yiqing smirked, lifting the cracked bowl to his lips before setting it aside once more. I am hardly in a position to offer guidance when you navigate Sanxi Town. Familiarize yourself with the lay of the land before you shout for assistance, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise. Tanguan, distribute 2 bowls to them. Tanguan hesitated. Boss. Their own brother's stomach grumbled audibly, already twisted in knots, to occupy their lair for shelter from the rain. Yet, still be compelled to share 2 bowls of food, his heart ached. Lingjiao sighed as he observed the frail girl in the corner and begrudgingly filled 2 bowls of porridge, tossing them to Tanguan. With no other choice, Tanguan accepted the bowls and handed them to Lucheng. Lucheng could see their reluctance, but felt he could not refuse. The siblings had gone a day and a half without food. Brother, I shall remember this kindness, and should fortune smile upon me in the future, I shall repay you. Diyiqing scoffed, you're still clinging to hope? Very well, I shall await your return. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. Behind him came the sounds of slurping, and Lucheng hesitated briefly before resolutely approaching his sister. Yar, eat while it's still warm, it will be cold soon. Lu Yuer accepted the chipped bowl with both hands, the warmth radiating from her palms to her body, yet her heart trembled with cold. How had they fallen to such depths? Hunger compelled the instinctual desire for sustenance, even to the extent of licking bowls. The siblings were not as swift as the beggars in their consumption, primarily due to their ingrained habit of chewing. The beggars, having long since adapted, swallowed their morsels whole. Only what entered their bellies felt secure. As Lucheng prepared to return the bowl, he overheard a group of 10 or so discussing plans to exit the city the following day. Tanguan, stay with Lingjiao and guard the entrance to Wang's rice shop. Buy the cheapest and most filling you can find, do not dawdle. Hulu, take Quanzi with you. Gather our belongings, every pot, bowl, and bedding, bring it all to the West City Gate. And once the gates open, head straight up the mountain. Dizzy, you lot, check around the yamen and the tea houses for news on how high the river has risen. Lucheng furrowed his brow as he listened. They intended to leave? Glancing at his young sister, he wrestled with the decision for over an hour before finally resolving to act. Before dawn, the beggars had already roused, preparing their belongings and executing their tasks as arranged the previous day. Diyiqing reclined upon a mound of hay, his hands cradling his head, legs crossed casually. Brother, I have come to return the bowl. Diyiqing, lost in thought, lazily acknowledged him with a grunt. The youth stood a step away, holding the bowl without moving. What? Do you have something else to say? Lucheng's face flushed crimson as he stammered, are you leaving the city? Why? Diyiqing, irritated by the interruption of his thoughts, snapped, what business is it of yours? Despite having wandered for months, Lucheng found himself unaccustomed to the brusque manner of street talk. After a couple of deep breaths, he managed to ask, do you need more hands? Diyiqing shot a glance at the youth and retorted, not your concern, just get lost. Having grown up in a den of beggars, Diyiqing looked down upon the youth's cultured manner of speaking, perceiving it as beneath him. Reflecting on his own experiences over the months, Lucheng instinctively believed that the person before him was trustworthy. After a moment's contemplation, he shifted to lie beside Diyiqing, attempting to mimic his posture. We have nowhere else to go, esteemed leader. Would you consider taking us in? Lucheng's brazen plea was likely ignited by that very moment. Diyiqing had taken in many younger brothers, some who succumbed to the pressures of life and sold themselves into opulent households, others who betrayed him for rival factions, and some whose lives were tragically cut short, succumbing to illness or violence while begging. Yet, never had he encountered anyone quite like Lucheng, whose refined demeanor was laced with a hint of desperation, seeking refuge. Moreover, he was still a beggar. Diyiqing's eyes remained fixed on the dilapidated roof as he queried, what do you intend to do? Lucheng, gazing at the ceiling, noted the rain pouring outside, a steady drip echoing throughout the damp, moldy temple. I seek nothing but to find a stronghold. I lack the means to provide for myself. Diyiqing scoffed. What folly! A beggar who cannot beg, what do I need you for? Indeed, what purpose could he serve? Engaging in a mental struggle for over an hour, he pondered what value he might possess that could warrant the acceptance of a group of beggars. What a ridiculous question. He had once been a noble young master, commanding servants, yet now he found himself stymied by his own worthlessness to beggars. In the silence, the rhythmic patter of rainwater falling into puddles played a melodious tune. A timid voice broke the quiet. I can sew clothes. Would that suffice? Both youths turned in unison to behold Lu Yuer, who had crept closer unbeknownst to them. Before Lucheng could utter a word of protest, Diyiqing propped himself up, sitting cross-legged atop the hay. That is acceptable. Then you shall support your brother. What need had a beggar for mended clothes? The more tattered they appeared, the more sympathy they evoked. And only through evoking sympathy could coins be coaxed forth. Once mended, how could one continue to beg? A laughable notion. Lu Cheng rose to sit face to face with Zhu Yiqing, disregarding his sister's impending tears, and spoke earnestly, "Brother, I." His words were abruptly interrupted by a commotion. Boss, something's wrong. Boss. Zhu Yiqing's expression darkened as he stood, barking, "Get in here and speak properly." Two small beggars entered, drenched to the bone. Hair plastered to their faces, panting heavily. "Boss, the boats at the dock have stopped, the river has risen. And the water in the town's low-lying areas is up to our knees." "Damn it. Clarify, whose knees are you talking about, yours or mine?" "Yours. Yours. We'd be floating away if we ventured over." Chapter 3, Lost Trek. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng could no longer remain seated. Observing as Zhu Yiqing paced around the dilapidated temple, frowning deeply. "Dizzy, hurry to find Lingjiao. Instruct them to bypass the old lair and head straight for the West City gate to ascend the mountain together." I'm off. Be cautious." "Rest assured, boss. I am but a worthless life. Heaven has no need for me." With one last glance at the makeshift home he had established, Zhu Yiqing turned and exited the crumbling temple. Lu Cheng opened his mouth, collecting the two broken bowls from the ground, pulling his sister along as he hurried out the door. Outside, the sky had yet to brighten, and they waded through water that reached their ankles, chilled to the bone. Zhu Yiqing moved with remarkable speed, expertly navigating the narrow streets and alleys of Sanxi Town. He was well aware of the hazards that lay ahead. Yet he understood that the presence of too many people could indeed become a burden. Lu Cheng was perplexed by his own intuition, which urged him to follow Zhu Yiqing. Despite having only met for a mere few hours, he was utterly unaware of the other's name, age, or even a clear picture of their appearance. Luyur, frail and delicate, stumbled multiple times into the puddles, yet Lu Cheng could not afford to halt. He firmly grasped his sister's hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the beggar ahead. Navigating through 3 narrow alleys, they turned onto the central Fushui Street, heading west towards the city gate, beyond which lay the mountains 3 miles away. Sanxi Town, situated in a low-lying area, had fewer puddles on the roads outside the city. But the absence of flagstones rendered the muddy ground treacherous, with the relentless rains saturating the soil, making it nearly impossible to extricate one's feet once submerged. Zhu Yiqing had long discarded his tattered shoes, advancing barefoot through the mire. The arduous path left Lu Cheng pondering the whereabouts of Lingjiao and Tangyuan, who were supposed to be carrying supplies. As for the two following them, they were strangers. The Lu siblings wore shoes crafted from quality materials at home, with sturdy soles. Yet even these succumbed to wear. Their progress was painfully slow. Lu Cheng could only bend down to remove both their shoes, pulling them from the muck, rinsing them in the deeper water before handing them to his sister. With 2 broken bowls tucked under his arm and his sister on his back, he struggled to pursue the shadow ahead. They expended 2 to 3 times the usual effort to reach the foot of the mountain. There were several paths leading up the mountain, where a Taoist temple stood midway, often frequented by women seeking talismans. However, the ascent was devoid of stone steps, with jagged rocks scattered along the winding trail. Lu Cheng set his sister down, and they donned their soaked, tattered shoes to continue their climb. He pondered where those young beggars would take refuge upon reaching the mountain, especially since the rain showed no signs of abating. Surely they wouldn't remain exposed to the elements up there? They must possess a hidden sanctuary. The siblings scrambled up the mountain, utilizing hands and feet. At the halfway point, behind the temple, they stumbled upon a concealed cave where several beggars had gathered. Those who had set off earlier, carrying their belongings in gourds, had now united with Ling Jiao and the others who had gone to procure food. Beside the crackling fire, they hung their still-dripping rags. In anxious anticipation, they finally heard movement at the cave's entrance. Duzi, upon seeing his leader, joyfully welcomed him inside. Zhu Yiqing, wringing out his tattered garments, surveyed the weary faces of his companions. Duzi, what became of the few I sent to gather information? Duzi replied, "Oh no, boss. They're still loitering around the tea house. I'll fetch them back right away." Given the rising water levels in the city, Duzi, being clever, figured a quick round trip would pose no danger, and he nodded in agreement. "Hurry back, don't delay." Duzi grabbed a tattered garment from the rack, wrapping it around himself as he dashed outside. Finding a vacant spot to sit, Zhu Yeqing glanced at the fatigued expressions of the remaining few and declared, "We won't be working today, let us find a place to rest." Gourds had somehow managed to procure large lotus leaves before departing, wrapping them in layers around their tattered bedding, which now felt damp, akin to the incessant rain outside that was far from pleasant. Being a beggar, there's one thing to remember: if you can keep your clothes on, do so. After all, one can never guarantee that if you take them off, you'll be able to wear them again. Gourds busied himself with a collection of trinkets. If it weren't for Zhu Yeqing, he'd likely have perished from hunger or been beaten to death. About 7 or 8 years old, he was taciturn, unlike others who clamored for silver and meat. He specialized in scavenging needles and daggers, which he would then tinker with. Lingzhu pointed towards a protruding rock at the back of the cave, suggesting it as a suitable hiding place for their provisions. Zhu Yeqing blinked his understanding and turned to Tangwan, who had a round head and round eyes. And many wealthy gentlemen sought to employ him as a servant, though he adamantly refused. Tangwan said, "Boss, they've already dispersed. Tomorrow, I'll go south with Quanzi, and Dizzy will head to the eastern docks with Xiao. The west is closer to the mountain, so let Gourds go there." Zhu Yeqing nodded in agreement. "All right. Set the pot up. Those little ones will return for a warm drink." Tangwan took a broken ceramic jar to the cave entrance to collect rainwater, and Ling Jiao inquired about Zhu Yeqing's next plans. "Let us observe for now. The rain is too heavy, hindering our endeavors. Once it stops, we can certainly expect a lively meal. But if it continues," the unspoken words hung in the air. Ling Jiao understood all too well that if the rain persisted, their lives would become even more challenging. The two young ones were oblivious to the concept of catastrophic floods, only hearing the old beggar mumbling about the poor harvests. Poor harvests? That was a concern for farmers. For them, as beggars, as long as the court remained at peace and the emperor sat upon his golden throne, there would always be places to seek alms. As the sky gradually brightened and the rain lessened, the siblings, having lost sight of their guide, paused beneath a large tree, larger droplets splattering upon their heads and shoulders. Lu Yor weakly inquired, "Brother, what should we do?" "That person is gone." Lu Cheng, not wanting his sister to feel guilty, forced a reassuring smile and replied, "He's just up the mountain, not far away. We'll search for him." "Yar, you must remember you were once a young lady. Now, we are merely unwanted children, and we must find a way to survive on our own." The 7-year-old girl, still innocent and unaware of survival, asked, "Brother, will you abandon me?" She understood her tendency to slow them down, and the fear of abandonment was instinctual. "Never. In this world, you and I are the closest. I would never leave you behind." The rain trickled down from their heads, coursing down to their feet, ultimately pooling in their shoes, soaking them further. The warmth in Lu Cheng's gaze, more intense than the rain, held tears. After a brief respite, Lu Cheng took his sister's hand once more, and they set off again. The mountain path was steep and winding, with turns and detours. Their bowl of meager gruel had long been consumed, and their strength waned increasingly. Continuing like this was not sustainable. The further they strayed from the town, the fewer places there were to beg for food. Just as Lu Cheng was on the verge of conceding and returning to Sanxi Town, he finally spotted a glimpse of a structure. His eyes sparkled with hope. Lu Cheng urged, "Yer, hold on, there are people living up the mountain. We can ask for some hot water or leftover food." Chapter 4. Unreturned. What dignity or face mattered when survival was at stake? Arriving at the mountainside, Lu Cheng gazed at the dilapidated, weathered walls and the temple, feeling a surge of trepidation. He had no idea how it had fallen into such disrepair, or if any Taoists still resided there. A half-open wooden door, devoid of any discernible paint, revealed a decayed and pockmarked frame. Lu Cheng tentatively pushed it, widening the gap further. "Is anyone there?" After a few moments of silence, with no response, he steeled himself against the cold and hunger, boldly stepping inside. Upon entry, he found himself on a narrow bluestone path, still passable, flanked by some weeds that appeared to have been left unkempt for over a month. Directly ahead was the Sanxi Hall, its main door wide open, revealing the faded statues of the 3 pure ones within. Rubbing his flat stomach, Lu Cheng led his sister inside to evade the rain, instructing her to remain still. While he circled around the Sanxi Hall, he needed to ascertain that the place was devoid of occupants before proceeding. Behind the Sanxi Hall was a small door leading to several rooms, the tiles of which were uneven and missing in places. Taking a deep breath, he approached the rear, knocking on each door, but received no reply. Pushing open the first door, he found it filled with miscellaneous items. The second contained various ritual implements and alchemical furnaces. The central room and the adjacent one appeared to have been inhabited, with neatly folded bedding atop the bed, and a layer of dust settled upon the simple table and chairs. The last room seemed to be a guest chamber, empty and devoid of anyone. Calming his racing heart, he hurried back to the Sanxi hall to find his sister. Grabbing her, they knelt upon the mat, bowing their heads 3 times in reverence. Lu Yuer could not quite discern the murmured words, but they were spoken with earnestness. They had knelt and bowed, pleading for the 3 pure ones not to cast judgment upon them. As they stood on tiptoe, gazing at the offerings placed at the feet of the 3 pure ones, the fruits had long lost their freshness, and some vividly colored pastries lay among them. Lu Cheng picked a few shriveled fruits, wiped them on his damp clothing, and handed them to his sister. Here, eat. I have consulted the venerable 3 pure ones. Lu Yuer stretched her neck to swallow, her throat parched after several hours without food or water. Accepting the fruit without regard for the fragrant ash nestled in its creases, she devoured it eagerly. Lu Cheng, being slightly older, managed to exercise some restraint, though his haste was palpable. After satisfying their hunger to a degree, they stealthily made their way to the back courtyard. They dared not disturb the 2 rooms with bedding, but rummaged through a cabinet in the guest room to unearth a musty thin quilt. The siblings curled up in bed and soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Just as they were deeply asleep, Lu Cheng heard the creaking of the wooden door, jolting him awake. Lu Yuer rubbed her eyes, forcing herself to become alert. For the past few months, they had lived like startled birds. After giving his sister a knowing glance, Lu Cheng, barefoot, stepped down from the bed and pressed his ear against the door to listen. The sound seemed to emanate from next door, with footsteps that appeared to belong to only one person. Could it be the master of the temple returning? Yet the dust in the room could not accumulate in merely a few days. Who would be away for such an extended period? Overthinking was futile. Lu Cheng opened the door and quickly closed it behind him, coughing softly into his clenched fist. Indeed, the door swung open to reveal a gaunt old Taoist priest. Oh? Who might you be? Lu Cheng, realizing the impropriety of his actions, felt his face flush and bowed politely. Amipa, esteemed Taoist. I am merely seeking refuge from the rain and meant no offense. The priest, observing the ragged attire of the half-grown child, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, surmised it was merely a beggar indulging in stolen offerings. Come in, the chill is severe on rainy days. The Taoist stepped aside, and Lu Cheng, feeling awkward, stepped inside. Lu Yuer waited anxiously in the room, peeking out several times, contemplating whether to call for her brother, but hesitating. Brother said he would not abandon me. He has never deceived me. The old priest continued his conversation with the young boy, revealing that he had been foraging for herbs in the mountains for the past fortnight, and that he was the sole inhabitant of the temple, typically trading herbs for food. The treacherous mountain roads had delayed his return until now. Lu Cheng briefly recounted the siblings' plight, and the priest, contemplating something, offered them a safe haven in the temple. Meanwhile, in the cave, the water in the cracked pottery was rapidly nearing depletion, while Tang Yuan had collected rainwater in a broken bowl several times. Elder brother, why has Dizzy not returned yet? Bamboo Leaf Green's fleeting worry escaped her, unnoticed by anyone but Lingjiao. They had witnessed too many come and go, leaving their hearts hardened. Yet Lingjiao knew. Whether it was herself or Bamboo Leaf Green, there remained a trace of softness within, compelling them to look after the younger ones. Bamboo Leaf Green lay beside the fire, her damp clothing soon leaving water stains on the stone beneath her. Let us wait a little longer. If they do not return before dark, we shall assume them lost. Though the words were cold, the others understood that the elders still harbored a flicker of warmth. According to their plan from the day before, once everyone settled in the cave, they needed to devise some strategy at the entrance. Otherwise, with just the few of them, they could not hope to fend off the wild beasts of the mountains, let alone contend with fully grown adults. The rain pattered against the leaves with a crisp sound. Yet the occupants of the cave grew increasingly restless. It had been too long. How difficult could it be to reach the West City Gate? Dizzy, lying in a pool of blood, pondered the short distance to the gate, questioning why survival had to be so arduous. The torrential rain concealed countless traces. Few would care for a handful of small beggars. As dusk approached, Bamboo Leaf Green discerned that the others would not return. Whether due to lingering ties to the silver or food in Sanxi Town, or having inadvertently angered someone and perished in some corner. A faint sigh echoed in the cave as Bamboo Leaf Green hoarsely suggested, "Let us cook some porridge." Ling Jiao hugged her knees, staring vacantly at the flickering flames. Hulu ceased to fidget with the dagger in hand, gently tucking it into her waist. Tang Yuan took a bowl and quietly approached the cave entrance. 2 tears fell onto the rock, the only sound being the rain. In a matter of moments, the aroma of rice wafted through the cave, without any discernible source. They were already content if they could manage a bowl of porridge each day. Ling Jiao had purchased coarse rice and bran in quantities sufficient for 10 people, yet this was only their first meal, and their numbers had halved. Midway through the porridge, Bamboo Leaf Green unexpectedly inquired, "How many days has this heavy rain persisted?" He posed a question everyone had overlooked. They lived day by day, not waiting for the rain to cease so they could till the fields or conduct business. Ling Jiao pondered for a moment before responding with certainty, "Including today, it has been 6 days and 7 nights. It was no wonder they felt no urgency. During the plum rain season, overcast skies and rain were common, and it was not unusual to go a month without seeing the sun. In previous years, extended heavy rain had been quite rare. If this continued, the water levels of the rivers would rise, and given Sanxi Town's location, it would be unavoidable." How did Bamboo Leaf Green know this? If asked to read or write, he would falter. Yet, navigating the marketplace, he had heard and seen much, sometimes knowing more than some young men. Setting down his bowl, he approached the cave entrance to assess the sky, his thick brows furrowing. He merely sought a safe place to beg for survival. If a flood struck, everything would be swept away in its wake. Not just humans, but even the farmers' oxen and the wild boars of the mountains, weighing hundreds of pounds, would be tossed about in the water. This was no trivial matter. Chapter 5. The Flood. Bamboo Leaf Green's foreboding proved accurate. That very night, as they succumbed to slumber, the flood crept in silently. The murky torrent shattered the levees, sweeping away the trees, villages, and city walls along the banks, carrying off every living creature it encountered. Countless villagers, unable to awaken in time, were claimed by eternal sleep. Before the midnight hour had passed, some who had not yet succumbed to slumber were filled with dread at the treacherous roads rendered impassable by the rain. Beneath the rushing waters lay tumultuous boulders, swirling with silt, while above floated people, pigs, and timber, all hurtling through the darkness at an unimaginable speed. Experienced elders could discern recent disturbances by observing the restless livestock. Some low-lying villages had sought refuge in the mountains at the onset of the rains. They brought with them provisions for 10 days, praying fervently for clear skies, hoping to sell the eggs suspended from their rafters as soon as possible. When the flood amassed enough force, it no longer bore its rage silently but roared, eager to claim its territory. The Taoist priest in the temple was the first to awaken, followed by the beggars in the cave, and finally, the Lu siblings. The priest donned his robe and stood silently before the statue of the 3 pure ones, listening to the thunderous roar of the water and the anguished cries of countless souls. Ling Jiao grasped Tang Yuan and Hu Lu by the hand, the 2 younger ones trembling, their disheveled hair quivering uncontrollably. Bamboo Leaf Green, legs crossed, arms folded, furrowed his brow as he stared into the pitch-black cave entrance. They were perilously close to being engulfed. Those living by the water were often well-versed in its nature. Even they, the destitute beggars, would swim as nimbly as fish if cast into the water. Yet, there were always some unwilling souls or animals thrashing desperately in their struggle for survival. The mountain dwellers stood vigil until dawn, as the rain gradually diminished, falling gently as was customary during the plum rain season. Bamboo Leaf Green sheltered his eyes with a large leaf as he ventured towards the more open area. Coincidentally, within the temple, the old Taoist called the 2 children awake, suggesting they venture outside to take a look and inquiring if they wished to join him. Lucheng took his sister by the hand and followed the old Taoist out of the temple. In areas dense with rocks and sparse in trees, standing high above and looking down, Lucheng truly grasped what it meant to feel a chill run down one's spine and to experience the relief of surviving a calamity. The old Taoist's expression bore neither sorrow nor joy, as if all worldly matters were of no concern to him. Luya could only remember that the valley below was engulfed in murky waters, seemingly uprooting the entire ground and carrying it away. The uprooted trees tumbled down the current like mere blades of grass, interspersed with bloated cattle and plump, white pigs. Those pigs truly resembled spheres with legs. The surface of the water revealed a swath of timber, while doors and windows bobbed along with the flow. Most numerous were the people, a dense throng of humanity, clad in every conceivable garment, encompassing men and women of all ages. Some clung to floating logs, their fates indiscernible, whether alive or deceased. Lucheng felt a strain in his eyes, closing them momentarily in an attempt to turn his head, though his stiff neck rendered him powerless. When did this deluge commence its rampage? From whence did it arise? To where would it carry the living and the structures? Amongst these souls, were there any he might have brushed past? The aged Taoist's voice resounded overhead. The Great Way encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformations number 49. All of this is but a tribulation. This was soon followed by a profound sigh. Lucheng yearned to inquire, yet his throat parched and his chest constricted. He could not utter a sound. The old Taoist had stood for 2 hours, the siblings accompanying him through their initial shock and fear, transitioning into a sense of relief and numbness that filled young Lucheng's heart with confusion. The Taoist extended his hands, inspecting them. Though slender, they bore no age spots. "Child, do you see them? Is it not tragic?" Lucheng suppressed his feelings, replying, "This is but a glimpse of hell on earth." "Huh." The old Taoist responded with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Lu Yur, perplexed, queried, Master, did my brother speak incorrectly?" The Taoist's eyes reflected a depth of sorrow and desolation that the young siblings could not comprehend. After a great disaster, it is the survivors who must truly confront their own infernos, including yourselves and myself as well. Lucheng wished to ask further, but saw the Taoist smoothing his robe before turning back to the temple. The siblings shook their stiff legs and followed him. In the Sanxi hall of the temple, the old Taoist donned a fresh Taoist robe, a wooden-handled whisk resting in the crook of his arm as he sat cross-legged upon a mat facing the door. Lucheng inexplicably halted, recalling how, just the previous day, the Taoist had appeared as an amiable and unremarkable elder, yet now, seated before him, he seemed to have awakened something profound within, transforming into a figure of distinction. The old Taoist's voice broke the silence. "You two siblings, come inside." Following the flood, light rain persisted for a day and a half. Although the skies had not cleared, the clouds were no longer ominously dark. Voices began to emerge from the mountains. For luck does not favor those who have accumulated virtue. Those fortunate enough to survive do not necessarily possess good karma from past lives. Bamboo Leaf Ching returned to the cave after witnessing the flood, preparing it with traps and hiding places. Beggars possess their own set of experiences. Once settled, Bamboo Leaf Ching assigned a gourd to remain behind while the remaining 3 ventured into the mountains in search of anything edible or useful. The hunger was palpable, as even the animals trapped in the mountains had been deprived for days. The flood had forced all creatures hidden in the depths into the open, and Bamboo Leaf Ching's meager skills, honed in brawls and occasionally pilfered from martial arts school walls, were not sufficient against the beasts of the mountains. Moreover, he was encumbered by companions. Cautiously, they approached the dense forest, where the incessant rain had rendered the thick layer of leaves and soil soft. Stepping down could easily lead to a fall. Armed with sharpened sticks fashioned from gourds, the trio moved slowly through the woods, their pointed ends serving as makeshift weapons in dire moments. In late July, the mountains would typically boast early ripening wild fruits, and post-mid-autumn, before winter, one might encounter well-fed mountain chickens and hares. Yet now, even the soaked rats appeared emaciated. Crows began to caw overhead, for after the flood, numerous corpses lay scattered unbeknownst to them, drawn by their scent to the decaying flesh. Vultures circled where bodies accumulated. The mountains were rife with venomous snakes, and the trio treaded carefully, their 3 pairs of eyes occasionally glimmering with caution. They foraged for familiar wild vegetables and fruits, collecting whatever they encountered. Bamboo Leaf Ching had ventured out not merely to gather wild vegetables, but to scout for nearby water sources. The recent rains had provided them with rainwater to drink. But with the sun returning, the waters below were tainted with debris and corpses. Even a beggar could not drink from such foulness. Fortunately, their outing proved fruitful. Besides a bounty of wild vegetables and fruits, they discovered a small pond roughly 15 minutes uphill from the cave. Chapter 6: A Reunion. Adjacent to Sanxi Town stood a series of mountains of varying heights. Had it not been for the flood, this would be a splendid place by the riverside. Furthermore, given its proximity to the Huai River, even the beggars here appeared more robust than elsewhere. With the Yellow River above and the Yangtze below, the vast plains facilitated the flood's rampage, yet the lives nestled between these 2 rivers remained overlooked. As more people began to gather on the mountains, some could not resist descending to scavenge. Driven by hunger, they would seize whatever they could, be it rats or snakes, as long as it could fill their bellies, providing a brief respite. During this time, the temple halfway up the mountain was certainly among the first places survivors would flock to. Within the temple, only the old Taoist remained, acquiring food and drink through talismans or herbs. To ask the Taoist for grain was but a fool's dream. The old Taoist, besieged by wave after wave of threats and violence, never uttered a word of resentment. Upon returning to the temple that day, he inquired of the siblings whether they wished to learn a bit of the art of healing. Lucheng was eager to acquire any knowledge that would aid in survival. Immediately kneeling and bowing with his sister, the old Taoist, though reluctantly, had to leave the mountain for his travels. The two children, fortunate to find refuge in the temple during such dire times, were blessed indeed, particularly given their good nature and literacy. In the brief span of time, they could not learn anything profound, but merely familiarized themselves with common medicinal herbs, retaining as much as they could. The temple's rear wall concealed a secret entrance to a cellar. Lucheng had assumed there was no food within the temple. Yet the old Taoist had stored provisions he collected from the mountains, fearing they would be ravaged by the beasts. Thankfully, this was the case. Otherwise, they too would have been forced to hunt snakes for sustenance. Those who invaded the temple found nothing. Earlier groups had snatched blankets, offerings for the three purities, and even attempted to strip the old Taoist of his robe. Eventually, there was nothing left, not even the alchemical furnace, leading to a frenzy of destruction as some began to smash the temple's doors and windows. In this tumultuous environment, the old Taoist distilled his knowledge into simpler teachings for the two siblings. What surprised him most was the young girl, who appeared timid despite her age yet memorized the herbs astonishingly quickly. The boy, clever in his own right, excelled not in medicinal talent but in his scholarly pursuits. Thus, the old Taoist began to teach them different subjects. As days passed, the cellar yielded no more edible supplies, while the water level below began to recede, revealing heaps of debris piled at the mountain's edge or in elevated areas. Among these heaps lay human corpses, livestock, bedding, furniture, and various rotting foods. On the third day after the rain ceased, the sky was a clear blue, and the bodies under the scorching sun began to emit a foul stench. Flies, maggots, vultures, rats, wolves, and living beings. The paths down the mountain remained impassable, so the old Taoist led the siblings outside in search of food, while others sought familiar wild vegetables. The old Taoist taught them to identify medicinal herbs. On the fifth day, as the water level fell more rapidly, they could see the yellow mud circles at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, conflicts erupted among the people on the mountain, as scarcity of resources led to rampant theft. At this moment, survival is the only truth. Everyone is engulfed in a malevolent aura as if possessed. On the sixth day, the devastation left by the flood is apparent, with only remnants of the deluge remaining in the two Y regions. The intricate network of waterways has led the floodwaters to unknown destinations. On the seventh day, the old Taoist solemnly admonishes the two, reminding them that their learning is but a mere fraction of what is necessary, and they must not fall into the trap of arrogance. In the aftermath of the calamity, the foremost priority is to ensure their survival. The old Taoist descends the mountain at the break of dawn, clad in his tattered robe, and before departing, he entrusts Luyar with a yellowed booklet. His new Taoist robe has been taken by someone unknown to provide them shelter. Luyar stands at the entrance of the temple with her brother, watching the old man fade into the distance. "Brother, we can no longer stay at the temple. Where can we go?" Lucheng gazes into the horizon and calmly replies, "In this vast world, there will always be a place for us. Yar, we must survive." His last words drift softly into the wind. The siblings exchange a resolute glance at the ruined temple behind them before stepping away from this place. The mountain can no longer sustain them. Others continue to struggle on the mountain, while below, among the bloated masses, are their parents, wives, and children, neighbors, and acquaintances, buried in sorrow, an unbearable sight. In the cave, four little beggars are also packing their belongings to descend the mountain. Seafaring feels little turmoil within, for they have always possessed nothing. Now, countless others have become like him, stripped of all, reduced to thievery and begging, becoming filthy and emaciated. In such circumstances, what is there to fear? The young master possesses over a decade of experience in beggary, which puts him at an advantage. Although they had prepared the cave's entrance, as more people ascended the mountain, they were eventually discovered. Initially, only one or two intruders appeared, whom Seafaring could easily handle. However, later, someone spread rumors that they occupied the cave and had hoarded a great deal of food. A frenzy ensued as crowds rushed into the small cave, overwhelming Zweiking and forcing him to retreat with his companions. As for what lay inside, they could not safeguard it. Fortunately, when the outsiders first discovered them, Zweiking had divided the food into several portions, one hidden beneath a rock, the rest concealed in trees and buried in pits. Their meager possessions were soon taken, leaving the group to resort to hunting the mountain's wildlife for sustenance. Initially, they could not find even dry firewood, subsisting instead on wild vegetables and water, which offered a fleeting sense of fullness. For days, their excrement turned green. Eventually, with dried grass available, they could start a fire. And they caught snakes to skin and roast. When catching snakes became difficult, the waters receded below. The hidden food had long been taken, leaving the four beggars to blend into the throngs descending the mountain, utterly inconspicuous. Everyone wore tattered rags, their hair filthy and their eyes sunken. Yet Zweiking did not anticipate encountering the pair of siblings again. Lucheng did not foresee that, despite the numerous times he stumbled while pursuing them, the person he sought would now stand alive not far from him, enigmatic in presence. Had it not been for him, Lucheng would not have braved the rain to lead his sister into the mountains, had he not pursued that figure. Perhaps he and his sister would have succumbed to the flood and been devoured by unknown horrors. Lucheng resolved that this time, he would not let them slip away. Lingjiao, recalling those who had not returned, nudged the elder brothers back with her hand. Lu Yar observed closely, noting Lingjiao's gesture, her cracked lips attempting a smile, though it proved arduous. This time, it was Lu Yar who urged her brother forward. Dear brothers, it is indeed a fortunate affair to reunite after the great disaster. They implored the brothers to guide them onward. Chapter 7. The Flight from Famine begins. The young girl's voice trembled, yet the light in her eyes was undeniable. I do not take responsibility for children, nor will I carry the idol. I shall not pause for anyone. Zwaiking's demeanor was icy, his words sharp as frost. Yet Lu Yar still smiled, revealing her somewhat uneven teeth, the blood from her split lip quickly staining the gaps. That smile, under the sun, held a poignant beauty. Zweiking cast a glance and, disregarding the others, began to navigate toward the main road leading to Sanxi Town. Tanguan remained unfriendly towards Lucheng, embodying the true essence of a sullen figure. Lingjiao, smiling, clasped Lu Yar's hand, and the young girl's laughter soon dispelled any sense of strangeness. Lucheng raised his gaze to the glaring sunlight, forcing back the moisture in his eyes. Sometimes, the connection between people is forged in a single glance, a single word. On the flat road, the stench left by the mud was pervasive, and as they drew closer to Sanxi Town, the foul odor of decay intensified. Zweiking gestured for everyone to tear their garments to cover their mouths and noses as they attempted to enter the town. In truth, Sanxi Town lay in ruins. Aside from its sturdy walls, everything else had been swept away. They found a small building and Zweiking, agile as ever, climbed to a higher vantage point to survey the area. Few souls wandered, rummaging for what? What could gold and jewels possibly yield in such dire times? There were always those with stubborn hearts, fixated solely on such trifles. Zweiking scoffed, recognizing that with the disaster in the two Y regions, neighboring towns were equally afflicted. To survive, one must venture further away. But where to go? While basking in the sun on the street, he overheard merchants from afar proclaiming that the Qinhuai River was a rare hub of prosperity, even outshining the emperor's capital. Zweiking was skeptical, having never ventured beyond this place, unaware of what lay beyond. Lucheng had not traveled far either. His homeland also resided in the two Y regions. So how far could he and his sister truly journey? Yet he had read books and local histories, aware that beyond the two Y regions lay countless other places. Lucheng struggled to climb the small building and sat beside Zweiking, mimicking his gaze toward the distance. This place is unsuitable for lingering. Have you decided which direction to take? Zweiking pondered the remnants left by the flood and replied softly, let us seek a land of mountains and fewer waters. I never wish to endure another flood. Lucheng sifted through possibilities in his mind, contemplating. To the west, there are many mountains but few forests, with yellow sands swirling. To the east lies the sea, and the south is hot and rainy. Then, perhaps the north is viable? Lucheng shook his head. No, the north is desolate. And it borders the East Mo Kingdom, filled with numerous tribes of the Qiangli people. And so what? Zweiking had heard tales in tea-houses that no honest man resided near the East Mo Kingdom. For hundreds of years, they had fought for dominance, with neither side gaining a significant advantage. Lucheng mused that perhaps a journey northward might lead them to a small town where they could find refuge. Then we shall head north? Yet Swayking shook his head in dissent. That is unwise. The further north we go, the later the crops mature. At this season, we should travel westward for a while. Only by securing enough food can we survive. As the two deliberated their destination, Ling Jiao led several younger ones into the streets. The half-dried muck clung to the pillars and decaying houses. Relying on their memories, they searched the town for anything useful. Compared to others, they held an advantage in both stamina and familiarity. They rummaged through the debris with practiced ease, though Lu Yar found it daunting. Fortunately, the young girl seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. If she did not contribute, she could very well be left behind. She closely followed Ling Jiao, occasionally asking a question or two. Ling Jiao was straightforward and loyal. Otherwise, Swayking would not have accompanied her for so many years. And she succinctly taught Lu Yar what might be useful on their journey. Upon uncovering a more complete collection of pots, bowls, and utensils, they discarded their chipped ones. The garments they found amidst the ruins were hastily stuffed into their woven backpacks, crafted by their own hands on the mountain, though they were far from beautiful. They possessed a sturdy quality. The prospect of finding oil or salt was bleak, yet they managed to unearth 3 water bladders, uncertain of their usability. In a stroke of fortune, a cunning discovery revealed a hatchet. Tang Yuan unearthed a small pouch of silver from a crevice in a wall, which he presented to Ling Jiao. Ling Jiao shot Tang Yuan a disapproving glance. Bamboo Leaf Green forbade any thievery among his subordinates, believing that begging was honorable while stealing was the act of a scoundrel. Tang Yuan, being the crafty lad he was, would not have easily found the silver without prior reconnaissance. After a brief reprimand, Ling Jiao accepted the silver, tucking it away after all. The owners were no longer alive, so it hardly constituted theft. The once vibrant Sanxi Town bore no resemblance to its former self, now unrecognizable. Many had already fled with their families and belongings to seek refuge elsewhere, particularly those with relatives in higher places. Among those remaining, aside from the stubborn shopkeepers and the merchants unwilling to abandon their posts, there were many who simply could not fathom that a flood could reach their doorstep. It was only after they had traveled far that Bamboo Leaf Green and his companions realized the true nature of the calamity. The Huai River had overflowed, while the Yellow River to the north had surged with silt, inundating the entire southern region. Sanxi Town was not their home, as beggars. They would seek alms wherever they could find shelter. A group of 6 adolescents ventured toward the mountainous west, with the floodwaters just receding. The survivors were eager to return home, fully aware that nothing would remain, yet compelled to verify for themselves. The few astute ones turned back immediately. But where could they flee? In every direction, calamity loomed. The common folk, faced with disaster, instinctively sought refuge with the authorities. Wherever the officials took shelter, that was where they would follow. Most of the officials had retreated to the temples on the hills, where they feasted on ample provisions while the bureaucrats sweated with anxiety. They were oblivious to whether such a disaster was a once-in-a-century event. But the immense loss of life and the dislocation of the populace weighed heavily on their minds. Failure could mean losing their positions, or even their families entirely. Thus, in the immediate aftermath of the flood, the officials convened to seek guidance. Consequently, the provincial city became a gathering point for officials, wealthy merchants, and, subsequently, waves of displaced refugees. Those fortunate enough to enter the city through secret passages, while those left outside cried and cursed the corrupt officials who offered them no respite. The lack of provisions could not be blamed solely on the officials. However, it was their responsibility to open the granaries. Literate individuals outside the city organized the young and strong to call out from beneath the city gates. The officials, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, perhaps moved by the compassion of the city's prominent families, slowly cracked open the gates after 3 days, allowing a narrow passage. Armed guards, tense and watchful, created a small space, while others pushed carts filled with pots to cook porridge. Before long, the long-forgotten aroma of rice wafted through the air, and the starving throngs paid little heed to whether the rice was well cooked or not, seizing bowls and reaching for the pots. The guards dared not draw their swords, resorting instead to striking the bony wrists of those desperate for food with their scabbards. Yet, even this did little to deter the crowd, for every person struck, another followed suit. Did those struck feel pain? Undoubtedly, but they could not bear to relent. Even when their voices were drained, instinct propelled them toward the sustenance. The freshly cooked porridge, ideally, should not be distributed until the rice was fully cooked. Nevertheless, The guards could not contain the surging crowd and gestured to those within that it would have to suffice as rice soup for now. There were simply too many people. Thus, the first pot of watery rice soup was swiftly consumed, and they continued to add water and rice until the lanterns were lit, with no end in sight for the distribution. As the flames died down and the supplies dwindled, the guards were pushed through the city gates by the throngs of refugees. Behind the gates, a dozen strong men swiftly pulled the last individual inside and secured the entrance, wary of allowing even a hand or foot to slip through. News of the disaster sped swiftly to the capital, awaiting the emperor's decree for disaster relief. With the Ministry of Revenue tasked with sourcing grain and silver, countless souls in the Huai region had already perished from starvation. On the very first day of their journey, Bamboo Leaf Green and his companions encountered a small group of refugees fleeing for their lives, some pulling carts laden with their belongings. Such families, intact and together during their flight, were undoubtedly the subject of envy. With no deaths among them from the eldest to the youngest, their minds turned to their own lost families, only to stir feelings of bitterness. Those with carts and bedding, and perhaps hidden treasures of gold and silver, were even more envied for potentially concealing provisions. The 6 of them trailed behind the crowd, maintaining a careful distance. As dawn broke, they scoured the forests and riverbanks in search of edible items. This region, rich in water, provided murky river waters that did little to deter the starving from fishing. If they did not enter the river, they would have to continue foraging for grasses or gnawing on tree bark. Those raised by the water were adept at catching fish. And aside from those who sank into the mud, many managed to secure some food that night. Lucheng practiced starting a fire, using flint he had found in Sanxi Town. Having been wandering for months, his experience was limited, yet he had acquired a fair amount of wilderness survival skills. Hulu adeptly prepared fish by scaling and gutting them directly by the water's edge. When they reached the pot, he retrieved a dagger from his pack and deftly chopped the fish into smaller pieces to place in the pot. He then gathered a handful of resilient wild vegetables growing nearby, and soon the fragrant fish soup filled the air. After tasting the broth, Bamboo Leaf Green and Hulu took the first half of the night watch, while Lucheng and Tangyuan took the latter half. After a long day, even with their meager belongings, their youth was no match for fatigue. Before long, the sounds of snoring filled the air. Bamboo Leaf Green glanced over to see Tangyuan drooling, while Ling Jiao and Luya leaned against one another, and Lucheng rested against a not-so-thick tree. The distant cries of infants and the coughs of the elderly echoed from the crowd. Soft whimpers blurred the lines of gender. Laughter was a rare sound on the road of exile. Bamboo Leaf Green thought of Yanjiali, envisioning the scene if the girls with their peculiar laughter were present. After the white dew season, the nights had grown somewhat cooler. Hulu, being young, struggled against fatigue, forcing himself to stay awake. He nudged Lucheng with his toes. But before he could call Tangyuan, commotion erupted from the crowd. Before long, the shouting grew louder, awakening nearly the entire group. Tangyuan jolted awake and anxiously inquired about the commotion. Bamboo Leaf Green, observing the darkness, remained silent. From the fragmented cries, it was evident that someone had stolen something. Likely the families burdened with children had caught someone's eye. "Let us mind our own business and avoid trouble," Bamboo Leaf Green instructed, settling against the tree beside Lucheng to rest his eyes. Tangyuan, suppressing his curiosity, urged Hulu to sleep. As the chill of the night set in, Tangyuan rubbed his arms, hugging his knees. Lucheng tossed over the last piece of dirty clothing from the backpack. "You!" He turned to his sleeping companions, but dared not raise his voice. "What are you doing? With your false goodwill?" In the night, the sounds of crickets and owls punctuated the stillness. Lucheng shifted closer to Tangyuan, curious about what had ruffled him. "What have I done to annoy you? Why do you look at me as if I'm a stranger?" Tangyuan, though smiling, was sharp-witted. His eyes were not given in vain. Lucheng clearly hailed from a well-off family, speaking with such refinement that Tang Yuan's grandfather had disapproved. Yet, he could not voice this truth. Revealing it would only invite trouble from their leader. Those accepted into their fold were considered family, and playing tricks among kin would anger their leader. Tangyuan replied, "We are beggars. We rely on our skills to seek alms, so there is no need to concern ourselves with status or wealth. What matters is that we possess, maintain, and fill our bellies." Lucheng contemplated. The root of this predicament lay in the events of that fateful day at the dilapidated temple. He had never knelt before anyone, begging for sustenance alongside his sister. If they could not procure food, then hunger was their rightful punishment. The meager provisions they received that day were brought back by Tang Yuan, who shared them with the siblings. It was no wonder that Tang Yuan harbored a certain disdain for him. Tang Yuan, I remember the kindness of others. Life stretches ahead, and I shall not simply consume without contributing. In the darkness, Tang Yuan's expression remained unseen, but one could only imagine the wide-eyed look that would prompt one to deliver a couple of slaps. Oh dear, I never claimed you did nothing but eat. Lu Cheng mused, finding camaraderie with the honest. Besides, they would all become brothers in the same abode. What need was there for assurance? Lu Cheng chuckled silently, having encountered enough of the sarcastic. In fact, someone like Tang Yuan was somewhat endearing. After nearly an hour of commotion, the distant crowd finally quieted down. In a world where wolves outnumbered the prey, one could not contend against the multitude. This loss must be swallowed in silence. As dawn broke, the river water was frigid, and some had already begun foraging for food. The greatest fear of cramping while wading in the chilling waters led to a man, some distance from the shore, lamenting loudly. Yet it seemed he had no familiar faces around, as his cries for help went unanswered. In the span of a mere 10 days, they had witnessed too many lives lost, drowning in the water without even receiving a glance of sympathy. Ling Jiao and Lu Yuer dared not wash their faces, maintaining their grimy appearances, while the others splashed water on their faces merely to invigorate themselves. As customary, they had fish soup with wild vegetables. Without pots, they resorted to roasting over fire, and for those who could not even find dry twigs, they resorted to eating their meals raw. With a little sustenance, the crowd trudged slowly eastward, continuing towards the grand city. In their hearts, they believed that the towering city walls would serve as a barrier against the flood, that within the city lay rice and grains, and that benevolent souls would save their lives. Uncertain of how long the journey would take, several took to weaving straw sandals beneath the scorching midday sun while seeking refuge in the shade of trees. Lu Yuer, with her deft hands, learned quickly, managing to craft a semblance of a sandal by the end of the afternoon. The young girl finally allowed herself a fleeting smile, feeling useful for once. After quenching their thirst and resting adequately, when they stood again, their feet ached fiercely. Their bodies bore the scars of years, and this pain was but a trifling matter. As Lu Cheng walked, he kept an eye on the roadside, while Tang Yuan occasionally cast curious glances at him, humming softly but refraining from speech. The sun's rays remained relentless, scorching their skin, only to cool significantly once dusk settled, prompting a desire for additional layers of clothing. On the second night, while resting, a palpable weariness enveloped everyone. Beyond the physical exhaustion, the absence of proper sustenance was daunting, compounded by the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The vast plains, if only the rice had remained, would have been a season of joy, yet now, the fields lay barren, parched and cracked beneath the scorching sun, overtaken by wild grasses. They found solace in the fact that, regardless of whether near the water's edge or atop the hills, there remained some edible morsel to fill their bellies. Yet it was tragic, too, as more and more refugees converged upon this land. Aside from the innocent children, even the adults seemed directionless, merely trailing along in the throng, oblivious to their destination. Their only hope was to find sustenance, to reach a place abundant with food. Lu Cheng and his sister foraged for various herbs, some for invigorating the blood, some for refreshing the mind, and others for alleviating pain and stopping bleeding. When Lu Cheng chewed them to apply on Tang Yuan's arm, he realized that those who occasionally drifted away were actually searching for medicinal plants. Though Tang Yuan feigned toughness, a hint of softness flickered in his eyes. After what must have been 10 days, some had joined the ranks, burdened with packages, while others succumbed and collapsed by the roadside. The towns they passed were remnants of disaster. Those few who had fled to the mountains possessed scant provisions. Those relying on wild vegetables and fruits were left with little strength, and traversing over 30 miles a day was a testament to their resilience. Throughout these 10 days, Lu Yuer had woven straw sandals and hats, her fingers blistering and eventually hardening into calluses. She understood that if she and her brother did not contribute, they would inevitably be forsaken by the elder, Bamboo Leaf Green. Thus, while her brother collected herbs, she busied herself with tasks, ensuring that neither of them was a burden. All 6 had cycled through their footwear, yet the young girl's hands did not falter. The places they passed still yielded no food. They were destined to traverse far and expend numerous pairs of shoes. Hence, her basket was filled with materials for weaving sandals, while Lu Cheng's carried the herbs. Bamboo Leaf Green S held pots and dishes, Liangjiao S contained clothing, while Tangyuan bore wild vegetables, fire-starting materials, and ropes, and Hulu had a knife. Their roles were well defined. And through their shared trials over countless days and nights, they forged a remarkable understanding. In the midst of a predominantly youthful refugee group, did a few children stand out? Undoubtedly, especially since they possessed pots and could procure food daily. Many coveted them, but Bamboo Leaf Green was no docile figure. When provoked, he could be as fierce as a viper. During one encounter, all 6 had banded together, sustaining minor injuries, yet they emerged victorious. As Lu Cheng tended to their wounds, he was momentarily taken aback when Tangyuan called out to him, "Brother Cheng," a rare moment of vulnerability. How they had endured hunger together, weathered blows side by side. Such bonds were forged through shared adversity. From 4 and 2, they had grown into a family of 6. On what must have been the 18th day, the pace of the group suddenly quickened. Tangyuan maneuvered to the front, returning shortly, drenched in sweat, whispering news he had overheard. "Elder brother, there are rumors ahead. There's a benevolent official in the next county distributing porridge." Those with strength surged forward. The glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. Porridge. How long had it been since they last tasted it? They were nearing the point of forgetting its flavor. Beggars were surely the most resilient against hunger. Trudging northwest, they had not encountered a great river for days, and the minnows in the streams could barely satisfy their hunger. On that day, they had scraped the bark of an elm tree, boiling the white layer to eat. They hastened their pace, yet some could not keep up and fell behind. Originally, the news had circulated quietly, but somehow it had been shouted aloud, compelling the 6 to grit their teeth and push forward. When night fell completely, the crowd finally halted to rest. The refugee throng had grown ever larger, and wherever they passed, the familiar wild vegetables and water plants had been devoured. Soon, some began to forage for mushrooms in the woods. Those fortunate enough had a hearty meal, while the less so found relief in death. In dire circumstances, some began to eye their fellow humans. Initially, it was those lagging behind who resorted to roasting the fallen. Bamboo Leaf Green had heard the whispers. With so many people, there would always be loose tongues, and even hunger could not stifle them. Gradually, reports surfaced of children being knocked unconscious and taken away. And no one dared intervene at such times. Safeguarding their own children was paramount, for even a mere glance could lead to disaster. Bamboo Leaf Green cautioned Lu Cheng and Liangjiao to keep a close watch on the younger ones, ensuring they were shielded within the group, never allowing them to stray alone. To guard against the deranged who might target them, Bamboo Leaf Green had never promised to lead them to a place of plenty, nor had he ever considered trading Luyue or Hulu for a morsel of food. The scent of meat wafted tantalizingly close, yet it churned his stomach with disgust. In the latter half of the night, Bamboo Leaf Green sensed a presence approaching, quietly extending 2 fingers to tap on the shoulders of 2 nearby individuals, their agreed-upon signal. 2 fingers apart indicated danger was near. Exhausted beyond belief, none would allow themselves to sleep deeply during their flight. All feigned slumber with half-closed eyes, waiting for the intruder to draw near. After what felt like a lifetime, Bamboo Leaf Green finally discerned the figure approaching in the moonlight. It was a child, devoid of any companions. With one hand pressed against the ground, they sprang up, covering their mouths as they retreated. Tangyuan moved forward, twisting the child's arms behind their back, forcing them to kneel on the ground. The clash of bones, with layers of flesh in between, inflicted an indescribable agony. Noticing that no one was paying them any heed, Scrounging signaled Tangyuan, and together they hoisted the child away as if carrying a bucket of water. Liangjiao and Lu Cheng remained vigilant, each keeping an eye on the surroundings. The younger Lu Yu and Hulu were restless, their eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity in the moonlight. After about an hour, Scrounging scratched the ground 3 times with his foot at a distance, signaling safety. The remaining 4 released a collective sigh of relief. But before Liangjiao could settle into a comfortable position to sleep, he spotted a small shadow trailing behind Tangyuan. With their head bowed, only disheveled hair and swaying garments were visible in the moonlight. The further north they ventured, the fewer people were swept away. However, the ruined crops could not be revived, and the affected populace was tightening their belts, awaiting the autumn harvest to stave off hunger, with any remaining grain cherished as if it were precious jewels. The girl named Pundi lived not far from here. She had originally farmed the landlord's fields, but a devastating flood forced her to flee amidst the destitute. She had a younger sister named Xiaodi, born in the hope of a better future, yet still not even a year old. Chapter 10. Joining Others. King whispered. Her parents intended to trade her for another child. Her sister was likely eaten 3 days ago. She had escaped from behind, and all of you must consider. Should we take her? In Sanxi Town, it would have been no issue. No one would dare oppose if you wished to take one, let alone 10. But the circumstances have changed. They are fleeing for their lives now. Moreover, these few are his sworn brothers, and he must consider everyone's survival. Lingjiao, who always valued loyalty, had previously helped the Lu siblings. That child was so thin she could barely fill a stomach. How could someone without parents comprehend how anyone could consume another human being? Lu Cheng pulled King aside and whispered. King realized that Lu Cheng's education set him apart, while Tang Yuan and the others only knew street smarts. Lu Cheng possessed knowledge of herbs, a vital skill on the road to survival. Lu Cheng understood that King was not inherently kind-hearted. If he could accept a girl into their group within an hour, there must be some underlying motive. King glanced in that direction, gritting his teeth. The girl said she can procure a cart before nightfall tomorrow. Oh? So that's how it is, Lu Cheng replied. As they traveled further north, places serving porridge would become more frequent. They simply had to endure, and none would perish. However, the resettlement of the refugees was not something a mere county magistrate could decide. What the court would decree in the future remained uncertain. Towns along the route could hardly support as many beggars as Sanxi Town. As thoughts raced through Lu Cheng's mind, he solemnly asked King, "Have you made up your mind?" A mere glance was enough for King to know that Lu Cheng understood without further explanation. He nodded slightly in affirmation. Additionally, the girl had stated that should she find a suitable place, she would figure out a way to remain behind without causing them any trouble. This was crucial. The 6 of them already faced immense hardship, having to boil wild vegetable soup in 2 separate pots. Will there be any trouble from her parents? King raised an eyebrow. The girl is in my hands. Besides, she was originally intended to be traded for food. Losing her would be inconsequential. Thus, apart from Hulu, another taciturn individual joined their group. As visibility improved, the crowd began to stir. With porridge dangling ahead, they crawled towards the county town. Because of Pundi, they did not delay further and hastily moved forward. With empty stomachs, they struggled for strength, especially in the brisk morning air that seeped through the gaps in their straw sandals, chilling them to the bone. Those ahead, desperate to fill their bellies, had left no grass behind. By the time King and his group passed, all that remained was the task of digging up roots for water or gnawing on tree bark. As for those behind them, who cared? They might have to turn over soil to eat earthworms to survive. As noon approached, they found an open space to sit. Tang Yuan and Lingjiao went to gather firewood, while Lu Cheng, Lu Yer, and Hulu dug up roots. Not all grasses were edible. They recognized the ones with leaves, while the stripped ones needed Lu Cheng and Lu Yer to identify. The girl named Pundi greeted King before disappearing into the crowd. When the time came for those who had gone out to return to their resting place, just as the second pot of root soup was about to be divided, Tang Yuan nudged Lu Cheng, nodding towards the direction of a frail girl struggling to drag a cart towards them. Many pairs of murky or bloodshot eyes were fixed on her. The girl, not yet 10, kept her head down, taking one painstaking step after another, her pants shaking, under the midday sun with no hint of wind. King hastily swallowed down an unidentifiable colored soup, set aside the bowl, and rose to assist Pundi. She looked at the outstretched hand, gritted her teeth, shook her head, and continued dragging the cart step by step until she reached their gathering. The landlord's family would have had livestock to pull the cart, which would later be slaughtered for food. When people could no longer pull it, they would abandon their possessions. Eventually, they would discard the cart on the road, clinging to a broken stick, hunching through the crowd. Those with watchful eyes saw that the cart held no grain nor wild vegetables, and they withdrew their resentful, unwilling gazes. Lingjiao saved the last bowl of root soup for Pundi, who kept her head down and remained silent. When she drank the soup, they realized her eyes were large and quite recognizable, though her face was sunken, and her lips were cracked, thin layers overlapping with fresh wounds. Pundi trembled as she accepted the bowl, hesitating for a moment before gulping it down desperately. The 3 or 4 roots in the bowl were chewed a few times before she stretched her neck to swallow. The foreign substance scraped her throat, and though she wanted to retch, her stomach was empty, desperately yearning for something to digest. Thus, she swallowed and heaved until finally, it went down. Lu Cheng sometimes wondered if he was still among the living. Was this not hell? After briefly regaining their strength, the 7 of them redistributed their load, tossing the heavy pots and utensils onto the cart. King, the eldest, exchanged pulling duties with Lingjia while the others carried lighter items surrounding the cart. Their mismatched bowls, old clothes, and battered pots were treasures to the 7 of them. After 2 days of travel towards the county town where porridge was served, King, despite the swelling on his shoulder, hurriedly kept pace with the others. Night was approaching, and the county magistrate would soon retire to sleep. They had found nothing to eat all day. Another night of hunger would surely push the 2 younger ones to their limits. The line for porridge was endless in both directions, and King, straining to stay conscious, squeezed the remaining 6 into the queue. Perhaps the early autumn evening breeze was too comfortable, and he longed for sleep. When he awoke, would he still be in the dilapidated temple of Sanxi Town, covered with a tattered blanket? Lu Cheng and Lingjiao shielded the younger ones in the middle, and seeing King's head drooping slowly towards his chest, they knew they could not afford to let him relax too quickly. Lingjiao nudged the boss. Something's not right. Lingjiao, responding a tad slowly, blinked vigorously and poked King's back. Boss? Boss? Wake up, we are almost there. King felt as if something had bitten him on the back, but the pain was minimal. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he thought it best to lie down and succumb to slumber. Lu Cheng observed Lingjiao tirelessly exerting herself, yet the leader remained silent, neither lifting his gaze nor uttering a sound. Sensing something amiss, Lu Cheng stumbled over to King's side. He tilted his chin up and found his eyes closed, his teeth clenched tightly. Alarmed, Lu Cheng felt compelled to pinch King's philtrum. Chapter 11. Consultation. A surge of pain erupted in King's head, pulling his consciousness back from the brink of darkness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and through a haze, he beheld Lu Cheng's anxious visage. Once his vision regained clarity, he realized he had indeed fainted. How absurd! To think that the renowned little poisonous snake of Sanxi Town, King, would find himself in such a predicament. Haha, Chenger. I'm fine now. How many people are still ahead? Lu Cheng, engrossed in peering ahead, craned his neck. There appeared to be around 40 to 50 individuals remaining. The cooking pots were out of sight, yet it seemed the porridge station would not be dismantled. They maneuvered forward, brushing past disaster victims who had already received their porridge and were now lounging about, some even snoring. The space nearest to the porridge station was teeming with people. By the time King and his companions arrived, night had fully descended. Torches surrounded the porridge station, illuminating several officials in gray and white uniforms, their clothes drenched. Behind them lay mounds of rice bags, indicating that the county magistrate here was indeed a benevolent official. Other regions would not dare distribute rations so liberally. The 7 of them received their porridge, heedless of the heat, pouring the steaming mixture into their mouths. The white grains, hidden beneath the pale broth, had never tasted so delightful. After moving a mere 10 paces from the porridge station, their bowls were licked clean. Gazing at the seemingly endless line behind them, King exchanged a glance with Lu Cheng, who blinked in response. After enduring over half a month of shared hardships, Lu Cheng had tended to Tong Yuan's wounds more than once. They had truly become brothers. Yet, the unspoken understanding between Lu Cheng and the leader still left him feeling uneasy. It was worth noting that before Lu Cheng's arrival, aside from Lingjiao, King had been the most astute in their small group, and now, with Lu Cheng around, he felt overshadowed. Particularly on this journey of fleeing, his skills in begging had become irrelevant. Leading the way, King took charge, with Lu Cheng bringing up the rear, as the 7 of them navigated against the current, seizing an opportunity to rejoin the line. At this juncture, one could not afford to entertain notions of fairness. Securing porridge was tantamount to ensuring survival. It was not unusual to encounter children among the fleeing group, but a collection of 6 or 7 youngsters dragging a cart left a profound impression. 2 hours later, as night deepened, when King extended his bowl once more, the official serving the porridge hesitated, taken aback by the sight of a row of gaunt, wide-eyed children. Though he wished to scold them, the words could not escape his lips. Even in Lu Yur and Hulu's bowls, there was noticeably more rice. After consuming 2.5 bowls of the moderately thick porridge, they finally felt a semblance of satiety. King instructed Tangwan to keep an eye on the roadside for a suitable place to rest. If they could find a spot close to the porridge station, they could secure their meal earlier the following morning. Aside from Tangwan, The others also surveyed their surroundings, hoping to squeeze in next to a cart. The official road leading to the county town could not be obstructed, and after walking approximately 2.5 miles from the porridge station, they finally found a patch of ground to rest. The accumulated fatigue of half a month surged up, leaving every inch of their bodies aching. Upon reaching their resting place, Seafaring was unconcerned about the risk of child theft for cooking. He did not assign anyone to keep watch, and all 7 of them fell into a deep slumber. They slept heavily, only to be roused by the clamor of voices when the sun had risen high enough to be blinding. Before them loomed a wall of people, and a rancid odor filled the air, clinging stubbornly. They hurriedly retreated towards the back of the line, realizing that without immediate action, they would not be served until noon. Sure enough, just among the group following Seafaring, there were already 2,000 to 3,000 people who had arrived throughout the night, not accounting for those converging from other paths. Tong Yuan's stomach growled audibly as they approached the official, his cherubic face devoid of its usual roundness. He smiled at the official serving the porridge, and the group was swiftly pushed aside by those behind them. With renewed strength today, Tang Yuan learned that they were in a place called Fuping County, where the magistrate, surnamed Zhang, was known as a fair official. However, he was somewhat stubborn and had not been favored by his superiors for many years. Having served as magistrate for over a decade, the group convened to analyze the situation. While the magistrate of Fuping County was indeed benevolent, it was the first stop for refugees, and many would not wish to move on. With 7 of them combined, they had no adult members, much less any particular skills, which placed them at a disadvantage compared to the able-bodied youth. Although Fuping County was favorable, it was not their final destination. Yet, their hunger left them uncertain of how long the magistrate could continue providing porridge, or when they might encounter another town with food. Thus, the group decided to linger in Fuping County for a few days to regain some strength before setting off again. Many shared their sentiments, as the crowd swelled. The initial 3 meals a day had dwindled to just 2 per day. If this trend continued, they would merely be hanging by a thread, and the magistrate could not be expected to sustain a group of idle individuals indefinitely. On the 3rd day of their stay in Fuping County, the legendary magistrate Zhang stood atop the city wall, with officials and constables rallying together, loudly proclaiming the new regulations. From that day forth, porridge distribution would transition to 1 meal a day, and no one was allowed to take more than their fair share. Fuping County could accommodate only 150 individuals, and those willing to remain were to register with the clerks. Those with skills or education, as well as those with official titles, would be prioritized for residency in Fuping County. Outside the city, the crowd buzzed with discontent, voices rising in frustration. In this world, where there are discerning individuals, there are also the foolish. Those who typically thrived on manipulation now schemed to find ways to remain, while those with nothing hoped to live off the county's resources, lamenting the sudden deprivation of food and cursing the magistrate as a corrupt official hoarding the people's grain. A cacophony of insults, some of which were quite inventive, filled the air as Magistrate Zhang listened to the slander, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Seafaring regarded Lu Cheng with a knowing smile. Among the 7, only Lu Cheng possessed literacy, making his chances of staying behind significant, contingent on his choice. Yet, Lu Cheng was preoccupied with another matter. 1 bowl of porridge a day might sustain the children, but it would hardly suffice for older children or adults. Revealing that Fuping County's reserves were limited, the magistrate was subtly urging people to leave. What about them? Should they stick to their plan and stay a few more days? Or should they press on after today? Leader, we cannot gauge how many victims there are. From the looks of it, the crowd is only growing. Fuping County cannot continue to distribute porridge indefinitely. We need to plan ahead, Lu Cheng said, his expression serious. How endearing it was to see the young boy trying to appear mature. Seafaring thought to himself. He said we. Though Tang Yuan's eyes were cast towards the sky, he was attentively awaiting Lu Cheng's suggestion to stay. When that moment arrived, he would unleash all the accumulated ridicule upon Lu Cheng, relishing the spectacle of the boy digging a hole to hide his embarrassment. Wait, what did he just say? He had been so focused on crafting taunts that he seemed to have missed Lu Cheng's words entirely. Chapter 12, Mid-Autumn Festival. Lingjiao, who was accustomed to engaging with others, valued loyalty. She playfully struck Lu Cheng's shoulder, causing him to tumble to the ground in surprise. He had been squatting opposite Seafaring, and now found himself sitting on the ground, bewildered as he tilted his head to regard Lingjiao. In a rare moment, Lingjiao burst into hearty laughter, pounding the ground as she did so, and then embraced Lu Yur and Pan Dai in a warm hug. Listening to the laughter of Lingjiao, King and Tangyuan joined in, their mirth resonating within their chests and soaring into the azure sky. The gourd remained somewhat sullen, merely revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth, lending it a rather naive appearance. Pan Di, ensconced in Lingjiao's embrace, felt stiff. No one had ever been this close to her from childhood until now. She simply thought that Lingjiao on that day was exceedingly warm. Lu Cheng, belatedly coming to his senses, also broke into a grin, and as laughter filled the air, tears threatened to spill. Chenger, stow away that childishness for now. We have serious matters to discuss. Tangyuan, typically lively, teased Lu Cheng with exaggerated antics. Lu Cheng shot him a glare, composed himself, and sat cross-legged. Let us speak of the pressing matters. If my memory serves me right, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Is it not? As we journey along, with uncertainties ahead, why not indulge in a bowl of moonlit porridge in Fuping County before we set off? The Mid-Autumn Festival had once offered them a day of plentiful food during their days of begging. On fortunate occasions, they might even procure scraps of mooncake. While ordinary folk celebrated, beggars too could share in the joy, albeit under the sorrowful moonlight, lacking a home to return to. Lingjiao had no objections. She had always heeded the elder's words, and later, when Lu Cheng negotiated with the elder, she could join in the fray, but thinking was exhausting, she would simply follow along. King glanced at Tangyuan and the gourd, the former always by his side, while Lu Yur would surely accompany Lu Cheng, leaving out the newly arrived girl. The gourd nodded silently, and Tangyuan, surveying the scene, readily agreed, eager to save time for other tasks. Thus, the plan was set, during the waiting period for the porridge. Lu Cheng would take Lu Yur nearby to gather useful herbs, while Tangyuan would mingle among the crowd to gather information. And the gourd would accompany Pan Di to collect some straw and reeds. The day appeared bright and clear, uncertain when rain might return. So they seized the moment to weave some mats together. Lingjiao remained behind to guard their belongings, while King ventured into the adjacent woods. Fully aware that the area had likely been scavenged multiple times, yet still harboring a flicker of hope for a miracle. Meanwhile, Lingjiao busied herself. Pandi's shoes had become unwearable, and the ones Yur had woven were ill-fitting for her, so she set about crafting a pair of grass sandals for her. This child, who had likely led a sheltered life at home, startled easily at every touch. Everyone has a story. She did not share hers, nor did they inquire. The first to return was Tangyuan, who excelled at gathering news as a beggar. If Duzi were still around, he would have been even more astute. Lingjiao, familiar with him, noted the glint in his eyes and knew he must have unearthed some valuable information, yet with the group still incomplete, he would remain tight-lipped. Soon after, the gourd and Pan Di returned, both laden with straw and reeds. Pan Di, small and frail, exerted herself fiercely, while the gourd demonstrated adeptness with tools. And Pan Di showcased the speed honed from hard labor. Next came Lu Cheng and his sister, although the nearby flooding was not severe. The influx of disaster victims had depleted the local resources. They returned empty-handed, and so did King. As Tangyuan gathered everyone together to queue for porridge, he relayed what he had overheard. Further north, flooding persisted. It was said to be a once-in-a-century calamity, claiming many lives and causing countless separations. Almost the entire southern region lay submerged. Reports indicated that no relief had yet come from the court, and with so many refugees, some places had even resorted to raiding granaries. Starvation could drive people to madness, leading to unimaginable acts. Cannibalism was not unheard of, and robbing granaries seemed trivial in comparison. Should one be caught and thrown into prison, as long as they were not outright killed, they might at least manage to scrape by on a meager prison meal. The scale of the disaster was beyond the comprehension of these few children. Even the emperor and high officials, who had not witnessed the mud and corpses strewn about, could hardly fathom such a grim reality. The county magistrate declared a single meal a day, and it was indeed enforced. Not only were the constables and catchers monitoring the lines of people outside the city, but also several able-bodied men, likely drafted by the authorities. Those deemed worthy to remain in Fuping County had already been filtered through official channels, while those looking to stir trouble or secure an extra bowl of porridge were dealt with forcefully by the constables. However, compliance was only temporary. Since they could not secure an extra portion from the porridge stall, they would turn to prey on the weak. The congee that filial sons brought home to their parents would be snatched away within mere steps. The emaciated women could hardly safeguard the rice soup meant for their children. Cries, wails, and curses filled the air, piercing the ears and weighing heavily on the heart. Gazing at the less-than-full moon, Lucheng felt a profound discomfort, each breath igniting a pang of pain within him. King understood his brother's sentiments, but said nothing, merely nudging him with his shoulder. The moonlight was exquisite, occasionally obscured by drifting clouds, yet failing to diminish its sacred glow. The group wove mats under the moonlight, and Pan Di, rarely speaking, broke her silence with a hoarse voice. If only we had a stone roller, we could crush the reeds to a fine sheen. Everyone paused, taken aback. They often forgot about the addition of this girl who seldom spoke. Tangwan was quick to respond, "Is that so? None of us have been taught. But weaving something haphazardly to fend off the wind and rain is still better than nothing, right, yeah?" Luya, coming back to herself, smiled and said, "Let's make do for now. In the future, when we find a good place to settle, the brothers can carve a stone grinder. And the three of us sisters will surely weave a mat that is both sturdy and smooth." What a simple and pure aspiration. King mused, with such ambitions. Their brothers must find a way to ensure each of them has a quilt of their own. Under the moonlight, the group dreamt of the future, free and unrestrained. Their eyes wide open in reverie. Their hands continued to work, and as drowsiness began to creep in, they leaned against one another, wrapping themselves in their scant old garments for warmth. On this day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the magistrate must have given instructions, as the porridge they received was thicker than usual. The seven of them tightly cradled their bowls, ultimately reluctant to consume the porridge near the stall. Malicious gazes always lingered on them. King's piercing glare and the gourd's glimmering machete deterred most from approaching. 3 lazy men blocked their path. King smirked coldly at the sight of them, knowing they thought to bully the younger ones. The porridge bowl was handed to Tangwan and Lingjiao's to Lucheng. With a flick of their wrists, they swiftly subdued their opponents. Chapter 13. The Road Ahead. If the food and drink were plentiful, King would have hesitated to intervene. Now, their skeletal frames were stretched taut against their skin. Who could they truly fear? With the 3 dispatched, no one else dared to approach, their greedy eyes betraying their hunger and fear. The trio found a small clearing, propping the cart against stones to level it off. Lingjiao retrieved a pot while Pan Di kindled a fire. The gourd and the others foraged some tender water plant shoots by the river, only a small handful. For them, the chance to savor something flavorful was a rare delight. Having been deprived of flavor for so long, they had almost forgotten that the world offered more than just bitterness. The night following the Mid-Autumn Festival would be even chillier. Unable to wait for the moon to rise, the 7 of them quickly consumed the porridge and soup, warming themselves and beginning to discuss their next journey. On the constable's side, Tangwan had not gleaned much information, but he could ascertain that they would need to venture far to escape the disaster zone. Lucheng remarked, "Further north lies Taizhou, where the Yellow River flows through. However, I wonder how the situation is along its banks." Lucheng felt troubled. A state capital was an expansive territory, and traversing just 400 li had already taken them over 10 days. King cared not for distance, but simply wished to find a stable place to settle with his companions. In due time, as he matured, he envisioned himself at the docks hauling bags, gathering the autumn harvest for the landowner, or scaling the mountains to gather firewood and peddle it through the streets. All he desired was for the heavens to grant them the gift of survival. Tangwan observed the silence that enveloped the group, a heavy, restless atmosphere, and thus rose to his feet, intending to deliver an impassioned speech. Yet, lacking the words to articulate his thoughts, he could only declare, "Well, if nothing else, we shall traverse this eastern land." Lingjiao supported herself with her hands behind her, laughing heartily. Tangwan is right. We can beg for food or flee from hardship. What can truly bind us? Pan Di quietly lifted her gaze, as all awaited the moon's ascent, admiring Lingjiao's enviable nonchalance. When the moon hung overhead, King suggested, "Let us retire early. We embark on our journey tomorrow. Henceforth, we shall scale mountains and cross rivers. Are you prepared, my brothers?" The 6 children responded with laughter and cheer, attracting a myriad of complex glances. Even amidst a world that felt hellish, some still struggled for life, unwilling to concede defeat. These exiles were not entirely numb to their plight. On the 16th of August, the skies remained a vast expanse of blue. Evidently, the heavens had wept enough. At dawn, the crowd began to stir, their movements sluggish, raising clouds of dust. They looked up to see the azure sky, while before them lay a road obscured by yellow earth. Lingjiao filled 2 water bags, and the clay pot was 8/10 full. Each time they used the pot for water, Lingjiao would mutter about the punctured water bag. The 3 they had found in Sanxi Town were all functional at first, but they had unwittingly placed a knife beside the gourd, ruining the one adjacent. The gourd attempted repairs, but to no avail, and was ultimately discarded by the roadside. Few, like them, carried water vessels, thus the 2 bags were carefully guarded against theft. Continuing towards the northwest, they encountered others trudging along the same arduous path. The terrain was uneven, and pulling the cart was a slow endeavor. Xueqing and Lingjiao took turns walking, resting whenever they grew weary, while Tengwan and the others scoured the area in small groups. Lucheng focused on foraging for herbs, while Pan Di sought wild vegetables, tender sprouts from trees, and mushrooms from the grass. Tengwan and the gourd partnered to construct a small dam in the shallow waters, shedding their trousers to catch fish. In the river's bend, remnants of driftwood lay scattered, snagging on ragged clothing. Soon to be covered in moss, a spot that often yielded unexpected bounty. The river's contents could only be procured through skill, and securing a good catch was deemed a success. Thus, aside from the 2 water bags slung over his body, the gourd concealed a dagger, ready to spill blood if anyone dared covet his possessions. Today, fortune smiled upon them. Among 5 fish, 1 was the length of chopsticks, while the others were sizable enough for a hearty soup. They did not neglect the clams unearthed from the sand, smashing their shells to extract the meat, no matter how small. As Lingjiao simmered the broth, she noticed the leaves contained a hodgepodge of clam meat and tiny shrimp. Had they known to travel along the coast, they could have preserved the excess fish as salted fare. Xueqing, donning a straw hat, scoffed, "You would not think so once you reached the seaside. A few leaves would taste better than stinking fish and rotten shrimp." He mocked in a peculiar tone, and Lingjiao, perceiving no difference between the sexes, playfully kicked Xueqing, who lifted his legs to evade her, chuckling in response. Xueqing reserved his venomous demeanor solely for outsiders, particularly those vying for his territory. In the company of his own, he bore the demeanor of a caring elder brother, inadvertently looking out for the younger ones, shielding them from the wind. The pot bubbled away, devoid of salt or provisions. Yet this was their sustenance. With the meager buffer of a few bowls of porridge from Fuping County, they managed to pull together a meal. Tengwan squatted amidst the low weeds, preparing a bundle of small sticks. Unfortunately, with so little in their bellies, he quickly consumed them all. The autumn wind began to rise, rustling the leaves, and it was uncertain if any osmanthus trees still stood alive. A gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance. The midday sun scorched their backs and necks. Yet Xueqing dared not allow them too long a respite. The days grew shorter and time for travel dwindled. Before the harsh winter settled in, they needed to find a town to rest, otherwise they would face a cold and hungry demise. As they set off again, they occasionally stumbled upon individuals lying by the roadside, some with eyes closed, perhaps merely asleep, while others, staring blankly, could no longer rise. More deaths. They had evaded the flood but not the famine. When would the government send grain to save them? That evening, as they rested, Xueqing captured 3 large rats and 2 small frogs. Pan Di tugged at Lingjiao's tattered sleeve, tearing it further. Pan Di's already pallid complexion grew more ashen, her eyes reflecting helplessness and fear. Lingjiao, noticing Pan Di's trembling legs, inquired, "What is it? Are you thinking of kneeling if I remain silent?" Pan Di gradually lowered her head. Kneeling was commonplace at home, where her parents would scold her daily and burden her with labor, providing scant rice, all while expressing disdain for her being a girl. Lingjiao, initially jesting with a stern expression, felt a rare surge of strength from having eaten well at noon. He reached out to touzle Pan Di's straw-like hair, exclaiming, "Come now, what troubles you? When we encounter the hemp fields, I shall fashion you some stitches." He sighed. "What's the big deal? A few tattered rags can shield you from the wind and cold. It's merely a tear. Besides, where would you find a needle?" Chapter 14. Do not eat the rats. Lingjiao scratched his head, disagreeing with the taste of the moment, and deftly pinched a louse between his thumb and forefinger, crushing it before tossing it aside. Pan Di opened her mouth several times to speak, yet could not muster a single word. Lingjiao, being straightforward, grew inexplicably frustrated at her hesitance. Pan Di, perceptive of others' moods, tightly grasped Lingjiao's wrist, her eyes filled with fear as she whispered, "We can't eat the rats anymore. This unexpected proclamation plunged the group into silence. Of course, rats should not be consumed. Just as they had resorted to eating snakes during the flood, the struggle for survival had driven them to consume whatever was available, be it snake, rat, centipede, or scorpion. Survival took precedence. Later, amidst their journey, those in front left no trace of grass, forcing them to dig the earth for worms and even boil ant eggs. As for the rats, after days of feasting, aside from the vultures, the rats were the most plump. Not eating meant starvation. Lingjiao remained silent, stepping forward to replace Swiaking. Swiaking slowly massaged his shoulders, reflecting on Pandi's words. This girl was quite naive. She must understand their current predicament. Why was she opposed to eating? Pandi, what have you realized? Pandi had always been observant, though her parents paid her little heed. I have witnessed those who consumed rats, only to later spit yellow foam and convulse before succumbing to death. Rats were filthy creatures, consuming anything. What of those who ate them? They too did not wish to eat rats. Enough, if we are to take risks, let them go. Swiaking acted swiftly, lifting a fist-sized stone to crush the rat's head, only to miss and hit its back instead. His efforts were in vain. Pandi twisted her fingers anxiously, and though Swiaking said nothing, she felt a pang of sorrow. The two frogs were insufficient to share, and Swiaking casually chose a direction to continue foraging, while Pandi ventured in another. Due to her words, everyone would endure hunger for an extended period, even though her intentions were noble. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, she saw Lu Cheng. Pandi halted her steps, her inherent clumsiness contrasting with her expressive, large eyes. Lu Cheng remarked, "The leader has stated that one must not wander alone. I shall accompany you. Let us proceed." A wave of emotion washed over Pandi, her nose tingling, yet tears failed to fall from her eyes. She lowered her head and followed Lu Cheng as they searched the vicinity together. Days turned into weeks, and the tenacious wild artemisia and the trees that had not yet been uprooted stood tall, particularly the wild grasses, which, given the slightest chance to breathe, would take root deeply, impervious to the wind and unbending in the rain. That evening's meal consisted of frog stew with snake meat. The snake had been caught by Pandi, surprising Lu Cheng with her unexpected bravery, despite her small stature. Ziyiqing had made a wide circle, managing to catch a single frog. Fortunately, he was swift, otherwise, the evening would have been quite unbearable. Holding the frog, he retreated, while Yiqing staggered back, having run too hastily. With a casual flick, Ling Jiao caught the frog and handed it over to Hulu, who was skillfully handling a knife. Still buzzing from the encounter, Yiqing had not yet regained his composure when he noticed Pandi grasping a dull gray snake, with Lu Cheng standing behind her. It was undoubtedly Lu Cheng's instruction. He insisted on being involved whenever a snake was killed, claiming that the snake gall had medicinal properties. This would be acceptable if they had some liquor to infuse it into, but they had neither a jar nor any alcohol. Hulu was busy cleaning the blood off his dagger. Upon realizing they had a live catch, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He tossed the leaves behind him and stepped forward to examine the snake. "Brother Cheng, how big do you think the gallbladder is?" Over time, Lu Cheng had learned that unlike Pandi, who was hesitant to speak, Hulu was simply disinterested in conversation, but when it came to topics of interest, he could chatter just like any other child. "This is a male snake. It must be at least the size of a soybean," Hulu said, bringing the snake close to his eyes, staring at it for a while Ling Jiao awaited the opportunity to cook it, ready to strike. Hulu, caught off guard, stumbled 2 steps forward as the cold, slippery snake head brushed against his nose, startling him. Without uttering a word, he turned to cast a reproachful glance at Ling Jiao. Ling Jiao, touching his own nose, urged, "Hurry up, we're waiting to cook it." With one foot pinning the tail, one hand pressing the head, and the dagger clenched in his mouth, he began to probe the snake's belly. With a swift motion, he extracted the gallbladder and bile duct, handing them to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng accepted it with a thumbs up, hurriedly addressing the gallbladder. On a small wooden rack made by Hulu on the cart, a gallbladder hung, still damp. Yiqing had questioned Lu Cheng several times about the purpose of collecting such items, noting that there were no pharmacies or clinics nearby. Would they simply let it rot? Lu Cheng chuckled, responding that it might come in handy someday, and it was convenient to keep, taking up no space. As chunks of meat were dropped into the pot, Hulu sat cross-legged nearby, wiping his dagger with leaves. Tuan Yuan, unable to restrain himself, called out to Lu Cheng. Brother Chung, what is the point of collecting so many snake galls? Isn't one or two enough for you? Lu Chung replied, as I said. It might be useful in the future, and it doesn't occupy much space. Oh, come on. The gallbladders don't take up space. But just look at the cart. There's dried earthworms, dried leeches, and various roots that you shouldn't touch. They don't take up space either. Lu Chung gazed at his collection, indeed realizing it had grown. Just as he was about to suggest carrying it himself in the future, Zhu Yiqing interjected. It's not heavy. Starting tomorrow, let us have Lu Chung and Ling Jiao switch, and we'll pull the cart. Lu Chung had no objections, being a gentleman. He felt embarrassed to let a girl do the heavy lifting. Pan Di watched the fire, while Luya was still struggling with the straw sandals. Ling Jiao, with some leisure, looked around, raising an eyebrow and saying, What's the matter? We're all brothers here. Do we really need to argue over such trivial matters? We three are older. It should be fine to take turns. Lu Chung replied, No need. I can manage. Just shut up. You're so small. Grow for another couple of years, Ling Jiao retorted. Hey, you can't belittle me, Lu Chung protested. What belittling? The mugwort by the water is taller than you. Save some strength, will you? As long as the few below didn't cause an uproar, Zhu Yiqing paid no mind to their quarrels, after all. It added a semblance of life to their dreary existence. Otherwise, in such harsh conditions, one might question the reason for enduring. The moon on the 16th night was indeed rounder than on the 15th. After satisfying their hunger, Zhu Yiqing suggested to the others that, with the moon so bright, they might as well move forward a bit. The puddles were nearly dry, and there were no significant mountains in the vicinity. As long as they were cautious of venomous snakes and insects, traveling at night wouldn't pose much difficulty. Most who stopped to rest were simply too exhausted to continue. The beggars, accustomed to hunger, seized the opportunity to embark under the moonlight. Along the way, the heavy breathing of people could be heard, their chests heaving like bellows. Some coughed so violently they could barely catch their breath, and the sounds were suffocating. Others ground their teeth together, likely from the chill of the night, as their clothes offered little warmth against the cold. Chapter 15. Jiao Cheng. Human endurance is not limitless. At night, the distance traveled felt indistinguishable, only the fatigue in their legs rendering them immobile. Zhu Yiqing finally called for a rest. Unable to keep watch through the night, they could only gather their essentials close, while Luya and Hulu fell asleep atop the cart, their soft snores continuing until dawn. Every village they passed had been searched countless times. The refugees hoped to find some food that hadn't been washed away from the collapsed houses. But disappointment was all they encountered. Finally, when they reached a village town, it was a scene of numbness as they instinctively scoured the area. Zhu Yiqing had ventured into such places before, and aside from the traces left by the ravaging waters, nothing remained. Oh! Occasionally, they might stumble upon some tattered clothing or, with a stroke of luck, a decrepit quilt that was beyond salvage. Gnawed by rats and falling apart upon being lifted. As the nights grew colder, these tattered rags became coveted items. So when it was their turn to enter a village, they found nothing useful. Traveling through the night served two purposes: to encounter a town willing to offer porridge sooner, and to stay slightly ahead of the group, as there were too many children among them, and without food or drink, they could not survive. From that day forth, they pushed forward with even greater determination, and after 4.5 days, they arrived at a small county town near Taizhou. Jiao Cheng was flat, and the county magistrate had not shown his face for many days. Rumors circulated that he had fled with silver, while others claimed he had been swept away by the Yellow River to the sea goddess. In any case, Jiao Cheng was in chaos, with control resting in the hands of an experienced deputy magistrate. The magistrate had no intention of distributing grain. Moreover, he took advantage of the passing refugees, covertly buying people. Even if Zhu Yiqing and the others had never ventured far, the notion of trading half a pound of millet for a man's life seemed absurd. For children under 10, half a pound of grain could buy 2. When the 7 of them approached Jiao Cheng, they heard that many were scrambling to sell their children, tightening their hearts, realizing that none of the locals had good intentions. Zhu Yiqing's instincts proved correct, with 7 children in their group and no adults around. They were seen by the deputy magistrate as mere meat, a pile of silver. Outside, the refugees were endless, to avoid wasting a single grain. Many were willing to buy slaves, making it a highly profitable trade. The deputy magistrate, adorned with gold rings, held a delicate teapot, savoring a sip, eyes closed in enjoyment. Meanwhile, There were those secretly plotting to bind the 7 children, while a few had sensed the danger. Having spent considerable time on the streets, their perception of danger had become instinctual, honed through experience. Jiaocheng was a border town. Unless they retreated back to Huaizhou or Guizhou, they would have to take a longer route. With a brazen determination, they ventured into the county town, strangers in a foreign land, akin to caged birds or fish confined in a basket. Under the blazing noon sun, several of them were drenched in perspiration, their bellies full of water, the sounds of which echoed within them. Before they could even relieve themselves, sweat streamed down their faces. Ling Jiao proposed, "Shall we find someone in the crowd who appears trustworthy, and form a makeshift family to cross the county together?" However, Pandai, recalling her own parents, dismissed the idea. "It's too risky. We could be sold." Lucheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, one can never truly know a person's heart, especially since we haven't exchanged a single word. Xueqing suggested using some hair to fashion a false beard, to which Tang Yuan chuckled, remarking that he lacked the stature to convincingly pose as an adult. After much deliberation, they concluded that Tang Yuan's plan was the most prudent. The county magistrate, in his trade of grain for humans, aimed to capitalize on low input for high returns, seeking healthy individuals to sell at a profit. Those who had escaped calamity were unlikely to be lively, and there were always healthier options available for selection. The idea of preying on these desperate souls seemed to reveal a profoundly corrupted conscience. They did not rush into the city. Instead, they gradually fell back to the rear of the crowd, using the multitude as a cover to disguise themselves. Tang Yuan remarked, "The eldest must pull the cart. Feigning deafness and muteness will suffice. Ling Jiao, you should pretend to be blind." Ling Jiao trembled, both hands quaking and with drool escaping. He argued that he could not merely feign blindness. A beggar must master the art of eliciting pity. "Shall we both feign lameness?" Lucheng hesitated, his mouth twitching at the thought of not being convincing. "What if I break an arm instead?" Tang Yuan circled around Lucheng and unexpectedly pinched his arm. Lucheng yelped in pain, stepping back. "What was that for?" Tang Yuan chided, "Brother Ching, we could not afford to appear normal. It would raise too much suspicion. If those guards at the gate scrutinize us, you won't make it through." Lucheng, feeling frustrated, inquired what they should do instead. "Look at Pandai, in this guise. No one would suspect her of being simple-minded. You need to think of a strategy." Pandai chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that this was indeed her former self. The 7 of them were compelled to linger outside the county for an additional half-day. The timing was fortuitous. As the sky darkened, they calculated their entry into the city, knowing that even if the guards inspected, the fading light would afford them some concealment. Particularly, the 3 girls, despite their disheveled appearances, still possessed a certain allure. With a plan in place, they sought refuge in a shaded area, splitting into groups to fetch water and forage for vegetables. Since entering the city was not feasible, they needed to devise a means to satiate their hunger. Xueqing suddenly pondered what thoughts occupied the county magistrate's mind each day. As a beggar, his sole concern was how to fill his belly. It seemed they were fortunate on this journey. Those who had collapsed by the roadside had likely attracted either crows or rats first. As the sun sank lower, the throng of people continued to flow toward the county town. One could only speculate how many souls had been traded by the unscrupulous magistrate for a handful of millet, and those who had managed to endure until now were likely feeling a sense of discontent. Perhaps, if they persevered a few more days, they might discover a place to rest. Thus, the exchange of 2 children for life-saving provisions, or the sale of a woman or mother, was not uncommon. The human heart is indeed frail when tested. Xueqing glanced at the number of people ahead and beckoned her companions to move. To successfully pass through the city gates, they had to present themselves convincingly. Tang Yuan limped along. Pandai wore a vacant expression, while Lucheng swayed his arms exaggeratedly. They were all strangers. No one knew their pasts. The light had not yet faded enough to obscure their forms completely, making it inadvisable to light a lamp. Nevertheless, some matters concealed from the sun held a certain obscurity that blurred the vision of onlookers. The group certainly attracted attention, particularly from a mustached elder with beady eyes that sparkled with cunning. The gatekeeper indeed halted their passage. Those who had once been beggars bore a certain audacity. Yet the 3 newcomers felt their hearts race with anxiety. Fortunately, Tang Yuan had previously instructed them that upon nearing the gate, Luya and Hulu should cough violently, intentionally revealing traces of blood between their fingers. With the coughs to mask their approach and hands covering their mouths, The two girls were not a cause for concern. Lu Cheng's arm was indeed tugged and pulled, appearing to be a fine young lad, far from the image of a cripple. He summoned all his strength to endure, biting his tongue, maintaining a stoic expression tinged with a hint of bitter mirth. As they neared the gate, Xueqing grinned broadly, nodding with a bowed head. His tongue stuck out as he uttered indistinguishable sounds. Beside him, Ling Jiao drooled, soaking his front, yet his ragged attire concealed his gaunt form. The inspector mumbled curses under his breath, lacking any delicacy in his movements, shoving one aside and kicking another. In an effort to appear authentic, Tenguan even tumbled dramatically, landing ungracefully. His palm scraped and bled. The magistrate of Jiaoqing dared to allow refugees entry not only to cheaply amass more laborers, but also due to the proximity of the military stationed at the Taizhou border, especially with the northward migration of the destitute, prompting the guards to have stationed personnel within the city. The gates of the county town were to be locked at specific hours. Anyone still within the confines of Jiaoqing at curfew would have to spend the night in a designated area, with no loitering allowed elsewhere. As for warm porridge or soup, such a thought seemed fanciful. Even the kind-hearted within the city would hesitate to offer aid at this time. There were thousands of desperate souls to consider. Offering assistance to one could attract a swarm of others, ready to tear them apart for a morsel. However, there were wells at intervals within the city, allowing those in need of water to fill their containers. Xueqing signaled to Lu Cheng and Ling Jiao, then took the water pouch to fill it. They must maintain their appearance both upon entry and exit from the city. Only Xueqing was capable of moving about normally. Not far from the wells, Xueqing quickly returned, and Lu Cheng's backpack contained herbs for staunching bleeding, crushed stone mixed with saliva applied to the wounds. Tenguan, seemingly unbothered by pain, cheerfully inquired what Xueqing had acquired upon entering the city. Xueqing glanced around, the space being too cramped, gesturing with his hands. Lu Cheng was perplexed by the gesture, while Ling Jiao struggled to suppress laughter as he pretended to be blind. Tenguan dared not laugh too heartily, his shoulders shaking as he bumped into a person behind him. Lu Cheng nudged Tenguan in the side, and he leaned on Lu Cheng's shoulder, whispering what the eldest had meant. Lu Ye wished to inquire, but was silenced by Lu Cheng's stern gaze. Was it truly impossible to wait until they safely exited the city to discuss such matters? At the northern city gate, the gates creaked open at the third watch. Amidst the yawns of the guards, while those still half asleep were prodded awake with long rods. The townspeople feared that these filthy refugees would linger indefinitely, while Xueqing and her companions worried whether all 7 of them would successfully escape. Observing the sluggish pace, they cunningly maneuvered through the crowd, deftly advancing toward the gate. Having safely traversed 2 miles beyond the northern gate, they shed their pretenses, sharing glances with one another. Apart from Tenguan's fall, Ling Jiao receiving a playful pinch, and Xueqing enduring a shout that left his ears ringing, all seemed well. Lu Cheng had been pinched under his arms while Pan Dai received a few taps on the head. It appeared they were all in good spirits. Exchanging smiles, the 7 of them had overcome yet another hurdle. Continuing along the northern path, they noticed robust pepper trees lining the roadside. Lu Cheng felt a pang of desire. These were valuable items, suitable for medicinal use. Moreover, the heavy rains had not washed them away. They were indeed fortunate. Pan Dai, with longing eyes, recalled how their village matron cherished a small pouch of pepper husks, treating them as treasures. Upon entering Taizhou, a distinct chill enveloped them, causing their steps to slow. Xueqing observed the blind wanderers meandering along the main road before ultimately deciding to park the cart beside a Sichuan pepper tree, situated far from the official path. Leaning against the cart with arms crossed, her expression was subdued, yet her eyes radiated warmth. A few children grinned widely, particularly Pan Dai, whose prominent front teeth resembled those of a rabbit, making her smile quite endearing. Ling Jiao and Tenguan busily picked up sticks to beat the branches, while Lu Cheng assisted Pan Dai in gathering the leaves, and Huli occasionally pointed out the best branches. At this moment, collecting the pepper was opportune. Tong Yuan's hands no longer ached. Whether it was the fruits or the leaves, they skillfully chose their spots to harvest. Lu Ye instructed Ling Jiao to gather some mature ones, intending to save them as seeds. As they busied themselves for over half an hour, Xueqing, noticing the noticeably bare pepper tree, felt compelled to call them back. Returning with their bounty brought joy, but it was coupled with a fair share of reprimands. You too, why must you leave not a single one? With so many pepper trees along the roadside, why focus solely on that one? just steps away from the city gate? Aren't you afraid that the unscrupulous county magistrate will capture you and sell you back? Tanguan stuck out her tongue, momentarily resembling a child. Lingjiao shuffled his feet, staring at the ground in silence. King tapped Lingjiao's forehead, saying, Yara worked hard weaving those straw sandals for you, only for you to scuff them on the ground. Hurry up and pack, we must move on. As they had already taken several steps away with the cart, she continued to admonish, with one meal upon another. With today not ensuring tomorrow, is this bounty of peppers meant to fill your stomach? The few behind exchanged glances, reluctant to lag too far behind, hurrying to catch up with their leader. The burdens of childhood should be few, at least Lu Cheng felt they did not carry the same sorrowful expressions as others. After losing everything, any small gain was enough to bring them prolonged joy. In southern Taizhou, hints of rice paddies were still visible, while the northern expanse was dominated by wheat fields. The local inhabitants spoke briskly, conveying meaning with minimal words, never indulging in unnecessary particles. Initially, they assumed the people of Taizhou despised vagrants, appearing fierce and forbidding. However, as they traversed more villages and towns, they realized their own manner of speaking mirrored that of the locals. The refugees departing from Jiao County had split into several groups. Some continued northwest toward the provincial capital of Taizhou in search of sustenance. A portion headed directly north, passing through Taizhou to reach Yanzhou, where fertile plains awaited beyond the Yellow River, offering opportunities to work as tenants for landlords. A smaller faction ventured eastward, toward the coast, hoping to find work aboard ships for the shortest route to the capital. The capital, a place once deemed unimaginable, where the streets were rumored to be paved with gold and silver. Taizhou also suffered from flooding. They found little benefit there. As the persistent autumn rains commenced on the 20th of August, the vibrant red and yellow apricot leaves on the mountains became even more colorful under the rain. The seven sought refuge in a dilapidated stone house to escape the downpour. The roof, likely a patchwork of wood and thatch, was now exposed to the elements. They propped mats on a wooden frame, shifting the cart's contents to a corner, and gathered around a fire to cook flatbreads. Yesterday, they had passed through a small town where a landlord named Chi was distributing bread. Locals spoke of his simple-minded son, who at 16 still lacked understanding of the world. The landlord had consulted a soothsayer, who claimed that if he performed good deeds for 10 consecutive years, his son would gain clarity. This year marked the 9th. In Chapter 17, in Lianghuai County, the landlord could not collect rents, yet had accumulated a substantial stock of old grains over the years. Each person could receive a flatbread made from mixed grains, regardless of being local or from afar, as long as they passed through. The 7 had collected 2 rations in the town, finishing one yesterday, while the other remained untouched. They added ginger and a bit of pepper leaves to the pot. The cold weather left their hands and feet icy. A bit of ginger would ward off the chill. King nudged Lu Cheng with her leg, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Lu Cheng rubbed his hands by the fire, glancing at King and replying, "You are the leader. I will follow your lead." King turned to the others, but none had any suggestions. With 3 paths ahead, it was uncertain which would lead to life or death, and no one could guide them on how to proceed. A prolonged silence ensued. Rainwater dripped through the mat above, falling upon their heads. They lay upon the ground, with the sky as their cover, though the leaks were rather severe. After sharing the cooked gruel, warmth enveloped them. The spiciness of the ginger and the fragrance of the pepper leaves tantalized their taste buds, stirring their hunger further. Lingjiao rinsed the bowls with rainwater, mumbling, "Boss, I crave pickled vegetables." Tanguan bit her lip, glancing at King, who was lost in thought, staring into the fire. After such a long journey, fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him, and he longed to stop, to lie there and think of nothing. Yet he could not. Just as the group assumed their leader would remain silent and prepare to sleep, King's raspy voice broke the stillness. "Chinger, what do you think about heading to the seaside?" Lu Cheng was taken aback, wondering if it was Lingjiao's craving for pickled vegetables that spurred the idea. "That sounds quite good. We could accompany fishermen out to sea, catch fish to sell for food." Tanguan chimed in, "If not, we could eat them ourselves. Having fish means we won't go hungry." Lingjiao added, "The seawater is salty, so we wouldn't even need to add salt when cooking wild vegetables." Pandai, who had never been to the seaside, struggled to envision its beauty, quietly asking, "Are there landlords by the sea? Will there be fields for tenant farming?" King smiled. "Along the coast, they cannot grow grain. They depend on the sea for their livelihoods." Thus, their decision to head east was made. Sometimes, It felt as though luck was just out of reach, almost within grasp. As they turned eastward, officials from the capital dispatched to provide disaster relief hurriedly set off. The national treasury was depleted, and the Ministry of Revenue could not produce funds or grain. Everyone from the emperor to civil and military officials was in a state of urgency. Whether true or false, the urgency was palpable. The emperor was gravely ill. Could he be unaware of the small machinations of his subordinates? A once-in-a-century flood, and no one wished to perish in the south. Successfully managing disaster relief would be a commendable feat, but failure would invite widespread condemnation. Reports of the death toll from the south poured in, each day revealing more losses. With the number of missing persons still unknown. How many days had passed? Grain had been en route for over a month, while people had long since perished from hunger. Thus, officials in the capital understood that this task would be a hot potato for whoever took it on. It had to be done. Someone must rescue his people. And Emperor Wenhu's hair had turned gray in just a few days. The crown prince remained in the eastern palace on the pretext of attending to the emperor's illness. But within 3 days, the emperor commanded his fifth son, Zhao Zhui, to lead the disaster relief effort, with accompanying medical officers, guards, and recorders to be arranged by the crown prince. The 7 travelers remained unaware that they had missed the relief team and, even if they had known, would not have ventured back to the old place to collect grain. 10 days later, standing in Lianghuai County, they could already catch the scent of the sea. In early September, the coastal foliage had scarcely yellowed, yet the 7 were already chilled to the bone, their faces turning a shade of purple. Coastal cities, with their strong winds and dampness, would have been unwelcoming had they not been impoverished. Thanks to their experience as beggars, though the journey was arduous, they were grateful to have survived to reach the seaside. At the city gate, inspections continued, but the distance from the border city to the provincial capital made communication cumbersome. And few had fled to Linzhou. However, the 7 lacked travel documents and specific home addresses, leaving the guards hesitant to admit them. In Linzhou, there was little land to worry about. Every year, the seawater flooded fishing villages, and they regarded the inland floods as overreactions. Yet, squatting at the city gate was not a viable solution. Considering the labor shortage in the salt fields this year, discussions arose among the officials about possibly taking them in. The aides were acutely aware of the local population, particularly the scarcity of young adults. The 2 eldest could soon be laboring in the salt fields. As the 7 were escorted to the county office by the gatekeepers, the sun hung low in the west, casting a golden-red hue that bathed the office's plaque in a warm, radiant glow. In the back office, the aides briefed the clerk on duty, meticulously recording the details of the 7 children, as this information would eventually need to be reported to the capital. The clerk, now enlightened, understood the challenges faced by this coastal county in attracting new inhabitants. Each year, the fishermen had to replenish their numbers, while the arduous work in the salt fields left the young couples too exhausted to consider starting families. The intention was clear, to retain these 7 children and assist them with their household registration. The clerk casually inquired about their origins and family size, noting the need to document 3 generations alongside their ages and physical characteristics. On their journey to the county office, Lu Cheng and Zhu Yiqing had quietly discussed various possibilities. Securing a place in Linzhou County was the most favorable outcome, while the worst case could resemble the anxiety of Jiaocheng County. As the clerk began his questioning, seated at his desk with pen poised, Lu Cheng surveyed his companions before responding with steadiness and clarity. "Are you all from the same family?" the clerk asked. "Yes, we are," Lu Cheng replied. "Oh, there's no need to address me as sir, uncle will suffice. You certainly don't appear to be siblings." The cramped office was nearing closing time, and, despite the clerk's murmurs, the children caught his words. "How old is the eldest, and what is his name?" Lu Cheng answered, "My older brother is Yi Qingju, 13 this year. My second sister is Yiling Er, 12, named after the water chestnut." The clerk paused in his writing, lifting his gaze to the ragtag group of children, perplexed. "Are they both mute?" Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. No. I have studied for a few years. My siblings are simply timid and accustomed to being compliant." Ling Jiao nudged Zhu Yiqing with a glance. "When did we become Yi?" Zhu Yiqing shrugged. "I don't know. He must be making it up." "Do you even remember your surname?" Ling Jiao replied, "No, but what about them?" Zhu Yiqing retorted, "Let him invent it, second sister." Ling Jiao rolled her eyes, realizing her older brother had changed, no longer the same person as before. "What are you two whispering about?" Zhu Yiqing, now referred to as Yi Qingju, chuckled. Uncle, my sister is hungry. When will this be over? The clerk dipped his pen into the ink, carefully ensuring it was well-coated. It won't be long. Recording the population is a significant matter. What do you children know? Please continue. Who is the third? Chapter 18, Renaming. This was indeed a challenging matter. Lu Cheng and Tang Yuan were likely of similar age, typically addressing one another as Brother Cheng and Brother Tang without any formal hierarchy. Tang Yuan playfully kicked Lu Cheng in the heel 3 times, prompting Lu Cheng to smile and point at him. This is my third brother, Yi Tang Yuan. With Tang meaning proper and Yuan meaning far-reaching. He is 11. Tang Yuan blinked his big round eyes, pondering why his heart felt so warm. Following the order of ages, Lu Cheng proceeded to change the surnames of his siblings, leaving the past behind. The information that could be retrieved in the future would read, in the autumn of the 12th year of Jian Pain, 7 refugees were taken in, Yi Si Zi Lu Cheng, Yi Wu Nu Pan Air, Yi Lu Zifu Lu, and Yi Chi Nuya Air. The county magistrate showed mercy. And that day the 7 enjoyed a hearty meal at the county office after their long journey, finally able to sleep soundly. That night, they huddled together in a single room, too excited to find rest. The wind rustled the paper on the window, but it was a comforting sound in their hearts. The following day, they rose early. In the back office, there was a small well where they washed their hands and faces with cool water, attempting to tame their unkempt hair. The county magistrate had provided them with clothing, and they needed to present themselves respectably. It was a necessity after all. However, their long-neglected hair seemed to rebel against their efforts, proving stubborn to manage. The constables on morning duty chuckled at their attempts, advising them to soak their hair before grooming, as they were to be taken for breakfast. The constables led them to another small room, likely the dining area for the guards. The table was set with chairs, chopsticks, and ceramic bowls. The previous day's meal had been a porridge made with added salt, for in the south, a meal without rice could hardly be considered porridge. Observing the table again, they saw a porridge that resembled rice soup, accompanied by dark brown steamed buns and 2 small dishes. The constable who brought them was on night duty and was to enjoy a breakfast before heading home for some rest. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and sit down. Let me tell you, Aunt Chio's spicy pickled radishes are exceptional. Today, I'm taking advantage of your presence. As he spoke, he busily ladled the peculiar porridge from a wooden bucket. Quickly, it's still warm. This porridge has shredded radish and seaweed. Give it a try. Since the day they fled, they had been on high alert. Though they had encountered kind-hearted people along the way, none compared to the generous and warm-hearted man before them, whose hospitality felt almost surreal. Yi Qingzhu, feeling like a puppet forced into a chair, stared at the heaping bowl of porridge before him, battling the urge to take it and retreat to a corner. He had no recollection of his parents. Since his earliest memories, he had never sat at a dining table. Last night was the first time, and today marked the second. It was astonishing to be seated at a table, witnessing such a scene. No wonder they were regarded as beggars, scorned and lowly. Weren't they indeed lowly? Lu Cheng observed the constable's bustling movements, barely having time to glance at Tang Yuan, who was clever enough to flash a charming smile and engage the constable in conversation. Thank you, big brother. We feel quite guilty for taking advantage of your hospitality. So allow me to serve. The constable waved him off. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Hurry and eat. This may be your only meal. And we don't know how the magistrate will arrange things for you, so eat as much as you can. The children ceased their chatter, reaching for the steamed buns. With 8 pairs of chopsticks diving in, the small dishes quickly disappeared. The constable had not exaggerated. The dishes were indeed delicious. A stark contrast to what they were accustomed to in the south. As they were halfway through their meal, a servant from the magistrate's side approached. Though he was unaware of the formalities, Yi Qingzhu understood that one must show respect to those close to the magistrate. He kicked his companions under the table, prompting them to put down their bowls and rise to await the servant's words. The servant, short in stature, spoke with an air of authority that contrasted with the common folk they had encountered. In half a stick of incense, finish your meal and gather your belongings. The magistrate has plans for you. Without another word, he turned and exited, casting no glance at the dining constables, and his demeanor left an unsettling impression. Once the servant had vanished through the door, the constables lowered their voices. You better hurry. Don't provoke people like that. We can't afford to offend them. The 8 quickly finished their meals, and the constable nodded toward the door, cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks himself. Yi Qingzhu and his companions bowed in gratitude to the constable. The man chuckled, waving them off with one hand. Their meager belongings lay outside the door, and the cart had seemingly been moved. A servant stood at a distance, looking distinctly impatient. The children picked up their bundles, bowing and smiling as they approached the servant, masking their true feelings behind sincere expressions. The servant snorted lightly, turning to lead them out the back door. Their cart was set aside, and the back entrance of the county office was notably quiet. The servant glanced toward the cart as Ling Jiao quickly lifted her load. The servant guided them through 3 streets, heading east. They crossed the city gate without pausing. Without the city walls and houses to shield them, the wind outside grew bolder, whistling fiercely in their ears. After walking for nearly half an hour, the young servant halted near a cluster of dilapidated houses. He casually tossed out a command to wait and made his way into the central dwelling. Shortly thereafter, a tall, robust, dark-skinned middle-aged man followed him inside. Despite the autumn chill, the man remained bare-chested and unbothered by the cold. "This is Big Brother Jean. From now on, you will follow his lead," the servant said. Addressing the group, "I shall convey a message from my master. Be diligent and astute, and you will fare well in the future." With that, the servant walked back to the city with his hands behind his back, leaving Big Brother Jean amidst the gusty winds, accompanied by 7 pairs of glistening dark eyes. Big Brother Jean surveyed Yi Qingzhu, who appeared frail and delicate, before casting a glance at the smallest girl, who was swaying in the breeze. "Where did the county magistrate find these beggars?" he mused. "Leave your belongings here. You few come with me." His voice resonated like thunder. Yi Qingzhu led the way, followed by a string of eager companions. Big Brother Jean guided them to the innermost part of the small houses and ducked into one. As they entered, the brightness outside momentarily blinded them, and it took a moment for their eyes to adjust. Once they did, they observed a chaotic assortment of items inside: fishing nets, wooden barrels, and basins. "This is a small fishing village we call Shaoshun Village, chosen for its auspicious name. You may call me Big Brother Jean or Uncle Jean. It makes little difference, for I am merely a humble fisherman." He paused, glancing around the room before adding in a deep voice, "This house belongs to my brother, who set sail last month and was claimed by the sea goddess. He was an unfortunate soul, never having a wife. Since the magistrate has sent you to Shaoshun Village, you must prepare yourselves mentally. Assess what you need. It seems none of you possess a single coin. I shall not collect rent for now. Pay me whenever you have something. There are no idlers here, nor fields to till. You will eat by the sweat of your brow. If you wish to learn fishing, know that no one in this village hoards secrets. Should you attempt any underhanded schemes, do not blame Big Brother Jean for his fists." Chapter 19, Enthusiasm. Having briefly outlined the village's situation, Big Brother Jean departed, leaving the 7 children exchanging bewildered glances. Ling Jiao cleared her throat and declared, "Leave the thinking to the older ones. I'll handle the labor." With that, she dashed outside to fetch supplies. And when Panner noticed her brother silent, she joined Ling Jiao to assist. Hulu began inspecting the items in the house, fascinated by everything. Yi Qingzhu swiftly grabbed the 2 boys who attempted to escape. "Where do you think you're going? Hurry up and figure something out. Do you expect food to fall from the sky?" When Ling Jiao and Panner returned with the supplies, the remaining children had already divided tasks. Tang Yuan was tasked with wandering around the village to gather information, while Lu Cheng and Qingzhu sought guidance from Big Brother Jean on how to make a living. The others stayed behind to tidy the house. The small fishing village comprised only a dozen families, devoid of courtyards, with open spaces in front and behind their homes where some had erected frames to dry fishing nets. The village was eerily quiet, with no clear indication of how many households were occupied. Big Brother Jin's brother's home had a complete set of pots and pans, yet it lacked rice, oil, and salt. Filled instead with the pungent smell of fish, though no fish could be found. The house consisted of 3 rooms. The main room had a small stove and a table missing a leg, while one room to the east contained a bed and a basin, and the other, where Big Brother Jean had led them, was cluttered with fishing nets and other odds and ends. With stone walls and wooden beams, it was uncertain if the roof leaked. By midday, the clutter had been cleared, windows opened for ventilation, and cloths were sought, but finding water proved elusive. Fortunately, Tang Yuan returned with a basket, and Panner stepped forward to take it from him, nearly straining her back with its weight. "What on earth is this? Have you returned to your old trade?" Tang Yuan replied. "No, it's food sent by the grandmothers. The villagers have all gone to the county town to sell fish. Only the elderly and children remain at home." I mentioned we were sent here by the county magistrate, and the grandmothers provided us with these provisions. By the way, there's a well at the back of the village, but it's over a mile away. The sea is less than 4 miles southeast. Ling Jiao rummaged through the pile of items and unearthed a water bucket and a carrying pole. Although she had never used these before, she had seen others carrying them on their shoulders during her escape. Panner emptied the basket, revealing cabbage, radishes, salted fish, and kelp. Looks like we want to go hungry tonight. As noon approached, Yi Qingzhu and Lu Cheng returned with furrowed brows. The others paused their tasks and gathered around to inquire about what had transpired. Yi Qingzhu confessed, I had underestimated the situation. The boats that go out to sea are unlike those on the Huai River. The winds and waves are formidable, and one misstep could lead to capsizing and death. Lu Cheng added, it's not just that, we have no idea when to set sail, how to cast nets, or how to sell fish. We are completely in the dark. Tang Yuan shrugged, what does it matter? We've gone over a month without food, surely we can learn to fish. Among us 7 siblings, one must have a talent for it. If not, we can collect fish from the villagers and find a way to sell them for a good price. That's true. They agreed. Having survived our hardships, why fear going out to fish? With renewed determination, the 7 children eagerly set about organizing their new home. This was their very first home in their lives. In the latter half of the afternoon, the village buzzed with activity as the villagers returned from fishing. Regardless of their success, any unsold fish would be transformed into salted fish by the women, waiting for colder weather to be sold to traveling merchants, who would take them to distant places beyond their reach. Shaoshun village had no village head or official, but whenever there was a matter to address, the villagers turned to Big Brother Jean. The comings and goings of the fishing folk were constant, with some setting sail and never returning. Whenever new neighbors arrived, the villagers greeted them with utmost warmth. There were few children in the fishing village, so the arrival of 7 at once brought great joy to the women. Panner speculated that they must have come rushing over upon hearing the news. Is Yi Daler here? I am Aunt Jean from the Jean family. Ling Jiao and Yi Qingzhu had gone to fetch water from behind and had yet to return, just as Lu Cheng and Tang Yuan were outside organizing fishing nets. Upon hearing the woman speak, they turned in unison. Aunt Jean, upon seeing them, was taken aback with concern. Oh dear, how pitifully thin you are. Which of you is Daler? The two set down the fishing nets and Tang Yuan offered the only wooden stool in the house for her to sit. Lu Cheng greeted, greetings. Aunt Jean. My elder brother and second sister have gone to fetch water. This is our 3rd sibling and I am the 4th. The rest are inside. While they spoke, laughter and chatter approached from a short distance away. It was a few other women from neighboring households. Oh look, there's Big Brother Jean's wife. You certainly are quick on your feet. Aunt Jean pulled the 2 children closer to introduce them. The plump one behind is Sister Jiang. She lives just a house away. The taller one resides at the east end of my home. Her family name is Zhao, and you must address her as Aunt. And I live right next to you. My name is Aunt Lier. Inside, Panner and the others were busy scrubbing pots and boiling water. Upon hearing the conversation, they quickly tidied up the firewood, wiped their hands, and stepped outside. A row of small heads resembled seaweed floating in water, all equally thin and bony, their lips chapped. After greeting one another, the women responded cheerfully to their calls. Back at home, Aunt Jean inquired what they lacked, while Aunt Zhao asked if there would be food and drink for the evening. Tang Yuan answered each question, explaining that the food had been sent by the grandmothers. After exchanging pleasantries, the women didn't linger and returned home to tend to their families. As dinner time approached, they finally managed to tidy up the room that would serve as their living quarters. With only one bed, it couldn't accommodate everyone, but fortunately, there were mats to use. At night, they closed the doors and windows, and with a few blankets laid out, they could make do. The smaller room was shifted to accommodate the 3 sisters, while the boys would sleep on the floor in the east room. As Panner busily sliced the cabbage, the lively sounds from outside the house grew louder. One household offered a bowl of congee, another brought some bean paste, and yet others sorted through their old clothes and quilts. Our tattered quilt, with its hardened cotton filling, was not to be despised. It would serve to shield us from the dampness. Aunt Gu is indeed a great help, especially since we were short on bedding for the night. My dear, these garments are a combination from several families. Though they are patched and worn, clothing from many homes brings good fortune, she said. Thank you, Sister Meng. We don't even have a spare scrap of cloth. This is truly generous. No need for such formalities. We will be neighbors from now on. Do come visit us another day, replied Meng. Daline, you are too frail. You won't have the strength to cast a net at sea. Uncle, I am merely hungry. Back in our town, I never lost a fight. Huh. Good lad, after a couple of days of nourishment, I'll take you out to sea for some experience. Outside. A dozen or so people gathered, both men and women, their skin bronzed by years under the sun. Yi Qingzhu, accompanied by her younger siblings, accepted the kindness of the community with tears in her eyes. She never imagined that one day she would live in a house like an ordinary person and receive the warmth of neighborly goodwill. On the first day in the fishing village, the men were remarkably jovial, their calloused hands clapping cheerfully on the shoulders and heads of the boys, making one feel as if they were the sons of the village. 7 of them sat cross-legged on the ground, savoring the various local delicacies brought by the neighbors. The food was entirely different from what they had known in Guizhou, yet it bore the taste of acceptance and kindness. Not a single morsel of what the neighbors had sent was wasted that day. Panner and Yor diligently washed the bowls, while Yi Qingzhu took the tangyuan to return to each household and express gratitude. That evening, the 7 of them settled into separate quarters, finding comfort in each other's presence as the waves lulled them to sleep. When the sunlight streamed through the window into the small room, everyone stretched lazily, reluctant to move. However, their stomachs protested with rumbling sounds. The village of Shaoshan lay beneath a cliff. A short walk behind the village revealed a communal well, and in the distance, vegetation thrived atop the cliff. Panner prepared a simple cabbage soup for sustenance, while Yi Qingzhu tirelessly fetched water throughout the morning. After fleeing from disaster, her shoulders bore the marks of the cart she had pulled, and the pain remained sharp. Yesterday, she had gathered quite a few soap pods, and with her long hair, washing was cumbersome. Impatient, she resorted to cutting the tangled parts with a knife. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I don't even know my parents' surnames. So why should there be so many rules? Yar clutched her knotted hair tightly, her eyes glistening with tears as she sought Panner's help. 5th sister, she called. Panner was busy shaking out her hair. There were not enough cloths, so she could only hang it to dry after wringing it out. Calling me 1T help. Hair will grow back. Let 2nd sister take the knife now. We still need to wash the clothes afterward. The poor Yer resigned, slowly loosened her grip, and closed her eyes in acceptance. With a swift motion, Lingjiao cut away the dry, unkempt locks. The body and skin are gifts from our parents. If they truly cared for her, they should have kept her by their side, even while begging. Yesterday, the neighbors had sent 7 outfits, clearly a result of prior discussion among them. Those with clothing contributed garments, those with food provided sustenance, and others brought tattered quilts and coarse salt. After the 3 girls changed into their new clothes, they awkwardly tied up their hair with twigs. The little adornment was a long-awaited creation of fortune and labor, smooth and appealing. Carrying the clothes, they walked over a mile to the nearby washing area by the well. Lingjiao had never washed clothes before, after all. They had never needed to do so before. Panner was adept at household chores, and over time, she grew bold enough to interject occasionally, even sharing a joke. The wind had calmed considerably today, and after washing a few items, they would return home to fetch the brothers' clothes for washing. By the time they hung everything on the line at home, the sisters' hands had become wrinkled from the water, with a roof over their heads. The next concern was food and drink. Uncle Jean suggested they devise their own means, as they could not fish in the same manner as in Guizhou. Thus, the 7 of them roamed around Shaoshan village, seeking ways to barter for food. This was also a test set forth by Big Brother Jean. What did it matter if they were sent by the county magistrate? Everyone relied on their own hands for sustenance, including the women and girls at home, who mended nets, dried salted fish, and gathered wooden buckets for fishing when the tide receded. No one idled away their time, and the villagers were unwelcoming to lazy folk settling among them. The journey from Shaoshan village to the county town took less than an hour at a brisk pace, with other villages dotting the way. Near the county town, fields were plentiful, while further away, land became scarcer, thus the peripheral villages were primarily inhabited by fishermen. The cliff behind the village likely hosted gardens cultivated by the villagers. Venturing deeper led to expansive woods, where shrubs of varying heights provided ample firewood. Sunlit patches in the forest even grew hemp, akin to rami in the southern regions, suitable for spinning and weaving. Upon returning home, the 7 gathered to deliberate their next steps. Big brother, Lu Qingdao said, I would like to visit the county town. What is the point of going without money? I don't want to drag you all along to beg on the streets. Chinger. Standing on your own 2 feet is a fine feeling. I don't wish to crawl like a dog again, do you understand? Lu Cheng understood well. He had experienced standing tall only to be forced to bow low. Yi Qingju was relieved that he no longer contemplated being a beggar. Big brother, I want to try selling the medicinal herbs we gather on the way. We have nothing, and we can't fish, so we must find a way to survive. A spark of light flickered in Yi Qingju's eyes. It was merely unfamiliarity with the life of an ordinary person that momentarily stymied him. Since the wind is calm now, take the Tangwan with you. Be quick and return swiftly. Don't overexert yourselves. Understood, we will be careful. Third brother, let us go. The two stood up and dusted off their clothes. Lu Cheng packed all the medicinal herbs into a backpack if he could sell even one. It would not be a wasted trip. Yar suddenly leaped up and called from outside, "Third brother, fourth brother, wait for me." Moments later, she emerged with a small basket. Not much larger than a sea bowl, filled with peppercorns. Take this too, it might be useful. Tang Yuan accepted the basket, and the two set off toward the village outskirts. Meanwhile, the others continued discussing their earlier topic. Panner suggested that henceforth, she would handle all household chores, including washing and cooking. They would seek her help only when necessary. Lingju had considerable strength, so she would chop wood, while Yi Qingju took Fulu to Uncle Gines for advice on crafting beds. Yar went to inquire at Aunt Lier's about the hemp in the back mountain. By midday, the seven had settled into their respective roles, while Big Brother Jean observed coldly. After a day and a night, it was still not apparent. He would wait and see how long these children could hold out. Lingjia borrowed a hatchet from Sister Jiang and ventured to the back to chop wood, grateful that Fulu accompanied her. Yar, with her delicate features, looked even more endearing after bathing and changing clothes. When she smiled, her eyes squinted, making her quite charming. Aunt Air, I came to ask about the hemp in the woods behind. Does anyone in our village grow it? Aunt Lier, busy mending a fishing net, continued her work as she replied, Child, come sit down. That patch of woods is communal. Aside from the vegetable gardens, you can use the rest as you please. By the way, I need to discuss the vegetable garden rules with you. Since families from Shaoshan village began settling here, the rule has been that newcomers can start their own plots along the edges. They can plant as much as they wish. If families previously residing here have no close relatives, the land is shared among everyone. In a situation that ostensibly belonged to Big Brother Jean, he did not monopolize it entirely. Though it primarily consisted of mere vegetables, which seemed of little value, the manner in which the task was accomplished was commendable. With 7 half-grown children lacking sustenance, it was decided that a portion of the autumn harvest would be shared with them later. Chapter 21, Divided Actions. Yar sat opposite Aunt Lier, her eyes fixed on the woman's nimble hands while responding in kind. That sounds splendid. Since it's not too chilly, I'll have my siblings cultivate a bit, and by spring next year, we shall have vegetables to eat. Indeed, life unfolds in this manner, gathering here and there, slowly but surely making progress. You are young and without an elder at home. Our village may be impoverished and small, yet every family consists of good-hearted people. You will come to understand this as you grow. I am aware, Aunt. We are profoundly grateful for everyone's assistance since yesterday. Oh, you little one. You possess quite the eloquence. By the way, you're the youngest, aren't you? Perhaps I should call you Little Seven. Yar rolls off the tongue easily, much like the girl from the Zhang family at the village entrance. That is fine. My siblings are eager to call me Lu Yar. By the way, in about 10 days, it will be an opportune time for gathering at the sea, so don't forget. And what does gathering at the sea entail? Aunt Lier paused, realizing that these children had traveled a great distance and were perhaps visiting the seaside for the first time. It refers to the shore. During each low tide, one can collect many treasures. You can follow us and I will teach you hand in hand, ensuring you learn quickly. Big Brother Jean furrowed his brow upon hearing the little ones express their desire to build a bed. Did he not know the size of his brother's house? With 4 siblings crammed into one room, how could a bed possibly be constructed? Yi Qingju, thinking it to be a matter of craftsmanship not meant for sharing, spoke candidly upon noticing Big Brother Jin's hesitation. Uncle Jean, if it poses a difficulty, there's no need for concern. I can borrow a couple of machetes and axes to chop wood and construct 2 large platforms. Once life settles down, I can hire a carpenter to make a proper bed. Big Brother Jean sighed, recognizing that this child was perceptive and astute. It was not that he was reluctant to teach, but rather that their own family also slept on wooden planks with bedding. The bed that belonged to his brother was originally intended for a matchmaker-esque visit, meant to impress, but alas. Yes, my apologies, Uncle Jean. Yi Qingzhu. Having spent years on the streets, had developed a thick skin, yet in the presence of this stern yet meticulous man, she felt a pang of guilt. It is nothing. It is merely fate's misfortune. I shall fetch you some tools. The two borrowed the items and headed straight into the forest behind, where Uncle Jean was preparing salted fish, probably unsold in the county market. Meanwhile, the other two, laden with their supplies, made their way to the pharmacy. The old Taoist had taught them only a few days prior, and some medicinal herbs were merely dug up and dried. They were uncertain if this method was correct. A pharmacy assistant hurried back and forth, likely preparing medicine, while another man behind a tall counter dispensed herbs. They inquired with the guard at the city gate and learned that the clinic and pharmacy shared the same owner, hence they proceeded directly to the pharmacy. Once the assistant finished a round of service, Lu Cheng politely stepped forward to inquire, "Excuse me, I have brought some herbs I gathered myself. I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing them?" Nearby villagers also collected common herbs to sell, which were in high demand and easily obtainable. The shopkeeper replied, "Life is tough for everyone. If someone comes to sell herbs, as long as they are of decent quality, we offer fair prices." Thus, the assistant stepped out from behind the counter, gesturing for Lu Cheng to present his findings. Expecting common herbs like mugwort, the assistant was taken aback as the young boy began to display a variety of specimens, albeit in small quantities. Plantain, leech, earthworm, beehive, motherwort, and windproof herbs were among them. "This snake gall is the first I have ever procured, and I am unsure if it will be useful to you." The assistant appraised the two young children, dressed in self-made coarse linen garments and straw sandals, immediately identifying their impoverishment. "How did you come to know so many varieties?" "Yes, indeed." Seeing his brother display a hint of timidity, Tang Yuan stepped forward with a smile, saying, "My brother possesses some talent. He learned these from an old doctor. Believe me, among my 7 siblings, he is the only one with a good memory. You can see, our family is impoverished, and we are nearly out of food, which is why we thought to give this a try." "Very well, I will accept all these herbs. Please wait here, I will fetch the shopkeeper." Before long, a man in his 40s emerged with an abacus in hand. The assistant weighed the herbs and reported the quantities, while the shopkeeper assessed their quality and began calculating the price on the abacus. Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng held their breath, with Lu Cheng's hand tightly clenched within his sleeve. Tang Yuan nudged his brother with his shoulder, signaling him to relax. After what felt like the duration of a burning incense stick, the shopkeeper concluded the pricing and announced it. "Our Chishan Hall is known for fair pricing. Feel free to inquire in the county. If you are satisfied with the price, we can settle the payment right away." Before Lu Cheng could speak, Tang Yuan gratefully responded, "Thank you, shopkeeper. You are truly a good person. Today, we have encountered a benefactor. Whatever you say is acceptable." The shopkeeper stifled a laugh and instructed the young assistant to fetch the payment. "If you happen across good herbs in the future, feel free to come directly to us. Especially for snake gall, I will take as much as you can find." Lu Cheng was unsure how plentiful the snakes were in this area, but if there were no other means of earning money, he would not hesitate to search for snakes, which could also be brought back for snake soup. Tang Yuan accepted the silver, stuffing it into Lu Cheng's embrace without even counting it. They bid farewell to the shopkeeper and calmly exited with their goods. As Tang Yuan glanced around, he pulled Lu Cheng into a narrow alley on the right, placing a hand on his chest and gasping for breath. "Oh dear. Let me catch my breath." Lu Cheng leaned against the wall, grinning at his brother. "I thought you were more capable. Is this all you've got? Well, at least it's better than being speechless. Fortunately, I was with you, otherwise you would have embarrassed yourself looking like a fool." Lu Cheng reached into his clothing, feeling the newly acquired silver with delight. This was his first earned money in life. The two did not linger and headed straight home. Cautious by nature, even in joy, Tang Yuan made an effort to control his expressions. He advised Lu Cheng not to be overly conspicuous, considering that during their days of begging, even a slight display of emotion could attract the attention of other beggars. To safeguard their food, they had cultivated a sorrowful demeanor. They returned home, hearts brimming with excitement, only to find the house empty. Water was warming in the pot, indicating that the occupants had left only shortly before. Aside from the seaside, the only other place nearby was the cliff at the back. After a while, their elder brother and the others finally returned, dragging wood behind them. 3 bundles of freshly cut firewood were set beside the house, with Fu Lu wearing a stern expression while wielding a knife and axe. Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng stepped forward to lend a hand, and they placed the wood aside. Tang Yuan tugged at Fu Lu's little tuft of hair, asking, "Why do you look so glum? Who has upset you?" Fu Lu glanced at his elder siblings before muttering, "They wouldn't let me carry the firewood." Chapter 22. Training the younger siblings. "What? Just for that? It's not a big deal. You can make a round trip in no time. Cheer up." Tang Yuan pinched Fu Lu's face, which felt bony and lacked any flesh. Yi Qingzhu took a moment to catch her breath and said, "You don't know where to put it? I'll go. Where have those 2 girls gone?" Lu Cheng shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps they went visiting someone." Where could the 2 girls be? Yar had gone home to speak of gathering at the sea, while Panner, observing the sparse food at home, decided to take her chances at the seaside. Regardless of the nature of the venture, the primary goal was to procure something to satiate their hunger. Yar, filled with curiosity, accompanied her sister, both carrying a small basket and a wooden bucket as they made their way to the seaside. The briny sea breeze enveloped them, while flocks of seagulls circled overhead, occasionally diving down to snatch their prey and devour it. The 2 young women trudged through the gravelly sand with caution, wary of the sharp stones that might pierce their straw shoes, thus their pace was slow. Yar had only heard a few cursory remarks from Aunt Lier. She had never before experienced the coastline after the tide receded, a veritable treasure trove. Moreover, many of the items they encountered were unfamiliar to them, and in the end, they collected a few strands of seaweed that drifted along the shore to take home. Their first venture, though unfruitful, did not dishearten the sisters. On their way back, they discussed plans to return to the beach when time permitted, seeking further advice from their neighbors, confident that over time, they would learn how to thrive in this environment. 7 individuals huddled inside a humble abode. Lu Cheng retrieved the silver coins he had earned from selling herbs, revealing a shard of silver and 16 copper coins in his palm. The herbs he had gathered on the road were somewhat valuable, yet the remaining common herbs held little worth. They formed a circle on their tattered mat, placing the silver and copper coins in the center. 7 pairs of eyes fixated on their modest gains. Ling Jiao cast a furtive glance at Tang Yuan, who still clutched a small cloth pouch, aware that the scrutiny of their leader would not be easily evaded. Tang Yuan sensed Ling Jiao's gaze and suddenly remembered the contents of her possession, a chill running down her spine. Their leader had repeatedly forbidden them from stealing. Those who transgressed the rules would be cast out. However, the circumstances at the time had been exceptional, and she had assumed Ling Jiao had confided in their leader. With so few of them, and given their familiarity, it was near impossible for their exchanges to escape Yi Qingzhu's notice. As long as they did not cross the line, he was generally indifferent. Yet, Ling Jiao's next words inadvertently tread upon that very boundary. "Cough, cough, leader, there's something I wish to discuss with you privately. Could we step outside?" Ling Jiao did not want their leader to chastise Tang Yuan in front of the others. After all, they were comrades, and dignity mattered. Yi Qingzhu squinted, his gaze shifting between Ling Jiao and Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan gulped, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. Fortunately, their leader merely cast a brief look at them before rising to follow Ling Jiao outside. Inside, the remaining members debated what supplies the household urgently required. Whether Lu Cheng should continue gathering herbs, while Tang Yuan strained to listen for any commotion outside, half-heartedly engaging in the conversation. Ling Jiao took a few steps away before speaking briefly of the discoveries in Sanxi Town and the matter of Tang Yuan finding some silver. Yi Qingzhu, with his knife-like brows and a scar on his left temple, furrowed his brow as he regarded Ling Jiao. Unable to withstand the pressure, Ling Jiao averted her gaze, her eyes darting nervously. "We were in a hurry to leave, and I thought perhaps Sanxi Town was deserted." Closing her eyes, Ling Jiao bit her lip, exclaiming, "I did scold Tang Yuan at that time. He acknowledged his mistake, leader." Yi Qingzhu remained silent, casting a cold glance at Ling Jiao before turning away, gripping a thick wooden stick in his hand. Ling Jiao, panicking, shouted, "Leader, Tang Yuan, run." The warning hung on her lips, yet she found herself unable to voice it. The intensity of their leader's gaze was terrifying, akin to a serpent poised to strike. The discussions within the room abruptly ceased. Tang Yuan, in a state of panic, attempted to rise, but found her limbs trembling, collapsing back onto the mat. The 3 newcomers were oblivious to the history shared among the group. Yet the tone of Ling Jiao's voice hinted ominously, compounded by Tang Yuan's unusual behavior. Lu Cheng regarded Fu Lu with a puzzled expression, while the sound of Yi Qingzhu's footsteps echoed outside. leaving little time for inquiries as he instinctively shielded Tang Yuan behind him. Fulu's face tightened, her small head pondering how to placate their leader. Panner, pale and trembling, was reminded of her former parents, the anger radiating from Yi Qingju evoking memories of frequent beatings and scoldings. The shadow of that past lingered in her heart, never truly dissipating. Yar gasped, her elongated eyes widening in alarm as she hastily covered her mouth with her hand. She had never witnessed their leader in such a fierce demeanor. Even before any blows were struck, the atmosphere was intimidating. Yi Qingju slammed the staff down onto the ground, his voice cold as he declared, "If you're a man, step forward." Tang Yuan, previously biting his fingers in resignation behind Lu Cheng, understood that a beating was inevitable. Yet, he doubted whether their leader would truly expel him. In a surge of desperation, he pulled Lu Cheng aside and crawled forward until he was an arm's length from Yi Qingju. "Leader, I was wrong." "Oh? Wrong? In what way?" Yi Qingju leaned on his wooden staff, a hint of amusement flickering across his stern visage. The onlookers, as well as Ling Jiao who had followed him outside, dared not breathe a word. Tang Yuan's voice trembled as he confessed, "I should not have rifled through the hidden silver." Yi Qihu tapped the staff lightly, the damp wood emitting a muted sound. "Is that all?" With his head lowered even further, Tang Yuan murmured, "I should not have kept it from you, leader." "Very well. It seems you are still mindful of my rules, and you are aware of the consequences, correct?" One might mistake Yi Qingju's tone for casual conversation were it not for the tension in the air. Tang Yuan's knees touched the ground, 2 spots of moisture forming beneath him. He truly regarded Yi Qingju as an elder brother, and it had been an instinctive act to take that pouch of silver. After all, the journey had been fraught with peril, where death had nearly claimed them multiple times. While others resorted to consuming dirt, they had not dared to partake. When others turned to cannibalism, they had distanced themselves. Surviving this ordeal felt as if they were under the protection of some deity. With closed eyes, Tang Yuan raised his gaze defiantly to meet Yi Qingju's. "Brother, whether you believe me or not, I never harbored any thoughts of theft. How have we survived this journey? Did second sister not keep that pouch of silver untouched? Today, if you were to strike me down, I would accept it without protest. As brothers, I ask for just one favor." Yi Qingju nodded, his tone softening. "Speak. If I can grant it, I shall not refuse." Tang Yuan forced a smile that resembled tears. "Please, don't cast me away, all right?" Compared to their days of begging in Sanxi Town, Tang Yuan appeared even thinner. His round eyes, now sunken, glistened with cautious pleading. Chapter 23. Who Lost It? Even at a distance from other households, the commotion reached a few nearby families. Aunt Li from next door was mending a fishing net and observed the commotion from afar, shocked to see the eldest son of the Yi family brandishing such a hefty stick. "What on earth is happening?" she shouted, prompting those who could leave their work to rush towards the Yi household. Who is Yi Qingju? He had never shied away from confronting beggars over territory. Ling Jiao and Lu Cheng together were no match for him. With a swift turn on the sandy ground, he sent them sprawling several paces away. Seizing the moment, the stick landed squarely on Tang Yuan's chest, and the younger ones dared to interfere with his discipline, as if the world had turned upside down. Yi Qingju, incensed by the thought that these few might one day take advantage of him due to Tang Yuan, could no longer contain his frustration. Yar, terrified, could only weep, while Hulu and Panner pleaded for their brother to show mercy, refusing to yield even an inch. "Hulu, you can stay out of this. But you two wish to face my wrath alongside Tang Yuan?" Hulu, pursing her lips in silence, opened her frail arms. Yi Qingju, exasperated, exclaimed, "Fine. Fine. Fine. Have you all grown wings then? Am I nothing but a laughingstock as your leader?" When Aunt Li finally arrived, breathless and concerned, Yi Qingju had already struck Tang Yuan a second time in the stomach. "Oh dear, what has happened? Why resort to such harshness with a disobedient child?" With a heavy heart, Yi Qingju sighed, "Alas, Tang Yuan, you have called me leader for many years. We share a bond akin to life and death. The rules were established by me, and today, I have broken them for you. In the future, as Bamboo Leaf Ching, I shall have no regard for reputation or integrity. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If you cannot control your hands, then I shall no longer consider you my brother." Grabbing Tang Yuan by the collar, I dragged him outside. The others, fearful of incurring the wrath of the elder brother, could not stand idly by as Tang Yuan faced punishment and was driven away. So they hastily squeezed out of the small dwelling. Ling Jiao and Lu Cheng each grasped one of Yi Qingju's arms, attempting to soothe their elder brother's temper, reminding him that they were all kin. Meanwhile, several younger ones shielded Tang Yuan, resembling chicks protecting their mother hen. And, do not interfere. This rascal covets what does not belong to him. Even if the county magistrate were here, I would still beat him to death. Aunt Li had never encountered such a fierce child and, in a state of confusion, tried to stop Yi Qingzhu, glancing at the older boys to inquire about the situation. Little Shun village was small, and in no time, almost every household had sent someone, encircling the small house tightly. When Elder Jean arrived, the crowd parted to make way for him. Yi Darling, what is the meaning of this? Put down the stick. Yi Qizhu, with eyes ablaze, surveyed the gathering crowd. Had this been in the past, not only would they have refrained from intervening, but they would have also carefully considered their own abilities before daring to witness the spectacle of the venomous bamboo leaf qing. Unbeknownst to him, this little fishing village had become a place of meddling and gossip. Elder Jean, a robust figure, pushed his way to Yi Qingzhu's side, seizing the stick and tossing it to someone behind him. Darling, you can trust Uncle, right? No one here means any harm. Your brother has erred, and punishment is warranted. But unless it involves murder or arson, we must not resort to lethal force. Yi Qingzhu retorted with venom, and what if he has broken the law? Gasps of shock echoed around him. While many things could be overlooked, in the eyes of the common folk, violations of the law branded one as a heartless villain. Yi Tangyuan, merely a child of just over 10 years, what wrong could he have committed? Elder Jean pressed on, Yi Darling, he is your own brother, who has survived perilous times. You claim he has broken the law. Pray tell, what crime has he committed? It cannot simply be determined by your mere words. Yi Qingzhu, in anguish, shut his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. Theft. Upon hearing this, the crowd relaxed. After all, children, especially those of such tender age, often found themselves in mischief. Their own offspring frequently raided gardens for scallions and carrots. It hardly constituted a grave offense. Elder Jean echoed this sentiment. Darling, it is merely youthful folly. He took something that belonged to someone else, so take your brother back and apologize sincerely. Let this be a lesson not to repeat. Did you truly think this warranted such a heavy stick? Good heavens, a blow like that could incapacitate an adult. Yi Qingzhu seemed to lose all strength in an instant. His gaze fixed on the visibly sweating Tang Yuan. You speak for yourself. With all the elders present, let them judge. Did I err in striking you? Was it too harsh? Tang Yuan, stifling his pain, replied haltingly, Uncles and aunts, it was my fault. I should not have taken the silver. If my brother beats me to death, then I deserve it. Little Shun village was exceedingly poor. Silver was a rare commodity to behold. During bountiful fishing seasons, they might gather some copper coins. But in lean times, they bartered in the markets. Being so close to the sea, unless one was too lazy to move, the unclaimed ocean was open for anyone to fish. The county magistrate would not impede them. Whispers circulated among the crowd. For few households in the village had any silver stored away, and those that did guarded it with utmost care, checking their hiding spots repeatedly. No one had reported any silver missing. Moreover, Little Shun village had never seen a thief in all its years by the sea. The first question on everyone's mind was, who lost the silver? The second, when was it lost? This child appeared quite honest, with bright, large eyes and a sweet demeanor. How could he possibly be a thief? Elder Jean looked quizzically at his wife, who shook her head, indicating they had not lost any silver, before turning back to Tang Yuan with a complex expression. Child, how could you make such a mistake? Listen to your uncle and return the silver promptly. We're all from the same village. Darling, if the child is disobedient, he must be disciplined properly. You are the eldest. Without parents to watch over you, you must take greater care. Everyone with work to do, please return home. Tang Yuan let out a bitter laugh. Uncle Jean, we're not going back yet. Those who had originally intended to leave hesitated, for such excitement was a rarity in decades. Elder Jin's face darkened, blinded by momentary anger. He realized the child was still young, and ruining his future over such a small matter was unthinkable. However, having stolen silver and then spent it was an entirely different matter. With no one else to turn to, they looked to Yi Qingzhu. Darling, what do you propose? Ling Jiao, unable to contain her temper, stomped her foot. Uncle, esteemed uncles and aunts, we did not touch a single coin. With that, she dashed back into the house, retrieving the small gray cloth pouch to show the crowd. I did not lie. This was given to me by the third brother, and I have never opened it. The pouch remains unchanged. It got dirty on the road, but I swear by all that is sacred, we truly do not know how much money is inside. Elder Jean, Perplexed, inquired, "Girl, I am utterly confused. What is truly happening here?" Chapter 24. Resolution. Seeing that Elder Jean did not intend to stop her, Ling Jiao recounted the entire story like a torrent. "In my hometown, there was a flood. We had just narrowly escaped to the mountains, and when the waters receded, we went to town to look for necessities as we prepared to leave. This boy stumbled upon a small pouch of silver, and the elder said we could beg. But we must not steal. Anyone who steals must leave. However, at that moment, the entire town was deserted, and we were too preoccupied to think about such matters. I scolded him briefly and promptly forgot about it. We then fled from the disaster, suffering immensely along the way, nearly dying several times. At no point did I think to use that pouch of silver. Today, the third and fourth brothers returned from the county town after selling medicinal herbs and noticed the silver, which prompted this entire debacle. I, with my fiery temper, mentioned it to the elder, who then wanted to beat him to death. Elder brother, we do not even know if the owner of the silver is alive. How can we expect Tang Yuan to return it?" This was indeed a difficult situation to resolve. Elder Jean pondered for a moment before stating, "This is a matter for the Yi family. Let us disperse. Wife, return home and prepare the boat. We set out to sea tomorrow." Taking the lead, Elder Jean prompted others to consider that the silver did not belong to them. Moreover, their lives were at stake. Whether it was found or stolen was a matter for the magistrates to determine. The Yi family fell silent. The 7 siblings stood at the front of the house, the sea breeze blowing gently, their disheveled hair occasionally brushing against their cheeks. Lu Cheng observed Tang Yuan's increasingly distressed expression and thought that the 2 blows from the elder brother would have been better placed on his back, or even his behind, anything but the heart, lest it lead to something worse. Yi Qingju's temples throbbed. This boy had caused quite the spectacle, leaving them all a source of ridicule. "Tang Yuan, you tell me, how should I deal with you? If I do not strike you, I am seen as unjust. If I do strike you, your siblings will protect you and resent me." Tang Yuan looked at Yi Qingju in confusion. The elder brother's face was a mask of struggle. Looking at the others, he saw their faces filled with concern. He wanted to smile, but the pain in his chest contorted his expression. "Elder brother, you are the eldest. However you choose to punish me, I will accept it. Just don't abandon me." With no outsiders present, Tang Yuan shed tears, looking up as he did. Ever since following Yi Qingju, they had not cried again. Yi Qingju reminisced about the myriad moments of the past few years, recalling how Tang Yuan always managed to procure more food than the others. There were several instances when they returned empty-handed, relying on Tang Yuan to endure the long, frigid nights of winter. Did expelling him ease his heart? Yet, when it comes to words, one must hold true to their promises. Ling Jia pleaded, "Boss, if you choose to strike him, we shall not intervene. However, we have weathered storms together." Lu Cheng stood across from Yi Qingju, proposing, "Elder brother, I have a suggestion for you. Would you care to listen?" Yi Qingju remained non-committal, and Lu Cheng took this as tacit approval. Proceeding calmly, Tang Yuan's taking of silver is indeed wrong. To take without asking is akin to theft. "Tang Yuan, do you acknowledge this?" Tang Yuan, with bleary eyes and oblivious to Lu Cheng's intentions to ensnare him, weakly replied, "I do." Lu Cheng continued, "It is only right for the elder brother to discipline his younger siblings. Do you not agree, Tang Yuan?" "I agree." "Very well then, elder brother. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue beyond measure. Furthermore, in times of crisis, when silver lies amidst ruins, one may gather it, as can others." "Tang Yuan harbors no ill intent, does he?" Yi Qingju's eyes flickered. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Lu Cheng replied, "The fault lies with Tang Yuan, and he has accepted the punishment. After the punishment, Tang Yuan shall depart." The rest of the group was incensed. Ling Jiao first pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Cheng, exclaiming, "Lu Cheng, was this intentional? Do you hold a grudge?" Hulu coldly interjected, "Despicable." Panner and Yor widened their eyes, particularly Yar, who could not fathom how her own brother could act thus. Even Yi Qingju was taken aback, re-evaluating the youth before him. He was his brother, yearning for a harmonious life with all 7 of them. Yet, Lu Cheng did not appear to be jesting. What scheme was he concocting? Lu Cheng remained still until they had finished their tirade, then spoke again. "From this moment forth, the Yi family shall have no Tang Yuan, only the 3rd brother Yi Tang Yuan." "Elder brother, do you concur?" Beneath the autumn sun, the youth's face shone with a glimmer, leaving everyone astonished that matters could be resolved in such a manner. Yi Qingju smiled, and Lu Cheng too smiled. Within each other's eyes, they perceived something different. Tang Yuan broke free from Fulu's grasp, awkwardly kneeling in the sand. Lu Cheng was acting for his benefit, a kindness he would remember, as long as elder brother would grant him another chance. Yi Qingzhu stepped forward, retrieving a stick as thick as an infant's arm, weighing it in his hand, each step imbued with solemnity. He stood firmly before Tang Yuan, declaring, "All of you, step back. This matter lies solely between Zhu Yi and Tang Yuan. You, especially the three of you, have no right to intervene." Lu Cheng had intended to share in Tang Yuan's burden, but upon hearing this, could only awkwardly withdraw his foot. Replaying elder brother's words in his mind, and pondering them further, Lu Cheng's eyes brightened once more. The others retreated beside Ling Jiao and Lu Cheng, realizing that elder brother might truly be prepared to commit a grave act. Lu Cheng poked Ling Jiao's arm, who, still embarrassed from having scolded Lu Cheng, dared not meet his gaze. "Second sister, think of a solution." Ling Jiao suddenly turned her head, and Fulu along with Panner also looked towards Lu Cheng. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhu had begun to act, asking with each strike if Tang Yuan understood his wrongdoing. Ling Jiao asked Lu Cheng, "What else can I think of? Have you come up with something? Speak quickly, before someone is killed." Lu Cheng replied, "Elder brother said we three have no qualifications. You all share a bond from growing up together. Go and intervene, shed some tears. Does elder brother have no regard for his reputation? Quickly, provide a way out." Lingju pulled Lu Cheng close, ruffling his hair, and moments before he had bared his teeth in laughter, she turned and ran to Yi Qingzhu, crying out, "Elder brother, please show mercy. We are brothers. Look how glorious we once were, and now it seems we are left with only a few. How can you bear to be so harsh?" Though usually taciturn, Fulu was genuinely pleading now, "Elder brother, strike me instead, but spare third brother. We will certainly obey you in the future. I beg you." Seeing Yi Qingzhu's movements noticeably slow, Lu Cheng stifled a laugh, exchanging glances with the two sisters. And amidst the chaos, someone snatched the stick from Yi Qingzhu's hand and hurled it far away. Lu Cheng and Panner worked together to pull elder brother away, leaving Ling Jiao and Fulu to watch over Yu Tangyuan. Although Jean Lauda had dispersed the crowd, several households nearby were still attentive to the happenings of the Yi family children. Chapter 25, Balance. Life had become arduous, which is why Shaoshan village had always been kind to its inhabitants. Yet, should kindness attract wolves, there would be no place to purchase regret. Yi Qingzhu was dragged to the edge of a cliff, with Lu Cheng and Panner assisting him, concerned that their elder brother's temper might still linger and lead him back to unleash his wrath upon Tangwan. Yi Qingzhu too felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Throughout the bitter winters and scorching summers, they had stood by each other. He was merely frustrated by the boy's lack of ambition. "What are you two up to? It's about time we head back." Yi Qingzhu had spent the entire morning chopping wood, and punishing Tangwan had indeed taken its toll, leaving him weary. Lu Cheng discreetly gauged Yi Qingzhu's expression, sensing that he no longer seemed angry. Thus, he made a symbolic suggestion. "Elder brother, I noticed some cocklebur growing nearby. I thought to gather some and see if the apothecary would buy them. If not, could you lend me a hand?" Panner readily agreed, both pairs of eyes fixed on Yi Qingzhu, her emotions a tangle. On such a day, it felt good to know that Yi Qingzhu had brothers who would protect him. Even if Yi Qingzhu chose to show mercy, by nightfall, Tangyuan still fell ill. Lu Cheng regretted it. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to trade his hard-earned herbs for money. The Yi family was in disarray, completely unaware that news of Yi Dalong's furious beating of his brother had already spread through Shaoshan village. Aside from the elder women who felt a pang of sympathy, the adults all shared the same thought. Yi Dalong was indeed a sensible person one could negotiate with. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black, and with no oil left for a single lamp at home, the small dwelling contained little furniture. Yar and Fulu remained beside Tangwan to replace the cool cloths, while Ling Jiao tended the fire. The older and younger siblings had all worked tirelessly throughout the day, and it was essential to fill their stomachs. They chopped the cleaned kelp and added half a radish. The radish and kelp soup, devoid of any oil, was as authentic as it could be. Aside from the delirious Tangwan, the rest of them managed to drink a bowl. Lu Cheng quietly remarked to Yi Qingzhu, "Elder brother, this cannot go on. I only know a few types of herbs and cannot formulate a prescription. Shall we not hire a doctor?" Yi Qingzhu showed a flicker of interest, but the spark in his eyes quickly dimmed, returning to calmness. In the darkness, no one noticed. "We all have fragile lives, do not worry, he will pull through. At this hour, the county gates were already closed, and even if they could summon a doctor from outside, they feared they could not afford the consultation and medication. Lu Cheng wanted to persuade further, but was tugged at by Fulu. Resigned, Lu Cheng could only remain silent. That night, all 7 of them huddled together. With Tanghuan rambling in his sleep, much of it about affairs in Sanxi Town. Ling Jiao listened with a heavy heart, her eyes wide open, gazing at the unseen ceiling. Just before dawn, Tang Yuan's fever subsided considerably, and the others felt a slight relief. Already weakened, after a day and night of turmoil, exhaustion overtook them. And the 7 siblings leaned against each other, falling asleep. The men gathered at the village entrance paid their respects to the sea goddess, while Jean Lauda gazed towards the house that had remained still for a long time. Everyone assumed Jean Lauda was lost in thoughts of his lost brother, and none dared to interrupt. In truth, Jean Lauda was no longer as sorrowful. From the very first day at sea, they understood that their lives would eventually return to the ocean. He was merely awaiting Yi Dalao. Although he did not articulate it yesterday, had Yi Dalao been sufficiently astute, he would have sought him out at home last night. This morning, he harbored a sense of cautious inquiry. In a village with so few households, mutual assistance is imperative. Otherwise, life in the county will only become more arduous. Hence, whenever new families settle in Shaoshan village, they are greeted with warmth and hospitality. At that moment, Yi Qingju was still in deep slumber, oblivious to the prayers of the men, utterly exhausted. Jean Lauda furrowed his brow. The silence from the household was puzzling. Nevertheless, they could not afford to delay their maritime departure. They had acted with integrity, and now fortune would play its part. When the children of the Yi family awoke, the village men had already set sail. Yi Tanghuan was roused from thirst. Fulu, who slept beside him, scrambled up and navigated around his siblings to fetch some water from outside. With injuries on both sides, Yi Tanghuan could only lie on his side, and with Fulu's assistance, he drained a bowl of water, observing the orderly arrangement of people on the straw mat, feeling a tightness in his chest that he could not discern whether it was due to his wounds or something else. As he regained consciousness, the pain became increasingly apparent, and he could not suppress the involuntary groans that escaped his lips. Hearing him, the others stirred and, upon noticing that Yi Tanghuan had cooled down, they finally found some solace. Thus, some began to cook, while others fetched water. Yar finally recalled Aunt Li'er's mention of the vegetable garden. After sipping the vegetable soup, the 7 gathered in the large house where the boys resided to discuss their forthcoming plans. Yi Qingju declared, Ling Jiao, accompanied by Lu Cheng. You 2 shall head to the county later to procure some essential supplies for the household. Bring me that bag of dubious silver. No one is allowed to touch it. To Panner and Fulu, he instructed, you 2 will join me in the back to tend to the garden. Yar, you stay and keep an eye on your 3rd brother. No one voiced any objections, but Yi Tanghuan was displeased, exclaiming, Elder brother, I can manage on my own. There is no need to assign someone to me. Yi Qingju shot a stern glance at the troublesome lad, retorting, do you need to crawl outside just to fetch a drink of water? You should focus on recuperating. The household is bustling with matters, and you seem to have a talent for shirking responsibilities at the most opportune times. Yi Qingju pondered that they could no longer live off alms. They needed a semblance of a home, akin to the heads of families he had once encountered, striving to ensure that his younger siblings bore no grievances in their hearts. Yi Tanghuan was not foolish. He replied earnestly, once I have healed, I will contribute more. I will owe you for now. Ling Jiao, casually seated, remarked, that sounds splendid. When a significant task arises, you can charm our grandmother and aunt for some vegetable seeds when the harvest is due. Yi Tanghuan nodded in agreement. That is no problem. Lu Cheng, smiling, added, then 3rd brother cannot show favoritism. You must accompany me to catch snakes, as snake gall is worth a fair amount of silver. 14, the youngest, piped up, 3rd brother. Could you promise me one thing? Ling Jiao, feeling for his 2 younger sisters, playfully poked her forehead. How could he refuse? As an elder brother, he must look after his sisters, right, 3rd brother? 2nd sister speaks the truth. Feel free to ask, Yi Tanghuan encouraged. Panner's eyes brightened, her long, curled lashes fluttering, as if illuminated. Just help me gather some hemp. Oh, what a trivial matter. So long as the villagers remain silent, I can assist you in harvesting the nearby hemp. Yi Tanghuan said, pleased. Panner beamed, grateful that there might come a day when she could rely on her non-blood-related elder brother and indulge in her whims. When it came to Fulu, the boy, feeling stifled, simply stated, "Third brother, when will you learn to go to sea? Bring me back a big turtle." Chapter 26, Busyness. The others were taken aback. What on earth would one do with such a creature? Yu Tangyuan casually remarked, "A minor matter." Only then did he realize he was referring to a sea turtle, prompting him to inquire, "But why do you want that?" Fulu stubbornly remained silent. "Fine. If you want to speak, once I learn a few skills from Uncle Jean, I will surely catch one for you." The youngest, Yar, brightened, saying, "I would like to plant a couple of pepper trees at the cliff in the back come spring. Could you help me dig the holes?" They were like weeds by the roadside, thriving amidst adversity, their spirits unyielding as long as there was a glimmer of hope. The group set out to work. Passing by the village as well, where they encountered the ants washing clothes, learning that the men had already set sail. Yet, Yi Qingju felt no regret. The journey must be taken step by step, and they had no boat, even the fishing nets belonged to Uncle Jin's brother. The vegetable garden was roughly divided among families, a little over an acre in total, with each household having a small plot. Unlike their homeland, Taizhou seemed particularly fond of growing cabbage and radishes of various hues, green, red, white, all of which appeared indistinguishable to him. The courtyard still bore some withered vegetable leaves, remnants of an unknown crop. After a thorough inspection, they realized their inexperience in farming left them unable to discern the best places to plow. At that moment, two women approached to gather vegetables, and Yi Qingju seized the opportunity to inquire about the best spots for planting. They not only advised him on selecting locations, but also mentioned that if they could organize the garden early, they might still have time to plant something before winter. By the village entrance, Aunt Han expertly harvested chives while sharing insights about which vegetables thrived in each household, advising them to consult others if they were uncertain. Panner knelt to assist Aunt Han, having more experience in farming than the rest of them. Yi Qingju, along with his siblings, expressed their gratitude to the two aunts before clearing the weeds in the northern section. Based on their orientation, they deduced that their current residence was in the northeast. Shaoshun village was not perfectly square or orderly. The garden extended northward, a few steps away from their home. However, Panner remarked that with so many siblings, all at an age where they consumed copiously, the northern area would suffice and expansion could be considered in a year or two. The three began to clear away weeds taller than themselves and larger stones, leaving the weeds in a sunlit area. The yellowing leaves would soon be suitable for kindling. Upon returning home at noon, Ling Jiao purchased 30 pounds of rice bran and a pound of polished rice from the county, knowing that the third brother needed nourishment to heal. The rice bran, costing 2 for 3 pounds, was all they could afford. She bought only a pound of pork lard to render, knowing that without a pot, they would have to wait to eat until the sea breeze arrived. In Shaoshun village, families did not purchase salt, they simply collected seawater to boil their own. A rougher product, but one that saved quite a bit over the year. As the weather grew colder, it remained uncertain whether Taizhou's winter would be lethal. The evenings were growing increasingly chilly. Panner mentioned she could spin hemp thread and needed 2 needles of different lengths. Ling Jiao thought, what a hassle, but did not expect that selecting them at the stall would be so burdensome, with the small items available in dozens of varieties. Ultimately, it was Lu Qing who explained to the vendor that one type was for sewing clothes while the other was for shoes. 2 needles and a pair of scissors, costing 11 when due to being made of iron, made Ling Jiao feel quite distressed. Had it not been for Lu Qing's persuasive efforts to obtain a discount, they would have spent an additional one. Ling Jiao was aware of the value of these items. In Sanxi Town, a pair of scissors could sell for 18 won, and they were already much cheaper in Linnao County. However, with little silver in hand, every expenditure felt like a loss, leading to anxiety. Yar prepared kelp and a piece of winter melon to cook, hoping to have something tasty for her siblings upon their return. As for the rice bran, she was unsure how to prepare it. The group returned from the garden, their hands full. One of the aunts had gifted them a large bundle of chives, while another had provided several roots of spicy vegetables. Fortunately, when Panner is at home, she is skilled in various tasks. As soon as her aunt mentions a recipe, Panner comprehends it instantly. With work awaiting her in the afternoon, she retrieves a large bowl of rice bran, plucks a handful of leaves from the spicy vegetable roots, washes them thoroughly, and chops them finely. Before long, a pot of vegetable leaf porridge begins to bubble enticingly. It is a rare delight to indulge in a hearty meal at home. Each household has constructed a makeshift latrine at the back, And while the current residences possess such facilities, they lack a shed for storing firewood. After all, Uncle Jean lived alone before, and the other room served merely as a storage space. During a lull after their meal, Yi Qingzhu inquired about everyone's thoughts. Ling Jiao, contemplating the increasingly frigid weather, suggested, "Elder brother, we should find a way to insulate the mats. Otherwise, I fear we won't be able to sleep through the winter." At this moment, Tang Yuan perked up, interjecting, "I have an idea. Have you noticed what is most abundant outside?" Ling Jiao replied, "Sand, of course. Step into it, and your shoes are filled. It's quite abrasive." Tang Yuan continued, "Since sand is plentiful, let us devise a method to bring it inside, using something to cover it, which would provide insulation and softness. The only issue is that sand is too loose, and I cannot think of a way to contain it at the moment." Fu Lu, while whittling wood, proposed, "We could construct a wooden fence in the courtyard and tightly pack the gaps with dry grass." Panner added, "We should also find some yellow earth, mixing it with straw to coat the inside and outside layers, then dry it before filling it with sand." This method sounds quite feasible, doesn't it? Yi Qingzhu observed the younger ones, recalling how they had all slept on sand beneath eaves in the streets. Thus, she instructed Panner and Fu Lu, "You two should gather the necessary materials this afternoon while the rest of us tend to the garden." Ling Jia ventured out to borrow a hoe, and as they walked, they discussed the need to acquire their own tools like hoes and sickles. Fortunately, in Shaoshan village, fishing was the primary occupation, so the farming tools were mainly used for tending to vegetable gardens. In other places, families treasured their tools like precious gems, unlike them, who often borrowed without hesitation, risking scorn. Yi Qingzhu focused on clearing the roots of the shrubs, while the other two collected small stones. The sun shone brightly, and soon they were sweating. Occasionally, when they stumbled upon herbs known to Lu Cheng, they carefully gathered them to dry and sell in the city. Every little bit adds up, and at present, there were no other means of income. Meanwhile, Panner and Fu Lu scoured for dry grass and sought yellow earth up the mountain, occasionally checking in on Tang Yuan. When he was beaten, it was merely painful, but later, when he almost faced expulsion from the house by his elder brother, it was a genuine fear. Now, observing everyone bustling about, feeling utterly unhelpful and needing someone to care for his basic needs, he felt an indescribable discomfort. Chapter 27. Rendering Lard. Yi Qingzhu disciplined firmly. Knowing that the chance for freedom would take some time, Tang Yuan pondered what he could contribute, and before he realized it, he had drifted off to sleep. Fu Lu, though inherently lazy, was engrossed in crafting various small tools. As they felt they had collected enough dry grass, Panner glanced at the sky, realizing there was no time left to mix the yellow earth, and decided to head inside to prepare dinner. Noticing that Tang Yuan was still asleep, Fu Lu took a small dagger to carve wood. He fashioned a small wooden shovel for Lu Cheng to dig herbs, embedding a shell at the top, and proceeded to make a rake. He roasted appropriately sized pieces of wood over the fire, stripping bark, thinning them, and shaping the ends. Cautiously, he roasted the damp wood pieces over the fire, having no prior instruction on how thoroughly they needed to be roasted, leading to the first two being ruined. Only the third began to take shape. Utilizing the heat, he bent the wood pieces, and once he found the rhythm, he worked more swiftly. Since the family could not afford lamp oil, the three working in the garden had to return home early. They dusted off the dirt from their pant legs and removed the prickly burrs clinging to them. As they slipped off their shoes, the sand, having soaked up the sun all day, still retained warmth. Their soles felt warm while the cool breeze caressed their insteps, a sensation of utter freedom and comfort. After fetching water to wash up, Panner had also completed cooking. With no leeks to spare, she could only afford to slice a small piece of pork skin to scrape the bottom of the pot. After cleaning and cutting the vegetables into sections, she tossed them into the pot, giving them a quick stir before adding a generous amount of salt, thus completing the dish. Aside from Tang Yuan, who had a bowl of rice porridge, the others still had to eat rice bran. Early the next morning, Fu Lu clinked about in front of the house, hammering wood. Panner washed and dried the oil jar, cutting the pork lard she had purchased into small pieces, placing them in cold water in a pot. After a moment's thought, she added some green onions, ginger, and a handful of Sichuan peppercorns, then set the heat to low to slowly render the fat. Panner diligently monitored the heat at home. She was well practiced in these tasks. However, she had never tasted a single morsel of cracklings. During the years when her mother had not given birth to her younger brother, they had not indulged in such delicacies. The aroma of the meat wafted far and wide, tantalizing both Tang Yuan inside the house and Fulu outside. Especially for Fulu, still young. He swallowed hard, desperately trying to distract himself by carving wood. Tang Yuan, lying indoors, felt restless, unable to hide or partake. He was tormented by the longing for Panner's company. "Ye Panner, what are you doing?" "I'm rendering lard, third brother. Otherwise, the meat will spoil," Panner muttered, poking at the stove with a fire stick. Not long after, the pot began to sizzle, and Tang Yuan inquired again, "Sister, how long will it take?" "Third brother. Do you need water or a bathroom break?" "This takes time. The process requires patience." Tang Yuan scratched his mat, longing to escape and indulge in the lard. I neither want water nor to go out." "Panner, does this mean we'll have something delicious for lunch? It smells so divine." "I should have let Fulu take me outside." Panner observed the color of the pot. A pound of pork lard was not much, and after rendering, there would be cracklings to remove, leaving the remaining oil to savor gradually. The residual oil in the pot was reserved for cooking. "Third brother, what are you hoping to eat?" "Oh, my foolish sister. We have so little to eat at home. You decide what we'll have." The vegetables gifted by the neighbors were nearly finished, leaving only a bit of seaweed found that day and a few spicy vegetable roots. Panner felt a twinge of worry. Such a splendid opportunity was wasted with no vegetables to cook, letting so much oil go to waste. Fulu set aside the rake he had made. Its handle straight and smooth, the tines unevenly spaced, he had truly given it his all. Around noon, Lucheng returned briefly to fetch a basket, catching the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the house. "Panner, find me a basket. I've discovered something wonderful." Lucheng entered the house, suppressing his excitement. Panner called out to Fulu, "Sixth brother, grab a basket for fourth brother. I still have some time left." Lucheng stood by the stove, inhaling deeply, just like a child. At this point, Panner extinguished the fire, carefully extracting the fried green onions, ginger, and peppercorns from the pot, placing the cracklings in a separate bowl. She scooped a bit of relatively clean salt from the salt jar and added it to the oil, tossing in a handful of yellow beans, and after a gentle stir, poured it into the oil jar. The pot that had rendered the oil gleamed, filling the room with an aromatic fragrance. Had Fulu not entered looking for someone, Lucheng might have hesitated to leave the spot. Fulu urged Lucheng, "Fourth brother, if you don't hurry out, fifth sister will finish cooking lunch." Lucheng retaliated playfully. "You rascal, does my enjoying the aroma hinder you in any way? You've already had your share. Go on, go on. What's yours is yours, and I'm off." Once Panner had tidied up, the two worked together to assist Tang Yuan to the latrine. It was still early, and Panner, along with Fulu, went to help at the back, bringing along the newly crafted rake. The treasures Lucheng spoke of were medicinal herbs, and although he did not hail from a family of healers, having tasted success in selling herbs, he became increasingly dedicated to foraging. Especially, Yara accompanied them as the siblings excitedly gathered herbs at the edge of the garden. Lingjiao complained to her elder brother, "What are those two doing? Aren't they neglecting their responsibilities? Why don't you do something about it?" King paused to wipe the sweat from her brow and asked Lingjiao, "What do you mean by responsibilities? Haven't they exchanged the herbs they gathered for silver on the way? And what about the third? Doesn't he have even a single coin hidden away? Isn't it all in your possession? Wasn't it you who spent it all yesterday?" "Lingjiao, do not focus on their faults. We are 7 of us, and we shall live together henceforth. I do not wish for you to harbor any grudges." Lingjiao was merely concerned that they were too frivolous, without any ill intent. "I understand, elder brother. I can't help but feel that the two of them have never shared a meal with us, which feels a bit off. I comprehend your feelings, yet they, along with even Panner, seem to grasp the essence of living better than us." The siblings, Lucheng and his sister, were oblivious to the conversation between the elder brother and sister as they continued to discover an abundance of herbs like sweet wormwood and rehmannia, and unexpectedly found 2 patches of patchouli and a cluster of goji berries. When Panner and the other arrived, they only saw the elder brother and sister and inquired about the whereabouts of the others. Lingjiao replied, "They went to dig for good things. Perhaps you should consider what we urgently need at home." Realizing this, Lingjiao ceased to dwell on whether the others would help tidy up the small vegetable garden. Compared to the barren land that would not yield harvest until next year, which required her to sow seeds and water, it was evident that what Lucheng and the others were doing was more pertinent to solving immediate issues. She had been mistaken. The task of collecting stones was taken over by Panner and Fulu, while Lingjiao picked up a rake to begin leveling the ground that had been dug up. "Tang Yuan, Waiting at home for a long time without seeing anyone return, was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ironically, he was lying on the ground and unable to move. Though he gritted his teeth and voiced complaints about everyone, he could not suppress his worries. The others, busy at work, had completely lost track of time. Those gathering herbs were in high spirits, while those tending the garden found joy in the sight of a patch of soil devoid of greenery. Chapter 28: Vegetable Seeds. It was only when Panner noticed that the sun was setting that she called for everyone to head home. Lucheng carefully picked the orange-red goji berries, reluctant to part with them. King remarked, "Do you think that thing can sprout legs and run away? Let's head home, if worst comes to worst. We can always dig them up and plant them by the garden later, and you can harvest them every year to exchange for money." Lucheng chuckled and replied, "You have a point. Once I handle these, I'll make a trip to the city in a couple of days." By mid-afternoon, Tang Yuan finally saw them returning and initially wanted to scold them for their carelessness, but instead, he lamented, "Why did you all take so long to come back? There's still someone at home who needs to breathe." His words made everyone laugh, as they had indeed forgotten about him. Panner intended to go inside to cook, but was stopped by King. "Let us take a short break first. Let us surround the sand bed in the room. We'll cook dinner early tonight since there isn't much food at home. Let us save a bit." "Understood, elder brother. The wood, straw, and yellow earth are all ready. But how can we sleep tonight if the yellow mud doesn't dry properly?" Lingjiao, who was washing her hands, cheerfully replied, "What's the big deal? We three can share the bed, and they can squeeze together on the floor. It'll be warm next to the stove." King and the others gulped down a bowl of water and casually wiped their mouths with their sleeves. "Let us give it a try, if it's comfortable. We'll set one up in your room too." Lucheng laughed and said, "Then little Seven will have plenty to do. I wonder if the reeds here are easy to find. We don't have enough mats yet." After joking and resting for a while, Lucheng laid out his medicinal herbs to dry in an open area, and everyone worked together to secure the wooden fence inside the house. Though referred to as a wooden fence, it was merely a simple arrangement of sticks of similar thickness. King observed that it was not very stable, so she took some people to the back cliff to gather a number of stones. They piled stones along both sides of the wooden fence and used chopped dry straw mixed with yellow earth to seal the gaps. After a flurry of activity, they were all exhausted. The girls entered to prepare dinner, while the boys gathered dry firewood to roast the yellow mud inside. Dinner was quite sumptuous, finally graced with some oil, leaving everyone so full that they could hardly squat down. In contrast to the chaotic efforts of the children from the Yi family, the other families in Shaoshun village anxiously prayed for the safe return of the men who had gone out to sea. Shaoshun village did not have large boats, and typically, they would return after 3 to 5 days at sea. The sand bed of the Yi family was roasted for an entire night and day before being covered with mats and bedding sent by the villagers. The large communal bed was only as high as one's calves. The Yi family members finally did not have to sleep on the ground. With the bed situation resolved, Lucheng took Panner on a trip to the county town. For household items, Lingjiao lacked the experience that Panner had, so the two first went to the medicine shop to sell herbs. The clerk remembered Lucheng and directly called for the shopkeeper to come for inspection. The shopkeeper, although not expecting any snake gall this time, found Lucheng's collection of medicinal herbs comparatively abundant. Since the herbs were common, they only exchanged it for 22 coins. Seeing the disappointment in Lucheng's eyes, the clerk advised, "Brother Yi, to be honest, the last batch of snake gall was just what our shopkeeper needed and of good quality, which is why it fetched a high price. This time, the herbs are not rare and our pharmacy has been fair." Lucheng composed himself, accepted the copper coins, and smiled in gratitude. "I am well aware of that." "Thank you, young man. Alas, the weather is getting colder, and there's no rice left to cook at home. I can't help but worry." The young clerk did not say much more. After all, how many common folk live comfortably? After leaving the pharmacy, Lucheng handed the coins to Panner and asked her where they should go next. Panner thought for a moment and said, "Let us go look at farming tools first. It's not practical to keep borrowing from the neighbors. We need a hoe and a sickle at home. When we return, I'll discuss with the elder brother about going to the back cliffs to cut some rami while the weather is warm. We can also devise a way to weave some linen for warmth." The two went to the blacksmith's shop to inquire about prices. A hoe without a handle cost 15 coins, while if the blacksmith provided a handle, it would be an additional 2 coins. The sickle was also not cheap, with the blade costing 12 coins. The two clutched their copper coins tightly and left with a sense of defeat. passing by the rice shop and requesting 15 pounds of rice bran. On their way home, they both felt that they needed to find food from the sea. Upon returning home, Panner placed the rice bran into a large jar and handed the remaining 12 coins to Lingjiao. To her surprise, Lingjiao refused to accept it and instead handed her back 8 coins. Panner, from now on, you should handle the oil and salt. I have no patience for such matters. Panner stared blankly at the copper coins in her palm, then turned to find her elder brother, who smiled faintly and nodded. Take it. Why are you looking at me? Do you expect me to take care of these household matters? Panner trembled her lips, unable to respond for a while. Yer hooked her arm with Panner and cheerfully said, From now on, how many meals we can eat each day will depend on our brothers, but what delicious food we can have relies entirely on fifth sister. Panner tightly gripped the copper coins, the pain in her palm reminding her that this family had finally accepted her. Panner's situation was unique. Unlike the other 6 who had no parents or home, she had secretly escaped. Yi Qingju had always thought this girl was quiet but quite bold. Later, she spoke little on the journey, yet was very observant, making it difficult for them to let down their guard. The strength of a horse is known over a long journey, and weathering storms together left them with only each other. Panner had no ill intentions. The siblings went up the mountain to tend the garden, and Yor gazed enviously at the lush vegetables in others' gardens. Aside from exerting the most effort, Yi Qingju was also contemplating how to feed several mouths. Before dinner, Yi Qingju brushed off the dirt and grass from her clothes and went door to door asking for vegetable seeds. Lu Qing was actually worried, besides. He did not want to burden the elder brother with everything. As Yi Qingju walked from the village entrance towards home, Lu Cheng waited until the elder brother's figure was out of sight before heading out to visit a few nearby families. With empty hands, asking others for sustenance was a source of embarrassment for Lu Cheng. Outside Aunt Li'er's home, he paced back and forth several times, continually encouraging himself. Reflecting on the situation at home and the pressing need to stave off hunger, he resolved to muster his courage for one bold effort. It was then that Aunt Li'er stepped outside to fetch water, noticing Lu Cheng standing there. Yi Xiling? Why are you not coming inside? What brings you here? Are you going to fetch water, Aunt? Let me help. He stepped forward, snatching the yoke and water bucket, sprinting away, while Aunt Li'er called after him, urging him to slow down, but was unable to catch up. Lu Cheng pondered, is it too much to ask for some vegetable seeds in exchange for my labor? Upon returning with his first load of water, Lu Cheng was intercepted by Aunt Li'er. You young rascal, put that down. Your aunt isn't so old yet that she needs a child to carry water. Now, what is it that you seek from your aunt? Lu Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He tugged at his clothing and, with his head bowed, stammered, Aunt, could you spare some vegetable seeds? We will return the favor by next autumn. Chapter 29. The Return of the Fishing Boats. Aunt Li'er was both amused and exasperated, hands on her hips. I thought it was something substantial, but it's just a few seeds. Just wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, she unearthed 2 small bags she had woven herself and called out to Sister Jiang next door. Xiaohuan, do you have any mustard seeds left? Plenty. What is the matter, Aunt Li? Oh, Yi Xiling is here, wanting some seeds. I only have cabbage and green onion seeds. Within the span of a tea break, Sister Jiang arrived with similar small bags. Take these, 4th brother. When you harvest the garlic, send your sister over to collect her share. Lu Cheng gratefully accepted the seeds, intending to express his thanks, but was gently pushed towards Jean Lao's house by Aunt Li'er. In the entire village, Jean Lao's family had a comprehensive supply of vegetables. Whatever was lacking could be directly requested from them. Outside Jean Lao's home, the brothers ran into each other. Yi Qingju was even more burdened than Lu Cheng, with bags of all sizes hanging from his arms and bundles of leafy twine, plus a basket of vegetables, though it was unclear which family had bestowed them. They exchanged smiles, deciding not to go to Jean Lao's but to head back and sort through their bounty. Pang Er was most familiar with the seeds, carefully stowing them away and clearing the basket for her brother to return to the owners. Every small act of kindness received from others would be etched in their memories, as they vowed to repay these debts in the future. Upon learning that Pang Er intended to collect hemp, Lu Cheng planned to venture further afield to gather medicinal herbs. The two set out with a cart, heading northwards, observing the changes in their surroundings. This area was sparsely populated, with villages appearing only at considerable distances. The only decent road led to the county town, while the rest was overgrown with weeds and shrubs. They parked the cart in a clearing, where Pang Er began cutting hemp while Lu Cheng, knowing only how to forage for wild vegetables, felt somewhat useless. They stayed close to one another to avoid getting lost. It was their first time in such a northern locale, and they underestimated the chill of the north, resulting in Pang Er's inability to find much suitable hemp. Not wanting his sister to feel disheartened, Lu Cheng would occasionally pause his herb gathering to seek out small trinkets to lift her spirits, wildflowers blooming amidst the grass or beautiful stones, reminiscent of the things Yair had cherished in her childhood, believing Pang Er, being a girl, would likely appreciate them too. Pang Er noticed that many of the hemp plants had lost moisture, clearly indicating that the climate in Taizhou was colder than their hometown. She gathered the cut hemp into a pile and casually snipped off a couple of bundles of green grass, which still had a certain resilience as they had yet to dry. Folding a small handful, she threaded the hemp stalks through the grass, causing the leaves to fall away effortlessly. Back in their hometown, their parents would take her and her sister, each wielding a long stick to beat the hemp bushes, a process known as beating hemp. Seeing Pang Er resting nearby, Lu Cheng approached her, basket in hand, and playfully shook out a handful of wildflowers. Pang Er, take these to play with. Pang Er chuckled, fourth brother, I'm not a little child anymore. Why are you picking flowers for me? The little girl, sitting on the ground, tilted her head to look at him, her tousled hair blown about by the wind, revealing several small cuts on her hands. Lu Cheng sat beside her, extending the flowers towards her. Pang Er, you and our sisters, no matter what, we brothers will find ways to support the family. The fact that we 7 have made it this far is a blessing from heaven. In my eyes, you will always be little girls, today. I pick a flower for you, and in the future, we will buy you skirts and rouge. One day, we too shall earn enough to live comfortably. Lu Cheng gazed at the distant landscape, a mix of withered yellows and deep greens, his tone flat, yet Pang Er felt her heart stir. Accepting the wildflowers from her brother's hands, they lacked the richness of lilacs or the grace of peonies, possessing a scent more akin to their own existence. Lu Cheng mimicked Pang Er's actions, beating the hemp leaves, and once finished, he fashioned a grass rope to bind them. His palms grew sweaty, and rubbing them in the dry soil caused blisters to form, prompting him to find a sharp object to pierce them. As they returned home, their cart was laden with hemp stalks and a basket filled with medicinal herbs, along with a significant amount of wild vegetables they had foraged. Their family did not have a vegetable garden, and as winter approached, they lacked any means of storage. Thus, they had to gather those vegetables that were not overly mature to wash and dry for future use. Upon arriving home, everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Even the injured Tang Yuan did not slack off. Fu Lu carved 2 pointed wooden pieces to strip the hemp, while Yair helped separate and dry the herbs. With the days growing shorter, the drying process was not swift. The weeds cut during the garden's opening had finally been gathered, and Yi Qingzhu made several trips to carry them back to the rear of the house. Pang Er soaked the stripped hemp skins in a large basin, beginning to plot the planting of a batch of small greens. Their vegetable garden was only marginally better than the wild slopes outside. Eldest brother, let us thoroughly water the garden tomorrow. We can plant in the afternoon. The weather is getting colder, and every little bit helps. Yi Qizhu, unaware of the specifics, replied while washing his face, whatever you decide is fine. We must at least try. We can't always rely on others. Ling Jiao stirred the salty water in a small pot, inquiring what Pang Er planned to plant. Pang Er counted on her fingers. We must definitely plant some mustard. It can be pickled and lasts a long time. We'll need some green onions and snow cabbage and, of course, some cabbage and winter amaranth. These are not too cold sensitive and grow quickly. With our large family, that patch of 7 rows 1 tea suffice. In the village, only Jean Lao's family had a 3 mu plot, while the rest had about 2 mu each. The Yi family had few who could do heavy labor, and after several days of work led by Yi Qizhu, they had managed to clear a spot for 7 rows. Pang Er planned to utilize the piece of land that had been cleared of stones, leaving the areas overgrown with weeds untouched, as there was no need to waste seeds. Since they could not afford to buy hoes, Fu Lu was busy selecting suitable stones to tie to wooden handles, creating the simplest tools for their use. In addition to stones, he also gathered various shells, which he intended to refine into tools. Those harder shells could be sharpened with minimal effort. Unfortunately, the following day, the Yi family was unable to plant their vegetables due to the return of the fishermen from the sea. The joyous shouts and the grateful voices of women and children mingled together, making it difficult to ignore. The village had provided them with so much support that Yi Qingzhu decided to leave the injured Tang Yuan at home, taking even the youngest, Yair, to the seaside to assist. From a distance, They could see the smiles radiating from everyone's faces, indicating a bountiful catch. The men appeared even more tanned than before. This was their first glimpse of the fishing boats in the seaside village. The wooden boats measured about 2.5 zhang long and less than 1 zhang wide, with water bladders and provisions hanging from the mast. The hold was filled with fish, exuding a strong fishy odor. As the eldest of the Jin family observed the children of the Yi household approaching, he waved for them to come closer. "Yi darling, your timing is impeccable. Come quickly to lend a hand. The girls are seeking your aunt, and no women are permitted aboard the ship. Hurry, hurry." In that moment, Sister Jiang overheard the commotion and swiftly pulled the 3 young ladies of the Yi family aside. Once the women confirmed their menfolk had returned safely, their attention shifted away from them, focusing instead on their own affairs. Living by the sea, the family's livelihood depended on their frequent voyages. Lingjiao, along with her 2 younger sisters, was learning to identify seafood and assist with sorting. The freshest fish must reach the county town immediately after being caught to fetch a good price. Although the weather had cooled slightly post-mid-autumn, it merely delayed the spoilage. The sale of fish was predominantly women's work, while the men were tasked with cleaning the boat and bringing home the fishing nets. After several days adrift at sea, returning home inevitably meant rest. Not all men were absent from the county town. For instance, the brothers from the Sun family were yet unmarried, and with their parents aging, it fell upon them to venture into town. Shaoshan village presented a united front, with fish sales conducted at designated spots in the marketplace. The positioning of stalls held significance, whether at the ends or the center. Yi Qingzhu and her companions journeyed into the county town, where, in addition to assisting with the transport of fish, they sought to familiarize themselves with the market trends. They would soon need to learn the ways of the sea, as it would become their primary means of sustenance. Given their proximity to the ocean, fresh seafood was available every few days, allowing ordinary families to purchase quantities sufficient for 1 or 2 meals. Only the affluent could afford to buy in substantial amounts, with the purchasing agents of wealthy families and chefs from restaurants acquiring larger supplies. All ventured into the same waters, pulling similar catches. It was merely a matter of which family presented the best quality that would sell more swiftly. The mackerel, rich in flesh and low in bones, and the old man fish were most favored by restaurants, while common folk preferred the reasonably priced little yellow croaker. Wealthier households indulged in rarer delicacies, such as the flatfish or large yellow croaker. Other lesser fish, due to their limited quantity, were often sold in mixed lots. By the time the market dispersed, many families were left with considerable unsold stock, which would be taken home to be dried into salted fish, potentially drawing the attention of traveling merchant caravans bound for the interior. The villagers busily sold fish and attracted customers, all of which the siblings observed closely. As the market neared its end, a constable approached from a distance. The stall fees on this side of the market were collected by designated individuals, and whispers circulated among the vendors about the unfamiliar face. Lu Qing recognized him as the constable who had dined with them that morning. Stealthily tugging at the constable's sleeve, the 2 exchanged hushed words, sensing that he was indeed approaching them. Upon making eye contact, the constable noticeably quickened his pace. Since settling in Shaoshan village, the siblings had maintained a low profile. Did the county magistrate wish to evict them? This thought flickered between the brothers, where mutual glances revealed a shared sense of reluctance and a hint of despair. After such struggle, they had finally found a place to call home. Though they still faced hunger daily, the small, rent-free house and the vegetable plot ready for planting behind it represented their hope for survival. The constable huffed as he reached the fish stall, placing a hand on Yi Qingzhu's frail shoulder. After a brief pause, his words felt like a lifetime in coming. "The household registration documents, I've got them. You made it easy for me to find you. Why didn't you come to the city to collect them?" Thankfully, the gatekeeper recognized you. Yi Qingzhu clutched the lightweight document to her chest, her heart racing as if it might leap from her mouth. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Lu Cheng, keeping a watchful eye on the constable, shared in the excitement. Though his feelings differed from Yi Qingzhu's, he and his sister had once held proper household registrations. "Thank you for your help, big brother. We owe you much, but may I ask your surname?" Lu Cheng smiled as he inquired. The constable withdrew his hand and chuckled heartily. "I'm surnamed Nyo, and I'm the 3rd in my family. Is your brother truly that overjoyed? A fine man like you shouldn't be shedding tears like a child." Lu Cheng bowed deeply toward the county office. We are profoundly grateful to the magistrate for his benevolence. This great kindness will forever remain etched in the hearts of the 7 siblings of the Yi family." The others mimicked Lu Cheng's gesture, albeit awkwardly, echoing their gratitude to the magistrate. After their bowing, Lu Cheng turned to the constable. "Brother Niu, we traveled 1,000 miles to meet a person as kind as the magistrate. My brother is overwhelmed with emotion. I hope you don't take offense." At this, Lu Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment. "We have only just settled and are in dire need. Could Brother Niu kindly convey to the magistrate that once we are more established, we will surely bring gifts to express our gratitude?" Niu shook his head. "There's no need for that. Our magistrate lacks for nothing you could offer. He simply cannot bear to see us common folk suffer. If you abide by the law henceforth, that alone will suffice as your gratitude." Eldest Jean had been listening quietly to the exchange. For the children of the Yi family to secure their household registration meant they were truly one of Shaoshan village now. He promptly selected 2 large fish and a smaller one from the barrel and approached them. "My friend, I appreciate your efforts. These fish were just caught. Please present them to the magistrate for his enjoyment. Take the smaller one home to add to your family's meal." Brother Niu recognized Jean and hesitated briefly before accepting. "Very well, Jean de Gue, I'll accept this favor. These children are quite unfortunate. Having you to watch over them is indeed a blessing." "What blessing? They're about the same age as my own children." Niu chuckled heartily. "All right then, business concluded. I shall take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Brother Niu, Yi Qingzhu and her siblings expressed their gratitude once more to eldest Jean. Many things they had only witnessed from afar. Now, with the tangible household registration in hand, Yi Qingzhu repeatedly reminded herself that she was no longer a beggar wandering the streets. She must rise to the occasion and provide for her younger siblings. "Uncle Jean, I beg you to teach me how to fish," Yi Qingzhu implored, her gaze earnest and resolute, kneeling before eldest Jean. By this time, the marketplace had grown quiet, with only the fish stall from Shaoshan village remaining unmanned. Eldest Jean replied, "Yi darling, have you truly thought this through? Going to sea means tying your life to your waist. A single storm could capsize the vessel. The people aboard are not guaranteed safety." Yi Qingzhu smiled and countered, "Uncle, is it not true that because of the dangers of the sea, no man from Shaoshan village ever fishes?" Eldest Jean erupted in laughter, a booming sound that resonated from his chest, prompting laughter from the other villagers around, who paid no heed to the onlookers. "Now that is a true man. Rise. Those 3 fish from earlier, mark them down. Rest assured, Uncle Jean, we will remember who has lent us scallions and given us clothes." The Yi siblings will not forget. On their way home, Yi Qimei, hungry and thirsty, found herself desperate to relieve herself. Overcoming her embarrassment, she called for her brothers to assist her to the outhouse. As Chapter 31, Gathering the Sea, unfolds, Yi Qingzhu, recognizing her brother Tang Yuan's limitations, silently chastised herself for her earlier harshness. Yet, the deed was done, and time could not be reversed. Dinner was served in the courtyard, with the moonlight casting a perfect glow as the 15th day approached. The following morning, the 6 siblings busied themselves in the vegetable garden, completing their small plot in less than an hour. After breakfast, Yi Qingzhu instructed the younger ones to assist the neighbors, whether in drying fish or mending nets, encouraging them to learn by observation if they were unfamiliar with the tasks. Remember, do not accept anything from anyone. Debts accumulate, and you will eventually have to repay them. Until old debts are settled, do not add new ones. If you possess skills, barter with the villagers. If not, tighten your belts. In unison, they responded, "Understood, big brother." In the village of Shaoshan, where the looming figure of Tang Yuan often instilled fear, the 6 younger ones remained undeterred by his presence. After hastily consuming a porridge made from rice bran and wild vegetables, they wiped their mouths and ventured out. The petite ewer diligently cleaned the bowls and chopsticks, placing a bowl of water beside third brother before heading to Aunt Li's house. Shaoshan village was abundant in coarse salt, which was used to preserve unsold fish, transforming them into salted fish that could last for an extended period after being sun-dried. Although the taste was far from delightful, it was still a source of sustenance when food was scarce. On the other side of the county town lay vast tracts of land, where the villagers of Shaoshan would occasionally trade for grains, primarily beans and wheat. Lacking a stone mill, they would need to travel to a nearby village closer to the county town to grind flour. The fishing nets were woven from wild hemp found on the cliffs, labor-intensive and prone to damage, necessitating repairs nearly every time they returned from the sea. Each household had readily available hemp threads, and with a bit of skill, both salting fish and mending nets were not overly difficult. At Jin's household, Yi Qingyu inquired about the next fishing trip. "Delang, there's no rush for the sea venture. Let us rise early tomorrow and take the younger ones to gather at the shore." "Uncle Jin, is tomorrow a special day?" "Indeed. To make a living by the sea, one must thoroughly understand its temperament. It can be quite generous." Fishermen and farmers were not so different. Those with fields observed the seasonal changes for planting and harvesting, while they relied on the moon. With the full moon on the morrow, as the tide recedes, quick hands and keen eyes would ensure a bountiful harvest. Aunt Jean, deftly twisting the hemp threads, reminded him, "Remember to wear sturdy shoes. The little stones and shells can easily pierce your feet." "I will, Aunt." Gathering at the shore was a significant event for Shaoshan village, occurring several days each month when the men could avoid peril and still reap rewards. It was an occasion where all ages could participate, and the amount collected depended on individual skill. Thus, during the high tide, the women and children of Shaoshan village were particularly joyous. The Yi children were especially excited, finally awaiting a chance to gather freely from the shore. The three girls chattered animatedly as they rummaged through baskets and wooden tubs. While other families possessed specialized tools, the responsibility fell upon Fulua's shoulders in the Yi household. Tang Yuan, lying on the sandy bed, felt a twinge of envy as they eagerly discussed the distribution of tasks for the next day's gathering. Yet he could understand none of their words. Impatient, Tang Yuan asked for water, shifted restlessly, and occasionally thumped the bed. Yi Qingju exchanged knowing glances with the others, deliberately ignoring Tang Yuan. Being still quite young, he exhibited a hint of childishness, picking at the sand beneath the mat as if counting grains was his utmost priority. Eventually, it was Panher and Yar, with their soft hearts, who could not bear to see him like that. "Don't worry, third brother, we'll bring back something delicious for you," they assured him. "You won't be left alone for too long." Soon, even Tang Yuan, confined indoors, began to anticipate the arrival of the morrow. The next morning dawned with a gloomy sky. For those who had previously endured floods, overcast skies and rain always stirred unpleasant memories. Upon reaching the seaside, they beheld the bustling villagers scattered along the coast, their sorrow momentarily concealed. Mimicking the others, they crouched low to inspect the beach, just as the tide receded, leaving a bounty of seafood in its wake. Cat's-eye shellfish, clams, and small razor clams could be easily gathered without prior experience. Eager aunts and mothers instructed them on locating octopuses nestled in the sand and oysters clinging to shallow rocks. The men, employing specialized forks, would thrust into the sandy holes, capturing squirming eels like serpents. As eels were rare and commanded a higher price, they were particularly favored by the city folk. Despite being reminded to bring ample equipment, the Yi family found themselves short-handed, having brought all their wooden tubs, small baskets, and back baskets from their modest collection. As the noon hour approached, the bivalves became sluggish, retreating deeper into the mud and sand. The villagers, relying on their experience, could discern what lay beneath the surface by observing small holes or other signs in the sand. They could even predict how deep the creatures had burrowed and in which direction. The six of them watched enviously as others deftly unearthed treasures from the beach, while they themselves were either unearthing crabs with numerous legs or losing grasp on what lay beneath the sand. Several times they had managed to grasp the soft tentacles of an octopus, only to have it slip away in a quick movement. Frustrated yet determined, they studied their emotions and continued their search until they heard the call to return to the village, their heads spinning from exhaustion. Time slipped away unnoticed while they focused on the sand, but when they glanced up, the sun indicated it was well past afternoon. A sense of joy returned to them as they filled their baskets with their haul, though they had yet to master the art of digging. They were content with their considerable collection. Laughing and chatting, they returned, knowing the shellfish required sorting and needed to be placed in wooden tubs with fresh water to expel the sand, ensuring they would remain alive for a considerable time, far better than the preservation of fish. Even in ordinary times, the tide would retreat, but not with the same abundance as during the high tide. Yi Qingju led everyone back home, where the eagerly awaited Tang Yuan, hearing the commotion, called out, "Elder brother." "Second sister, how did it go?" "Fourth brother, Ochungo, I'm dying of curiosity, do speak." Outside, the exhausted group could hardly contain their laughter, breathless from their exertions. They were covered in the odor of fish and sand lodged beneath their nails, yet what did it matter? Tomorrow, they would join the others in the county town to sell their wares. Today was a cause for celebration, prompting Panner to scoop a bit more lard and prepare a soup with seaweed and cabbage. The others found wooden basins to pour water into, separating the different types of shellfish before finally turning their attention to cleaning their hands and faces. Chapter 32, Comforting Sister. Since the large house had acquired a sandy bed, the 7 siblings had crowded around it for meals, as there were no tables or stools in the kitchen. They maintained their former habits, blending various ingredients into a porridge-like concoction that was neither porridge nor soup, imbued with salt and oil, yet sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Each one received a large sea bowl and a pair of chopsticks fashioned from twigs, slurping down their meal as if it were a feast. The people of Taizhou favored such fare, often adding shredded radish or other greens to their porridge, which they affectionately called hushu. For now, Panner would adopt the same name for her creation. Though she could prepare other dishes, their home only contained rice bran and the vegetables gifted by others. Today, in celebration, elder brother Yi Qingju had specially cracked open some small clams, placing the meat into the large pot of porridge Panner was cooking. After the meal, Yi Qingju announced, "Tomorrow we rise early. Lingjiao and Yar will head to the county town to sell seafood." Yar was willing to do anything, but Lingjiao felt she was a crucial asset. How could she simply sit idly in the county town? "Elder brother, let me go to the shore. I can work, but thinking too much is exhausting." "I have my reasons. Aside from myself, you are the eldest. Shall we send the 2 youngest instead? You've been around Sanxi Town for years. Remember to look after Xiaoqi. The quantity of seafood sold matters little. Just ensure you both go and return safely. And Xiaoqi, you can read and do calculations. Help your second sister collect the payments. She's a bit scatterbrained, so keep an eye on her." Lingjiao glared in response, fell silent, and crossed her arms. Yi Qingju paid her no mind, knowing her temper would soon pass. After all, she had always been a fiery one. "Chang'er and Fulu. Tomorrow the 3 of us shall toil a bit harder and strive to hasten our pace. Our familiarity with the seaside is rather limited. We shall gather only what we recognize, as the variety is scant. The 2 young ladies might find it easier in the city, perhaps. Life stretches ahead of us, and in due course, we shall learn the ropes." Tang Yuan, fiddling with his fingers, cast his eyes about the group. The moment his eyelids lifted, Yi Qingju could tell he was harboring some mischief. One must not indulge the child. This time, he must learn his lesson thoroughly, regardless of what he wishes to express. I shall feign ignorance to his hints. He must learn to hold it in. When Panner returned after washing the dishes, she saw that her elder brother had already organized the tasks and, wiping her damp hands on her waist, anxiously inquired, "Elder brother, you all have work to do. What about me?" Panner was not one to chatter often, unlike Fu Lu, who was perpetually at his side. Thus he occasionally forgot that there was indeed a sister at home. Panner, why not venture to the back cliff tomorrow and inspect the vegetable patch?" Panner was not pleased with this suggestion, tugging at her clothing and frowning. To merely glance at the vegetable patch for an incense stick's length is not a full day's labor. "Then, elder brother, what have I done wrong? Please tell me, and I shall amend it." Tears welled in her eyes. Being the youngest, she took on the responsibilities of laundry and cooking, even fetching water and chopping wood. How could she be excluded from outdoor work? This was simply unacceptable. Seeing Panner's tears fall like raindrops while remaining silent, soon her eyes and the tip of her nose turned red. Yi Qingju sighed, pondering how a young man in his teens could possibly console a weeping little girl. He cast a pleading glance towards the others, but Lingjiao, with her proud demeanor, turned her head away, still sulking. As for Tang Yuan and Fu Lu, they were of no help either. His gaze drifted towards Lu Cheng, and he nudged him with a wink, "Say something to help." Lu Cheng replied, "You forgot about her." "How can I say anything?" Yi Qingju pressed, "Quickly comfort her. You have experience." Lu Cheng retorted, "By heaven, I only know how to comfort my own sister." Yi Qingju furrowed his brows. "You best take a look at your third brother." Lu Cheng was reluctant to face punishment over this matter. That would be too great a loss. Yet Panner had her own ideas, unlike the carefree Yart. "Panner, listen to fourth brother. Do not cry any longer." "Fourth brother. Then why did elder brother not take me along? Is it because I would be lazy at the seaside? Or that I could bring back a bucket of seafood from the city? I have not been slothful. Who dares to say you are lazy? Among us, Panner is the most industrious, isn't that so?" This was no mere flattery. She eagerly took on all household chores. If not for her youth, she would be as diligent as any adult. "Elder brother did not intend to leave you behind. Just look at the hemp you soaked. How long has it been?" Were it not for the need to clear out, it would have gone foul. The household has few basins and buckets. You could prepare a few small sacks at home. And since third brother has some free time, the two of you would work faster together, wouldn't you? Yi Qingzhu and Ling Jiao could barely contain their applause for Lu Cheng's quick thinking. This was remarkably clever. Panner halted her tears, gazing hopefully at Yi Qingzhu. The opportunity had presented itself. She must seize it. Otherwise, why not let yours stay at home, and you swap places to go to the county? Panner raised her sleeves to wipe her face and declared, "No need, elder brother. I am swift of hand and foot. I shall remain at home." Xiaoqi's hands are small and tender. I would not want her to get hurt. As Yi Qingzhu stepped out to change the water for the clams, he let out a long sigh. It never felt as gratifying as when he was the leader in Sanxi Town, where none dared to speak back. A single display of fists and feet would ensure their compliance. He sought a carrying pole to fetch water, but soon realized he could not find the other bucket. Panner, where has the water bucket gone? Why is one missing? Panner, busy using a rudimentary hemp knife to peel green skins, looked up in confusion and replied, "Did we not take it to carry seafood?" Yi Qingzhu balanced a carrying pole on his shoulder, one end with a water bucket while the other dangled empty. After circling around the house, he finally retrieved the bucket and headed outside. Panner watched her elder brother's receding figure and stuck out her tongue with a smile. Just then, Ling Jiao, who was exiting, poked Panner on the forehead, unable to suppress a chuckle herself. The others in the room, unaware of the sisters' amusement, were engrossed in Tang Yuan's animated recounting of their seaside escapades. Tang Yuan glanced at his own backside. The bruises on his chest looked alarming, all superficial injuries. The serious wounds were on his back and rear. Lu Cheng occasionally provided him with remedies for bruises, though whether they were effective remained uncertain. Regardless, he had not experienced severe pain nor discomfort in recent days, although after the meal, he felt a persistent swelling at the injury site. Before nightfall, the peeled hemp was hung out to dry, and preparations for the following day were made as everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. Yet, before midnight, Lu Cheng was jolted awake. Tang Yuan whispered, "Chenger, my rear feels as if it is ablaze with pain. Can you help me figure out what is wrong?" Lu Cheng, still drowsy, sat up. The house was devoid of lamp oil, and in the pitch blackness, he could not see a thing. It was rather inappropriate to borrow a lamp from the neighbors at such an hour. Hearing the commotion, Yi Qingzhu inquired what was amiss, to which Lu Cheng explained that Tang Yuan's rear was in pain. After 2 dull thuds, Yi Qingzhu swung his legs over the side of the bed, barefoot, and felt his way to the outer room. Chapter 33, Yi Tang Yuan's serious injury. Before long, Yi Qingzhu returned with a lamp. The two were too preoccupied to ponder the source of the lamp oil as they pulled down Tang Yuan's trousers, revealing his previously swollen rear and back, now red and inflamed. Both were taken aback, and the faint light roused Fu Lu, who rubbed his eyes and asked what was wrong with his third brother. Tang Yuan mused, "Third brother is unaware, and the two of you remain silent." Lu Cheng stuttered, "Could it be that I mistakenly identified toxic poison?" Tang Yuan, however, remained remarkably composed, merely feeling slightly unwell. "Surely not. If it were poison, would I still be able to speak and breathe? I would have already met my end." Yi Qingzhu, observing the severely swollen injury, was at a loss. He could only instruct the others to wait, as he took the lamp and stepped outside in search of assistance. Who could he find at such an hour? All around, there was only the sound of the wind and the waves. The day had been overcast, obscuring the bright moon, shielding the faint light with his hand. He walked until he reached Uncle Jin's home. For the sake of his brother, he had no choice but to disturb Uncle Jin. Clearing his throat, Yi Qingzhu softly called out, "Uncle Jin." Inside, rhythmic snoring echoed, with no response. Raising his voice slightly, he finally heard Aunt Jin's voice. "Who is out there?" "Aunt Jin. I am Ye's eldest son. I implore Uncle Jin to come and check on my brother. His wound has swollen." Aunt Jin fell silent for a moment. The prolonged stillness, along with the chilling wind brushing against him, made Yi Qingzhu shiver in the darkness. Just as he contemplated giving up and seeking the next household, a light was lit inside and voices began to emerge. Before long, Uncle Jin, clad in his robe, stepped outside, inquiring about the situation. With a few brief sentences, Yi Qingzhu conveyed the circumstances, and the two arrived at the house where the Yi family was staying. Uncle Jin paused for a moment before allowing Yi Qingzhu to lead the way. Since that day he had brought the children here, he had not returned. The thought of his brother lost to the sea still caused him heartache. Yi Qingzhu led him into their dwelling, where Tang Yuan's back and rear were still hanging out to dry. Once the light shone upon the injury, it was evident that Yi Darlong had indeed struck without restraint. On the way there, Uncle Jean had begun to suspect, now, having seen the injury and inquiring about Tang Yuan's condition. He spoke solemnly, "You have not lived by the sea, so you may not realize that when injured, one must not consume seafood, especially meat. He has eaten something that has aggravated his condition. It is not serious. It will subside in a couple of days. Who cooks in your household? Is it the fifth girl, Panner? What troubles you, Uncle Jean? Let the girl prepare a separate dish for him. Something light will suffice. This injury looks like it will take 10 days to half a month to heal." Tang Yuan is anxious to recover quickly and assist with the chores. But after indulging in a few clams, his recovery has been delayed, and he is filled with regret. Old Jean remarked, "Your frustration is futile. Be more cautious in the future. Seafood is different from other foods. Now, go to sleep. Delang need not see me off. I can find my way home with my eyes closed." Yi Qingzhu escorted him a few paces before returning. There was little lard left in the bowl. And knowing Tang Yuan was not in serious trouble, the brothers extinguished the lamp and went to bed. The next morning, while cooking, Panner grumbled that the lard might have been stolen by mice, as a significant portion was missing. Yi Qingzhu replied while washing her face, "I used it as lamp oil last night. If we have the means, we should buy some more for future use. In case of injury, refrain from eating seafood. Your third brother nearly scared us to death last night." "Oh, I understand, elder brother. I will remember," she replied. Ling Jiao loaded the wooden basin onto the cart, accompanied by Yer. The two of them enjoyed a bowl of warm rice bran porridge. The others gathered their small tools into their backpacks, and with time still before departure, they decided to check the vegetable garden at the back cliff. They did not dig deeply into the soil, which was still hard clumps, uncertain if the seedlings would sprout. The day appeared overcast and cool, with damp soil. The siblings gathered nearby dry grass to spread over their vegetable patch. After completing this task, Yi Qingzhu led them to the seaside, while Panner ventured further afield to gather hemp. The stock at home was evidently insufficient, so she resolved to work swiftly, cutting the hemp before returning to the beach. Accompanying the villagers to the fish market, the sisters unloaded their goods onto the ground. For those like them who regularly sold seafood at the market, the stall fee was collected weekly, amounting to 6 won. In contrast, other villagers selling eggs or vegetables paid 1 won per day, as their presence was not guaranteed. Therefore, even if no sales were made, as the market was closing, they would exchange necessities among each other, ensuring their trip was not in vain. During this season, clams and razor clams were abundant, leading to lower prices. The larger ones sold for 6 won per pound, while the smaller ones, with less meat, went for 4 won. Octopuses, being meatier, were more expensive, fetching up to 8 won for fresh ones. The prices in Shaoshun village were fixed, selling whatever was available. Eels were particularly costly, with stewards from wealthy households waiting at the market, eager to purchase whatever was offered. The Yi family primarily gathered clams and razor clams, with only about 3 pounds of octopus, a mere fraction of their collective effort. Ling Jiao imitated the village women, calling out as she noticed a new stall at the fish market run by 2 young girls. Regular customers paused to inquire about them, discovering they were newcomers to Shaoshun village, and then shook their heads and walked away. Ling Jiao did not understand why they would not buy from them when they offered the same products. Yar stopped her hot-tempered second sister, keenly observing how others conducted their business and what customers valued. By afternoon, they had grasped the general idea. The new stalls could only be set up at the edges, resembling the layout of village houses, with Aunt Lee's home nearby. Yar approached Aunt Lee, humbly asking, "Auntie, how do you ensure your clams are free of sand?" Aunt Lee, seeing her stall was not busy, explained in detail, "If you want your seafood to sell quickly, it must be appealing. We dig these little creatures out of the sand bit by bit, which can be troublesome for customers. So, what can be done? You must clean them thoroughly at home. Sprinkle a little salt in the water and, ideally, drizzle some oil. It helps them expel sand while absorbing the oil." She added, "Also, any dead ones in your basin must be separated. Freshness is key. If they sit dead for hours, they will spoil." Who would want to buy that? Yar listened carefully and expressed her gratitude to Aunt Lee. "Your children are all so polite. Although we set up stalls together, there are no familial ties in business. But upon reflection, Shaoshun village is unlike others. Each time we go to sea, the men face life and death, We share a bond akin to life and death. So, even though Shaoshun village may be small and poor, we are not easily bullied outside. You will come to understand this. Chapter 34, Revenue. The sisters scrutinized their seafood, diligently separating the dead ones to set aside, as they initially lacked a proper container for sorting. Lingjiao lamented, "There's so much meat here. All from our hard work digging through the mud." As they collected the deceased sea creatures, they finally found someone willing to pay for their goods in the afternoon. The prices were fixed, and Lingjiao, hesitant to break the rules, inquired if the buyer wanted the separated items. There was over a pound of them. Perfect for feeding the chickens. The buyer readily accepted the offer, and they borrowed a net bag from Antly for the transaction. Thus, the sisters became the subject of lighthearted teasing for not having a proper scale for their business, as everyone struggled financially. But to have no net at all? What were they thinking? Fortunately, Lingjiao quickly responded, claiming they had forgotten to pack it before leaving, promising to bring it along the next day. When business was slow, the men and women of Shaoshun village did not remain idle. They often checked their buckets and basins while taking the opportunity to weave net bags from hemp. These nets did not need to be particularly attractive. The key was to maintain the right size of the openings, not too loose to let things fall out, nor too tight to waste time and thread. Antly called out, distributing some hemp thread to the sisters. "Learn to weave. You can't keep borrowing from others." Thus, the two young girls sat among a group of sturdy, weathered women, engaged in the tasks befitting fisherwomen. Meanwhile, at the beach, the absence of two pairs of hands resulted in a smaller haul than the previous day. Particularly as the seafood began to burrow into the sand, the challenge increased, requiring more time to extract them. Drawing from their experience from the day before, they demonstrated improved accuracy in identifying holes in the sand. After noon, Panna rushed over, her forehead and back glistening with sweat, the sea breeze both humid and cool. Yi Qingju intended to scold her, but Panna merely greeted them, seizing a basket and darting off to gather more. Observing her brother's frustrated expression, Lucheng felt his spirits lift, brighter than the day itself. As for Panna, aware of the urgent need for hemp at home, she hastily selected a prime cutting spot, wielding her knife to harvest 3 large bundles, carrying them home in multiple trips. Back when they lived in their hometown, she had to haul rice, but now the task felt significantly lighter. With the hemp stalks having no place to soak, she took them to the well behind the house, a spot frequented for laundry, where water was easily stored. She dug a small pit and poured several buckets of water without further concern. When she and Yor first visited the seaside, they had only collected some greenish-brown seaweed drifting along the shore. It wasn't until they returned at the proper times that they realized how many valuable items they had missed. As long as the weather permitted, the men of Shaoshun village would venture out to sea every few days, leaving little time for them to scavenge the beach. This day, as per weather and high tide, meant they would not see many men on the beach. The 6 who had gone out returned home exhausted, feeling the sting of the sea breeze on their heads. Yet, gazing at their bounty, weariness and pain faded away. Yar and Lingjiao attempted to rinse their seafood multiple times, the water becoming clearer, before cautiously adding some salt and extracting a bit of oil with chopsticks. Panna lamented over her oil jar, and others shared her sentiment. However, Antly had advised that the best and most fragrant oil was essential for their work. To them, lard seemed the most aromatic of all. As usual, during mealtime, the siblings gathered together to converse. Yar, with her eyes narrowed in mirth, playfully invited everyone to guess how many copper coins they had earned that day. The price was set, and they even brought back some leftovers, estimating a neither too high nor too low figure. Yar shook her little head, refusing to divulge the amount. After everyone had taken their guesses, she dramatically poured the hard-earned copper coins onto the table. Yi Qingju had seen silver before and even touched quite a bit. Yet these small copper coins on the mat were all honestly earned, and even if there were only 1 or 2, their significance was entirely different. Clapping her hands, Yar exclaimed, "We paid 6 for the stall fee, and the rest is all here, totaling 66 won. How auspicious." Yi Qingju tapped the edge of his bowl and remarked, "Little 7 is right, it is indeed auspicious." "Lingjiao, how much money do we have at home now?" "Don't count the portion that Tang Yuan took." Tang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, well aware of his mistake. Lingjiao replied, "Even if I wanted to count, I have no idea what S included. Panna had 22 on hand, and I still have 1 tael and 7 qian of silver, plus 189 won in copper coins." Lucheng said, "In total, that S 1 tael, 7 qian, and 277 won. Cheng are always calculated swiftly. I hadn't even finished adding yet. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qizhu addressed everyone. Let us do this. From now on, let Cheng manage the finances. He can write and do accounts. If Pan needs to purchase anything, she should first inform you, second sister, and if there's free time at the stall, bring it back from the county. Once winter arrives, we surely won't earn as much as now. So let us make the most of this time to save some money, pay Uncle Jean's rent, and use the remainder for household necessities. As the eldest brother, Yi Qingzhu's words were final, and the others had no choice but to listen. In the evening, the others assisted in rolling hemp threads. Ling Jiao and Yer mentioned that there would be fishing nets tomorrow, and they insisted on bringing them along. The following day, after settling the account with Aunt Lier, Ling Jiao took charge of sending a pound of clams to each household. They didn't count the clothing and bedding, treating it as a gesture of goodwill. Sharing vegetables and food as part of their daily interactions. You give me a little and I'll return the favor. Pan retrieved the hemp skins soaking by the well, and this time, she truly kept Tangwan busy, asking him to help with the green skins while she continued her work of harvesting hemp. The firewood at home was running low, and uncertain whether it would rain here in Taizhou during winter, Pan decided to chop some wood and leave it drying in the open space. Thus, after 3 or 4 days, she brought back the first batch of dried firewood from the initial drying, ensuring there was always some dry wood available to burn behind the house. After the big tide, the shellfish along the coast diminished significantly, and the village women ceased their trips to the seaside. Following a bout of autumn rain, they all turned to harvest the autumn vegetables in their gardens. It was at this time that they noticed the Yi family's children, previously quiet, had managed to cultivate a patch of land that resembled a proper vegetable garden. Some curious young wives approached to take a look, and the green shoots of tiny vegetables peeked out from beneath the dry grass. Pan, busy with her tasks, had forgotten to lift the dry grass to air it out while the sun was still good. An older woman nearby praised, "The Yi children are industrious. Aside from the one who steals, the rest are certainly not lazy." Elder Jean honored his promise, notifying Yi Qingzhu before setting sail to bring along 3 to 4 days' worth of provisions and water, as the following day promised fair weather. However, the Yi family had no provisions to prepare. How could they take rice husks onto the boat? Pan discussed with Ling Jiao the idea of buying a few pounds of coarse flour to steam into buns, which would be easy to carry and filling. Chapter 35. Yi Qingzhu goes to sea. Ling Jiao returned home with 3 pounds of buckwheat flour and 2 pounds of yellow soybean flour. To make things easier for her elder brother, Pan needed chopped radishes and wild vegetables into the dough, adding a bit of salt. This way, they had both provisions and flavor. When Yi Qingzhu boarded Elder Jean's boat with his belongings, he discovered that everyone else was eating thin pancakes instead of buns. Some even brought along green onions, packed in small jars with homemade bean sauce. "Uncle Jean, this method of eating is novel. I've never seen it before. Here, let me try." He was told, "This is a pancake. You can use any flour mixed into a batter, heat a griddle beneath, and with a push of the ladle, you'll have a pancake in no time. It's easy to make and keeps well." It sounded simple enough. Yet his 5th sister had added salt and vegetables to her buns. Let me try one." The boats on the sea rocked much more than those on the Huai River, swaying perilously with nothing but water in sight. Elder Jean thought to himself how fortunate it was that this young one did not suffer from seasickness. The other siblings of the Yi family began to resemble the villagers, praying to the sea god for their elder brother's safety. With everyone occupied with the autumn harvest, the number of people going to the seaside dwindled, leaving only the Yi children who persisted in gathering shellfish daily, while also collecting some seaweed and kelp to dry. Business in the county fluctuated, but even with lesser income, they could still exchange for some grain. Pan managed the family's provisions, and the pile of firewood behind the house grew tall. The Yi family still lacked a shelter from the rain, so in inclement weather, they brought the wood inside for storage. Aside from worrying about her elder brother's first voyage at sea, the rest of the family resembled a nest of squirrels preparing for winter, devising various ways to store food. On September 26th, those who had gone to sea returned. Ling Jiao and Yer had just parked the cart when they hurriedly ran with the others toward the beach. To the other men, Yi Qingzhu appeared thin and frail, hardly the image of someone who had endured 3 days at sea. Though tanned, he looked more spirited than ever. Yi Qingzhu had barely the time to greet his siblings before he began assisting in unloading the fish. Without a boat or net, Yi Qingzhu's family received none of this haul. Nonetheless, he was grateful to Elder Jean. This was a means of subsistence, and no one in Shaoshan village would dare to disregard such a sentiment. Although they had not received any formal education, they understood the importance of gratitude and loyalty in life. Each family returned with their catch, and Aunt Jean insisted on giving Yi Qingju a fish as he was about to leave. Deleng, take this home to eat. No, Auntie. Save it for tomorrow's sale. It's worth quite a few copper coins. Oh, you stubborn lad. We caught so many. Surely we want to sell all of them. This fish should be eaten fresh. Are you waiting to eat dried salted fish that has gone bad in a day or two? All right, I will take it then. Thank you, Aunt Jean. The harvest from this outing was quite good. Nearly every boat returned loaded with fish. A single fish, however, was hardly significant, especially since they had yet to taste fresh sea fish. When Yi Qingju returned home, Panner had already prepared a meal. As her elder brother had entrusted her with managing the household finances, she had taken the opportunity to buy many things in the county the day after he left for sea. Besides lamp oil, she managed to procure 2.5 pounds of pork belly, which, while it had a bit of a smell when rendered, was inexpensive. Moreover, Yar had hidden quite a bit of Sichuan pepper, so with a bit of ginger and pepper, the dish would be delightful. When Yi Qingju arrived home with the fish, Tang Yuan was already waiting for him by the door, propped up with a wooden stick, a neat line of 6 siblings standing before him. How splendid. Some were taking the fish, others fetching water, while a few held towels or tidied clothes. Yi Qingju thought to himself that this must be what it felt like to be a young master in a wealthy family. As the 7 of them gathered around the table for a meal, the siblings finally had a proper conversation. How much seafood can we collect during the tide now? Yi Qingju inquired, directing his question to Lu Cheng, as he remembered this most clearly. It's quite unstable. On good days, we can gather over 10 pounds. But on bad days, only about 3 to 4 pounds. Once winter arrives, we should avoid the seaside. It would be a waste of time. Do we have enough money at home to buy grain? Lu Cheng frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid it won't be enough. Even just to buy rice husks, we'll have to wait until spring next year, and we still need winter clothes. I'll do my best to find a solution. Let us discuss how much rent we should pay Uncle Jean. The matter of the rental price has finally entered the discourse. In the county town, a modest house typically commands a monthly rent ranging from 30 to 38 coins, depending on the location. In contrast, the rates in Shaoshan village would undoubtedly be considerably lower. However, given our proximity to the county, I believe a monthly rent of 26 coins is quite reasonable. Yi Qingju remained non-committal, glancing towards the others. Panner remarked, if we calculate based on grain and oil prices, 3 rooms would amount to approximately 23 coins per month. Tang Yuan, with wide eyes, felt forgotten by the outside world during this period of recuperation. Lu Cheng absent-mindedly tapped the rim of his bowl, waiting for a moment before speaking. I think we should settle on 30 coins. 6 pairs of eyes fixated on Lu Cheng, eager to hear what he would conjure. Lu Cheng, with an unflinching demeanor, explained, the fact that we can settle in Shaoshan village thanks to Uncle Jean is one reason. That my elder brother learned a trade without any exchange is another, and lastly, this house is new. Tang Yuan raised his hand in agreement, stating, I concur with Brother Cheng. Moreover, Uncle Jean has allowed us to stay before paying. Yi Qingju proposed, let us settle on 29 coins, a coin less than the county, which will appear respectable while ensuring we do not suffer financially. The others naturally had no objections, and the following day, Yi Qingju presented the neatly counted coins to old Jean. Uncle Jean, this is the rent for 3 months. We lack experience in renting houses, so if it falls short, I shall return with more. Upon receiving the small hemp pouch of coins, old Jean grasped the situation immediately. Deleng, I have always said that you can set your own price, whether it be more or less. Even if it were another family, such as the Zhongs or the Lius, I would maintain the same stance. Regardless, our shelter is thanks to Uncle Jean. At the fish market, fresh fish finally arrived, and everyone naturally ceased purchasing the shells that were meager in meat and sandy. Throughout the day, Ling Jiao managed to sell only a pound of clams. The sisters returned, disheartened. Yi Qingju cheerfully reassured them, Isn't this what we anticipated? If you cannot endure such minor setbacks, how can you venture outside without shame? Ling Jiao gritted her teeth, exclaiming, Big sister, is this how you comfort someone? If I can offer even a modicum of consolation, I consider it a success. What more could you expect? Panner looked at everyone with a troubled expression, sighing, so, are we having seafood porridge again today? No, absolutely not. I beg you. Let us have something else. Yi Qingzhu clicked her tongue in exasperation. Oh dear, how long has it been since we fled? Are we already picky with our meals? If you don't want it, then go hungry. Chapter 36. The Elder Brother's Fury. No one anticipated that the elder brother would suddenly erupt in anger, causing the group to retract their necks like quails, remaining silent. Tang Yuan wished to eat, but alas, his body would not permit it. Despite having endured some of life's tribulations, they remained children. After settling down for a while, their true natures would gradually emerge, particularly when they sensed no immediate danger. Yi Qingzhu herself could not articulate the source of his anger. Perhaps he had yet to adapt to their current circumstances, always fearing they would have to take up their begging bowls once more. Panner silently turned to prepare the meal, while Fu Lu assisted Tang Yuan back to rest. Ling Jiao accompanied Yer to tidy up the clam meat. The unsold, slightly stale shellfish were cleaned and laid out to dry, much like the process of salting fish. Lu Cheng took the fish from his elder brother's hands and brought it inside, then returned to coax him outside. I'm exhausted. Where are you taking me? Lu Cheng responded, let us go inspect the vegetable garden. There aren't many people around, and if you have any worries, share them with me. I promise to keep my lips sealed. Yi Qingzhu shrugged off Lu Cheng's grip, awkwardly asserting that she had no worries. Brother, we are siblings. His voice, gentle, penetrated Yi Qingzhu's heart. As they approached the vegetable garden, the once bountiful patch now bore only a few rows of leeks and flowering chives. Their small plot, previously covered with dry grass, had been neatly set aside. The surrounding area was withered and yellowed from autumn, while their garden still emanated a vibrant green. Brother, look. Our vegetables are sprouting. Given a little space, they will thrive just like others. Yi Qingzhu casually leaned against their vegetable patch and asked Lu Cheng. If you wish to say something, just say it outright. No need for such indirectness. I'm not impressed. Lu Cheng stood opposite Yi Qingzhu, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up with confidence. Brother, do these seedlings not resemble us? If the season permits, they will not differ much from those of other families. We have come so far as a group of 7. The trials we once faced are now behind us. We still have decades ahead, should we not, like these seedlings, seize the opportunity to take root in the soil and grow robust before the harsh winter arrives? Your anger today is likely not due to our choice of food, but rather your concern that we may forget how to survive. Yi Qingzhu gazed deeply at the slender youth before her. He too possessed elongated eyes, but unlike Yao's arched brows, his were thick and straight. Years spent surviving on the streets had instilled in him a distaste for having his innermost thoughts laid bare. I hadn't thought that deeply. It's just that our household is soon to run out of income, and I'm anxious. Lu Cheng did not argue but smiled gently, saying, let us find a way together. We will survive, Wen Tiwi. Indeed, after fleeing northward, we have witnessed the depths of human desperation, yet we remain alive. Surely, it cannot be more difficult than that time? You are right. If we could consume snake meat, surely the myriad of living creatures by the sea will sustain us. Panner should have prepared dinner by now. Let us cover the vegetables and head home. As the brothers returned home, they were greeted by a rich aroma. Yi Qingzhu had brought back over 3 pounds of fish, chopped into thirds, simmering in a pot with ginger, scallions, and a substantial amount of water to create a fish broth. As per usual, each person received a hearty bowl, and the 7 gathered to dine together. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu recalled the pancakes they had eaten on the boat and mentioned to Panner that she should learn how to make them from the neighbors when she had the chance. If the cooking utensils were not too expensive, they should procure some for the household to avoid the monotony of rice and vegetable soup every day. Noticing that her elder brother seemed less irate, the atmosphere at dinner lightened. The freshly caught sea fish was undeniably delicious, and as everyone rubbed their bellies and burped, some broth remained in the pot. Tang Yuan sighed, you all eat heartily while I can only smell it. Still, being able to fill our bellies is something to be grateful for. Yi Qingzhu glanced at him and asked, how's your injury? If you can move, lend a hand with some chores. Stop lounging around like a lord. Brother. Tang Yuan mumbled, I have been helping. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Although their meals were not extravagant, Tang Yuan's face had become a bit rounder, and he appeared more like a person. At that moment, he looked somewhat pitiful, pouting slightly. Yi Tang Yuan, just look at yourself. The younger siblings are watching. Don't you feel ashamed? Where is your sense of being an elder brother? Big sister, I was wrong. Please don't berate me. At least show me some leniency. You. You work less than Ling Jiao, are less composed than Lu Cheng, and can't even compare to Panner in managing household matters. Did I snatch your dignity away? As Tang Yuan pondered this, he couldn't help but realize the truth of it. His elder brother had not scolded him. Why did he act as if he were so exceptional while still recovering? This simply would not do. Ling Jiao was one thing, but he could not let himself be outshone by those younger than him. By the start of next month, I should be nearly healed. Brother, assign me some tasks. Yi Qingju rolled her eyes, exasperated. Can't you use that brain of yours? Why must you come to me for everything? I am your elder brother, not your father. Ling Jiao could no longer contain her mirth and rolled about in laughter beside Yer, while Lu Cheng cleared his throat, striving to suppress his own chuckles, though the slight twitch of his lips betrayed him. Panner, with her eyes curving into crescents, revealed a pair of bunny teeth. Upon realizing it, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. At this point, Lu Cheng could no longer hold back, pointing at Panner and laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Fu Lu, despite chuckling, continued to busy himself with his small tools. Once the laughter subsided, Yi Qingju turned to his siblings and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "We must all think of a solution. I've heard that in Linyao County, winters bring snow that can freeze people indoors. Being close to the sea, we need to devise ways to increase our income." Ling Jiao, having encountered a setback today, also felt that selling seafood was not a sustainable plan, as the income was unstable. Thus, she proposed, perhaps I could forego going to the county town and instead purchase a hatchet to chop firewood. Lu Cheng shook his head. I fear that's not feasible. During winter, there will be even more people selling firewood. Our local dialect is thick, they might not trust us. If I had ink, paper, and brush, I could set up a stall in the county town to write letters for people. At this moment, I realize that I am the least useful among us. Lu Cheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Without clothing to ward off the cold and barely enough rice to fill our stomachs, even education proves to be of little worth. Tang Yuan comforted Lu Cheng by wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Nonsense. If it weren't for the herbs you collected and exchanged for silver, we wouldn't even have rice bran to eat. It is undoubtedly useful. We just haven't found a way yet. Brother, next month I will go to the county town to set up a stall myself. We will sell whatever we have at home. As the weather turns colder, merchant caravans should arrive to collect dried goods and seafood. We could sell the dried kelp and scallops we've prepared. Panner might take the opportunity to experiment with new recipes. If someone takes a liking to them, we might strike it rich. Panner's eyes glimmered with excitement. That is indeed feasible. I could blend the cooking methods of Taizhou and Gaozhou for a trial. Chapter 37. Barter. The children of the Yu family deliberated in Shaoshun village. Others were too preoccupied with their own affairs. Today they needed to sell fish, tomorrow they would barter for grain, and the day after that, they would dry salted fish. This cycle continued year after year. The people of Shaoshun village were not starved, yet they did not enjoy a life of abundance. Yi Qingyu continued to assist in the county town, not limited to the Jin family, as long as he had the opportunity. He would be the busiest at the fish market. Apart from collecting copper coins without touching them, he was involved in weighing, killing fish, and attracting customers, quickly adopting the demeanor of a fisherman. On the last day of September, Ling Jiao accompanied Lu Cheng to gather firewood, while Tang Yuan and Yer ventured into the city to set up a stall. Panner and Fu Lu pondered how to construct a dining table at home. During the pleasant weather earlier, they had fashioned 2 small clay stoves, one for each room, which could be used to boil water and heat soup as the temperature dropped. A few logs could also provide warmth. The table was assembled from discarded wooden planks of a fishing boat, uneven at the edges, with its legs made of large stones. Thus, during his leisure, Fu Lu utilized his various tools to refine the tabletop. He also dragged back a cartload of stones from a distant shore to serve as stools, making their home resemble a proper dwelling. At the county fish market, it was Tang Yuan's first encounter with the marketplace of Linyao County. His elder brother was assisting from afar, and their stall was located at the edge, with only a few wooden barrels containing various shellfish. Tang Yuan learned quickly, by midday, the crowd at the market had thinned. The villagers were reluctant to return home just yet, choosing to wait until the city gates were nearly shut before packing up. However, Tang Yuan observed that the afternoon business was dismal. Rather than waste time, it would be better to close the stall at noon and engage in other activities. When Yi Qingju returned to their stall for a drink after a flurry of activity, Tang Yuan quietly leaned towards his elder brother and murmured. Yi Qingju surveyed the dwindling market and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Let me remind you that prices are set uniformly in the village. Do not make any reckless decisions. or I shall ensure you regret it. Yar squatted by the barrel pretending to inspect the clams, pondering how her elder brother had grown increasingly fierce. I dare not listen. I dare not listen. Tang Yuan also felt that his elder brother had been particularly critical of him lately, rubbing his messy hair and asking playfully, "Brother, you aren't thinking of finding a little lady, are you? Your temper has been quite off lately. Brother, help me. Little seven." Yi Qingju's face turned a deep shade of anger, confirming the truth of Tang Yuan's words. Be quiet. Do you dare to keep babbling? You think just because you have eyes, a mouth, and some understanding, you can speak freely? A whole row of fish sellers and those across from them selling chickens, ducks, and pork looked on, amused, while the older ones chuckled at the youthful exuberance. Oh dear, young ones, full of vigor. Ha ha ha. Just take a look. Their feathers aren't even fully grown, they're all just children. Yar anxiously flitted between her two brothers, trying to protect their wooden barrel while wanting to intervene. Observers noted that although Yi Qingju was angry, he did not truly strike his brother. Aunt Li, having laughed enough, pulled the little girl over to her side. You silly girl, they're just playing around. Look how frightened you've become. But, Aunt, my elder brother's face has turned dark. Yar still attempted to break free to mediate. Yet within moments, the two brothers were embracing each other, seemingly in good spirits. Am I the only one taking this seriously? Yi Qingju and his brothers had lived rugged lives previously and had only a rudimentary understanding of such matters. They knew that men and women were entangled with one another. Yet they did not grasp what was so alluring about it. Returning to the matter at hand, Tang Yuan shared his rather immature thoughts with his elder brother. Lianghuai County was not a hub of transportation. Traders passing through would not take a detour unless they were already aware of the dried seafood available here. Tang Yuan's idea was simple. Since traders did not come to them, he could take their seafood to them instead. They had already traveled this route once. However, he lacked knowledge of the market and was too young. It would be best to find a village uncle or older brother to partner with. Back in Sanxi Town, numerous foreign merchants had come and gone, and Tang Yuan felt confident he wouldn't suffer significant losses in dealings with them. The problem was whether the families in Shaoshan village would be willing to cooperate. This matter could not be rushed. They would discuss it when they returned. Perhaps involving the fourth brother. If you can't sit still, go wander the streets and gather information about the vendor selling pancakes. Tang Yuan glanced at Yar, little seven. Would you like to go shopping with third brother? Yar furrowed her delicate brows, her small face contorted with concern. What about our stall? Are we abandoning it? Oh, it's just a small county town. We can load up and leave. The siblings swiftly packed their belongings, well aware that not much could be sold in the afternoon. Most of the stall owners engaged in bartering at the market. The people of Lianghuai County were simple and honest, and Tang Yuan was no fool. Yi Qingju decided not to dwell on it any longer, but to listen attentively to Uncle Jean and others as they imparted various bits of knowledge. Tang Yuan pulled the cart while Yar trailed beside third brother, her eyes wide with curiosity. Having spent so long in Lianghuai County, they had yet to truly explore it. After inquiring, they found a general store, where a middle-aged man surveyed the shop, appearing quite amiable. Sir, do you have any iron griddles for sale? What? Did your old one break? On the shelf to your left, choose the size you need. Tang Yuan suddenly spoke a phrase in Lianghuai dialect, startling Yar and the others, who stared in disbelief. No, my uncle took it when we split the family. I need to buy a new one. How much for the small and medium ones? The small one is 21, and the medium one is 31. Feel it, it's good material. So expensive. I don't have enough coins. You little rascal. Shopping without enough money? What are you thinking? Filling your head with porridge. Uncle, can you lower the price a bit? We didn't sell much today. What are you selling? My sister collected clams and razor clams from the beach. They're fresh. Outside? They're outside. I took a glance and noticed that my daughter-in-law was keen on adding a dish. Tang Yuan, having not yet completed his selection of cooking utensils, first led the owner of the grocery store to his cart to choose seafood. Yar watched with an amused expression, observing as Sanga spiritedly coaxed the vendor at the doorstep into purchasing a pound of clams and a pound of razor clams before the two merrily re-entered the shop. Sanga, are you still buying the cooking utensil? Buy. Uncle, I want a small one. Do give me a fair price. All right, you hand Uncle 10 coins. And we'll settle the account, shall we? Agreed, splendid. Then I shall take my leave. If I find anything lacking at home next time, I will return. Tang Yuan hoisted the utensil and exited, placing it atop his cart before heading towards the grain shop. Feeling the distance was appropriate, Yar curiously inquired, Sange. How come you can speak the dialect of Linzhou? With a proud lift of his chin, Tang Yuan replied, Your Sange is quite adept at mimicking any dialect. It is a gift I possess, is it not? He, indeed, Sange has a good memory. Sometimes a poor memory is quite troublesome. But enough of that. We shall procure some grain. On the last day of September, the Yi family acquired equipment for a pancake stall, along with 20 pounds of millet and 6 pounds of soybeans. On the very first day of Tang Yuan's stall, he spent all his earnings. Upon returning home, he was naturally met with the chiding of Ling Jiao and Panner, one on each side. Tang Yuan, however, was unperturbed, shaking his head as he animatedly discussed the newly purchased cooking utensil with Fu Lu. Setting up the pancake stall required funds, and Tang Yuan returned home to describe it to Fu Lu, who blinked a few times and nodded in confirmation. Oh, dear sister. The grain won't be consumed all in one day. Moreover, I exchanged it for seafood with the grocery store owner, spending only a few copper coins. It's all just daily necessities. Is it worth you fretting over it for so long? Little Seven, is what your Sange said true? Yara obediently nodded. You've passed this test. However, the millet and soybeans still need to be ground before they can be used. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Fu Lu selected the wood, saying, No worries, we shall craft a small stone mill ourselves. Holding a knife, Fu Lu was interrupted as Ling Jiao considered pinching his ear but abandoned the idea. Why not build a boat? Uncle Jin's fishing net should be usable, and next time, Big Brother can fish for himself. The boat is too large. I can make one when I grow a bit older. Enough, Panner, I can't take it anymore. Let us go cook. It's late. Why hasn't he Big Brother returned yet? Yara gathered the sun-dried seafood into the house as the night air was too humid. Several strands of kelp and other algae hanging on the rope had turned dark, their surfaces coated with a layer of salt frost. The flour Ling Jiao bought last time was reserved for Big Brother's provisions, and Panner soaked several handfuls of soybeans. Meanwhile, Ling Jiao was chopping octopus, while Panner sifted rice bran through her homemade sieve twice, mixing in a handful of buckwheat flour. Simply boiling octopus doesn't allow it to absorb flavors well, but turning it into octopus meatballs makes all the difference. Chewy and filling, paired with a bowl of soup, it far surpasses wild vegetable and rice bran porridge in taste. At that moment, the crowds dispersing from the market were also counting the days until merchants would arrive. Every October, people would gradually come to Taizhou, bringing not only the seafood from Linzhou but also medicinal herbs, donkey meat, and sweet treats from other regions. Yi Qingzhu attentively listened, contemplating Tang Yuan's suggestion. Though it would be arduous to venture further, it could yield more coins and save several days of travel for the merchants. The 7 siblings sat together at the stove for their first meal, with Panner preparing fresh dishes. Even though the meal was simple, the siblings were filled with joy. Today, they had made octopus meatball soup, along with pickled vegetables learned from the village matron. Panner anxiously awaited their evaluations, and Ling Jiao nudged her knee, mumbling, Hurry and eat. It smells delightful. They'll snatch it all away soon. The chorus of satisfied burps followed, and the simple table was left with nothing but empty bowls. A large seashell serving as the dish, devoid of even a strand of pickled vegetables. Panner, you excelled. The meatballs are truly delicious. Better than any small dish from Yanji Lane. Panner, unaware of what Yanji Lane was, grinned with her rabbit teeth and asked, Really? I just improvised. Is it really that good? Yi Qingzhu shot Tang Yuan a glare. You rascal. If you can't speak properly, don't say anything at all. What else with bringing up Yanji Lane? Indeed, it's quite good, without an overwhelming fishy taste, flavorful and visually appealing. Upon finishing, Yi Qingzhu stood up, preparing to stroll off to fetch water. Tang Yuan called out, Elder brother, wait a moment. I have an idea. Ling Jiao interjected, You're full of ideas today. What do you want to do? Tang Yuan replied, No interruptions. Here's the thing, going out to sea is no easy feat. A boat won't return unless it's full, but what if there's an abundance of fish that can't be sold? Panner, could we try making fish meatballs to sell? Think of various flavors, especially bold ones. Big brother, since we've already paid the stall fee, selling seafood should be no different from selling food, right? We can bring our little clay stove and buy a small pot. After all, we'll be at the edge. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yi Qingzhu, and upon hearing his proposal, everyone began to contemplate it earnestly. Compared to other stalls, the Yi family was at a disadvantage, lacking more options. Most stalls were filled with those who brought their own provisions. The snack stalls thrived on the bustling streets. If their family also sold fishball soup, it might indeed be unique. Panner frowned and said, but making this dish isn't difficult. It just requires effort to mince the meat. Once we earn money, there will be a second and third vendor. Tang Yuan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, so, Panner, the heavy responsibility falls on you. Be sure to put some thought into making our family's fishballs special. Unforgettable, ideally with a secret recipe that no one else can decipher. That's too difficult, can I manage? Ling Jiao stood up suddenly, clenching his fist, and declared. How will you know if you don't try? Let us just do it. Rest assured, I'll chop meat for you every day. I refuse to believe that no one in Linjiao County can surpass me. Yi Qingzhu stood up, saying, then it's settled. Panner will first try to make a few varieties. I'll figure out the fish. Tang Yuan, come fetch water with me. Big brother. My injury isn't fully healed yet. I'd rather not go. Yi Qingzhu narrowed his eyes, staring silently at him. Tang Yuan, with his head drooped, resignedly stood up, stepped outside, and took up the carrying pole. That night, Panner tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with thoughts of fish, shrimp, octopus, and various seasonings. Ling Jiao must have been tired from the day, as he was lightly snoring now. Yar quietly asked, Fifth sister, can't you sleep? Little Seven. Why aren't you asleep yet? I'm fine. Don't lie, are you worried? Fifth sister, don't be afraid, with so many of us. We'll find a way. If not, we can add simple medicinal herbs to the soup. It will enhance the flavor and nourish the body. Panner reached out and gently patted Yur's head, smiling silently. All right, let us think about it tomorrow. Let us sleep. The next day, Lu Chen took Fu Lu out early, both of them acting mysteriously. Tang Yuan didn't let Yur follow. With just a few items, he could manage on his own. Thus, the three sisters had a rare opportunity to hold hands and stroll to the seaside. Their clothing exposed their ankles and wrists, and as the sea breeze blew, the salty air wrapped in moisture chilled them to the bone. Panner, take a moment to mend your clothing. It's a bit cold. Ling Jiao could only handle simple sewing. Her stitches were as haphazard as her personality. Second sister, I was just thinking, I often go to chop wood. And there's a large patch of reeds. In the afternoon, we can gather some reed flowers. The little money we earn should be saved for buying grain, otherwise we want to survive the winter. As the three sisters conversed, their hands were never idle. Every day, they would stroll along the beach, gradually becoming acquainted with its treasures. Indeed, as the villagers had claimed, the sea was generous, bestowing its bounties upon them in abundance. Chapter 39. The Unusual Fortune. In early October, with another wave of high tides approaching, the residents of Shaoshan village hastily packed up their fish stalls and returned home before noon. For these seasoned fishermen, timing was everything. They calculated their hours meticulously to ensure they earned their silver while not missing the opportunity to collect from the sea. When the Yi brothers arrived at the beach with the crowd, Ling Jiao and her companions contemplated a quick trip home. Spotting their brothers among the throng, they decided against the detour. As the tide receded, the seven of them were noticeably quicker in their endeavors, with the exception of Yi Tangwan. This time, they had brought ample net bags, and as the tide ebbed, they pounced like lightning, filling their woven sacks with bucket after bucket of seafood before turning back toward the ocean. The harvest was joyful, devoid of territorial disputes, allowing the people of Shaoshan village to conclude their day's labor in a harmonious and cheerful atmosphere. Yi Qingzhu surveyed their spoils, which included not only seashells, conchs, octopuses, and oysters, but also crabs brandishing their pincers. Well then, they would haul the goods home. After a laborious journey back, the seven of them collapsed onto the sandy ground, too exhausted to engage in conversation. Their backs ached, their necks throbbed, their eyes danced with stars, and their ears buzzed. They were utterly fatigued. Once they had regained their strength, they sorted through their catch and prepared a meal, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion, as if the harrowing ordeal from a month ago had merely been a dream, and they had always lived in this idyllic place. Indeed, busyness and the joy of harvest could easily dull the sting of unpleasant memories, provided one did not allow hatred and resentment to take root in their hearts. After all, nothing was beyond the bomb of time. With newfound experience, their haul was significantly greater than that of 2 weeks prior. Panner simply prepared a simple porridge, and after a hearty meal and a thorough cleanup, they fell into a deep slumber until dawn. As the first light of day broke, Shaoshan village sprang to life, with smoke rising from every household. Reflecting on the previous day's chaos, Panner decided to make use of flour, steaming a pot of wild vegetable pancakes alongside a kelp and radish soup, complemented by a small side of pickles for breakfast. During their meal, Yi Qingzhu cautioned her younger siblings, Tangwan, do not be greedy. When we pack up, you must do so as well. The fish market in Shaoshan village thrives on camaraderie. Understood, elder brother. I still intend to head to the beach, he replied. Lingjiao and you lot, be mindful of the morning chill, if you cannot endure it. Do not push yourselves. We cannot afford to see you ill. Fear not, we are well aware, they assured her. Keep an eye on Fulu. The lad is rather quiet, and if you are not vigilant, he might wander off, she added. Very well, I shall take good care of him. As dawn broke, the group set out once more for the beach. The 7 siblings arrived neither too early nor too late, ensuring they would not encroach upon the prime spots. The coastline was extensive enough to provide ample opportunity for their gathering. By the time the rooster crowed, Tangwan returned home with a portion of their catch, while others from the village began to trickle back, some heading to the county town. As for whether they would catch the next wave of bounty that evening, none pressed the matter. Fulu was often overlooked, yet his catch was the most prized, either eels or sea cucumbers. Observing others using slender forks to catch eels, he had fashioned one himself. Delighted in catching octopuses, as they fetched a high price. Lingjiao's bucket was a mixed assortment. She tossed in anything she deemed edible, regardless of size or quantity. The morning's endeavor lasted just over half an hour, and as they returned home, beads of sweat adorned their brows. Lingjiao and Pan took a detour to search for reeds, discussing along the way how much remained after the strong winds had passed. Upon returning home, Yi Qingzhu set to work cleaning half a bucket of eels and sea cucumbers to sell in the county town. Fulu halted his brother, pouring the eels into another bucket. What else have you brought back? Yi Qingzhu queried, bemused, for Fulu frequently returned with oddities, sometimes peculiar shells, akin to a girl enamored with beauty, and at other times, various translucent stones, both large and small. What had he brought this time? Well, this time I found 2 ordinary stones, one large and one small, and they stink. Lure, why on earth are you collecting stones? Brother, just smell them. They are fragrant. I will wash them and place them in our home. Both Lu Cheng and Yi Qingzhu intervened. Please do not. Fulu, we implore you. These things have an overpowering odor. Let us keep them elsewhere, perhaps in your own little treasure trove. Lu Cheng offered his gentle persuasion, though he was unaware of the distaste he inadvertently revealed. Fulu glanced at his brother. Brother, can't I keep them? No, you should keep them to yourself. Very well, I truly do not know how to enjoy things. Fulu took his wooden bucket to seek out his little treasure trove, leaving his 2 elder brothers in disarray. Chinger, do you think Fulu might have a problem with his sense of smell? Brother, I have been meaning to ask you. Does Lure truly not have a problem with his mind? He seems quite odd. I do not mean any offense. I understand, in the past, he would bring back daggers, knives, and even hidden weapons. I always thought he did it out of fear. Look at him now, collecting broken shells and stones. Goodness. It matters not. If he is a bit foolish, we, as his elder brothers, should care for him more. Perhaps he will grow out of it. I have heard that children who eat eggs are clever. Come spring, let us raise a few hens. There are plenty of stinky fish, rotten shrimp, and broken crabs, surely. They will lay eggs. In that case, each of us can enjoy one. Yi Qingzhu patted his brother's shoulder with profound meaning. Your idea is commendable. When winter settles in and we have some leisure, we shall build a chicken coop. Yi Qingzhu hurriedly made his way into the city with the most valuable catch. And when he arrived to find the sisters of Liuhua, he was utterly taken aback. There were reeds aplenty, but no sign of the sought-after Liuhua. The bare reed head swayed in the wind, almost tauntingly saying, you've come, sister, but you have missed the season. Pan bit her lip, stamping her foot in frustration. We are too late indeed. What is there to fret about? There is still dry grass on the ground. Let us gather more firewood. Winter will pass swiftly. Hesitated, stuffing dry grass into our clothes? One tea that prick our skin? Prick or not. We have no money for cotton, and now, with no Liuhua to be found, we must make do with dry grass. The sisters, left with no choice, accepted this reality. Despite her dissatisfaction, Pan still harvested a considerable amount of reeds to carry home. It cannot be for naught. Our household supplies are insufficient. If you do not allow me a reprieve, I shan't leave you any for next year's bloom. In the county town, Yi Qingzhu arrived just in time. The young family was hosting a banquet in a few days, and the fish market had been thoroughly swept clean, not just of eels and sea cucumbers. But even other desirable catches had been completely purchased. Such favorable occasions were rare throughout the year, and the villagers swiftly packed up their stalls, with some heading to the market for household supplies, while others returned home to share their joy. That evening, the 7 siblings counted their earnings and discovered they had accumulated over 3 taels of silver. Lu Qing proposed, "Let us not touch these 3 taels. The remaining 16 should be entrusted to Pan'er for provisions. Do we have any objections?" "Of course not," came the unanimous reply. 16 was hardly substantial, equating to merely 16 jin of wheat and its husk. After the tumultuous high tide of the new moon on the 5th day, Pan'er commenced her quest to craft meatballs. The 3 sisters labored for the better part of the day, utilizing eggs, fish, shrimp, and pork. Even the tender green onions sprouting from the back cliff were not spared. Finally, amidst a delightful aroma, Pan'er's fish balls, shrimp balls, and improved octopus balls graced the table. The 7 of them gathered around as Pan introduced the new delicacies. "This is a seaweed and shrimp ball soup, featuring goji berries, a suggestion from ya. This fish ball is made from fish bones simmered into broth, fragrant and smooth, a concept from my second sister. And lastly, this one is made with my secret seasoning. Let us keep that under wraps for now. Do give it a try." Tang Yuan was the most impatient among them, proposing the idea of selling fish balls. If successful, he would feel quite extraordinary. Amidst the tense waiting, everyone finally emptied their bowls, reluctantly setting them down. Pan'er wished to stifle a giggle, but her prominent rabbit teeth insisted on making an appearance. Tang Yuan remarked, "Pan'er, you truly excel. Every variety is delectable." Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement. "The flavors are indeed delightful. The one sprinkled with dry powder is particularly intense, making one crave more." "Is there mustard powder in it?" "Yes. I spent several days perfecting the recipe, though it still seems to lack something," she replied. Noticing Ling Jiao constantly kneading her arm, Lu Cheng inquired, "Is it very strenuous to make?" If it's troublesome before he could finish, he was interrupted by 2 voices. "Not at all. I can help." It was Pan'er and Tang Yuan. Lu Cheng chuckled, "What's your hurry? I meant, if it's very labor-intensive, we should set the price higher. Just look at second sister, she's exhausted." Yi Qingzhu suggested, "Ling Jiao and Yaer, you 2 should take a break. Sanxi Wu, you 3 calculate the costs and manpower to see if we can make a profit." "When did Brother San become so practical?" They mused. "It's fine. Everyone returned to your rooms." The 3 named, San, Si, and Wu, settled by the stove, resting their chins on their hands while exchanging glances. "Speak up. It's getting dark. Pan'er, you go first." Oh, I will work hard to make even better fish balls," she responded. Tang Yuan elbowed her, raising his hands above his head. "That's not what I meant. How will we sell the fish balls?" Lu Cheng interjected. "Let us determine how many balls are in a bowl." Tang Yuan replied, "At the market, it's 10 balls per bowl. We can't exceed that." "All right. Then how many balls can we make from a pound of fish, Pan'er?" "Approximately 28 to 30 balls, but we also need eggs and other ingredients." "Okay. Let us calculate. From now until spring next year, the most common fish is the mackerel, priced at 8 to 10 per pound at the fish market. For fish meat, let us estimate 9 2 eggs will cost 2 and for other seasonings, let us say we need 2 for a pound of fish balls. Is that sufficient?" Pan'er mentally reviewed her ingredients. Scallions, ginger, and garlic could be grown at home. And there was enough Sichuan pepper for now, but she needed to buy mustard seeds, which could save some money if ground herself. "That's enough, 4th brother." "All right." Including the production cost of 2 the total cost for 1 serving of fish balls comes to 5 Heavens, that's quite expensive. Tang Yuan hadn't considered this aspect. The ingredients were merely surplus or leftovers from home, and Pan'er's creativity had transformed them. After 2 meals, they had consumed a significant amount of copper coins, and it pained him immensely. Lu Cheng hesitated. This price was not something ordinary folks would indulge in. What to do? Pan'er seemed to deflate, her strength seemingly drained, appearing quite dispirited. Tang Yuan, perplexed, urged, "What's with you 2? Cheer up, we haven't finished discussing yet." Pan'er feebly replied, "Third brother, let it go. At the market, we probably won't sell even a bowl." Tang Yuan surveyed the 2 and, standing up with determination, declared, "The market isn't suitable. We need to find another venue. With me around, I guarantee our fish balls will sell." Lu Cheng queried, "Third brother, where does your confidence come from?" Oh, based on my years of experience in the streets, my eyes are keen. It's just a matter of finding a spot to set up a stall. Leave it to me, and within 3 days, I'll bring you good news. The two remained skeptical, burdened with thoughts as they returned to sleep. The next morning, Tang Yuan set out with a new batch of seafood. The siblings busied themselves with their respective tasks. By mid-afternoon, Tang Yuan returned with a cart, having sold more than half of the seafood, along with some good news. Pan Air, prepare 3 types of fish balls for me to take to the county town tomorrow. Make sure they look appealing. I understand about them tasting good. But why should they look good? No questions, brother has his reasons. Fu Lu, come here, I have an important task for you, go. Those nearby were unaware of Tang Yuan's instructions, and soon, Fu Lu set off with his various tools. Even Yair was enlisted to weave a few adult-sized baskets. Yi Qingzhu could see he was not merely fooling around, so she allowed him to proceed. He speculated that everyone might need to go to sea in the coming days. So he visited Uncle Jean to inquire about the days and also to borrow a fish. He intended to pay with copper coins, but Uncle Jean refused to accept anything, saying that if he learned quickly, he could fish for himself next year and simply return the fish then. In the countryside, this was their trade, selling to fellow villagers. Such a novel occurrence had never happened in Shaoshun village. Yi Qingzhu returned home, carrying 2 substantial mackerels, hoping for Tang Yuan's success. Even if their family didn't earn much, helping the villagers process more fresh fish was a worthwhile endeavor. Tang Yuan had devised a plan and then took his elder brother to the back of the house, looking around to ensure no one was watching before quietly sharing his strategy. Elder brother, tomorrow I will take the fish balls to the county office to meet the magistrate. We owe our ability to settle in Linqiao County to his kindness, and bringing homemade food isn't considered bribery. At the very least, we should formally express our gratitude. If the magistrate enjoys them, we can set a slightly higher price, even if he doesn't fancy these flavors. I could ask if we might set up a stall at a bustling street corner. What do you think of this idea? Yi Qingzhu stared at the ground, her mind racing. After a moment, she nodded. I think it's worth a try, but one thing, be respectful towards the magistrate. If you encounter the young servant who brought us here initially, try to get close to him. Rest assured, elder sister, I understand. Chapter 41, Setbacks. The 6th day of the month brought pleasant weather. Since Tang Yuan had matters to attend to, he specially took Yair with him into the city to observe the stall. The cart was filled with small woven baskets crafted overnight, oval-shaped. A jar contained the fish balls Pan Air had shaped and boiled early that morning. Tang Yuan tucked a packet of secret seasoning within his tattered clothing. The fish balls must be made fresh for optimal taste, and fortunately, there was a helpful cook at the county office. The siblings settled first at the fish market. Tang Yuan entrusted a neighbor to watch over his sister while he carried the jar and baskets away. Lier asked Yair, 7th girl. What is your 3rd brother up to? Oh, 3rd brother is bringing some homemade food to the county office to thank the magistrate. Oh? What did your family make? No wonder it has smelled so good these past few days. Lier was merely engaging in casual conversation, not truly seeking information. Yet Yair found herself in a quandary. Telling the truth might cause trouble for her siblings, and she wasn't adept at lying. When feeling troubled, her delicate brows would furrow. Seeing the girl's expression shift, Lier found her endearing. She had only 2 sons, neither of whom had families yet. Moreover, boys were hardy and did not possess the gentleness of girls. She also thought about how the Yi family likely had little to eat. Relying on the meager catch from the sea might not yield enough food for winter. The daily supply of cabbage and radishes was only what families in the village would share. Lier's heart ached, and she embraced Yair tightly. Poor thing. I can tell your family doesn't have much to eat. Once the market disperses, come directly to my house and I'll give you some grains. Yar's complexion flushed slightly as she replied, No, Auntie, the village has already provided us with plenty, we dare not take any more. My elder brother said he would find a way to fill our stomachs. Don't listen to your elder brother, he is still just a child. Does he truly understand how difficult it is to make a living? Yar felt a peculiar gaze from her aunt, as if she were being scrutinized for a potential abduction back to her home. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, carrying his belongings, made his way to the back door of the Xixin Yamen, following the path etched in his memory. After a considerable wait, the wooden door creaked open. Who are you looking for? Good day, sir. I am Yi, seeking the county magistrate. I haven't heard of you, I don't recognize you. With a resounding bang, the door closed again. Tang Yuan stared at the tightly shut door, pondering, must I enter through the front? How frightening. He knocked once more, but after 2 attempts, no one opened. Tang Yuan had no choice but to circle around to the main entrance, where 2 stone lions stood sentinel, their countenance fierce and cold. The gatekeeper blocked Tang Yuan's path as he attempted to enter. Hey, do you not know where you are? What are you trying to do, barging in here? Can't you see the 2 of us standing guard? Esteemed elder brother, I seek an audience with the county magistrate. Another guard scoffed. From which garden did this little sprout emerge? Do you think you can see the magistrate at your whim? I hail from Shaoshan village. Over a month ago, the magistrate met with my siblings and me personally. You are the little beggar who fled the disaster. It seems you've got quite the luck. Surviving over 1,000 miles without starving to death. Let me see, what does a traveler from afar look like? Just another head with 2 arms, lacking any notable features. Hardly taller than a scallion. Tang Yuan gripped the hemp rope of his backpack, keeping his head down. It's all right. I've heard worse. Mockery ought to involve a certain reciprocity to be entertaining. Yet, with Tang Yuan remaining silent, the 2 guards felt as if they were mere puppets on a stage. Their own discomfort palpable. Better step away. This is the Lianghuai County Yamen. If you aren't here to file a report, be gone. Tang Yuan lifted his gaze. His eyes clear and resolute. I am Yi Tang Yuan, the 3rd son of the Yi family from Shaoshan village, seeking an audience with the magistrate. Firstly, to express gratitude for his compassion towards us, the homeless. Secondly, to request a place to stand upon, allowing my kin to earn a living. And thirdly, to present my sister's unique culinary creation, wishing for the magistrate's health and prosperity. Since the moment the gatekeepers began mocking him, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. As Tang Yuan raised his voice at the Yamen's entrance, he was technically courting punishment. However, the child's words bore no treasonous intent, merely expressions of gratitude, not a crime. How could they lay a hand on such a young child without an adult nearby? The faces of the gatekeepers turned pale. This insolent child did not understand their words, publicly shaming them, leaving them little choice but to retaliate. One of the guards rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, while Tang Yuan retreated step by step. The crowd forming a barrier behind him, his years of begging having honed his agility. Voices from the crowd began to rise in protest. Oh dear. 2 grown men bullying a child, what a disgrace. They're worse than a decent woman. Can we not even offer a humble gift to the magistrate? Have you heard of him subsisting on celestial elixirs or dew? Look at him. If you hadn't been so negligent in your studies, you wouldn't be chased by dogs. Those who are capable are sought after, yet here you are, slacking off in the school. The 2 guards, clad in the Yamen's official attire, had never before faced such overt ridicule. Ignoring the propriety of their duties, they rushed down several steps, ready to unleash their fury. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man emerged from within the Yamen, dressed in a half-worn blue robe, his hair neatly tied atop his head. Silence. You 2. What manner of conduct is this? Why are you causing a ruckus at the Yamen? Mr. Mu, it's just that the boy is infuriating. Indeed, he started the commotion. We were only trying to stop it. Before Tang Yuan could speak, a burly man from the crowd intervened. You 2 filthy rascals, are you incapable of speaking human language? The man referred to as Mr. Mu bowed slightly and said, let us all calm down, it is not worth the trouble. What exactly happened? If these 2 guards have indeed made a mistake, I shall report it to the magistrate for due action. Who are you, old scholar? Do you truly hold any sway? I serve as an advisor to the magistrate, and I can speak on behalf of the people. Fear not. The burly man recounted what he had witnessed, his voice booming. And as the crowd listened, they realized the boy had committed no serious offense, just a bit of mischief, causing a stir at the Yamen. Mr. Mu then spotted Tang Yuan within the throng and beckoned him forward. Yi Sanlang, come forth. Is what this gentleman said true? Why do you not first inquire of the guards before questioning a mere child? Mr. Mu chuckled softly. There is a purpose to my approach. Everything this uncle has said is true, but I too have erred. I should not have raised my voice at the Yamen, disturbing the magistrate. Chapter 42, a discussion. Mr. Mu tucked his hands into his sleeves, observing the young boy before him, who appeared much cleaner and healthier than when they first met. In that case, I shall take you in to meet the magistrate. Let us put this incident behind us. The burly man attempted to speak again, but was silenced by a glance from Mr. Mu. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, but Tang Yuan could not discern their words. He pondered Mr. Mu's intentions. With so many witnesses, it was clear the guards had abused their authority. Yet, this petty matter was trivial in the grand scheme of things. However, he had siblings to consider, and he wondered how they would fare in Lianghuai County. Yet, to press the issue seemed inappropriate, just a few words exchanged, harmless banter. What if the magistrate were to punish them? Mr. Mu, today I represent my siblings in expressing our gratitude to the magistrate. Meeting him is my accomplishment. My brothers and sisters will take pride in me. Mr. Mu nodded approvingly, smiling as he led Tang Yuan into the back of the yamen, leaving the two sweating guards and the perplexed burly man behind. Tang Yuan followed Mr. Mu to a small garden at the back of the yamen, where county magistrate he was seated on an outdoor stone bench, engrossed in a book. Tang Yuan, unable to read, thought to himself, if only Chengge could be here. He would surely know what the magistrate was reading. He carefully set down his backpack and respectfully knelt before magistrate he, bowing his head 3 times. Child, rise. Sit. And let Mr. Mu sit with you. Your Excellency, I shall remain standing. My earlier actions at the yamen were unintentional. I ask for your forgiveness, considering my sincere intentions. At the gate? No one reported this to me. I was unaware. Pray tell me, what is it you wish to discuss with me? On behalf of my 6 siblings, I wish to express our gratitude for your kindness in taking us in. Within this package are delicacies made by my sister. I have not seen such treats for sale in Lianghuai County, so I brought them for you to sample. Oh? Is this a specialty from your southern region? Not exactly. Your Excellency, she concocted it herself, but it is delightful and harmless. We all tasted it before bringing it. Haha, so you risked entering the yamen for this? Never be so reckless in the future. Yes, I shall remember it. To ensure freshness, the food is only half cooked. I will need to borrow the kitchen briefly. Yes, Your Excellency. Someone, come here. Yes, Your Excellency. This young man will accompany me. In the garden, Mr. Mu lifted his teacup and took a sip before leisurely remarking, this child indeed possesses a fundamentally good nature. Yet, I wonder about the others. Lord, he interjected, birds of a feather flock together. Those who can traverse great distances and share life and death must surely be of commendable character. Much like you and I, if we were not of like temperaments. How could we have coexisted harmoniously for so many years? With a huff, he continued, I feel increasingly aggrieved. You sit there enjoying tea and perusing local chronicles while I toil like a beast of burden. Perhaps you could spare me a few more tales of silver? Do not even entertain such thoughts. As for Yun Yang's condition, alas. Old he, will you persist? After all, that is merely a legendary artifact. In such a desolate place, can one truly expect to encounter it? The item must exist. I have waited here for over a decade, wagering on the fortune of He Zhaoxing and the fate of Yun Yang. It has been a trial for you to accompany me in this idle endeavor all these years. Enough. Cease bringing it up with such a grim demeanor. I have grown weary of it. Why not offer a bounty instead? Do you think I have not considered that? Once this item is discovered, it must be presented to the emperor. If I were to hoard it after saving Yun Yang, I would surely lose my head. Must you always be so obstinate? The sage once foretold that my benefactor resides here. With such assistance, I shall eventually find it. If not, then it is simply the fate that befalls my spouse and me. You blockhead. Look, you're getting agitated again. Have some tea. Not long after, Tang Yuan approached, followed closely by a servant carrying a food box. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of both Lord He and Mr. Mu, who exchanged glances. Gentlemen, these are meatballs made from fish, shrimp, and octopus, prepared in 2 distinct styles. I invite you both to savor them. Though the buckwheat flour used by Pan Air may lack in color, the taste is certainly not compromised. Despite having had breakfast not long ago, they found themselves still craving more after consuming 3 small bowls of fish balls. Your sister's culinary skills are commendable. These meatballs are splendid, Mr. Mu remarked, smacking his lips, albeit with a hint of regret. If only the color were more appealing, using white flour mixed with the pale fish would make them visually enticing and even more delectable. Lord He playfully kicked his friend beneath the table. Consider the children who have escaped calamity. Would they ever indulge in white flour? Tang Yuan chuckled. Mr. Mu is correct. I shall certainly relay your compliments to my sister. Lord, you are aware of my family circumstances. I wonder how much the stall fees would be to set up a stand in the county town selling fish balls? Can we choose our own location? Oh? You wish to turn this into a small business? Indeed, our family income is scant, and winter is fast approaching. We must devise a means to procure food and winter clothing. Mr. Mu pondered, tapping his fingers on the table. There are few snack stalls in Lianghuai County. Most have a narrow front for business and a living space behind. If we consider the street vendors, they mostly sell sweet treats appealing to children. Not something that operates daily. How about this? There are numerous snack stalls near Dingxiong Tower on North Street. Discuss it with your brother. Renting a stall would only cost around 100 or so in monthly. If you agree, come to the county office to pay the rent and sign a contract. There aren't many available stalls, and the location may not be ideal. Is it not possible for us to set up a stall at the street corner? A small space would suffice. Certainly not. Without regulations, chaos ensues. The constables will confiscate your stall, and you would have to face penalties at the county office. Thank you, my lord, and thank you, Mr. Mu. I shall return home to inform my brother. Tang Yuan was escorted out of the county office, his head hanging low as he walked. He had thought that a brief audience with the county magistrate would lead to a resolution, but perhaps he had been too naive. It was no wonder that in Sanxi Town, those with power and influence were seldom short of tribute at their doorsteps. Tang Yuan accompanied his sister to the fish market, not returning home until afternoon. The seafood was becoming increasingly difficult to sell. People complained of the lack of meat, while those with money sought wild delicacies, leaving the less fortunate uninterested in clams. Accounting was Lu Cheng's responsibility, his eyes darting anxiously as he calculated in silence. Pan Er fidgeted with her fingers, feeling a sense of unease that she had not experienced even when she had pleaded with the elder brother to take her in. Lu Cheng's first words nearly knocked Tang Yuan off balance. Brother, I wish to accompany third brother to North Street tomorrow to scout for a stall. Securing a stall is crucial. Our foundation is too weak to withstand any missteps. Chapter 43. Investigating North Street. Lianghuai County was an unfamiliar territory for them, and their understanding of the county town was scant. It would be prudent for them to explore further. Very well, why don't we all go tomorrow? We have stayed here long enough. We cannot remain ignorant of our own territory. Are we to conduct reconnaissance? Ling Jiao found it hard to sit still. Although life in the fishing village was pleasant and her siblings were harmonious, she had grown accustomed to sleeping on the streets, leaving her with a lingering sense of unreality about her current life. After a restful night, the seven of them parted ways, each with their own priorities, making continuous companionship impossible. Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng primarily traversed North Street twice, then inspected various inns and restaurants elsewhere. By day's end, they found it challenging to spot any food vendors on the streets. The itinerant peddlers only sold pre-cooked sweets or other snacks. Their fish balls required additional preparation, rendering them less versatile. Brother Cheng, look. Just as Mr. Mu said, the available stalls are hardly in prime locations. They're either adjacent to those selling pig entrails or near unpleasant individuals. Moreover, the stalls are often situated deep within the alleys, far from the bustling activity. Though the rent varied little, the potential for business depended heavily on the location. Lu Cheng may not have understood the intricacies of running a stall, but he was astute enough to notice that the stalls closer to Dingxiong Tower enjoyed better sales. Dingxiong Tower was a renowned tavern in the county, known solely for its homemade liquor paired with simple appetizers. The surrounding stalls, diverse and unique, worked in tandem with the tavern to attract patrons, creating a symbiotic relationship where customers could dine and drink, all while enjoying fair prices and exquisite flavors, sustaining a thriving street. Though it seemed daunting, there must be a way forward. We should explore other options as well. Ling Jiao, accustomed to independence, strolled alone, her attire revealing her as a farmer's daughter. Upon closer inspection, the scent indicated she was indeed a fisherwoman. The escort agency's martial arts school was Ling Jiao's favorite destination, not merely for its skilled fighters, but also because she aspired to wield a sword one day, traversing mountains and waters while fulfilling her duties. Yet, alas, she was a woman, and such ambitions were often dismissed. Fortunately, she remained optimistic, planning to venture into the surrounding small nations as a merchant to broaden her horizons in the future. Though her appearance suggested she was merely wandering, her eyes and mind were keenly observant, imprinting the streets and alleys of Lianghuai County into her memory, a fundamental skill for a beggar. Pan Er, meanwhile, was accompanied by Fu Lu and Ye Er, three youngsters who, upon entering the city, were uncertain of where to venture next. Trusting her instincts, Pan Er entered any shop that caught her eye. Fortunately, Ye Er could read, and even Fu Lu knew which places they could not enter. Had it not been for the two of them, Pan Er might have fallen prey to deception. The trio shared a mutual affinity for the unconventional. Fu Lu purchased a sickle at the blacksmith's, having exchanged whispered words with the smith, who gifted him a sturdy iron rod. As they meandered through the alleys, Yair insisted on dragging the others to scrape the frost off a courtyard wall. Later, she even brought the frost wrapped in leaves to a pharmacy, successfully selling it. Pan Er and Fu Lu were astonished. Elder sister, this is for you. Later, we shall buy some vegetable seeds. Next year, we will have an abundance of vegetables. Little Seven, this is your share of the earnings. What is yours and mine? Aren't they all part of our family? Besides, it's not as if you've hoarded them away. They are merely items we need for our home, right, sixth brother? You shouldn't remain silent all day. If we were to lose something on the road, we might not even notice. Lose it? My sense of smell is quite keen. As usual, Fu Lu is taciturn, and the three of them indeed set off to the general store to purchase seeds. After the autumn harvest, a new batch of seeds is readily available. Panner secretly longs to plant rice. She excels at transplanting seedlings and yearns for rice to eat. In the end, however, they bought vegetable seeds, and quite a variety at that. She is determined to work hard so that everyone can have better meals. Passing by the rice shop, Panner gritted her teeth and bought a pound of white flour. Both glutinous rice and white flour are considered fine goods, and in Taizhou, glutinous rice is even pricier than white flour. A pound of white flour costs 3 won, enough to exchange for 3 pounds of wheat. After leaving the rice shop, Panner lamented, if only we had a small stone mill, I certainly wouldn't be willing to spend 3 won for a pound of flour. I would rather grind it myself. Yair peered in, asking, Fifth sister, are you angry? I'm not. Stop making baseless accusations. Haha, sixth brother, did you see how fifth sister just gritted her teeth? Yes, I saw. It's just 2 stones. I'll bring them home in a few days. Fu Lu, don't try to take everything on yourself. Aren't you afraid of hurting your hands? I'm sure of it. Fu Lu is the most obstinate in the family. Eldest brother has told him countless times to refrain from picking up scraps by the sea, yet he never listens, bringing everything back. Now, the back of the house is cluttered with firewood and his collection of junk. When the 7 of them returned home, they did not rush to do household chores, but instead sat down to discuss the matter of renting a stall. The situation is such that I truly cannot make up my mind about whether to rent or not. Tang Yuan concluded, and Yi Qingzhu furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Cheng added, moreover, the stall can be rented for 6 months, during which the rent will neither increase nor decrease. The advantage is that if trouble arises, we can seek the patrolling constables. Ling Jiao was lounging with her legs crossed, not sitting properly. Could we not devise a way to lure people to the innermost stall? It's only about 100 steps away, right? Lu Cheng replied, the reality is that today, very few customers are willing to walk over 100 steps to buy something and then return. Our newly established stall has no reputation. How can we attract people? Yair propped her chin in her hand and asked, with so many of us, can't we deliver to Dingxianglu? Tang Yuan sighed, we can deliver. But so can the dozens of stalls in front of us. Yi Qingzhu pressed her finger to her temple and asked, otherwise, should we choose the stall next to that plump lady? Tang Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. I would rather set up a stall at the fish market. She is simply too repulsive. Yi Qingzhu turned towards North Street, where, upon comparison, only the stall beside that plump lady was positioned outward, being the 5th one at the entrance. However, her stall was truly unappealing. Generally, those who go to buy snacks would pinch their noses and tiptoe past that section. The sour and odorous smell is worse than the seaweed by the seaside. If all else fails, I can think of a few more side dishes. Most customers are heading to Dingxianglu, and naturally, many will want to drink. Our fish balls are not enticing enough. Anyway, the stall is 5 feet wide. So besides the fish ball pot, we can display some other small dishes. In truth, none of them are willing to give up. They have painstakingly pondered over solutions and prepared so many materials, so abandoning it now is painful. A bowl of wontons on North Street still costs 6 won. And their meatballs are truly substantial. Chapter 44, Setting up a pancake stall. Yi Qingzhu remarked, if that is the case, we cannot dismantle the stall at the fish market. Working on both ends may yield no good results. Panner, in the coming days, could you devise a way to use the clams and razor clams at home to create some side dishes? We'll need to dedicate 1.5 to 2 hours to gather seafood. However, the stall will likely depend on you. We must head out to sea tomorrow. Panner jumped up in a flurry, chattering incessantly, eldest brother, you really should have mentioned this sooner. I shall prepare provisions right away. Panner scooped out a little over half a pound of millet flour, added a couple of ounces of buckwheat flour, a couple of ounces of yellow soybean flour, and carefully mixed in a pinch of salt and a bit of baking soda to create the batter. This was a technique taught by the village's aunt, technically. It is possible to use only one type of flour, but buckwheat flour is cheaper. Using a piece of loofah soaked in a bit of oil, she greased the griddle and ladled out a scoop of the rested batter, quickly spreading it before it cooked. She had seen this done many times. Yet this was her first attempt at doing it herself. The first few pancakes were either unevenly thick or had large holes, and some were burnt. She set aside the edible remnants in a separate bowl, not rushing but repeatedly seeking the right feel. Finally, after several attempts, she grew more adept, stacking pancakes the size of basins to cool. The others in the room, drawn by the enticing aroma, ceased their discussions about the stall and emerged to watch Panner. The bowl on the stove contains the failures from my practice. You may try it first. It's my first attempt, so I'm unsure how it turned out. Tang Yuan placed the bowl on the table, and Yi Qingzhu tore off a small piece to taste. It had a delightful blend of rice fragrance, soft yet chewy. Far more fragrant than the cold pancakes they had eaten on the boat that day. Panner, you are quite talented. You learned this so quickly. Were you perhaps a celestial child under the kitchen god in your past life? When it comes to speaking, Tang Yuan is the most unabashed. He never knows how to restrain his compliments or feel embarrassed. However, among family, any praise is warranted. Yi Qingzhu remarked, "It is indeed quite good. In the future, if you do not wish to cook, you can make a few pounds of pancakes and roll up some vegetables to eat when hungry." Yar stood up, retrieving a wooden jar. "It just so happens that a few days ago, Sister Jiang asked me to fetch garlic and casually filled a jar of sauce for me." Sauce is a favorite among the people of Taizhou. They utilize a plethora of ingredients to create various flavors. From salty soy sauce made from yellow soybeans to sweet and sour fruit preserves made from wild fruits from the mountains, and even shrimp paste made by those by the sea. It seems that meals cannot be enjoyed without sauce. They missed the season when arriving at Shaoshan village, and the village women remarked that they must bring the daughters of the Yi family next year to learn how to make sauce. Living in Taizhou, not knowing how to make pancakes can be remedied by asking one's mother-in-law for help, and not knowing how to weave linen can be solved by purchasing clothes. But not knowing how to make sauce could lead to a legitimate withdrawal from a marriage proposal if the future in-laws were to hear of it. While spending silver to marry a wife, how do you expect to live without knowing how to make sauce? Thus, in Shaoshan village, regardless of a woman's age, there exists a communal obligation to teach the three sisters of the Yi family, especially since they lack a mother. Moreover, within the Yi household, the griddle was set at an appropriate height, and Panner did not find it overly tiring. Pancakes cooked quickly and were relatively easy to prepare. Fu Lu occasionally added a piece of firewood to maintain the perfect heat. The group finished the remnants of the pancakes in their bowls, and Yi Qingzhu took Lucheng to water the vegetable garden behind the cliff. In the garden, only their family's plot was lush and green. The scallions and mustard greens had grown quite tall, and the bok choy was ready for consumption. However, Panner mentioned that the weather was still not too cold, and they could grow a bit larger before making pickled vegetables. Having been preoccupied with outside matters, they were unaware that Panner had also taken the opportunity to turn over a small patch of soil. Ling Jiao and Yar noticed that Panner's arms had grown weary and wanted to lend a hand, as it appeared quite simple. Ling Jiao, being impulsive, after ruining several batches of batter, relinquished her efforts and obediently went to prepare pickled vegetable strips and kelp soup. Yar, with a bit more patience, found the griddle slightly challenging and, half-heartedly, left it to Panner. Although the pancakes were ready, they were not intended for dinner. The pot simmered soup while the pancakes steamed above. Once the steam rose, they would let it sit for a while, and a complete dish with both soup and staple would be prepared. After dinner, the sky quickly darkened, the days grew shorter, and winter would soon arrive. Yi Qingzhu instructed her younger siblings, who then set out to sea alongside the villagers who were calling out their shouts. This time, they did not go to the shore to bid farewell. Their elder brother mentioned that the arrangement for the stall would be left to them, assuring them that he would ensure the supply of fish and meat needed by Panner would not be interrupted. With Lucheng possessing money, Panner holding a secret recipe, and Tang Yuan possessing a clever mind, the three convened to analyze their prospects. I sensed potential in this endeavor, for such novelty was rare, not just in North Street, but throughout the entirety of Linzhou. Yet, Tang Yuan still felt the urge to give it a try. Lucheng calculated the costs. Fish balls would cost 5 won each. The stall fee would be around 600 won, with a proposed price of 10 won per bowl. Isn't that a bit excessive? Panner expressed her concern. Lucheng reassured her, not at all. Linzhou is not devoid of wealthy patrons. Small wontons sell for 6 won a bowl, and vegetable dumplings are priced at just 1 won each. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with ideas, and Lu Qing realized he had concocted yet another thought. What do you think we should name our venture? The Dingxiang building has a reputable sign. Should we not create one too? Panner, puzzled, inquired, what else could a bowl of fish balls be called? Tang Yuan shot her a knowing glance, turning to his scholarly brother. Changge, you possess knowledge. Conjure up a more appealing name. Panner, the simple-minded girl, was content to focus on the task at hand. Lu Cheng earnestly ruminated over this. After a day and a night, he finally proposed several names for the group to choose from. The fish balls could be dubbed by Yuanzi, while the shrimp balls, being few, could simply be called Fanyu. As for the octopus balls, I could only think of the phrase more hands, more feet. Ling Jiao lifted her chin and asked, so what would we call the octopus balls? Lu Cheng coughed and replied, let us name them Shouzu Tongzai. Laughter erupted anew, reminiscent of the last time. This name seemed a bit pretentious, evoking a sense of effeminacy. Lu Cheng turned crimson and exited the room. It was commendable that he had spent half the night dreaming up these terms. Let them laugh if they wished. Tang Yuan chased after the haughty Lu Cheng, the two playfully pushing each other as they moved away. The taciturn Mu, who rarely spoke but remarked, this isn't suitable for a drinking man. Perhaps we should reconsider. Ling Jiao chimed in, what does it matter what we call it? As long as the food is delicious, that's what truly counts. After ample laughter, Yor suggested a slight modification to her brother's idea. I have a thought. Would you care to hear it? Oh my, little Seven also has good ideas? Pray, let your sister listen. Oh dear second sister, please refrain from pinching my cheeks. What if I wind up looking like a radish? Who told you to have such tender skin? I wonder how you were raised. Now, do hurry and speak. Chapter 45, Preparation. The people of Taizhou are straightforward and warm-hearted, their speech succinct. Our name should be memorable, yet not overly casual. There's no need to differentiate between fish balls and shrimp balls. Let us combine them under the name Tongxin Yuanzai. Just as we, 7 of us, share life and death together, united as siblings. Ling Jiao clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, I love this, it's simple. Panner added, I have no objections. As third brother said, I shall simply focus on my work. Ling Jiao affectionately ruffled Panner's hair, teasing her for her simplicity. Upon returning from their leisurely stroll, Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng learned that the 3 girls had settled on a name and had little else to discuss. It was merely a small business for sustenance, not a grand banquet hall. Lu Cheng suggested, if that's the case, let us change the serving to 9 balls per bowl, 3 of each kind. Moreover, depending on the season and the types of fish available, we could mix different flavors. Sounds good. Once brother returns, I shall try making a crab-flavored one, Tang Yuan remarked. Ling Jiao was skeptical, but crabs hardly have any meat. Isn't that too difficult? Panner thought to herself, the harder it is, the less others will want to attempt it. On the 9th day of the month, the Yi family went to the county office to have the contract signed, securing a stall at number Wu 6 on the eastern side of North Street. The location was situated at the back, offering a lower rental price of 541. North Street begins at the Dingxiang building at the eastern entrance. The A and B sections are prime locations. With 40 stalls in total, Wu is positioned at the end of Section C, leaving only 6 available. The fish market would be set up on the 10th. Perfectly timed for them to return to the village with the catch. Once the significant matters were settled, the 6 dispersed. Panner was tasked with preparing ingredients and seasonings. Ling Jiao went to chop wood, and Tang Yuan remained at the fish market, responsible for procuring fish on credit. Fu Lu busied himself crafting wooden skewers and spoons, while Lu Cheng prepared to write the menu, and Yor gathered materials to weave small baskets for the fish balls. The assorted scraps Fu Lu collected would prove invaluable, as they lacked sufficient bowls. Thankfully, 9 fish balls were not many. They managed to find large shells, clean them thoroughly, and repurpose them as dishes. Meanwhile, aboard a boat, Yi Qingju was also discussing fish purchases with Uncle Jean. Uncle Jean, we did not intend to sever ties with Shaoshun village. It's just that with so many mouths to feed at home, we devised this plan. Uncle Jean responded nonchalantly, you think too much. The villagers wouldn't say a word. Having guarded this coastline for decades, we've only ever dried salted fish and shrimp. It's quite an accomplishment for you youngsters to create something fresh. Regarding the fish purchase, he added, I will discuss it with everyone once I return. Are you certain of what fish you wish to order? Uncle Jean assured. Initially, fifth sister just wanted to find a way to utilize the leftover fish and shrimp. Otherwise, we would become unable to eat them. If we can help everyone dispose of the surplus fish, we also benefit from it, he noted. Very well, with your word. The village will likely agree. Rest assured, the price for your fish will be fair. But that is not appropriate, Uncle Jean. What is the rush? For many years, the fresh fish that can't be sold is turned into dried fish. We, who live by the sea, don't enjoy it, and transporting it elsewhere yields little profit. It's merely that no one wants to throw it away. Selling dried fish to merchants brings in 1 or 2 won. While fresh fish can fetch 7 or 8 won in the county, sometimes even 10 won if a wealthy family is hosting an event. Purchasing it for use will save us time. What else could we do with that time? Then let me thank Uncle Jean in advance. But I will still accompany you on your next sea venture. Unbeknownst to them, Uncle Jean suddenly fell silent, a hint of sorrow in his demeanor. Yi Daler. Do you know why Shaoshan village does not go to sea daily? Isn't it due to the wind and waves? That is only part of it. The ocean holds treasures, yet it can also claim lives. Taking breaks is to calm the sea's fury and, in turn, to tantalize the appetites of those in the county. With that, Uncle Jean gazed deeply at the sea. On the swaying fishing boat, silence enveloped them. Until a seagull landed, attempting to peck at their provisions. Uncle Jean scolded the lazy birds with fervor. Get away from here, you feathered thieves. All you do is flap around, waiting for handouts. How can the seawater be so unpalatable? There are plenty of fish. Why are you so enamored with my pancakes? In truth, while Uncle Jean may appear fierce, prolonged interactions reveal him to be quite an interesting character. On the afternoon of the 9th, Tang Yuan returned with 2 fish weighing about 4 to 5 pounds. Breathless, he relayed the account to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng queried, "Whose fish did you take without paying?" "Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. This is from son Erxi. Why didn't he accompany you to sea? Brother Sun can manage on his own, can't he? It's said that sister Sun's leg is hurting, and she has been bedridden for the past few days, so the family can't afford to be without help." Panner, overhearing, popped her head out and said, "Sister Sun must be unable to cook. 3rd brother, let it be. 4th brother, please make a trip. My meal will be ready shortly. All right. Call me when it's done. Just don't let Erxi ignite the kitchen again." The brothers of the Yi family could all manage simple soups and porridge, but none were as adept as Panner, who was quick and resourceful. There were indeed a few in Shaoshan village, like Erxi, who couldn't even handle the basics. Panner prepared vegetable dumplings with a handful of fried pork scraps mixed in, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Previously purchased rice bran had been consumed in various porridge dishes, and the tender greens from the vegetable garden were just right for thinning out the seedlings. Marking the occasion of their first meal, Lu Cheng hurriedly made his way there, anxious that the Sun family might finish their meal before he arrived. Upon his arrival, he found son Erxi kneeling by the stove, blowing on the embers, her head looking as if it could fit right in. Lu Cheng greeted her, set down his bowl, and pulled Erxi up. With a few swift motions, a tongue of flame erupted from the stove, causing Erxi to stumble back in surprise. "Erxi, how could you forget? Don't stuff so much firewood next time. And remember to return the bowl." As dusk fell, Shaoshan village became dimly lit. And it was rare for the Yi family to indulge in lighting lamps. Panner cautiously held up an oil lamp to inspect all the ingredients needed for the next day, having already prepared the seasoning mix. For this, Yar had only kept the Sichuan pepper seeds, grinding the rest of the husks into powder. They had plenty of dried kelp. Even if it ran short, they could always go to the seaside for more. After confirming everything was ready, the weather was cool, and the dumplings had long been cooked to about 80% doneness for later use. Lingjiao, struggling to keep her eyes open, murmured as she heard Panner entering the room to bed, "Rest assured, tomorrow will go smoothly. Get some good sleep to gather your strength." "I understand, second sister. I will sleep now." In the darkness, Panner lay with wide-open eyes, her heart racing, unable to settle down. The garlic powder was easy to manage, while the mustard powder could easily be detected. Relying on a few fragrant herbs provided by Yer, she wondered if they would be discovered by everyone. They had finished picking the patch of patchouli leaves at the back cliff, and Yer collected quite a few seeds, planning to plant a large area around the vegetable garden come spring. An investment of several hundred coins was something she had not dared to dream of before. May heaven bless her for a smooth venture. Chapter 46, Grand Opening. On the morning of the 10th day, after a simple breakfast of pancakes wrapped around kelp, Tang Yuan, Panner, and Lu Cheng set out to North Street to commence their first day of dumpling business. Lingjiao had gone to the fish market by herself. After tidying up the house, Yer took Fu and Lu, the two younger ones, to the seaside, keeping an eye on the time. Being still quite young, they had just enough time to manage the county affairs, leaving the youngest to keep watch, as if it were an unwritten rule. The sea was icy cold. The two used tools instead of their hands whenever possible, all of which were trinkets fashioned by Fu. He still preferred to search for valuable items like eels and sea cucumbers, feeling bolder without his elder brothers around, rummaging through things that others deemed useless. What could Yer do? Knowing her sixth brother was a handful, she could only work harder to gather more octopus and shrimp to bring back. Prizing open oysters was too laborious, and they weren't fat yet. She would pick up beautiful shells to admire, but merely admired them. If picking shells could earn her money, she would surely be more enthusiastic than her sixth brother. After more than half an hour, the two trudged home, laden with nets and wooden buckets. The eel constantly squirmed, trying to escape, but fortunately, Fu had placed a woven cover over the bucket, while Yer sorted the seafood. Fu sneaked behind the house to tinker with his little treasure trove. It was not yet noon, and they were uncertain how well the dumplings would sell. The trio on North Street had no mind to ponder whether their family missed them. Tang Yuan, with his thick skin, stood before a row of snack stalls. Though the distance wasn't long, the stalls in front were either steaming with fragrant vapors or calling out in distinctive tones, yet no one noticed the new stall hidden within. Tang Yuan instructed Panner to prepare a serving of mixed dumplings, pinching a few skewers before heading toward Dingxiang Tower. Lu Cheng grabbed him and asked, "Where are you going?" Tang Yuan shrugged off, saying, "What does it matter? I'm off to snatch some business. You two keep an eye on the stall. No need to worry about anything else." Strutting away like a flamboyant rooster, he disappeared into the distance. Lu Cheng rubbed his face in distress. "Panner, do you think third brother will get into trouble like this? I find myself itching to give him a good thrashing." Panner crossed her arms. "Without business, there's no fire. Without fire, it feels a bit chilly." "Surely not, but what if someone takes offense at third brother?" "Oh dear. How did third brother get into Dingxiang Tower?" "Huh? How did I miss that?" In a flash, he vanished without a trace. She should have brought the second sister along. She was good at fighting. How do I respond to that? Panner thought, as it seemed they were here to conduct a small business. Why did fourth brother always think about fighting? After about an incense stick's time, a ragged but clean-faced youth burst through the doors of Dingxiang Tower. Lu Cheng and Panner immediately spotted Tang Yuan, grinning from ear to ear. Panner, 5 portions of mixed dumplings, 2 portions of bone soup dumplings, and 1 portion of kelp dumplings. Quickly. Chinga. Stop daydreaming and hurry to light the fire. Oh, my fifth sister, you should take action too. The patrons at Dingxiang Tower are waiting to eat. Tang Yuan anxiously hopped at their stall across from his own, while the two inside were still dazed. How long had it been? How had third brother managed that? Did simply walking in with food guarantee business? Under Tang Yuan's urging, Lu Cheng lit the fire and heated the pot, while Panner skillfully counted out 8 portions of dumplings to boil. The boiled fish balls and shrimp balls needed only a few moments, and the dumplings were placed into a large wooden basin, with a small earthen jar of pre-cooked soup stock, all ingredients being resilient to cooking. The hand-woven basket was exquisite and perfectly sized, with the seasoned dumplings fitting snugly inside. The large shells had natural edges and depth, containing the sea's essence while preserving their freshness. 8 portions of dumplings were too much for Tang Yuan to carry alone, so he made another trip to Dingxiang Tower to borrow a wooden tray, with Lu Cheng following behind. They delivered the food inside and soon returned with smiles and copper coins. Dingxiang Tower primarily sold wine and, at present, was not hosting any banquets, only a few scattered bar snacks. Yet, it still held a decent reputation in Linnao County, which was quite peculiar. Upon returning to their stall, Panner and Lu Cheng flanked third brother, inquiring how he managed to sell the dumplings. Tang Yuan beamed with pride, his hair almost dancing with excitement. "You see, all the snack stalls here have been inside Dingxiang Tower to sell their food, so when I went in, the staff didn't stop me. They even asked if I was a new vendor. Clearly, they didn't refuse me. I offered one of the dumplings for a taste. The young man was quite amiable, and wow, he was amazed right on the spot, praising it so much that his words could have formed a song. The nearby drinkers became intrigued and naturally inquired. Tang Yuan wasn't sure if he could do it. He was going by instinct. The cheapest wine at Dingxiang Tower was 20 coins a tael, which was hardly enough to drink, not to mention there were also snacks. The food Tang Yuan brought in smelled delightful and looked appealing, prompting curiosity about the price. Yi Tangyuan, being quite clever, approached with a smile before speaking, saying, "Gentlemen, you're in for a treat. These dumplings are made from fresh fish, shrimp, and eggs, finely minced by my sisters and formed into dumplings. A bowl contains 9 dumplings, guaranteed to be generous in ingredients. Pricing at 10 won yields you 1 won. And the 9 won to break even is not today's price. On the opening day, a bowl is priced at 8 won, incurring a loss merely to gain some notoriety. For those who do not favor this flavor, my sister has prepared kelp soup, and a bowl of piping hot fish bone broth with fresh dumplings guarantees a sense of well-being. Any gentleman wishing to partake, I shall hasten back to prepare it." Yi Tangyuan's appearance is indeed quite pleasant. During his recuperation, he has refrained from labor and sunlight, sporting a round face with a fair complexion. His speech is swift, his tattered garments clean. Who among the regulars would quibble over 10 or 8 won? Those with a hearty appetite prefer dry dumplings with their drink, while the elder patrons opt for the warm broth to soothe their stomachs. Before Tangyuan could boast his siblings, he spotted a fellow who had consumed his dumplings peering from a distance. With a quick flick of his eyes, he sprang up and rushed outside, cheerily calling out that his brother had arrived. Indeed, the fellow sought him out, grinning as he ordered a few more servings, mentioning where he was seated before turning back. Chapter 47, Yi Tangyuan faces criticism. The newly opened Tongshin dumplings on North Street distinguishes itself with a wooden sign standing at its stall. The wood, sourced by Fu Lu, has been smoothed with a hatchet, and the characters are inscribed in squid ink by Lu Cheng. By mid-afternoon, the 3 members of the Yi family had no choice but to pack up their wares and return home. The first day's business was unclear, and the materials prepared by Pan were limited. The trio pulled their cart to the fish market to meet Lingjiao, while Tangyuan strolled around his fellow villagers' stalls, loading 3 large fish and a basket of small yellow flowers onto their cart. "Chingge, remember to keep the accounts. Erxi's family has 5.5 gene of mackerel, and Antgu's family has 8 gene of yellow flowers." "Understood, third brother. Where are you off to now?" Yi Tangyuan smiled mysteriously, hands clasped behind his back as he stepped out of the market. On the return journey, Lingjiao and Lu Cheng took turns pulling the cart while Pan attempted to lend a hand several times, only to be evaded by the two. "Can't you just walk properly? Why are you fidgeting around me?" Lingjiao had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Her caring words always seemed to sting. Fortunately, the Yi family had grown accustomed to her demeanor. How could one blame her? Without parents or elders to teach her the art of gentle speech, even her way of caring for the younger ones was learned from her older brother, Yi Qingju. Pan flashed her rabbit teeth in a grin. "I just want to help you. Soon we'll be making dumplings at home, and I'll still need my second sister as assistants." "Humph. As if not helping me with the cart means I'll disregard you. I can't assist you on North Street, just focus on your own matters." Lu Cheng pulled Pan aside, also advising, "It's hard work for all, don't argue. Let me take over for Erxi." Lingjiao walked another 20 steps before passing the cart to Lu Cheng. "What difference does it make if one works a little more or less?" They were already like a family, relying on each other to survive in this small fishing village, living for one another. Upon returning home for a brief respite, Lingjiao placed the fish on the cutting board to prepare. Larger fish have their advantages, fewer bones and thicker meat, so she split the back, removed the belly, and scraped the flesh off with a knife. The smaller fish, being plentiful and inexpensive, required Pan's patience to clean. The fish meat was then meticulously checked for bones, finely chopped into a paste, and mixed with egg whites and flour in one direction. This was quite a laborious task, and after completing this step, both Pan and Lingjiao would find their arms sore. Yi Tangyuan did not return empty-handed. He brought back a wooden tray with 10 coarse porcelain bowls. Although the shells were visually appealing, carrying them to Dingxing Tower always resulted in spilled broth. 10 bowls for a tray, all for 10 won. Impressive, isn't it? Lu Cheng, having recorded today's accounts, finally found the moment to ask, "What did you promise the grocer this time?" "Hee, you know me too well. We have plenty of dried shrimp at home. I promise to bring him a jean tomorrow." "How much?" Lingjiao brandished her kitchen knife, scolding Tangyuan, "You wasteful child. How long do you think it takes to gather that much small shrimp? How many more days will it take to dry? How long have you been lounging about? Over 20 days of idleness, while neglecting a pile of chores. And now you're being so extravagant. Just wait until the eldest brother returns. He'll surely reprimand you." Lingjiao was genuinely angry. Among the dried seafood that merchants were willing to buy, dried shrimp was one of the few favorites. The younger ones in the family were unable to cast nets and could only gather a few by the seaside. Lu Cheng and Pan, or one on each side, attempted to restrain Ling Jiao. Despite their age difference, their combined experience still couldn't match Ling Jiao's. Second sister, calm down. Let us hear third brother's explanation. Explanation for what? He has too many tricks up his sleeve. Second sister, third brother isn't being reckless. It's for business. Can't he consult us? Do we not count as people? He dashed off without a care while we worked ourselves to the bone. Yi Tangyuan understood Ling Jiao's foul temper. The eldest brother would simmer quietly when angry, while Ling Jiao would shout directly. Until her anger subsided, he knew he couldn't speak. The six of them squabbled, drawing the attention of a few neighboring stalls. Upon stepping outside, they were met with the sight of the second daughter of the Yi family brandishing a kitchen knife. Her temper truly fierce. A few women gathered to mediate, initially fearing that the Yi family's dumpling stall would collapse on its first day. However, Yi Laosan boldly charged ahead to barter for fish. It took a while for them to realize it was, once again, Yi Laosan who had stirred the pot. Once Ling Jiao paused her shouting to catch her breath, Tangyuan called out from behind the aunts and neighbors. Second sister, I'm also trying to save money. With so much dried shrimp at home, why wait for someone to come and collect? Now, we can exchange half money and half goods for the supplies we need, which is more practical than selling the shrimp later. I'm not against discussing it. I can't help with making dumplings or killing fish. Besides, the city gate is about to close, and I need to buy everything before I leave. In her anger, she scolded and hit, I'll go fetch water. That's acceptable, right? The neighbors found the scene amusing. The village women had neither modesty nor soft voices, laughing at how Yu Sanlang would surely fear his wife in the future. Ling Jiao, gripping the kitchen knife, felt the sweat pooling in her palms, thinking, this little brat. Doesn't he know to give me an out in front of so many people? He's itching for trouble. Lu Cheng thanked everyone and, once they dispersed, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, saying helplessly, second sister, third brother is no longer a child. Perhaps you should let him bear the consequences in the future and give him some face. What? Why can't I scold my own brother? He has no face when it comes to me. Ling Jia mumbled as she returned to help Pan or with the dumplings, while Ya-er tugged at Fu Lu's sleeve. Laughing, sixth brother, we have enough strength with our eldest brother and second sister. You being quiet is actually quite nice. Fu Lu looked up, puzzled by the yellow-haired girl's comment, wondering if she would still think him good if she knew he favored cunning schemes. Oh, the ignorant little girl. It's best she never finds out. As the busy day came to an end, the six of them lay in bed, sound asleep. For children, such relentless labor was exhausting, yet none of them uttered a word of complaint. Ling Jiao would often lament her fatigue, yet she always seized the heavier tasks. Pan, handling the most intricate work, would still manage to smile, revealing her prominent front teeth. Compared to the torment of an uncertain tomorrow, their current lives had become a beautiful dream. Those steeped in hardship would treasure even the slightest sweetness as if it were a precious gem. Before drifting off to sleep, Ling Jiao reflected on her actions. She didn't mean to scold Tangyuan, but feared he might forget the struggles they had endured together. When the eldest brother was away, she needed to keep a close eye on the younger ones. None could be allowed to act up beneath her watchful gaze. Starting from the 11th, the stall fees at the fish market would no longer be required, allowing the Yi family to save on manpower. The stalls along North Street come and go in abundance. The few long-standing vendors have long since grown accustomed to this ebb and flow. In fact, a handful have taken to betting privately on how many days those impoverished youths can endure. Chapter 48. The Oddities of Dingxiang Building. Water tanks brimmed. The sun-dried seafood was turned over, and after washing their garments, Ling Jiao, like a true man, tucked his axe into his waistband and set off to gather firewood. The fish ball stall required a bundle of wood daily, and it was uncertain if the pile stacked behind would suffice. The two younger siblings continued to saunter by the seaside, with Yer sighing in despair, lamenting that sixth brother never seemed to grow up, while Fu Lu shook his head, pondering that none of the six truly understood him. On North Street, the trio arrived relatively early, as half of the patrons here resided directly in the county town. Unlike the Yi family, who had to wait for the city gates to open and time their business accordingly. Soon, the street was enveloped in a haze. Mingling a medley of aromas, the delightful scent of food intermingled with the sour stench of refuse. With 46 stalls, each roughly 5 feet wide, Only the previously mentioned plump auntie allowed her refuse to spill over to the neighboring stall. The others had prepared dilapidated wooden barrels, creating a proper place for food, while hers resembled a pigsty. At the hour of the snake, the door of Dingxiang building was finally dismantled by the staff, signaling the commencement of business. As patrons trickled into Dingxiang building, the calls from the snack stalls erupted into a lively commotion, as if orchestrated. Yi Tangyuan instructed Panner to heat up the soup base, anticipating those who had risen without breakfast might desire a bowl of fresh soup dumplings. Lu Cheng, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know?" Let us not forget what I used to do. You too lack the knack for observing people. Used to? Begging, perhaps? Even beggars must time their meals, lest they go hungry, right? Indeed, as the two types of soup bases began to bubble, the attendants of Dingxiang building emerged to assist patrons in procuring food. Yi Tangyuan noticed this and, regardless of whether they sought their unique dumplings, raised his voice to announce, newly opened, Tongxin dumplings, only 8 per bowl, warm, broth-laden, easily digestible, and perfectly paired with drinks. Though the words he called out were not particularly unusual, the slight southern accent in Yi Tangyuan's delivery lent an inexplicable charm. Those who frequented Dingxiang building for drinks often brought along their own attendants. Those less affluent, but still tempted, would dispatch the building's staff for errands. And thus, business began to flourish. Before noon, and not yet mealtime, it was uncomfortable to drink on an empty stomach. With the first bowl served, how far could the second be? Panner adeptly managed the dumplings, while the two brothers remained diligent. Should they encounter the attendants of Dingxiang building, they would ascertain which table was served and ensure their offerings were delivered. Other stalls did not refrain from delivery either, as many had children capable of running errands. Although the Yi brothers were not as familiar with this area, they each had their own little tricks. At midday, the more discerning households expected a full meal, while common folk rationed their food to 2 meals a day. Thus, at this time, half of those entering and exiting Dingxiang building were bringing dishes from other establishments. After a group of satisfied patrons departed, the gentleman with leisure time would arrive for a drink. The interval from late noon to early afternoon would see a slight bustle again, as yesterday's unsold dumplings were swiftly prepared for today's market. Observing the indentation in the large basin of dumplings, Panner, with nimble hands, steamed dumplings while smiling softly. In the past, Panner preferred to keep her head down, speaking softly with her hair unkempt. Now, with her hair neatly pinned atop her head, she spoke and acted with newfound confidence. Tangyuan, glancing at the time, calculated that it was nearly time to pack up. He called to Panner and Lu Cheng to tidy their wares, lest they find themselves delayed in the county town. Panner stamped her foot, somewhat unwilling to leave, as there were still 6 servings of dumplings remaining. Perhaps if they waited, someone would buy them. Lu Cheng busied himself loading the remaining firewood and empty bowls onto the cart, urging Panner to be more pragmatic. In business, one cannot always indulge whims. When Yi Tangyuan joined in to help, Panner realized that indeed, no customers would be forthcoming, and thus, she departed the city with her 2 brothers. Having packed up late today, they would have to procure fish on credit from a household in the village, whose fish was plentiful, and what remained, in Shaoshan village, was no secret. Upon returning home, the cart was already laden with the needed fish. Yar had prepared the meal in advance to avoid monopolizing the stove like the day before. With vegetable dumplings and soup set aside, everyone pitched in to process the fish. Panner asked, "Third brother, with such a prime location and spacious premises at Dingxiang building, why not prepare food themselves? Wouldn't it be more profitable?" The others were equally curious, questioning why they merely sold liquor and a few simple side dishes, deeming it a waste. Yi Tangyuan replied, "This matter I have investigated. It is said that the true owner of Dingxiang building once succumbed to food poisoning from a meal prepared by their own chef. Fortunately, despite losing a fortune, they narrowly escaped with their life. Ever since then, they have not hired a chef or even an apprentice. Only a few reliable attendants remain to serve drinks. The bar snacks at Dingxiang building total only 6. Salted fried soybeans, pickled radishes, shrimp skin with cabbage hearts, scallions with sauce, salted eggs, and chive flowers. These few accompaniments are all personally prepared by the proprietor. How intriguing, is it really so?" Ling Jiao and Lu Cheng, having seen a bit of the world, noted that such practices were rare in Sanxi Town. Tangyuan continued, "Indeed. I also heard that the chef responsible for the poisoning ultimately confessed. He was a young master from a prominent family who coveted Dingxiang building's ancestral brewing recipe. By the way, This case was cracked shortly after Lord He arrived in Linao County. Lu Chen exclaimed, "That must have been nearly 10 years ago. Probably more, in any case." The peculiar rules of Dingxiang building have persisted to this day, and it seems everyone has grown accustomed to them. As onlookers reveled in the lively tale, Panner pondered whether to prepare a couple of small dishes to take along, in case someone grew weary of the offerings and desired to taste her cooking. Panner's idea was sound, yet ultimately, the small dishes did not sell but were given away instead. On the 12th of October, fishing boats returned to shore. The rugged men weathered by the sea breeze, their hair reeking of brine. Only the two youngest from the Yi family assisted by the sea, while the eldest darkened with each outing, increasingly resembling the folk from Shaoshan village. Yi Qingju queried Yer, "What does it mean to resemble someone from Shaoshan village?" Yawer pointed at her brothers and uncles, commenting, "Dark faces, white teeth, and arms marked with lines." Big brother Jean laughed heartily, explaining that this was a trait unique to men, referred to as tendon meat, and added that Yi Darling still had a long way to go, at least a year or two. After collecting the fish, the men returned home to catch up on sleep. Yi Qingju only had time to inquire if the snack stall was doing well. Before Yer could finish her sentence, her exhausted elder brother was already snoring. With the scent of the sea lingering on him, the brothers' rooms now bore the same aroma. Sigh. Chapter 49. Negotiating Fish Prices. The dumplings unsold from yesterday were divided between two creditors by Yi Tangyuan. Their family had yet to set a price for the fish, as everyone agreed to wait for Big Brother Jean to return to make a collective decision. Lu Cheng dipped a fine twig into cuttlefish ink to write on wooden pieces, as paper was too costly for them to waste. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Tangyuan reduced the price of each bowl by 2 won, gradually garnering a modicum of fame for their stall. Although profits were diminished, based on the volume they sold, after deducting costs, they still earned more over these 3 days than at the fish market. On the way home, the three engaged in idle chatter. "Tomorrow, will we still have customers when we return to the 10 won a bowl price?" Yi Tang replied, "What difference will it make to us? Rest assured, Dingxiang building attracts countless patrons daily. Some may complain about the prices, while others might refuse to eat. However, there will always be those who indulge. Moreover, the food we offer is fresh and delectable, so the impact will be minimal. Overthinking serves no purpose." Upon arriving in the village, they were greeted by a chorus of snores. The three hastened home, and Yar, sitting at the entrance twisting hemp rope, placed a finger to her lips and gestured towards the main house. They grinned, but dared not make a sound. Even Lingjiao, upon seeing her elder brother, was cautious while filleting fish. The next day, their stall was set up, and the siblings enjoyed a warming fishbone soup. With the addition of ginger, a single bowl left their hands and feet toasty. Dingxiang building opened its doors, and the bustling activity of the day began. Just as Panner had feared, those running errands were instructed to seek other food vendors due to the price increase. Patrons were advised to dine in restaurants instead. During the midday break, Panner furrowed her brow, idly stirring the soup in the earthenware pot. "Chengge, how much have we sold thus far?" she inquired, pausing to wait for Lu Cheng to finish counting the coins. 131. Tang Yuan then asked, "Panner, how many portions did you prepare today?" 30 portions. "You see, if we sell 3 more, we will break even for today, right, Changgo?" "Indeed, we could even earn 7 won. So, Panner, is it difficult to manage 3 bowls?" "There's still an hour left, it should be manageable." Look. Why worry? We started with nothing. Breaking even or making a profit is just a matter of time. Panner, if you approach business like this, fearing every little thing, you'll crumble under the pressure. Learn from Sango. The earlier banter suddenly made the two realize why their second sister often wanted to hit him. He was charming and sweet-tongued when trying to please, but boisterous when feeling triumphant. After a busy period, they happily closed their stall. In another hour, they sold another 10 portions, exceeding Panner's expectations, simply bringing joy to the young girl. As per tradition, the remaining fish balls were distributed to families in the village who provided fresh fish. Just as the fishermen returned from their slumber, rejuvenated and full of energy, old Jean gathered the heads of each household, including Yi Qizhu, to negotiate the price of fish. Old Jean proposed a price akin to that of salted fish, but Yi Qingzhu could not condone such calculations. Only by venturing out with the fishing boats could one truly comprehend the hardships and dangers they face daily. It would be unjust to allow their struggles to go unrewarded simply because they belong to the same village. Ultimately, Yi Qingzhu firmly established a price of 4 won per jean for mackerel, while the more common yellow croaker was set at 3 won, a stable market price. The villagers added a new prayer to their rituals, hoping the Yi family's children would make a name for themselves in Lianghuai County, perhaps even establishing a small shop in the future. This way, any unsold fish could be directly sent to the county, eliminating the need for daily returns home. The simplicity and earnestness of the populace were endearing. They had never contemplated that the Yi family would take all their unsold fish. No one had ever done so in years. As the tide approached its peak in the middle of the month, signaling the onset of winter, the sea's instability would allow them to weather the cold, while the fish and shrimp thrived in the waters. Yi Qingzhu conveyed the villagers' sentiments to others, while Lu Cheng diligently kept the accounts. With this arrangement, they would soon amass a considerable sum. During mealtime, laughter filled the air. Upon returning home, even the fiery second sister transformed into a young girl, complaining to Yi Qingzhu about Tang Yuan purchasing items without consulting her, while Fulu was disobedient and constantly brought home scraps. Panner mused that perhaps she could experiment with fish skins, as discarding them seemed wasteful. Yar expressed her desire to assist in the county, while Lu Go remained silent all day, worried he might become mute. As for Lu Cheng, he discussed with his elder brother the need to procure some fabric from the cloth shop, as the biting cold made wearing thin clothing perilous. Recently, he had even been reluctant to part with medicinal herbs meant for warding off the cold. Listening to the animated chatter of the others, Yi Qingzhu occasionally sipped a hearty mouthful of soup. It was no wonder everyone longed to return home after venturing out to sea. He had previously failed to appreciate the comforts of home, surrounded by mere walls and a roof. Even his dilapidated temple had never evoked such feelings of nostalgia. Now, however, it seemed clearer that the essence of home lay not in a mere shelter from the elements, but in the warmth and harmony of family, and the lively atmosphere they created together. He now had siblings, though he remained unaware of the affection that parents could bestow. How greedy he was. What he had was already quite satisfactory. If any of them misbehaved, he could simply give them a kick, and when stepping outside, he knew he was the master of the Yi family. Life without parents was still quite bearable. On the 14th day, aside from the 3 heading to the county, the remaining 4 gathered their supplies and joined the villagers at the seaside. The seagulls, more astute than humans, were acutely aware of when the ocean was barren. Thus, many seagulls mingled among the crowd of beachcombers after the tide receded. A fierce battle for resources unfolded between the humans and birds on the shoreline. Animals in this season instinctively feasted heartily to build up their reserves for the winter, ensuring they would have the strength to hunt when spring arrived. The same was true for the game in the mountains. Each year at this time, traveling merchants passing through Taizhou would bring along decent quality furs and local specialties. These merchants varied in size. The smaller ones were locals who had gathered goods from distant places, waiting for patrons to select them at the provincial capital. They were all struggling souls, merely trying to profit from the price differences. This year, however, Lianghuai County faced its own challenges. Following the tide, fishing boats remained docked as everyone sorted through their seafood at home. After discussing with his siblings, Yi Qingzhu decided they should venture out themselves. They could fetch better prices in larger markets. After 2 to 3 discussions with Old Jean, the plan was set. Old Jean, accustomed to a cautious approach, agreed with Yi Qingzhu's idea but did not require everyone to bring all their seafood. Each household could contribute as they saw fit, with risks and benefits clearly outlined for them to deliberate. Lu Cheng intentionally set aside a day for bookkeeping, and the village's Sun Ge and Meng Gu expressed their willingness to accompany Yi Qingzhu on this journey. Chapter 50. Panner weeps in secret. The Tongxin Yuanzi temporarily weathered the price surge thanks to Yi Tong Yuan's purchase of a wooden tray, allowing one person to manage the back and forth. Lu Cheng found himself with quite a bit of free time. The task of collecting payments could easily be handled by either Tang Yuan or Panner, making him somewhat superfluous. The 3 of them, during a lull, conferred and concluded that 2 people would suffice at the stall, freeing one to pursue other tasks at home. However, the dilemma arose. They had developed a seamless working relationship, with Panner always cooking the balls, Lu Cheng managing the accounts, and Tang Yuan dealing with customers. Who would stay and who would return home? Yi Tang proposed, "How about this? Starting today, the 3 of us will teach each other the roles we play. After a few days of practice, each of us will be capable of cooking the balls, collecting payments, and even delivering food to customers at Dingxiang Building. If we get busy in the future, we will have 4 others to assist us, making it easier for the 3 of us. Panner clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow, Sanga, your foresight is remarkable. With all 7 of us engaged in the same task, just imagine how prosperous our business could become." Lu Cheng remarked. "It's no surprise they call you a simpleton. A person needs a glimmer of hope, a touch of expectation, and a stroke of luck to lead a life that others envy. Look at us now. We have a foundation. Our luck seems favorable. But we still lack a bit of anticipation. Calling you Panner hardly suits you. Should the 4th brother give you a different name?" No, I quite like this name," she replied. "I just feel a bit unsettled, always fearing it might be a dream." "Oh, you silly girl. If it were a dream, we would be fleeing from disaster. But this is all too real. Just give it a try. Does it hurt?" Yi Tanguan poked Panner's back with a small twig from the ground. Panner giggled. 3rd brother. "It doesn't hurt at all." "Oh dear, Cheng-er, I can't take it anymore. This girl is too dim-witted. You handle her." Lu Cheng shook his head. "No. I cannot manage her. We can't have a single clever one in our family and let her continue like this. The ingredients for the fish balls are all prepared. One merely needs to ensure they are not overcooked, lest the balls lose their delightful texture. Patience is essential. If served before the filling is thoroughly heated, it would surely incur the guest's ire. As for accounting, it is quite straightforward. Each bowl costs precisely 10 won. And it is rare for a customer to pay with silver for such a dish. Moreover, with Dingxiang Lu nearby, one can easily exchange currency with the shopkeeper. For them, the greatest challenge lies in dealing with the customers." Lu Cheng could not match Tong Yuan's eloquence, and Panner, being a girl of an awkward age, felt out of place among a throng of men. Now, they were respectable commoners, not beggars nor refugees, and the 2 brothers wished to spare their little sister from scornful glances and mockery. They privately resolved to keep Panner at home. Besides those concerns, the impending cold weather necessitated that they, as men, bear more of the burden. As Lu Cheng monitored the cooking, Panner was left at home by her brothers. However, the young girl became trapped in her own thoughts from the moment she was born. Her parents had shown her little affection, and now, because of her gender, she felt rejected by the 2 brothers she had come to depend upon. That morning, Panner hid under the bedcovers, quietly weeping. The rest of the household had departed to attend to their various tasks, some working, others washing clothes. Upon returning home with water, Yi Qingju felt an uncanny absence. There were many younger siblings, but the sudden realization of someone missing caught her off guard. When Lingjiao returned with the first load of firewood, she found her older brother pondering with a shoulder pole in hand. "Elder brother, what troubles you?" I was just thinking something feels off today. It seems like we are short one person, doesn't it?" "Haha, elder brother, has the sea breeze gotten to your head? There are 7 of us in the family, each buzzing about like busy bees. Who could possibly be slacking off? Just wait until I catch them." No. Let us count. Elder brother is here, 2nd brother is here, and 3rd and 4th brothers went to the county town, right? Yes, 6th and 7th are by the seaside. That's quite a lot. Wait, who is missing? Where's 5th? You're asking me? I wouldn't know, I went to chop wood. Yi Qingju shot Lingjiao a pointed look, tossing the shoulder pole onto the sandy ground, hands on her hips as she paced back and forth, her mind echoing the question of where 5th had gone. Panner could hear them, but her heart was heavy, and she wished to be left alone. In the past, when her parents had scolded her harshly, she would hide in the gaps of the woodshed, waiting until they were too exasperated to find her before pretending to chop wood, feigning ignorance. But now she was in Shaoshun village, and she was Yi Panner. With swollen, red-rimmed eyes, she ventured outside, stammering, "Elder brother, 2nd sister, I'm here." "Oh dear, what has happened to you, 5th? Quickly, find a doctor." Her eyes are swollen to slits. Without Lingjiao's call, Yi Qingju had already noticed. Startled, she exclaimed, "Is this from crying?" "Panner, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Or did 3rd or 4th brothers upset you?" "Elder brother isn't partial. I'll discipline anyone who misbehaves." That sentence, though meant to comfort, only deepened Panner's sense of rejection, and she could no longer contain her sorrow, her voice cracking as she cried out, "Elder brother, it's my fault for being a girl. My parents dislike me because the farm work is too arduous for me. 3rd brother and 4th brother 1T let me go to Beijia, disdaining me for being a girl. I don't want to. I don't want to." Yi Qingju slapped her forehead, spinning around a few times before shouting, "Stop crying." But how could one simply cease crying? Even fearing her brother's anger, Panner wished to stop, yet the sobs continued unabated. Lingjiao could not suppress a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Her thoughts drifting back to the times she had been punished, and a surge of vengeance welled up within her, fueling her anger. Which little rascal is stirring trouble? I'll make them regret it. Panner's large, expressive eyes were now reduced to slits, bloodshot and red. She looked rather pitiable. All right, second sister is here. How can you hide away crying at home when bullied? You should be biting back. Remember how bold you were when you approached the elder brother? How exhilarating that was. Wasn't he it? Yeah, you can talk, can't you? Be quiet. Panner, tell me, what did those two little rascals say? If the hiccups didn't stop, she would be in for a beating. Perhaps the tension and fear caused her to stop crying for the moment. They said Dingxianglu is a place for men to drink, and at the stalls on Beijia, apart from the elderly and married women, there are no young girls. They said I'm not suitable and should stay at home. But, elder brother, I'm not afraid. Chapter 51. Buying cloth. Even Lingjiao wore a puzzled expression. Their reasoning held no ground. Those two mischievous boys could do as they pleased, but why should Panner, a young girl, make things difficult for herself? Yi Qingzhu patiently asked. So you chose to hide under the bed and cry? Yes, otherwise I would be useless. Lingjiao grasped Panner's chin, tilting her head upward. Panner Yi, are you foolish? With the cold creeping in, shouldn't you be arranging to buy cloth and tailor clothes for the family instead of braving the chill on Beijia with them? Moreover, how long has it been since you cooked? The vegetables in the garden are overgrown with weeds, and the rice jar is nearly empty. Who do you expect to buy food? Younger sister Yer is so young, yet she squats by the stove every day to ease your burden. Most importantly, Yer always puts too much pepper in the dishes. I can't bear it anymore. When will you cook? Second sister, I'll cook now, no. I'll go into town to buy cloth. Oh no, I have no money. Right, I'll ask fourth brother. Oh dear, fourth brother is on Beijia. Where is the basket? And the measurements? At this moment, Panner floundered about like a befuddled crab, wishing she had 8 hands. Yi Qingzhu thought to herself. Thankfully Lingjiao had been taught early, with Lu Cheng caring for the youngest. If yet another of Panner's sort were added, it would drive him mad sooner or later. Panner measured the sizes of her elder brother and second sister with hemp rope, shouldering the basket as she headed to the county town. The brothers busily working on Beijia were taken aback when they saw Panner approaching, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Panner, my dear sister, what is the matter? Lu Cheng grew anxious, fearing something unfortunate had befallen her on the way, regretting not having taken her along. Panner smiled, though her swollen eyelids made it difficult to do so, rendering her grin rather peculiar. I'm fine, third brother, are you busy? The stall isn't important. Why have you come? Oh, I'm here to get some money from fourth brother. It's getting cold, and I need to buy cloth to make clothes. Both brothers let out a sigh of relief. Lu Cheng inquired how much she needed, but Panner was uncertain. She hadn't yet visited the fabric shop in Linzhou. Tanguan interjected, give her a bit more. She's as daft as a clam on the beach. I don't need new clothes for Cheng Go and I. Just give me elder brother S and second sister S. You only need to purchase fabric for 5 individuals. Panner exclaimed, how can that be acceptable? The garments leave the wrists exposed, and they won't shield against the wind either. Just use the scraps to make a vest for the 2 of us. Chenger, hurry and fetch the money. Make haste and do not dawdle along the way. If you encounter anyone who seems suspicious, keep your distance and, if necessary, shout for help. Do you understand? Dazed, Panner accepted a pouch of copper coins and inquired, have there been any ne'er-do-wells in the county town? No. Just go, was the reply. As Panner was escorted by Yi Tang down North Street, she turned her head only to see that third brother had swiftly maneuvered through 2 rows of stalls, disappearing into the depths. What was she truly thinking? Her brothers treated her kindly. How could they possibly harbor disdain for her? It was absurd to realize she had wept for so long that even opening her eyes felt laborious. In the county town, there were 3 types of fabric shops. The exquisite silks and satins were found in the brocade shop of South City, ready-made garments in the Ruixiong Pavilion of East City, while the common folk frequented the Pangji fabric shop in West City. When Panner, with her swollen eyes, arrived at the fabric shop, it was during a lull in customers. 2 young clerks were tidying the fabrics, while the shopkeeper was engrossed in calculations with an abacus. The light dimmed momentarily before returning to brightness, and the shopkeeper looked up, exclaiming, oh. A young lady here to buy fabric? I would like to have a look. A dong, Put your tasks aside for a moment and attend to this young lady. Rest assured, shopkeeper. What would you like to see, my lady? The latter part of the sentence was directed at Panner. In truth, Panner had never purchased fabric before. Her mother possessed a very old spinning wheel, and the two of them would spin thread while her mother would go to the fabric shop to exchange it for cloth. Alone in the shop, she quietly asked the clerk named Dong, "This young sir, I wish to buy some thicker fabric to make winter clothing for my elder brother." Upon entering, the shop's three occupants immediately took note of her attire. Dong led her to a corner where the shelves held the fabrics typically purchased by poorer families. Please take a look. This burlap is durable and thick, priced reasonably. The cotton fabric is soft and comes in various colors. Suitable for visiting relatives after a month or so. It must be inexpensive. We have very few relatives left. Dong maintained his smile, introducing the shop's most affordable burlap. One bolt of burlap was approximately 4 yards, 2 feet 2 inches wide, with the natural color priced at 401 per bolt and the blue at 421, both commonly used by men. Based on her elder brother's measurements, 6 feet of fabric would suffice for 1 set of outerwear, while her second sister would need 1 set, and her third and fourth brothers would require 1 yard each, with the 2 younger ones needing 9 feet. Young sir, how much is 1 foot of fabric? We cannot use an entire bolt at home. Dong sighed internally, knowing full well the girl's tattered clothing, yet wondering if she might actually afford a bolt. It was worth a try. Selling by the foot was not as economical. Feel this fabric. It is both thick and even, priced at 12 won per foot. If you need 10 or 8 feet, it must be cut separately. Conversely, if your family is large, surely new garments would be a welcome addition. This is indeed this year's new fabric. Wouldn't it be better if everyone at home could wear new clothes? The family had many members, and they did not possess a single thick garment. Purchasing 3 yards would cost 361, which seemed rather steep. Wait, young sir, you claim this is new fabric? Panner squinted her swollen eyes in disbelief. Dong nodded, absolutely new, it just arrived 3 days ago. I would never deceive you. Panner, excited, tugged at Dong's sleeve and asked if there is new fabric. Then there must be old fabric as well? Do you have any leftover burlap from last year? What would be the price? Oh, let go of me. Pulling at me is not proper. We do have old fabric, but I must make it clear that after a year, it is not merely faded in color. Our storage room rarely sees sunlight, and since we are near the sea, it is quite damp, meaning that the old fabric has likely become moldy. That does not concern me, I do not mind. How much? Why the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet. The slightly better old fabrics have already been sold, and what remains are only the leftovers, scattered and less desirable. At this point, Dong glanced toward the counter and, seeing the shopkeeper nod, continued. There are also many that have been eaten by insects. However, my lady, good merchandise that the owner has brought in cannot be neglected, so in terms of pricing, these are practically worthless, equivalent to the price of those that appear to be intact. Ah, I see. Please allow me a moment to think. Panner lowered her head, realizing she had been so flustered that she neglected the winter clothing issue. If only she had thought of it a few days earlier, perhaps she would not have faced this predicament and could have chosen something good at a lower price. Chapter 52. Gaining Benefits. Young sir, might I see the remaining old fabric? Of course, but first let me clarify. The new fabric is 12 won per foot, and a bolt is 401 for 4 yards. There are no complete bolts of old fabric, priced at 8 won per foot. Is that clear? I understand. I will look first and then decide. Dong retrieved the key to the storeroom from the shopkeeper and led Panner through a narrow passage into the backyard. The entire backyard consisted of 2 rows of storage rooms, and Dong opened the door to the last room on the west side. The moment the door creaked open, a musty odor wafted out. Unfazed, Panner followed Dong inside. The room was somewhat dim at this hour. The wooden shelves were stacked haphazardly, with a jumble of colors mixed together. In addition to burlap, there were cotton and silk fabrics that appeared to have been soaked, wrinkled, and stained with other colors. Dong pointed to the bottom shelf on the left, saying, "There, those are the ones. You may look, but do not disturb the arrangement." After assuring him, Panner removed her basket and placed it on the ground, squatting down to examine the fabrics closely. Indeed, as the clerk had mentioned, the remaining pieces were not in good condition, riddled with insect holes and color inconsistencies. However, with some patching, they should suffice. Pulling out a relatively large piece, she draped it over the shelf, taking out some twine to measure its dimensions. This piece measured 3 feet, with a few small holes that she could mend. If one did not examine closely, the flaws would be unnoticeable. A bowl of dumplings costs 10 won. If she took some time to make the garments, she could save 21. Young sir, could you please bring over a ruler? I will choose these old fabrics. A dong could tell she was smiling, wanting to say something to dissuade her but ultimately refrained. All right, but do not disturb anything. I shall return shortly. A dong indeed took little time and almost ran back. Since Panner had made her decision to buy, she could now rummage through the pile of fabrics. However, a dong rolled his eyes inwardly, fearing he would have to organize the storeroom late into the night, as his mother had requested he bring home a fish. Panner searched meticulously, nearly shaking out each piece of fabric, measuring with twine, and neatly folding those she found suitable to set aside. She carefully stacked the appropriate ones in another spot. A dong, bored with holding the ruler, eventually stood upright. Having worked at the fabric shop for 5 years, this was the first time he encountered such a customer. While polite customers who examined fabrics carefully were not uncommon, it was unprecedented to see someone buying burlap and old fabric, neatly folding them as she did. Oblivious to a dong's complex expression behind her, Panner was unaware of how others chose and bargained when they visited the fabric shop. Her focus was solely on the items before her. Upon finding a suitable piece, a slight smile graced her lips as she contemplated whether to make a short robe or trousers for someone. There were also those that fell just short by 7 or 8 inches. Although it seemed a pity, Panner remained clear-headed, knowing such pieces would be difficult to work with and thus decided to forego them. Looking at the pile, it was not much. All were thick burlap, heavy and cumbersome. Panner counted her selected pieces once more, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and then rose to call the clerk to measure and tally the cost. After squatting for too long, she suddenly stood up, her eyes swirling with stars, her legs numb, and instinctively grasped the shelf for support. A dong attentively observed this distinguished guest, contemplating whether to offer assistance, yet hesitated and withdrew his hand bashfully. His mother had advised him against casually touching women in public, especially in a fabric shop where he worked, necessitating utmost caution. Fortunately, Panner merely experienced a fleeting discomfort, which would soon pass. Once he confirmed she was all right, a dong returned the items Panner had set aside to their original place, carrying those she had selected and leading the way ahead. My lady, do not forget your basket. Let us settle the accounts in front, for the scent in the storeroom is indeed quite unpleasant. At that moment, the shopkeeper had finished tallying the accounts, and during the brief interlude of handing over the keys, a dong discreetly relayed Panner's actions in a few words. The shopkeeper displayed evident surprise, quietly instructing a dong with a few words. Panner had opted to purchase a set for herself, which was more economical, considering she needed to venture out for work. It was unreasonable to confine her at home simply due to her attire. While a dong measured, he called out the numbers loudly, as the shopkeeper deftly clicked the abacus. Panner felt as though she had accomplished something remarkable. When the shopkeeper concluded, he cheerfully announced, "Miss, your total is 261, a dong. Please wrap it up for the customer." Although she had learned to calculate accounts from her elder brother, the quantity was substantial, and she had not finished counting. "It should be 280 wen for approximately 35 feet, shouldn't it?" she queried. The shopkeeper paused, asking, "May I inquire, miss, what seems to be amiss?" Panner's face flushed slightly as she replied, "I apologize, esteemed shopkeeper. I do not doubt your calculations. I recall it being around 35 feet, priced at 8 won per foot, which should total 281, correct? Or have I erred?" The shopkeeper smiled. "You have not miscalculated, miss. Indeed, it should amount to 281. Earlier this year, we needed to clear the storeroom to make space for new stock, thus selling these old items at a reduced price. Since they have already been sifted through multiple times, they can only be resold for use as shoe-uppers. By adhering to the original 8 won per foot, you are at a disadvantage, which is why I have adjusted the price for you." "Oh, I see. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Will the proprietor take offense?" The shopkeeper laughed heartily. "Not at all, my dear. I can manage such matters." Panner gratefully extracted her purse, counting out 260 copper coins to hand to the shopkeeper. At that moment, a dong had finished wrapping the fabric, creating a substantial bundle that Panner struggled to lift. A dong lent a helping hand, and Panner thanked the attendant, slightly bending as she exited. After the young lady had walked some distance, a dong quietly reported to the shopkeeper, "Master, I gave her 2 extra pieces. I trust you to handle these matters. Should she return, we shall discuss it then." Oblivious to the additional items in her basket and the savings she had accrued, Panner was in high spirits, resting several times before arriving home. It was still before noon, and the others who had gone out had yet to return. Inside, she found Yer spinning hemp thread. And after storing the fabric, Panner checked the rice jar. Indeed, there was little remaining, and she still had 31. Her elder brother had given her the money from today's sales of dumplings. After consuming a large bowl of water, Panner ventured back into the city. As she walked, she reflected on how fortunate she was to have been allowed to stay at home. Otherwise, her siblings would soon find themselves in dire straits. She first headed to the North Street, greeting her 2 elder brothers, instructing them to close up shop and take a detour to the grain store while she went to purchase provisions. 10 pounds of wheat and 22 pounds of millet later, she found herself without a single one left. When her brothers caught up with her, the young lady expressed her concerns. "Do you think second sister will be angry if she finds out I spent nearly 301? Chapter 53. New Clothes. Yi Tangyuan sighed with a smile, "Silly girl. We are not the same. You were tasked with purchasing fabric to make clothes, while I took the liberty to spend without prior notice. Rest assured. Though the eldest brother and second sister may have tempers, who among us has truly faced their wrath?" Lu chimed in, "Indeed, third brother, you are quite the prodigy. Panner, second sister will only praise you. By the way, if you need assistance with sewing, you can ask Yer, as she is quite skilled with needle and thread. Just avoid asking second sister. Her craftsmanship is best left unmentioned." The 3 returned home together, where they discovered a large object in front of the house. Panner's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly approached, examining it curiously. "Oh my, where did this stone mill come from?" It was a rough little stone mill, about a foot in diameter, with an uneven groove at the bottom. Lingjia was busy scrubbing a pot and replied, "Fulu made it himself, this clumsy fellow. I don't know when he did it, but he has 3 blisters on his hand from it. I just helped him pick them." Had it not been for the item placed before her, Panner would have almost forgotten that Fulu had mentioned more than once his intention to bring one back for her. How had he managed it? Such a small child, how could he have chiseled it? Hearing that Fulu had injured his hand, the 3 of them disregarded the stone mill and went inside to check on him. The young lad's hand was still oozing blood, yet he had not been idle indoors. It seemed he was crafting a brush for use with the mill. Fulu's hand was cold, even slightly bluish, deepening Panner's guilt. Had she been more attentive, Fulu could have been wearing warm clothing by now. Each attended to their own tasks as Lingjiao finished with the stove. The vegetable garden behind the cliff had not been tended to for several days, and the baby bok choy and spring onions were flourishing. In the south, where it was likely warmer, the young greens were planted in successive batches. However, the village women of Shaoshan said that the green onions could be harvested by plucking the leaves, and with the baby bok choy, one need not uproot the entire plant. Simply picking a few of the larger leaves would suffice, and they would quickly regrow. Initially, they were unaccustomed to eating green onions raw with sauce, but soon they became habitual, feeling uneasy if they didn't have a taste each day. Any excess baby bok choy at home would be washed and dried by Yer. Pulling out any emerging weeds, they brought home a handful of tender spring onion leaves. A simple meal of oil residue bok choy soup and pancakes rolled with mustard greens was a significant improvement compared to a month ago, bringing a touch of warmth to their small home. Before sleeping, Panner took measurements for the others. While buying fabric was done with estimation, actual garment making required precision to avoid creating anything too small. She briefly shared her fabric purchase with everyone, and Lingjiao did not speak ill of her. Instead, he praised Panner's ability to manage their household. Their family, having never been picky about materials, was about to have new clothes for the first time in their lives. And even if the fabric was riddled with holes, it was still better than wearing someone else's cast-offs. Yi Qingzhu also encouraged Panner to be bold in her sewing. Since she had been entrusted with household matters, she should proceed as she saw fit, without worrying about the family's business or anything else. With the approval of her elder brother and second sister, Panner slept soundly. When she awoke, her eyes were bright again, and Fulu had crafted the little stone mill, sparing them the need to travel to the neighboring village to mill their wheat and millet. Fish balls required white flour, although the amount added each time was modest. Why waste coins if they could grind it themselves? Panner sought ways to make the wheat finer and whiter. Of course, at first, she lacked experience and skill. But Aunt Lee from next door noticed and came over to help her experiment. Eventually, this evolved into a communal activity for the entire village of Shaoshan, involving men, women, And children alike, whenever they had a free moment, they would wander over to discuss various matters. At such times, Panner would sit at her doorstep, while they gathered to chat, diligently cutting her elder brother's garments. The brown hemp fabric was indeed thick, and though the new scissors felt a bit unyielding, Panner wrapped the handles with hemp thread to make them more comfortable. The short brown garments were easy to tailor, and for a child like Panner, once she learned to wield scissors, it was but a step away from mastering needle and thread. With proficiency in sewing, the art of cutting and stitching garments would soon follow. Perhaps it was a natural inclination for women to learn swiftly. Or perhaps the industrious spirit of the weaving maiden illuminated the path for diligent women everywhere. Regardless, Panner had acquired these skills at a remarkably young age. On the first day, she quickly completed the cutting and sewing of 2 sleeves, but her responsibilities extended beyond merely crafting clothing. She also prepared the family's 2 meals, did the laundry, tended to the vegetable garden on the back slope, prepared the fish ball soup base and dry ingredients, fetched water, and occasionally turned and sun-dried the shrimp or other seafood laid out to dry. Yi Qingzhu accompanied Brother Sun and Brother Ming to gather intelligence about the merchant caravans, realizing that if she wished to venture out on her own, she needed to be well informed about the market conditions and the journey ahead. She also had to procure a travel permit from the county office and find a way to secure a cart for transporting goods, not to mention purchasing waterproof tarpaulin. Merely hearing about these tasks exhausted Panner, yet having come this far, the thoughts loomed persistently in their minds, making it difficult to abandon their ambitions midway. By the 3rd day at noon, after finishing a meticulously crafted short brown garment, Panner began cutting fabric for trousers. To assist her brother in obtaining the travel permit, she even stitched an inner pocket into the garment. By the 5th day, a new outfit adorned Yi Qingzhu, while the 3 young men from Shaoshan village prepared 3 carts laden with seafood, setting off towards the nearest Zhuhai city. In order to acquire this batch of goods, the Yi family settled all accounts for the fish earnings. Thus, although her brother packed plenty of pancakes and pickled mustard greens for sustenance, most of the family's silver was entrusted to him. It is often said that a poor family thrives on the road. This was not a time for them to flee, and they ensured that all they could carry went with their elder brother. Consequently, the Yi family found themselves short of funds once more. At this juncture, the wild game was plentiful, and the wealthy sought out fresh delicacies, causing the sale of fish balls to dwindle. Panner, along with Yer, hastily crafted thick garments for their 3rd and 4th brothers, her mind racing with thoughts on how to assist them. Lacking expertise in other areas, Panner resolved to send along her homemade kelp strips, offering a handful to those who purchased fish balls. Her kelp strips were seasoned with minced garlic and a touch of mustard oil, creating a dish with a bold flavor. The 2 young girls, not wishing to disregard their sister's intentions, readily accepted the provisions. They toiled at needlework from dawn until dusk, only pausing when the light faded. In the end, both girls had blisters forming on their thumbs and forefingers, and even the slightest touch made them wince in pain. Despite the chill in the air, Panner steeled herself, piercing the blisters, applying ash from the stove, and binding them tightly with hemp thread. Yar attempted to follow suit, but Panner stopped her, calculating that there was not much time left, and she should be able to manage. By the end of October, everyone except Panner and Lingjiao had donned thick clothing. Lingjiao wished to assist, but much to the surprise of her 2 younger sisters, this sister, upon stitching, would tie the thread into a tight knot, snipping off the excess, and then repeat the process at intervals, resulting in uneven patches of fabric studded with knots. Chapter 54. The Shed Market. As winter set in, the men, having rested for a few days, set forth once more, though this time not to the sea, but rather to carry salted fish and other dried seafood to the county town. Apart from what the Yi family needed for their own consumption, all other goods were entrusted to Yi Qingzhu. The small stalls on the northern street fared neither well nor poorly. They had been busy for a few days when they first began delivering fresh vegetables, but soon patrons grew weary and sought novelty elsewhere. The stone mill, painstakingly carved by Fu Lu, inexplicably remained ineffective, leading everyone to abandon the endeavor. They either purchased pre-ground flour or traveled to a nearby village called Kongzhuang, where they found large stone mills and big grinding wheels. However, the villagers charged a fee, retaining a bowl from every 3 pounds of rice, which was not without cost. As the 3 making their way to Zhuhai City gathered around a fire to warm their feet, a light rain had fallen for half a day, leaving their shoes soaked. Yi Qingju still wore the grass sandals she had woven herself. Without the wind blowing, the air they stirred with each step seemed to penetrate her very core. Accompanying her, Sun Daqiang and Meng Gui urged Yi Qingju to purchase a pair of cloth shoes for the journey, but she could not bring herself to do so. The usual journey to Zhuhai City took 4 days, but with the rain and the 3 carts in tow, their progress was inevitably delayed. They were at the mercy of chance when it came to encountering passing merchant caravans, as they had no means of inquiring about who might be traveling at what time. For the 3, visiting Zhuhai City for the first time, fortune smiled upon them. On the very first evening after entering the city, they were approached by someone inquiring about their goods. Transactions occurred between merchant caravans as they arrived from different directions with various destinations, fortuitously crossing paths. If they spotted something of interest, the best scenario was a bartering exchange. If a profit seemed possible, a bit of silver could be added to sweeten the deal. After all, commerce is fundamentally about mutual consent. Remarkably, it was the youngest, Yi Qingju, who had traversed the most routes, her dialect thick with the accent of Lianghuai County, making her the primary speaker during their interactions. However, in the realm of seafood trading, she was no match for the 2 local fishermen. So they worked as a cohesive unit. Being away from home, sharing meals and lodging fostered a deeper understanding among them. Though Yi Qingju was young, she conducted herself with a commendable level of composure, provided she was not provoked. This was not the first time they encountered a price inquirer. That individual was not particularly unreasonable, as merchants often seek profit and engage in haggling. However, that person was rather excessively stingy. Not only Yi Qingju, but even the other 2 barely restrained their tempers. It was an eye-opening experience. They had never seen anyone so insufferable. Refusing to sell and yet continuing to pester them, how could such behavior be more repugnant than spoiled salted fish? Meng Gui pulled the 2 aside, saying, "Calm down. Let us not dwell on it. The person has left, right? Be careful not to provoke them back." Yi Qingju replied, "If they dare to return, it won't be mere glares. I might lose control and strike out." Sun Daqiang chimed in, "Don't just say it, even I want to take action. What kind of turtle couldn't he hold it in and laid such a rotten egg? It's infuriating." Ultimately, the 3 were still inexperienced youths. In Zhuhai City, there existed a shed market, a designated area where wooden shelters were erected for merchants to exchange goods. The trio from Shaoshun village had learned of this and decided to spend their first night at the shed market without moving elsewhere. The next day, after the sun had risen, the area swarmed with people. Fortunately, they had not departed, or they would have found no space to set foot. They laid out their seafood, presenting each item in a bag for potential buyers to inspect. Many approached with inquiries, though most were unfamiliar with the products and asked what they were and how to prepare them. After much effort, they finally encountered someone knowledgeable who immediately attempted to haggle. On the first day, Meng Gui held firm and did not relent. Not only had the 3 endured a long and arduous journey, but they also needed to recoup the cost of the waterproof tarpaulin. As the second day wore on, their throats parched from speaking, they savored sips of cool water, which felt as if their very hearts were laid bare in the cool air. Enduring to the 3rd day, with their provisions nearly depleted, the 3 refrained from lodging at an inn to save money. Just as the market was about to disperse, a well-dressed, middle-aged man approached to inquire about prices. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a portly figure. "Which of you is in charge? How do you price your seafood?" None of the 3 felt particularly enthusiastic to engage, but Yi Qingju replied, "What are you interested in, sir? We offer seafood that we have personally cured and dried clean and genuine." "Oh, you are fishermen?" he asked. "Indeed, we are. It was the previous buyers who undervalued our goods that prompted us to venture here." "What a coincidence. You know best how to prepare these items for the most delectable experience?" Yi Qingju's expression tightened slightly, realizing he was yet another inquirer about cooking methods. "The simplest approach is to make porridge or broth. Both are fresh and nourishing." You don't sound like you're from Taizhou. They don't refer to it as broth there." Instinctively, Yi Qingju raised an eyebrow and replied, "I'm accustomed to it. My proficiency in local dialects pales in comparison to my cousin who learns quickly." Indeed, I hail from the southern region of Gazhou, having narrowly escaped the flood that ravaged my homeland. However, my 2 elder brothers are truly locals. If you doubt me, allow them to speak." "Brother Meng? Brother Sun?" "Oh, I assure you I mean no offense. I merely inquired out of habit, having traveled extensively. Speaking of the calamity, this year has been particularly devastating in the south. Your survival is a testament to future blessings. Do you have any idea how many lives were claimed by that flood? Yi Qingzhu explained, to be candid. Since I settled in Lianghuai County, this is my first journey far from home, and I have not heard the full extent of the aftermath. Moreover, as a mere youth, I am not in a position to manage such matters. That is precisely the point. One cannot underestimate your good fortune. 300,000 lives, you see. How many people inhabit our nation? Just like that, an entire populace washed away. How many, you ask? The voice that interjected belonged to Meng Guo, who noted that refugees have been trickling into Lianghuai County, yet it appears the county magistrate has not permitted everyone entry. There seems to be some restriction in place. The Yi family, consisting of 7 children, also fled, and he believed many still survived, albeit suffering from hunger and thirst. You heard correctly, 300,000. This figure does not even account for those who fled, nor the countless souls who perished along the way, or those who have resorted to living as wild men in the deep mountains. Yi Qingzhu could not fathom the enormity of 300,000 lives. He merely recalled that during that time, everywhere he turned, he was met with the vacant stares of tattered figures moving about. Was it not said that the court provided disaster relief? A once-in-a-century flood, so easily remedied? I tell you, it is fortunate you made your way here. Had you remained in the south waiting for the court's assistance, who knows if you would still be alive? For a moment, silence enveloped the group. Yi Qingzhu fought valiantly to survive, as did his brothers and sister. They could not concern themselves with the frenzied individuals resorting to cannibalism, nor with those who would bludgeon another for a mere bowl of rice soup. What if they were captured in Jiaoqing and sold? What if Lord He refused to shelter them? Or perhaps Uncle Jean and the folks of Shaoshan village wished for their demise? There are many ways to let a person perish without laying a hand on them. Chapter 55. The Trouble Caused by the Stone Mill. Yi Qingzhu's emotional turmoil was fleeting. Those who treated them kindly would, as long as he drew breath, be repaid in kind. Why does the boss speak of such things? Are we not discussing seafood? To ascertain which kind you desire, the price is negotiable. I apologize. The older I get, the more I tend to ramble. It is rare to encounter someone who embodies such vigor. So, how many varieties of seafood do you have? We brought 13 kinds with us, all stored in the cart behind us. I shall take all of it. Propose your price. All of it? Meng Guo and Sun Daqiang exchanged glances, to be frank. They had long been anxious. If they could not sell it, they were prepared to settle for any offer. A fortuitous opportunity indeed. The 3 stepped aside for a moment, murmuring calculations. Before departing, the families had conferred, and now they needed to ensure no one made a misstep. When it came to haggling, Meng Guo was the one to step forward, having experience from selling seafood at home. We won't cheat you, just as you are in big business. Do not press too hard. Meng Guo gestured with his fingers, indicating a total of 13 bags of various sizes, and after concluding, he looked at the other party. The man pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Deal. I want to bargain, but I have one request. Meng Guo replied, Speak. I have paper and pen. For each type of ingredient, I would like to know how to prepare and store it. If you agree, I shall pay you now. Agreed. Shall we weigh first or discuss preparation methods? Yi Qingzhu interjected for the two, for he knew that those unfamiliar with seafood would indeed struggle with its preparation. They had also made their share of blunders upon arriving in Shaoshan village. I trust the 3 of you. Let us move the goods and settle the payment. Those who came to the market naturally did not wander about alone, especially middle-aged men, who appeared to have substantial holdings, flanked not far behind by 2 attendants. Before long, a large scale was brought forth, and the middle-aged man pulled out a small abacus from his sleeve, its rosewood glimmering in the sunlight. As one side reported numbers, the other calculated. Once the weighing was complete, the price was established. They were well aware of the quantity of goods in the 3 carts. A discrepancy of a couple of taels was negligible. With silver and goods exchanged, the man produced a fine brush and moistened it with his mouth. To Meng Guo and Sun Daqiang, this seemed no different from squeezing ink from a small cuttlefish. His tongue and teeth were stained dark. The other party swiftly finished moving the goods, and soon after, a subordinate approached carrying an inkstone. Yi Qingzhu assumed the man would continually moisten the brush with saliva. Meng Guo and Sun Daqiang remarked, while Yi Qingzhu conveyed it in simpler terms, that the man's writing was quite small. Its aesthetic appeal was uncertain, but it was indeed very neat. Ultimately, the 3 supplemented each other's accounts without omission. And only then did Yi Qingzhu curiously inquire where the goods were headed and for what purpose such a quantity was needed. It is due to the southern flood. The salt route has been disrupted for a while. The farther north you go, the harder it is for the common folk to procure salt. This time, I aim to venture even further north to Yeno or even Ningzhou to exchange for ginseng, deer antlers, and furs from there. That must be a journey of a month or two, right? Indeed, I shall spend the new year on the road. My mother and children await my return, hoping for a reunion. Who finds it easy anyway? Even Lord He, in his official capacity, has his own troubles. Yi Qingju jested, should you require seafood in the future, you may send word to Tongsan Yuanzi on North Street in Linyao County, and we will deliver the finest goods. Haha, you are quick-witted. I shall remember that. The two parties departed, having successfully sold the goods and made a modest profit. Lianghuai and Sun Daqiang felt lighter in spirit. It was a rare visit to Zihaiqing, and they wished to bring something back for their families. Yi Qingju received his share without spending an extra penny. At home, someone awaited his swift return. His family longed for him to come back soon, though not the 6 from the Yi family, but rather from the Kangzhuang clan. Fulu was rather obstinate. Having crafted a stone mill for his sister to spare her the long journey to grind flour, he found it ineffectual and became restless, unable to sleep through the night. Eventually, Fulu encountered Lingjiao, and it is uncertain how he persuaded her. Perhaps she simply did not view it as a significant matter. The two ventured to Kangzhuang, seizing the opportunity when the stone mill and mortar were idle, and they tipped it over. The adults of Kangzhuang and Shaoshan village were perplexed. How could a girl of merely a decade and a boy of 7 or 8 manage such a heavy object, which had previously required the strength of a dozen men to set in place? Were these children endowed with supernatural strength? Regardless of how they achieved it, the two were caught by the villagers of Kangzhuang. When they were brought back to Shaoshan village, big brother Jean happened to be at home. Upon inquiry, he found a gaggle of children with not a single adult in sight. To make matters worse, the eldest capable of managing affairs was away, leaving the second eldest to face the music. While mischievous children can be found in any village, it is uncommon for them to engage in such antics. The Qinglong stone mill and the Baihu stone mortar, their positions and timings meticulously arranged according to feng shui. By disrupting them, they were effectively endangering the village's harmony. The people of Kangzhuang were nearly driven mad, a throng descending upon Shaoshan village demanding an explanation. Big brother Jean was at his wit's end. How was he to handle such a situation? He had never encountered anything like it. Unable to resolve the matter on their own, they marched into the county town, certain that the magistrate would be able to intervene. Beating drums to voice their grievances, the officials emerged to see a multitude gathered. What on earth is happening here? They exclaimed, rushing inside to summon the magistrate. He Zhaoxing was administering medicine to Yun Yang, who fell gravely ill every winter, even when the weather warmed up slightly. The toll of the years had rendered her exceedingly frail. Thus, when the constable reported to him, he Darren was in a rather foul mood. As the court convened, the only individuals present in the hall were the village head of Kangzhuang, the clan leader, and witnesses, while the Yi siblings from Shaoshan village knelt at the foot of the dais, with Jean Lauda standing behind them. Pan and Ye were barred from entering. The incident had unfolded abruptly, leaving them no time to seek out their 3rd and 4th brothers. The elderly clan leader of Kangzhuang, his face flushed and voice strained, recounted the events, while Ling Jiao attempted to interject but was repeatedly silenced by Jean Lauda. He Darren rubbed his aching temples, pondering whether Yun Yang had taken her medicine properly amidst such trivial matters. I am already aware of the situation. Yiling or Yiful, do you acknowledge the accusations from the clan leader? Ling Jiao opened her mouth to speak, glancing back at Uncle Jean, who nodded in encouragement before she continued, My lord, my brother and I did not act with malice. We truly had no idea that a mere stone mill could be such a delicate matter. A mere stone mill? That is Qinglong. Qinglong, the clan leader exclaimed, his voice cracking in exasperation. Silence. Please continue. My lord, the matter is this. My brother crafted a stone mill himself, but it failed to grind flour. He merely intended to dismantle Kangzhuang's stone mill to discern his error. We were merely seeking references. Would that not be the term, my lord? Furthermore, we did not intend to leave it in disarray. We neither stole nor seized anything. Why then have we found ourselves in court? Chapter 56. Yi Qingju's Fury. Jean Lauda sensed impending trouble. Although he Darren was usually mild-mannered, he would not tolerate such disrespect in the courtroom. It was evident that Yiling or S boldness could lead to repercussions. Indeed, he Zhaoxing, already weighed down by concern for his wife's health, felt a surge of irritation at the audacity of a young girl challenging him over such trivialities. The gavel fell sharply, causing a shiver to run through those present in the courtroom. "Are you questioning me?" The county magistrate, though minor in rank, exuded an authority that common folk dared not confront directly. Everyone bowed their heads, especially Lingjiao, who, with a thud of her forehead against the ground, fell silent. "My lord, please forgive me, I meant no disrespect. It is simply that my brother and I truly bear no ill intent. We beseech you to see our sincerity." "And what say you, Kongzhuang?" The irate clan leader shot a furtive glance upward before lowering his gaze once more. "It is entirely up to your discretion, my lord." In that case, the Yi siblings from Shaoshan village unlawfully disassembled Kongzhuang's stone mill. I command both of you to promptly engage a professional to assess the feng shui and restore it to its original state, while also presenting gifts of apology in person. The people of Kongzhuang must not harbor resentment over this matter. Jean Lauda, I entrust this to you. Moreover, unless there are grave grievances, do not strike the drum at the courthouse indiscriminately. Court dismissed. After he Darren departed, the elderly clan leader of Kangzhuang huffed disdainfully, his chin nearly touching his toes. The village head, with a feigned amiability, attempted to placate Jean Lauda, spouting insincere platitudes about the need for discipline among children, while simultaneously advising the clan leader to maintain cordial relations, as they would require flour from Shaoshan village frequently, lest their dealings grow too distant. The people of Kongzhuang arrived in anger, but departed with pride intact. Once outside the courthouse, Jean Lauda cast a dark glance at the four young ones before him. "You truly excel at causing trouble. When Yi Dalo returns, he will surely give you a proper thrashing." Jean Lauda did not return home, but instead led the Yi family to seek out a feng shui master. After explaining the situation, the master calculated that he would arrive at Kongzhuang before the hour of the snake on the 6th day. Having paid the required fees, they set about preparing gifts of apology: a pig, half a pound of sugar, a pound of pastries, and 2 pounds of wine. Lingjiao and Full followed Jean Lauda directly to the clan leader's residence, bracing themselves for the delicate task of offering apologies while enduring the sting of scornful remarks. Upon exiting, Jean Lauda's expression darkened further. Lingjiao knew she should not have taken matters into her own hands, yet Full remained unconvinced he had done anything wrong. That very night, the trio of Yi Qingzhu returned home joyfully, only to hear of the day's events. Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng, being more in touch with the happenings in the county, had learned of it sooner. Yi Qingzhu hurriedly pulled the cart into their property, casting it aside to grab a stick. "Yi Ling Yi Full, get out here this instant." Inside, the others huddled together, deliberating how to explain matters upon their elder brother's return. The fates of individuals are often entwined, and before a resolution could be reached, Yi Dalo stormed in. Full wore the same expression as before, having faced the consequences of his actions. They could not afford to keep their brother waiting, lest he grow angrier and punish them more severely. Lingjiao hesitated, her face a mask of conflict, but in a mere moment, at the sound of her brother's second summons, she dashed outside. Well, look at you two. I step away for just a few days, and what do? Go dismantling stone mills in another village? How clever of you. Why not tear down a house instead? Lingjiao stammered an explanation, while Full, unable to muster a coherent defense, had long since ceased to be reliable. "Brother, you must allow us to explain." Yi Qingzhu, exasperated yet amused, replied, "Very well, enlighten me with your justifications." "We truly meant no harm. Full's stone mill was faulty, and we merely wished to examine how theirs functioned. We had no idea that the old lady would scream. And had she not, we would have already returned the mill to its rightful place. The people of Kongzhuang are overreacting. It was not a significant issue that warranted bringing it to the county court. Brother, trust me, we were not being reckless." Yi Qingzhu understood that Full's stubbornness was unyielding, and he knew that Lingjiao's impulsive nature had led them to such folly. Yet he also recognized the futility of arguing. To outsiders, their actions would appear as mere childish mischief, though devoid of parental guidance. This did not imply they were entirely ignorant of their actions. Even if only to silence the grievances of others, he would have to administer punishment, ensuring it was sufficiently loud to resonate. Since becoming Yi Qingzhu, he often found himself acting against his better judgment. The incident with the dumplings was indeed a genuine mistake. Lingjiao and Full were left with no choice but to accept the consequences. "Lingjiao, what instructions did I leave you with when I departed? In my absence. You are the second eldest sister. You must exhibit maturity and care for your younger siblings, safeguarding our home. Should you find yourself in doubt, you may seek counsel respectfully. You did not notify anyone, and now everyone is left without access to the stone mill or grinder. What then shall we feed the community? And you fool? Consider this. If you claim you acted without ill intent, does that absolve you from causing trouble? Fool knelt, lifting his gaze to his brother. Brother, the idea was mine. Lingjiao merely worried for my safety. It was my fault. Please spare Lingjiao the punishment. I am willing to accept the consequences. Lingjiao was not about to allow him to absolve her. She knelt beside Ful. Brother, I was the one who took action. Ful did not touch a thing. Should there be punishment, let it fall upon me. A few others stood at the doorway, their faces etched with concern, eager to plead for leniency. Yet, the fearsome countenance of their elder brother rendered them speechless, unable to interject. Very well, gather here, all of you. Do not think that just because the trouble was caused by these two, you can escape unscathed. Yi Tangyuan, Yi Lucheng, are you deaf and blind? Do you not see the chaos unfolding in our home? Brother, I was wrong. The two readily admitted their fault, realizing they had become overly concerned with a trivial matter. The thought of what could have transpired sent a chill down their spines. What if Lingjiao had been injured while moving the stone mill? What if the people of Kongzhuang had reacted violently? What if the magistrate had decided to punish them in court? For them, talent is of paramount importance. They have not forgotten the days when they had nothing. How could a mere span of a few days erase such memories? You Panner, how many household chores do you have to attend to? Can you not even keep an eye on a child? What sort of mind does your second sister possess? Is she as foolish as you? I apologize, elder brother. I thought it was not a significant matter, just. Oh, and what about now? Is it not a grave issue? Brother, I was wrong. Yar, without waiting for questions, stepped forward to admit her mistake. Where did you err? I should have accompanied second sister and sixth brother when they left. Knowing they were in the wrong, I should have stopped them. At least you possess a modicum of sense. The one who deserves punishment the most is I. As the elder brother, I have failed to teach you properly. Lingjiao Tangyuan. You come here. Yi Qingzhu tossed 2 sticks over and removed his shirt, revealing a back marred with scars. Those wounds were inflicted during the years spent begging. A testament to the hardships endured. Chapter 57. Suffering. Yi Qingzhu wished to avoid soiling the new garment Panner had made for him. It was his first piece of clothing. Entirely his own. Upon seeing the scars on their elder brother's back, the remaining siblings' eyes brimmed with tears, their wails echoing throughout the village. Jean Lauda approached with his companions, just in time to overhear Yi Qingzhu's words. The nature of children is not inherently malevolent. In fact, having lost their elders, they have had to rely on themselves from a young age. Yet, they have persevered, earning their sustenance through honest toil. To speak candidly, their children might not even reach such levels of resilience. However, Jean Lauda could not afford to be soft-hearted. Kongzhuang had recently become the nearest place with a stone mill. If they did not resolve this matter, the villagers would have to either travel farther or spend more coins to purchase ready-made flour. Relying on others' goodwill would only lead to subservience. Shaoshan village is home to more than just Jean Lauda's family. The sentiments of other villagers remain unknown. Yet the Yi family's second major upheaval continues to unfold under everyone's watchful gaze. Each of the 6 younger siblings received 10 strokes, evenly distributed, with Yi Qingzhu enduring the same. Nevertheless, Lingjiao and Fulu's punishment was not mitigated by Yi Qingzhu's injuries. The other 4 also faced their share of blows, leaving Yi Qingzhu drenched in sweat by the end. Sweat trickled down his scarred back, his shoulders still frail. Jean Lauda sighed and stepped forward, picking up the short brown coat he had set aside, brushing off the sand before gently draping it over Yi Qingzhu's shoulders. Dalao, I pity you. It is not that uncle refuses to speak on behalf of his kin. Shaoshan village will have plenty of occasions to seek assistance from others, and I must consider everyone. Mustn't I? Uncle Jean and everyone else, it is the Yi family that has brought trouble to you all. Qingzhu apologizes sincerely. We will strive to earn Kongzhuang's forgiveness. Should anyone face difficulties caused by Kongzhuang in the future, I, Yi Qingzhu, will find a way to make amends. My apologies. The words were clenched between his teeth, bearing the pain with a tinge of frailty, yet his tone remained resolute, embodying the spirit of a man. The other 6 members of the Yi family mimicked their elder brother, bowing and expressing their apologies. Fula stifled his emotions, clenching his teeth tightly. Although the incident with Kongzhuang had dragged their elder brother and second sister into the mess, He vowed that the grievances endured today would be repaid to Kongzhuang in due time. Yi Qingzhi returned the money Jean Lauda had advanced and added 101 for rent. Uncle Jean, had it not been for your support, those two fools at home would not have returned unscathed. Tomorrow, we will trouble you to take us to Kongzhuang. You child, living in the same village. Calling me uncle, how could I stand by and watch as they were bullied by a few adults? Rest assured, once the feng shui master has completed his work tomorrow, this matter will be considered behind us. Yet, once an incident occurs, those who harbor resentment will continue to feel a thorn in their hearts. How could it simply be forgotten? A few days later, Aunt Gu returned, her appearance disheveled, carrying rice on her back, her face covered in dirt and her hair in disarray. Villagers, hearing the commotion, inquired about the situation. It turned out that several families in Kongzhuang insisted that the two illegitimate children of the Yi family had disrupted their village's feng shui. While a couple of people gossiping is not a cause for alarm, the old clan leader had fallen ill, his condition fluctuating. The old man harbored doubts, and he could not seem to move past this obstacle. Rumors spread that if anyone from Shaoshan village dared to approach in the future, they would be driven out of the clan. In truth, the commotion caused by the children was not such a grave matter. Moreover, Shaoshan village had been rooted by the sea for many years, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. The large stone remained, providing a modest share of milling grain each month. What was there to complain about? The old clan leader's behavior was indeed excessive. There was no deep-seated enmity. And for someone of such advanced age, common ailments were to be expected. Why blame two innocent children? Yet, this was only the perspective of those with common sense. Those of petty minds and unprincipled natures would always have something to say. Aunt Gu unfortunately encountered those ignorant individuals. Initially, when they made a few caustic remarks, she paid them no heed. Children, after all, get into trouble outside, and it was natural for others to vent their frustrations. However, the agreed-upon share of milling grain was unjustly doubled. For ordinary folk, food is life itself. When life is threatened, how could one endure it? All of them were hard-working villagers, each possessing considerable strength. Disputes could easily escalate into physical altercations. Aunt Gu found herself at a disadvantage, being alone, while Kongzhuang could merely shout a couple of times and summon a throng of women like feeding chickens. Due to the injuries they bore, it was rare for all 7 members of the Yi family to be home during the day. The news from Aunt Gu was delivered by Aunt Lier and Sister Jiang, who were concerned that the family might struggle to prepare meals and brought over a large bowl of dishes. Yi Qizhu, mustering his strength, rose and took some flour from home to deliver to the Gu family. As Sister Jiang exited, she remarked to Aunt Lier, Yi Dalao has it tough. Managing a household of children, it is no easy task. Yet, no matter how difficult it was, life must go on. Although Fulo had instigated a conflict between the two villages, it could also be seen as a blessing in disguise. Was it not merely 2 larger stones? Had it not been for his small stature and lack of strength, would Shaoshan village have had to plead with Kongzhuang? A financial loss could avert a disaster. The little money they had worked hard to earn had almost been entirely spent. Upon returning from the Gu family, Yi Qingzhu convened with his brothers to discuss significant matters. Elder brother does not wish to strike you, but every blow inflicted upon me is felt by him as well. He knows the pain. Yet, there is no alternative but to retaliate. Lu Qingdao remarked, Elder brother, we are all aware of this. Yi Qingzhu exclaimed, damn it, I cannot endure being trampled upon. Liuzi, you must pay a visit to Kongzhuang and ensure it is not in vain, do you understand? Trust me, elder brother. I knew you would come through. For now, let us bide our time, and in a few days, we shall present Kongzhuang with a grand gift. Ling Jiao, leaning against the door, casually picked at her teeth with a piece of squid bone, commented, elder brother, don't forget to include me in your good deeds. Being scolded while pointed at is quite displeasing. Couldn't we have a proper conversation? Half in and half out, it looks ridiculous. Ling Jiao stepped inside, followed closely by 2 heads peeking in from either side. Elder brother, please take us both along. Panner smiled sweetly, her bunny teeth on display, while Yuer blinked her eyes with a mischievous expression. Elder brother, pretty please. Deep down, Yi Qingzhu was reluctant to involve the 3 girls, given the choice. He would prefer they spend their time in the village, learning sewing and cooking from the aunts and mothers. The boys might be rough around the edges, but how could they not lead a proper life? The girls are unlike any others. Although they are orphaned, the 3 sisters are diligent and industrious. It is hoped that they will find suitable suitors in the future, allowing them to lead lives akin to those of ordinary folk. Chapter 58. Use freely. You needn't complicate matters further, Lingjiao. Do temper your temper, and you too, being as thin as reeds, should just stay home and watch over things. Big brother. I've been with you since childhood. Why am I not included now? Lingjiao, anxious, reverted to her former address. Yi Qingzhu, in resignation, replied, that was in the past. Can things remain the same now? How can they not be? Just because we live by the sea. Does that mean I can no longer recognize you as my elder brother? We are all siblings. It is unreasonable to split into factions. No. I insist on going with you. Very well, you have said it. Should you dare to slack off later, I will certainly reprimand you. Rest assured. Panner stepped out from behind Lingjiao, pulling Yor along and urgently implored, Big brother, you cannot show favoritism. Count us in, or I shall tear apart your new garments. Yar. Equally defiant, added, yes, and I will not cook for you, leaving you to starve. Yi Qingzhu chuckled lightly, do you truly think I fear you? Little girls. Do you dare to intimidate me? Panner and Yar exchanged glances and began to feign tears in unison. When they realized their elder brother remained unmoved, genuine tears began to flow. The more they contemplated their grievances, the more aggrieved they felt, eventually squatting on the ground, hugging their knees, their noses red from crying. The remaining 5, who had been jovially discussing matters, were accustomed to their lively antics, and soon, the 2 girls would have to depart. Unexpectedly, they became genuinely distressed, prompting Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng to descend and each pull a girl up, coaxing and comforting them. Yi Qizhu, truly exasperated, declared, if anyone cries again, none of you shall accompany me. Had he said this sooner, Panner might have been fine, but Yar was nearly out of ideas for further distress. The 2 wiped their tears with their sleeves and smiled broadly, looking quite synchronized. Yi Qingzhu ground his molars, his authority as the elder brother might be at risk, as the little ones were growing bolder by the day. After nursing their injuries for 2 or 3 days, Tang Yuan and Lu Qing returned to the North Street to set up their stall, though this time, they did not remain there continuously, rather. They sold for only 2 hours. Although the stall was underused, they had more pressing matters at hand. Fu Lu sketched a simple diagram to explain where he had gone awry. The initial small millstone had taken on a basic shape, but the etchings needed refinement. To grind fine flour, the upper stone must be worked from the inside out. The first pass would crush coarsely, while the second would refine, with the key being the finely detailed etch. The sound of chiseling stone rang from dawn until dusk, a cacophony that persisted until silhouettes became indistinguishable. Within 3 days, a complete millstone emerged from their labor. When it was installed, no one was disturbed. Panner, nervously, placed some wheat inside, and Lingjiao began to grind. After several dozen turns, fine powder began to appear at the edges. Panner switched to millet. The sound of broken grains was nearly inaudible, but soon, yellowed fine flour emerged as well. Confirming its efficacy, the Yi family, disregarding their injuries, rushed in jubilant celebration, calling everyone to come see. Everyone knew that the Yi children had been harboring a strong desire to create their own stone mill, but their first attempt had ended in failure. The first to appear at the Yi residence was Aunt Gu, for no one wished for their success more than she. The grievances and embarrassment from days prior had robbed her of sleep for several nights. Aunt Gu brought wheat in a winnowing basket, but Tang Yuan did not allow her to assist, instead helping to push the mill himself. Seeing the children's small millstone truly working well, Aunt Gu clapped her thighs in delight. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. A talent has emerged from Shaoshan village. Look at how they flourish. Who could be more impressive? Yi-san. Step aside. I want to try my hand at this. Unlike their initial curiosity, most of the women who came this time carried tools to scoop up rice. Aunt Gu had suffered indignities. Could they not be left feeling better? Was life not difficult enough? A few kind words could save a considerable amount of copper coins. And they had muddled through these years. A long-standing imbalance was shattered by the children. The pent-up frustrations could no longer be contained. Who naturally wishes to be bullied or laughed at? Not many of the children grasped this. Otherwise, what had they lived for? Others, not as swift as Aunt Gu, were also eager to let her enjoy her moment. After all, she deserved some joy after all her heartache. Once Aunt Gu had her fill of joy, she refused to take her share of flour home. Seeing Lingjiao nearby, she pushed a portion of the dough towards her, saying, "Child, take this. I am in good spirits today, and you can make pancakes with this flour tonight." "No, Aunt Gu, that's not proper. Go on." Listen to me. What is this? Your family want to let me use the mill? Or is there something else to say? Yi Dalong, come here. Yi Qingzhu hurried forward, smiling. Aunt Gu. What do you mean? I, Yi Qingzhu, declare today that the stone mill is available for all in Shaoshan village. However, Aunt Gu, we truly cannot accept this flour. If it weren't for these two troublesome ones causing trouble at home, we wouldn't be in this situation. Nonsense. Your children are doing just fine. I, Aunt Gu, may have felt displeased by the women of Kangzhuang, but those old hens are no better off. I have discussed with my husband, in the future. The fish from the Gu family shall not be sold to Kangzhuang, not even a single bone. Jean Lauda, I don't care how you feel. This matter is not open to persuasion. Child, go inside and pour out the flour. Aunt Gu still needs the basket. Jean Lauda hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, Yi Dalong, is your mill truly available for anyone in the village to use? Uncle Jean, I cannot make such a promise lightly. A stone mill is not a precious item. Anyone who wishes to use it may do so. We 7 came here with clear intentions. And everyone knows that if not for your support, we might not be alive today. Jean Lauda waved his hand dismissively. Surviving and continuing to live your life is your own achievement. As for the folks in Kangzhuang, they can decide for themselves, after all. Shaoshan village has no clan leader or village head. Even Jean Lauda is feeling indignant. The Gu family has their reasons, and they openly declare their stance. No one can say otherwise. And what of the others? That's an unspoken understanding. Those who are eager to grind their flour lined up in an orderly fashion, while the Yi children who wished to assist were all politely declined. How could they let the children extend a hand? Besides, their requests were modest. Even if the Yi family accepted a small fee for the flour ground, they had not done so, except for the small amount Aunt Gu had given. Yi Qingzhu and Jean Lauda discussed moving the stone mill to the center of the village for everyone's convenience. Jean Lauda refused, saying it was best left where it was, as it would remind everyone of the mill's origins. Having accomplished a significant task, the 7 were finally able to sleep soundly. With this stone mill, they could truly feel a connection to Shaoshan village. The kindness shown to them by the villagers had been repaid. With their family fortune depleted, they must now find new ways to survive. Did those in Kangzhuang think this was the end? Yi Qingzhu's younger siblings dared to bully them, and they would surely face the consequences. Chapter 59. Uncle Zhao's Strategy. The vegetable garden was thriving only on the Yi family side. The older villagers urged them to harvest soon, lest the frost ruin the crops. They left some green onions, while the rest were stored behind the house. The mustard greens, sown late, had yet to grow. Though edible, they were not particularly palatable. The bok choy had grown tall, but with the current weather, they could not dry it, so they could only turn it into pickled vegetables. After turning over the garden, they could plant a greater variety of vegetables next year. In the county town, the 2 brothers, while busy with their small stall, were also brainstorming ways to earn money. The elder brother had made a laborious trip to Zuhaiqing, only to have nearly all of it lost to Kangzhuang. The more I ponder this matter, the more my temper flares, however. My elder brother advised against haste and cautioned them against rash actions. Ever since that rascal Fulu successfully crafted a stone mill, he has become infatuated with all manner of stones. Yi Qingzhu came to a realization: Liuzi is still young, and there are still 10 years ahead for him to grow. If he wishes to indulge in this passion, then let him be. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Had Fulu not been a beggar, but rather the scion of a prestigious family, perhaps he would not have ventured into such pursuits. While other families in Shaoshan village refrain from venturing out to sea, the Yi family cannot afford to rest. Yi Qingzhu sought to borrow boats from several families, yet to no avail. Consequently, Uncle Zhao visited Yi Qingzhu to discuss the matter. Dalin, no one in our families can lend you a boat, so do not waste your efforts, he stated. Uncle Zhao, is there some sort of taboo surrounding this? You are still too young to inquire. In due time, you will understand. Every year at this time, Shaoshan village abstains from going to sea. But your family is in a special circumstance, seeking fresh fish, I presume? Uncle Zhao, there are 7 mouths to feed at home, and we're on the brink of starvation. Those stalls across Beijia have already paid their dues and are reluctant to part with their goods. Very well. I will share a location with you. Travel south along the coast for about 22 li, and you will find a cluster of reef islands. Each year, as the weather cools, the sea recedes, and by swimming to that small island, casting nets from the opposite side yields fish. At this hour, all 7 were at home. And upon hearing the good news, the others displayed expressions of delight and expressed their gratitude to Uncle Zhao. However, Lu Cheng frowned and inquired, "Uncle Zhao, is there any danger on this path?" The others fell silent, anxiously watching Uncle Zhao. He nodded and sighed. The danger does not lie in the road, but rather in the sea. Not to mention the frigid waters at this time. What if one were to cramp? Beneath the surface, the reefs are treacherous, and even a slight misstep could lead to calamity. Do not be misled. The fish in the sea are not devoid of appetite for flesh. They will pursue blood with the ferocity of wolves in the mountains. Just think, those waves crashing one after another. A person adrift in the sea is utterly powerless to escape. No one laughed this time. To venture to the small island could mean death, while to abstain meant starvation. Yi Qingzhu found himself at an impasse. As Uncle Zhao departed, he remarked that it wasn't as if no one had ever gone before. It was a tale from the previous generation, or else they would never have reached that place. It was precisely because they were destitute, driven nearly to madness by poverty, that they had to devise means to survive. Many lives had been lost in pursuit of this, and gradually, some had abandoned the coast, while others sought ways to procure boats. With heavy hearts, Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng set off for Beijia, knowing that fish and meat were scarce recently, with only octopus and shrimp available. If they could not gather enough of these two, what then? Although Panner had prepared a few dishes, the villagers had tried them and found them unpalatable. Moreover, Panner was just a child. How much could she have encountered? The world is replete with culinary techniques, yet she had scarcely heard of a few. Throughout the day, the seven were enveloped in a sense of oppression and confusion. Dinner consisted of a simple porridge made from broken rice, seasoned with salt and small bok choy. That night, Yi Qingzhu tossed and turned, for after all these events, he cherished life. Yet, when he thought of the little ones, Lingjiao, who toiled for firewood, bore wounds and calluses on her hands. No village girl like her had to carry timber for 3 or 4 li back home. Tang Yuan, though sporting a playful grin, despised putting on a fade. When he was genuinely joyful, he would tilt his head back, mouth agape, laughter emanating from deep within. Conversely, his practiced smile, honed through countless repetitions, was one of furrowed brows and a slight pursing of lips, evoking sympathy in others. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was proud. His slender hands had taught several family members to write their names in the sand, and had even led to quarrels with women over a few inches of market space, haggling with their servants over a mere coin. When Panner fashioned clothes, he noticed the lines etched into her fingers, the result of her efforts to create items that could be sold, often tugging at her hair in frustration. Among the 7 siblings, only her new garments were stitched from scraps of cloth. She had been elated for several days upon discovering that the fabric shop had given her an extra piece of cloth. Liuzi, reticent and stubborn, alone knew the simmering anger within him. Thus, he took to concealing knives and daggers, unwilling to stray too far from home for fear that Liuzi might succumb to temptation and stir up trouble. This was not Sanxi Town, should anything happen. He feared he would be unable to protect that foolish boy. Yar, the youngest, had her elder brother to safeguard her, and one would think she ought to be the most carefree among them. However, ever since settling down, she dared to venture to the seaside, regardless of wind or rain. Her small hands were often bruised and blue, yet she smiled brightly, showing no signs of discontent. It is indeed a marvel that among so many, it was they who formed a family. They were all resilient, and with a bit of caution, they ought to be fine. Hearing the steady breathing of his elder brother nearby, the pretending to sleep 3rd and 4th brothers nudged each other in the darkness. The ones they once found most disagreeable had now become inseparable brothers, sharing food and shelter. In their humble abode, a small clay stove lay unadorned, for they still lacked the means to procure new bedding. Fulu cautiously poked Lu Qing, and in the dark, Lu Cheng reached out to pat Liuzi's head in a gesture of comfort. On the 22nd day of the 12th month, the weather was pleasant. During breakfast, Yi Qingyu laid out his plans. I intend to scout ahead. The days are short, and you need not wait for me to eat. Once more, I emphasize that none are permitted to venture to Kongzhuang. Tend to your own affairs. Tang Yuan set down his bowl and said earnestly, Elder brother, if they do not allow second sister Panner to go, I will accompany you with Cheng Ge. Lingjiao interjected, no, I should go with elder brother. You two need not worry. Lu Cheng replied, second sister, it would be best if we brothers went. Girls are generally weaker, and the sea is too cold. Yi Qingzhu also advised, Lingjiao, do not accompany me. In the future, the sea will be a man's affair. We reside in Shaoshan village and must adhere to the village's customs, lest we cause trouble for Uncle Jean. You two need not follow. I merely wish to take a look. If I do decide to go, arrangements will need to be made at home. Fulu chimed in, elder brother, take me along. It is a round trip of over 40 li. What purpose would you serve? To see. You little rascal, fine, come along. Yar, do not join in. Making shoes is quite laborious, and if you cannot handle the all, do not overexert yourself. When your second sister returns, she will have more strength. Yar nodded glumly, for she was the last one left at home. Chapter 60. The Path Ahead. Yi Qingju led Fulu along the rugged terrain, gradually understanding why Shaoshan village was situated in such a location. After just a few li, the ground was littered with stones. A glance upward revealed a landscape shrouded in black and gray. This place was not only difficult to disembark from but also uninhabitable. It was no wonder that, after leaving the county seat, one would have to travel far before encountering another village. After 2 hours of arduous travel, they finally reached the Reef Islands. The rocks near the coastline separated various water zones, and the sound of the waves crashing against the stones was far louder than that from the village. Standing at the shore, the small island Uncle Zhao mentioned appeared deceptively close. Yet Yi Qingju understood that distances over water could not be gauged as they were on land. Cautioning Fulu to remain safely at the shore, Yi Qingju removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs, tentatively extending his foot into the water. A piercing chill shot up from his toes, prompting a muffled groan as he gritted his teeth and placed one foot fully into the water. As his foot landed on the rocky seabed, the frigid water began to numb his lower limbs. Gripping the stones tightly with his toes, he submerged the other foot. He had timed his arrival well, as it was indeed low tide. However, he had not anticipated the treacherous conditions along the way, resulting in a delay of nearly 2 incense sticks. With less than an hour remaining, time was of the essence. Clutching his rolled-up pant legs, Yi Qingju stumbled further into the depths. The water here was somewhat murky, obscuring the visibility of the seabed. Each step required careful testing. As the water reached his knees, Yi Qingju felt a pervasive chill enveloping his entire being. As they reached the top of their thighs, the undulating sea water soaked their trousers. Yi Qingju, feeling disheartened, gazed at the distant isle, devoid of any lingering hope. Zhaobo had once mentioned that swimming across was feasible, yet it appeared that no other opportunities remained. There was certainly no time to make it today. They would have to return tomorrow. Turning cautiously back, as soon as he set foot on the shore, a gentle breeze swept over him, rendering him even colder than he had felt in the water. Yi Qingju rubbed his hands together, his teeth chattering, and briskly rubbed his shins as well. Fulu stepped forward a few paces, squatting down to wrap his arms around his elder brother's leg. Liuzi, what are you doing? Get up quickly, he urged. It'll only be a moment, big brother. It's too cold, why not just give up? Foolish boy. This chill will only last a short while. If I don't give it a try, we'll be shivering the entire winter and perhaps never know warmth again. I'm not afraid. Why not let me dive in? Yi Qingju released the other pant leg and reached out to touzle his brother's hair. You're still so small. Even if you could make it across, how would you manage the net? How would you bring the fish back? Get up now, your bottom is already wet. What will you say to your fifth sister when we return? Fulu let go, standing up to help his elder brother put on his shoes. The two siblings stumbled back together, exchanging idle chatter along the way, both preoccupied with thoughts on how to minimize their suffering. Yeah, couldn't he resist meddling with the soles of her shoes? Second sister and the others are still wearing straw sandals. There's no rush for us to go out together. But second sister can't help it. She's out gathering firewood every day, and when she's gone, it's an entire day. I saw her frostbite on her feet this morning. In truth, they all bore injuries, scrapes, burns, cuts, and frostbite. With so many tasks to attend to, they often overlooked their own ailments. Pan sat alone by the sea, lost in thought. Feeling helpless about how to assist her family, she truly couldn't conceive of a solution. At the North Street, the small stall run by Tongxin Yuanzi already had a loyal customer base. While it is true that eating the same dish repeatedly can become tiresome, in the absence of variety, some patrons were still willing to indulge in dry mixed meatballs as a side with their drinks. Once one has tasted this flavor, other side dishes seem lacking. Particularly in Taizhou, the coastal populace favored bolder flavors. Previously, they could manage to operate for about 2 hours, but now they often had to pack up in less than an hour. The pot remained perpetually heated, thus saving fuel. On their way back, the brothers discussed the wastefulness of the stall's operation. Why not have Pan prepare something else so we can mix it in? 3 won a day is enough to buy 3 jin of wheat. Lu Cheng pulled the cart and asked, What should we sell? Items that every household has one to attract buyers, and what we don't have at home, we can't produce ourselves. That's true. Panner has been losing hair even more lately. Say, what if we partnered with someone? We could share the rent and only need 1 hour of operation. Third brother. What are you thinking? Who would willingly give us the best business hours? I'm just brainstorming here. In Lianghuai County, it was far less bustling than Sanxi Town. Where have all the wealthy folks in the county gone? They only seem to linger at Dingxiang Tower, repeating the same old routines. I've learned to recognize them all. True, third brother. If all else fails, you could work at Dingxiang Tower. With your cleverness and memory, you'd likely outshine the old hands there. Oh, Brother Chung. You certainly know how to flatter. However, we must be aware of our own limitations. At Dingxiang Tower, the staff can identify the price of the liquor just by its scent. I cannot. We veer straight off topic. You take a turn walking for a bit. I can't continue. Handing over the cart to Yu Tangwan, Lu Chung shifted the conversation. I wonder how things are with Big Brother. Will he return before dark? We already agreed to accompany him. With Liu's short legs, when will he reach the destination? Perhaps we could have second sister and Panner join us tomorrow? Yu Tangyuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head in disapproval. That's not suitable. Panner hasn't come in days. And the guests' preferences are not something that can be conveyed in a moment. One of us must remain. This is indeed a dilemma. Besides, 2 young girls navigating the tavern might make us uneasy. Not every gentleman is well-mannered after a few drinks. Let us do this. I'll accompany Big Brother. And you take Panner. She is familiar with the tasks and moreover, that route is well-trodden. Big Brother will need someone to assist him. I know you actually enjoy business, and you are better at dealing with people than I am. As for me, you know I prefer the company of Big Brother. Facing the silent sea and the fish and shrimp, Tangwan said little more. With just a glance or a word, he understood that his brother comprehended him. Each of them had distinct personalities, and as they grew older, they would surely find their own paths. Yet brothers would always remain brothers, regardless of what they pursued. Their hearts were united. All right, you've read your share of books and grasped the principles. I'll heed your advice. Speaking of which, third brother. Do you remember the characters I taught you yesterday? Oh dear, can you separate the similar-looking characters when teaching? I truly can't tell them apart. That's not feasible. If I teach them separately, you'll still mix them up. I must insist that you learn. The wind rustled the roadside grasses as the 2 youths trudged against the wind at sunset. Chapter 61, On the Isle. Night fell. Yet Big Brother and Fu Lu still had not returned. Ling Jiao could not refrain from taking a lantern to the village entrance to await their return. The pancakes and soup simmered in the pot, while inside, Pan and Ya worked together to spin hemp thread. In recent days, the village elders had been busy weaving fishing nets, while the girls focused on making shoes. They hesitated to use the remaining fabric for the laird's old shoes, opting instead for straw soles with leftover cloth for the uppers. The pair meant for Ling Jiao remained unfinished, but Panner would complete them by tomorrow morning. The threads they were currently working on were intended for weaving hemp cloth for quilts. When Ling Jiao brought the others back, the 3 of them shivered upon entering the house. Inside, others were serving soup and tending the small clay stove. The family gathered around the lamp, having eaten their meal, and it was already late. Before heading to bed, Lu Chung discussed the arrangements for the next day with Big Brother. Yi Qingju was equally curious about the situation on the Isle. If they could organize their affairs clearly, it would be beneficial to include Lu Chung, ensuring someone would be there to support them should anything arise. Tomorrow is the 23rd, right? Tanguan inquired. Yes, Big Brother. Why do you ask? On the 8th and the 23rd, we have 2 tasks to complete in a day. Chinger, it will be hard work. But we'll make the trip and return by midnight. Ling Jiao asked Pan Big Brother, should we pack our things? What should we bring? Dried provisions, water, fire starter and tinder. Oh, and let us gather the fishing nets and take 2 wooden barrels. Lu Chung added. And let us not forget the straw sandals and the backpack. They might come in handy. Yi Qingju queried. I understand the sandals. But what do you need the backpack for? Left on the shore, should we brothers be fortunate, we could carry the fish back tomorrow. Even if we return empty-handed, we could at least bring back the sandals and nets. Oh, and yeah, please pack some ginger and skizanepita. Goodness, you're preparing quite thoroughly. Why not add a clay pot as well? You 2 can boil some hot water. Ling Jiao, who was gathering supplies outside, chimed in. That sounds good. The following day, before dawn, Yi Qingju and Lu Chung filled their stomachs early and packed their water bags, provisions, and tools. Upon reaching their destination, the brothers donned their straw sandals and frolicked along the shore until their bodies warmed up. Just as the tide receded, they shed their clothes and stowed them in the wooden barrels. The moment they entered the water, they gritted their teeth against the icy shock that coursed through them. And after moving their limbs in the water, they gradually began to swim away. To prevent cramping while submerged, they had tied a long rope around their waists. The wooden barrel was floated ahead, propelling towards the small island. According to Yi Qingju's estimation, the island was merely a mile away from the receding shore, with the first half still a shallow area where they could wade through easily. If the timing was right and with support from both sides, making a round trip in one day would not pose much of a challenge. This was their inaugural complete exploration, with Yi Qingju leading the way, constantly alerting Lu Cheng of any peculiarities behind him. The cold water sent a shock through their skin, as if the entire chest cavity were being compressed by some unseen force. To fend off the chill, they took deep breaths, their blood coursing through their bodies like valiant warriors. After swimming less than a mile, the buoyancy of the water diminished, and they could feel the rocky seabed beneath their feet. Yi Qingju attempted to stand upright, but after just a few steps, it became evident that the ground was unevenly strewn with stones. This could hardly be deemed an island, but rather a prominent rock. Upon reaching the island, Yi Qingju let out several forceful sneezes. He reached out to pull Lu Cheng up, disregarding the dampness clinging to him, and first donned his clothes. Wrapping himself tightly, he stomped his feet and rubbed his hands to generate warmth. Once the chill subsided somewhat, he marked the ground, and the two began to explore the minuscule island. Although labeled an island, it was merely a small patch of land, sparsely populated with weeds and small trees. They set to work gathering dry twigs and leaves to prepare for a fire. In this season, the scene appeared quite desolate. Just past noon, the sun graced them with its warmth. Glancing at their surroundings, Yi Qingju identified the location Zhao had mentioned. They could still see remnants of campfires, evidence that others had indeed visited before. The villagers had warned him that such inconspicuous reefs could be deceptive. One must never underestimate their treacherous nature. One could easily find themselves stepping onto a slope or plunging into the depths of the sea. If swept away, it would mean offering oneself to the sea goddess. Yi Qingju retrieved his self-made long-handled net, plunging the 7-foot fishing net into the water. The first scoop emerged effortlessly, empty of catch. Adjusting his stance for the second attempt, he stood firmly at the edge, while Lu Cheng leaned back, wrapping his arms around Yi Qingju's waist. This time, he distinctly felt something in the net. Fearing it might escape, Yi Qingju shook his shoulders and exerted force, causing the net to leap out of the water and swiftly shift to his side. Observing his elder brother's steadiness, Lu Cheng hurriedly released his grip and dashed a short distance to investigate. "Brother, we truly have fish. And shrimp too. Come quickly." Yi Qingju settled down, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of the fish's presence. This foolish boy. "I see it. Go fetch the barrel and prepare it for the night tide to take home." "On my way." Lu Cheng, typically composed, now appeared to Yi Qingju like an exuberant puppy, bounding energetically. After placing the barrel a safe distance from the water's edge, they cleared the seaweed and shells from the net, and Lu Cheng returned to his brother's side. "Brother, how much do you think we can catch? Will there be any big fish?" "Hard to say. It might have just been luck." "What did we catch?" "Some small yellow fish and a white-scaled one." "Who cares? Let's just grab whatever we can." As Yi Qingju had subtly feared, the depth was insufficient. Out of 10 attempts, only 2 or 3 yielded fish, while the remainder consisted of seaweed or miscellaneous debris. They dreaded encountering crabs, as their hard shells were not only troublesome but also prone to snapping the net. "Brother, why don't we head back and make some fishing hooks instead? This is taking too long." "You're impatient. Just wait a bit longer. We don't know how high the tide will rise when the next tide recedes. There may be a bounty of fish waiting for us to collect." Lu Cheng realized he had set his expectations too high. Given their current circumstances, acquiring a boat was nearly impossible. Fishing boats were the lifeline of the villagers in Shaoshan. His elder brother's earlier notion of borrowing a boat had been rather naive. If they could truly claim this reef, they would gladly reside upon this rocky outcrop, watching the daily ebb and flow of the tides. The 2 barrels, previously used for their fish market stall, held one with small yellow fish and the other filled with assorted crabs and shells. The brothers had arrived at the reef around the quarter hour past noon, and after the hour of the rooster, darkness began to envelop them. The two ascended to the highest point of the island, seeking a slightly sheltered nook to gather firewood. Using a small pottery pot, they heated some water, taking turns to eat their meager rations. The sea breeze on the island was fierce. The brothers huddled together, carefully tending to the precarious fire while keeping an eye on the tide's advance, ensuring they were not swept away. Chapter 62. Unable to let go. Around the hour of the rat, the crashing waves pounded at their feet. No wonder nothing thrived here. With the rising tide, most of the small island was submerged, leaving only the central peak exposed. Both were filled with trepidation, grateful they had ascended early. The night sky of late autumn was adorned with brilliant stars, while a crescent moon hung proudly at the horizon, stingily casting its glow. After the tide receded in the latter half of the night, the brothers cautiously descended with their lanterns, stepping carefully on the wet rocks. The slick stones made their descent slow and deliberate. The dim light obscured the shoreline's condition. But as Yi Qingzhu had surmised, some fish had been left behind in the pockmarked landscape of the island, unable to return with the receding tide. They dared not dive in recklessly. Instead, they utilized wooden clamps crafted by Fu Lu to collect the fish still flapping on the ground. Before half an hour had passed, fatigue began to set in. Wearing breezy straw sandals and only a single layer of thick clothing, they were ill-equipped to withstand the biting sea wind. At first, they managed to wipe away the dripping snot, but soon their faces became numb, and they could taste the saltiness of the tears on their lips. Realizing their snot had dribbled down, they occasionally spat in jest, still managing to tease each other. However, Yi Qingzhu soon recognized the oversight. They had only brought one water pouch, and with all the spitting, they would soon find themselves thirsting without enough to drink. They then resorted to using their sleeves to wipe their noses. Brother, weren't you the one who cherished your new clothes the most? Why are you using them to wipe your nose like me? TCH clothes can be washed. I've had enough of salt water. And what about me? Aren't you afraid of being scolded when we return? Picking up on the teasing tone in his brother's voice, Lu Cheng retorted. Cloaked in the night, let anyone dare scold me. Is it Pinger or Shaoqi? If anyone says a word, I'll make sure they understand the rules a sister should uphold. Oh, what if Lingzhou mentions you? As for second sister, that's easy. Just leave her 10 words to practice 100 times. Chenger, relying on your literacy has led you to dig pits for your siblings more than once. But I must say, I like it. Let's put it this way. Can you spare me a special allowance as the esteemed eldest of the Yi family? I would rather not be compared to that little brat Fu Lu. It's quite unflattering. I nearly forgot. I just realized Lu Zi is quite the trickster. Losing to him isn't embarrassing for my brother. Besides, the family relies on you to hold it together. For instance, what use are a few recognized characters to me? They won't fill my stomach nor provide clothes to wear. They can't fend off those who bully us either. Yi Qingzhu pulled Lu Cheng closer, comforting him. Chenger, don't dwell on the futile. A person's fate is predetermined from birth. Some hardships must be endured, and some wounds must be borne. Only then can one appreciate the sweetness of life and understand many things, don't you agree? Although you're not very comforting, I find your words quite sensible. What now? Let us climb back to wait for dawn. The plan has failed. We must try the opposite next time. We'll rest when the tide recedes during the day and return to battle another day. I'm waiting for your command. I'm freezing to death, brother. Get lost. After mingling with the third brother for so long, how come you've picked up his habits? Can you learn something good from him? In what way is third brother better than fourth? Is he more handsome than me? Brother, you won't be sleeping tonight until you've convinced me otherwise. The rhythmic crashing of waves was the ocean's soft murmuring. The two brothers leaned against each other awaiting dawn, eventually dozing off unintentionally. Yi Qingzhu was jolted awake by a sharp cry. He opened his gummy eyes, squinting to see Lu Cheng stomping his feet. Chenger, what's wrong with you? Elder brother. I'm furious. I was counting silver coins in my dream when this wretched crab pinched me with its claw. Ugh, how annoying. My silver. Yi Qingzhu rubbed his eyelids, massaging his sore back as he rose. Forget the silver, you can resume your dream when we return home. Where did it pinch you? Any bleeding? Nothing serious. Just a bit red. Fortunately, my trousers are thick. I'll teach Panner 2 new characters to thank her when we get back. Panner, oh, I'm so grateful, fourth brother. Next time I mend clothes, I'll leave the holes unrepaired for you. I told you to teach her, but you refused. Since you're awake, don't go back to sleep. Start the fire while I relieve myself. Wait for me, I'll join you. This island is vast enough. Must you accompany me even for urination? I don't recall you having this habit before. It's third brother's influence. Every time we pack up from North Street heading home, He insists I accompany him to find an auspicious spot. After numerous times, it became habitual. TSK, you two will end up sharing trousers sooner or later. Perhaps I should inform Panner upon our return that for your next outfits, you two should share a single set. Whoever goes out wears them. Elder brother, please don't. We can't even afford undergarments. Wouldn't that leave one of us bare at home? Absolutely not, with 3 girls in the household. Right, I forgot. Hee, the tide was rising as they found a suitable spot, even testing the wind direction. Before they could fasten their trousers, Lucheng dashed several steps and swiftly caught a large fish. His trousers dropped to his knees, creating a stark contrast with his pale buttocks. By the time Yi Qingzhu realized, he spotted a massive wave approaching in the distance. Hastily tying his belt, he shouted for Cheng'er and rushed to his side. Lucheng was still pressing down on the large fish with both hands, oblivious to the distant surge. Yi Qingzhu grabbed Lucheng by the collar, flipped him over his shoulder, and sprinted away. Lucheng, determined, dug his fingers into the fish's gills, unwilling to let go. The still-living fish, reluctant to leave its beloved sea, thrashed violently against Yi Qingzhu's lower back. Yi Qingzhu's face darkened, this little rascal. After catching his breath atop higher ground, Yi Qingzhu set Lucheng down, panting heavily. You don't look like you have much meat on you, so why are you so heavy? Lucheng felt a chill on his rear, dropped the fish, and tried to pull up his trousers. But his hands were covered in blood, which would stain them and surely earn him a scolding from Panner. Propping the waistband on his hips with his forearms, he wondered what to do next. Elder brother, lend me a hand. Get lost. Have you lost your mind? Was that fish made of gold? What time is it? Where are we? Huh. Look where the tide has reached. There are plenty of fish. Must you risk your bare bottom for one? No wonder you felt so heavy. I forgot I was still holding the fish. I carried you while you clung to it, so I'm the fool here, am I? And on top of that, I was the one getting beaten the whole way. Lucheng stood awkwardly, arms stiff. If he loosened his grip, his trousers would fall. His brother's spittle sprayed his face, but he dared not retort. Elder brother, I'm sorry. I just got excited. The fish was right at my feet, and The fish was at your feet? Well, you were at the ocean's mouth. I shouldn't have carried you. I should have let you swim off into the sea with that fish. Please don't, elder brother, I won't dare again. Don't call me elder brother, you're the boss here. Lucheng, sweating profusely in anxiety, couldn't free his hands. He wriggled awkwardly in front of Yi Qingzhu, bowing his head in apology. Chapter 63. The entire village watches. The seagulls lingering on the islet waited for the tide to recede to feast. Yi Qingzhu felt utterly drained, physically and mentally. How carefree life was when he was the leader, eating and sleeping as he pleased, only occasionally having to rally his followers when they were bullied. Not a single one of them is easy to handle. Damn. Lucheng, trembling with his trousers clamped, was half terrified, half frozen. Yi Qingzhu grabbed Lucheng's waistband, pulling him close while fastening it and admonishing him. Fourth brother, don't risk your life over carelessness. And don't fixate on trivial gains right before you. Remember how we survived. Go on, get away. Damn it, my brother risked his life for this fish. You beasts have no right to take a bite, Scram. At first, Lucheng thought his brother was scolding him, but in a blur, Yi Qingzhu dashed off to shoo away the seagulls. He stored the large fish by its tail in a wooden bucket, sealed it, and gathered firewood to start a flame. Lucheng, observing the dried blood on his hands, found a spot to meticulously scrub them clean. 2 clear tears fell into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Had his brother not saved him, he might have similarly disappeared silently into the waters, becoming fish food. After washing his hands, he wiped them on his waist and tucked them into his sleeves for warmth. Elder brother, you're not angry anymore, are you? Lucheng inquired tentatively. Yi Qingzhu curled his lip in displeasure and snorted coldly. Elder brother, that fish must weigh 6 or 7 jin, right? It'll save you a lot of effort. Brother, we're blessed with great fortune, shall we celebrate? Celebrate my foot. You carry the fish back. All right, I'll carry it. I'd even carry you if needed, let alone a fish. The wind is strong, keep your mouth shut. Elder brother, are you implying something? Oh, you caught that? It's different when you've had some education, huh? Lucheng stiffened momentarily, then grinned cheekily. Brother, let this islet be our secret from now on. I'll teach you everything I've learned. How about that? Yi Qingzhu suppressed a smile. That's acceptable. But Lucheng clearly saw the corner of his elder brother's eye twitch. If he wanted to laugh, why hold back? They were close enough, no need to pretend. The sun rose, scattering the sea with jewels more dazzling than the stars. Having braved the sea breeze all night, both brothers had heavy nasal voices. Sitting still grew too cold, so they found a relatively flat area to spar. In this regard, Lu Cheng was too weak, unable to even defeat Fu Lu. A brother of Yi Qingzhu couldn't be so disgraceful. The former Lu Cheng could be described as lacking the strength to truss a chicken. After becoming street vagrants, he loosened up somewhat. Once settled in Linzhou County, feeling useless, he neglected physical training altogether. Would Yi Qingzhu let him off? Utterly inept. I just taught you to use your waist, not your arms. Do you not have a waist? And your legs? Must both be used for standing? Can't you shift one to kick the knee hollow? How many times must I tell you not to expose your chest? Will you only learn when someone finishes you off? Though they claimed to be warming up through activity, it was essentially Yi Qingzhu unilaterally tormenting Lu Cheng. Lying on a rock during a break, Lu Cheng finally asked, "Brother, tell me the truth, you're not using this as an excuse to discipline me, are you?" Oh my, he's figured it out, clumsy and unreflective, and you want to blame me? Yi Lao Si, is your skin itching for a lesson? I still have some energy left. Fine. Elder brother, your hard work is appreciated. Hearing Lu Cheng's gritted teeth, Yi Qingzhu let out a derisive laugh. They endured until the tide receded, gathering many treasures along the islet's edge. Had time permitted, they would have contested the seabirds to the end. Upon reaching the shore, Yi Qingzhu indeed handed the fish-filled basket to Lu Cheng. Fourth brother. A man keeps his word, carry it properly. When we get home, you can boast about your heroic feat. Carrying the fish wasn't a big deal. He'd made a careless mistake. After all. But his elder brother's words carried a heavy threat. Unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. With a slight shake of the backpack, Lu Cheng hurried to his elder brother's side, attempting to sweet-talk him. Yi Qingzhu could see through this. Although the lad appeared composed and courteous, he was, in essence, a troublesome scoundrel. As the duo entered the village, a number of villagers emerged to witness their arrival. Yi Qingzhu expressed his gratitude to Uncle Zhao and inquired about the spectacle. Uncle Jean, with a complex expression, patted Yi Qingzhu on the shoulder with his large hand resembling a fan and said, "We just want to see if you're both safe and uninjured. Xiling has gone home to deliver some items. I'll keep your brother company for a moment." "Oh, very well. Brother, I shall await your return for dinner." Once Lu Cheng had walked away, Yi Qingzhu turned his curious gaze towards the gathered crowd. Uncle Jean continued, "There are two matters I must disclose, and I hope you will not take offense. The first concerns old Zhao. His intentions are good. However, that cluster of islets is notorious for mishaps. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, make sure to clarify things with the younger ones at home. We wouldn't want any unpleasantness. It is your choice to go. No one is forcing you." Uncle Jean, is it truly that perilous? To be frank, those who perished over there did so under mysterious circumstances. All we know is that danger lurks beneath the waves. Rest assured, we of the Yi family will forever remember your kindness and will not harbor resentment towards anyone should misfortune befall us. All right, now for the second issue. While you were away, people from Kangzhuang came and overturned your family's stone mill. Alas, we couldn't catch them. We merely glimpsed a few young men fleeing. When we arrived, it was already too late. Your second sister raged for an entire hour. Well, cough. It would be wise to talk to her about tempering that fiery spirit. I didn't think it was such a grave matter. My second sister's scolding is nothing. It would be a problem if she resorted to violence. Well, it's no great concern. Shall I take my leave? Go on, go on. I've hired a feng shui master who will arrive tomorrow morning. Make sure to be at home. Just as Yi Qingzhu had intended to depart, he halted at this remark. What need is there for a feng shui master? Uncle Jean replied, as I mentioned, the people from Kangzhuang have disturbed your family's stone mill. Such matters bear significance. It is fortunate that you and your brother have returned safely. We must hasten to have it restored. Yi Qingzhu dismissed the notion, growing irritated at the mention of feng shui and the mythical creatures of the azure dragon and white tiger, deeming it a waste of silver. However, Uncle Li interjected, "Dalong, you need not fret over expenditures. Several families in the village have pooled together a bit. Consider it a collective effort. Just attend tomorrow. And do not concern yourself with anything else." Yi Qingzhu glanced at Uncle Jean, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was the sentiment of the community. Otherwise, they would be uneasy. Reflecting on the fish Lu Cheng had caught by the sea, which had indeed been a perilous endeavor, he wondered if there was truly any significance to these rituals. Let it be. I shall consider it a prayer for the safety of the younger ones at home. A feng shui master? Who knows how much skill he possesses? After bidding farewell to the crowd, Yi Qingzhu returned home to find 6 anxious figures lined up. What are you all doing? Have you finished your chores? Am I not to have dinner? Chapter 64. The Chains of Identity. Upon returning home, Lucheng was met with a cacophony of voices recounting the happenings at home. Were it not for his brother's stern warnings against venturing to Kongzhuang, Lingjiao would undoubtedly have pursued them relentlessly for retribution. The others, torn between concern for their brother's hardships and fear of incurring his wrath for neglecting their duties, voiced their anxieties. Brother, those rascals want to escape. Let us arm ourselves and seek vengeance. You've been venting your anger for an hour and still feel unsatisfied? What are we to bring? Are we to brawl in the streets? Go prepare dinner. But, fine. Cooking it is. Ling Jiao stomped out to the kitchen, while Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, asking, Brother, is the road safe? Is it worth it? It's manageable now, with the water level low. In the summer, however, it's too treacherous. The waves are too high. The harvest is decent, though a bit distant. We cannot make a round trip in a single day. We'll manage to get by for now and consider alternatives come spring. I understand. You just focus on the stall. Whether business is good or bad doesn't matter. But do not let anyone take advantage of you, and keep an eye on Xiao Wu. Panner handed a wet cloth to Yi Qingzhu, assuring him, Brother, rest easy. In your presence, we are but siblings, but outside, third brother handles things well. With him around, no one dares to bully us. Third brother from the Yamen changes shifts every fortnight and has even greeted us specifically in North Street. Their conversation remained light until Fu Lu posed a question that silenced everyone. When shall we go to Kongzhuang? Tang Yuan was unable to intervene, and Yi Qingzhu's face froze in mid-action as he wiped his face, pausing for 3 or 4 breaths before casually tossing the cloth to Panner. We will go first. Let us have dinner. I said we will have dinner first. Fu Lu pouted, being pulled away by Panner to assist in the kitchen. Tang Yuan exchanged glances with Lu Cheng, both sealing their lips tightly. Why are you still lingering here? Go on with your tasks. Call me when the food is ready. The two exited the house, granting their elder brother a moment of peace. Lu Cheng, burdened by the weight he carried, was already exhausted. Arriving home to be surrounded by several family members was overwhelming. Shortly after, his brother's irritation flared again as he sat on a large stone at the front of the house, causing Lu Cheng's shoulders to slump. You must be weary. Rest for a spell. Dinner will be ready soon. Third brother, what do you think is on eldest brother's mind? How would I know? Eldest brother's thoughts are elusive, otherwise I would be the eldest. You've known him for years. Surely you're more familiar with him than I am? Huh. No one is sharper than you. Humph. On the road to escape, I wonder who is making eyes at eldest brother. Lu Cheng chuckled, shaking his head at the memory. You still remember such trivial matters? Is it really that significant? Oh, is it not significant? After all these years with eldest brother, you steal my thunder. You've even taken over third brother's position. Why can't you let it go? It's mine by right. You simply yielded it to me. Lu Cheng, disinterested in further quarrels, replied wearily. Whatever you say it is. I'm so hungry. When will we eat? Just then, Yara arrived to summon the two inside for dinner. At the dining table, Yi Qingzhu relayed Uncle Jin's words to his siblings, emphasizing that he had volunteered to go to the small islet. Even if something unfortunate were to occur in the future, it would simply be my fate. Remember this, Uncle Zhao kindly offered us a warning, should anyone stir trouble. I will ensure they regret it before I become a ghost. Tomorrow, when the feng shui master arrives to determine the auspicious time for the Azure Dragon's return, let us not rush to North Street. If we finish early at home, we may go then. Tomorrow, refrain from chatter, wherever he instructs us to place things. We shall do so. The siblings responded in scattered agreement, acknowledging his words. As for Kongzhuang, I have my own plans. I've told you countless times not to rush. This is not Sanxi Town but Lianghuai County. Remember, even if we 7 acquire our household registration documents, we will still be recognized as outsiders. Lu Cheng remarked. According to the law, if 3 or more locals report us to the authorities, the county magistrate has the power to declare us as commoners. If more than 10 band together, they can drive us out of Lianghuai County, and everything we obtained here would be forfeited. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. Lu Cheng had sought out Yi Qingzhu after the incident in Kongzhuang. Had they not sought refuge here, even if Lingjiao had fought tooth and nail with them, a resolution could have been reached with the village head and Uncle Jin. Yet, they were indeed bound by numerous constraints. Lingjiao and Fu Lu were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that their actions could have jeopardized everyone had they lost their home. It would be far from fortunate to embark on a long journey in such frigid weather in search of another small village to settle down in. Yi Qingzhu remarked. Let us dine. From now on, we must remain perpetually vigilant. The villagers of Shaoshan seem amiable, yet when it comes to matters of interest, we shall see their true colors. With so many in Kongzhuang, they cannot escape indefinitely. There must be a way to teach them a lesson without staining our own hands. Ling Jiao interjected, Elder brother, I am aware of my temper. I shall not provoke the people of Kongzhuang in the future. The others, too, are unlikely to engage. As Fulu is contemplative and Yar is innocent. If only we could strike a balance between the two. After their meal, they took advantage of the free time to prepare the fish. Given the current weather, shaping the dumplings and placing them in a cool, dark area would prevent spoilage for several days. They refrained from discarding the fish skin, having previously utilized it for soup, this time. She wished to experiment with a different method. The following day, at 1:15 the Qin hour, commotion arose in the village. Yi Qingzhu was taken aback by the early arrival of the so-called master. In a flurry, she washed her face and found him already at the Yi household. The overturned stone mill remained as it was, while the feng shui master produced his tools, gesturing with precision and reciting incantations that sounded quite convincing. However, the Yi family harbored no fondness for him, although the fault did not lie with the master. He had profited from the Yi family due to the Kangzhuang issue and now sought to deceive the villagers of Shaoshan. After wandering around the Yi residence with his compass, he summoned Big Jean to meander about Shaoshan, stopping intermittently to calculate. A long procession followed him, with Lu Cheng still half asleep, stifling yawns with his hand. They toiled until noon, finally settling on a location. It was proclaimed that someone from the Yi family possessed excessive fortune, colliding with the Azure Dragon, necessitating the placement of the Azure Dragon 3 Zhang and 3 Cun to the east of the Yi residence. Yi Qingzhu scoffed inwardly, a group of beggars. Where could their fortune possibly stem from? Did this man even inquire about their origins? The other families in the village were utterly convinced. Having witnessed how a group of children survived despite the calamities, the stone mill was a craft passed down through generations, and one of the Yi children could easily master it. As for the stalls on North Street, many had tried. Yet it was the Yi family's child who managed to establish a foothold. Chapter 65. The reef island abounds with fish. The timing of movements, the number of individuals involved, and the corresponding zodiac signs were all significant. A group of men from the village laboriously maneuvered the stone mill to the designated site, and at the Master's command of Azure Dragon, return to your place, the mill finally settled onto the ground. After accomplishing this significant task, the villagers gathered to prepare a meal to honor the master. Observing the villagers respectfully escorting the feng shui master away, Ling Jiao crossed her arms and scoffed. What nonsense was this? If it were her, she could carry the stone back and forth a couple of times, finishing the task in less than an incense stick's worth of time. There was no opportunity to visit North Street today. It was time to return home and rest. The elder brother declared that Tang Wan would take a break today, and the others trailed behind Yi Qingzhu like a little tail, no longer covered in dust and grime, their figures somewhat restored. On the 26th, a mixture of rain and snow fell. The gloomy weather made one yearn to curl up in a cozy corner. Ling Jiao and the others busied themselves weaving hemp cloth, using a frame they had constructed themselves, although it was not as efficient or smooth as a proper loom. The three sisters chatted as they worked, discussing the prospects of harvesting from the sea one moment and laughing about planting vegetables come spring the next. Their conversation meandered to the topic of government disaster relief. In the other room, the boys were perplexed when it had only been Ling Jiao. She was no different from her brothers. Lu Cheng could not comprehend when Yor had ever been so talkative. Tang Yuan pondered how difficult it must be for Panner to restrain herself while living together with the three of them, wondering what there was to converse about. Fulu was crafting something from shells that resembled a necklace. Each room contained a small clay stove, warming water atop it. A small bowl held the yellow beans that Panner had stir-fried. Previously, they had eaten yellow beans without noticing they were drinking cold water, leading to a night filled with uncomfortable sounds that prevented anyone from sleeping. They later learned from the village women to be mindful of drinking hot water. The washed hemp cloth was soft, yet its thinness offered little protection from the cold. They subsequently fashioned the hemp into the shape of a bag, filling it with boiled and dried grass fluff before stitching it shut. However, it was not easy to turn over. Once the dreary rainy days passed, the chill intensified. The two brothers from the Yi family set off with their readjusted nets and tools. This unnamed stretch of reef island could yield greater rewards with a small boat to explore the surrounding islets. Arriving early at the location, they had to wait until dawn before entering the water. As usual, they donned their clothing and lit a fire on the island, only beginning to cast their nets after their bodies warmed up. The first haul contained only small fish, none of the varieties commonly consumed, and they tossed them back into the sea. The luck that followed was considerably poorer, and as noon approached, their nets grew increasingly empty. The brothers sat down to nibble on their rations, their minds still active. When they arrived on the island, the tide had just receded, and it was likely that some fish had been swept ashore, unable to return in time. Chenger, I have an idea. What a coincidence. I have a method I wish to try as well. The brothers exchanged knowing smiles. Yi Qingzhu glanced at the sky, signaling to her brother that time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly, or they would be forced to spend the night on the island, exposed to the cold wind. They tied all the hemp ropes together to test the length, securely fastening the fishing net with the ropes, which they pulled to their highest points, finding several sturdy spots along the way to anchor them. The stones bore natural hollows from the sea's erosion, making it relatively easy to find a few solid places. The roots of the trees, growing robustly, were also useful, though the length of the ropes was less than ideal. Their binding was already commendable. Brother, we should pack up and leave. We don't want to be stranded here. Yes, it is time, whatever the outcome. We shall leave it to fate. They departed, stopping by the shore to check for any signs. Each time they entered the water, they took deep breaths to bolster their spirits. The moment of entry was truly perilous, in that short distance of over a mile. Recalling past hardships and envisioning future rewards fueled their determination to swim back. The small fish were not only meager in flesh, but also required careful deboning. Lingjiao could handle this with a knife or axe as she possessed great strength. Yet, the meticulousness of deboning tested her patience, often leading her to abandon the task in frustration. Observing her family engaged in their endeavors, she gritted her teeth and resumed her work. Since they were catching their own fish and shrimp, their expenses were reduced. Tang Yuan cleared the debts incurred from previous fish purchases and began counting his share on his fingers. With just a month until the new year, spring would soon arrive. Lingjiao, having received new cloth shoes, grew impatient with helping Pan'er clean the small fish and soon took her axe to head out. Falu and Yar would make their way to the seaside in due time, sometimes fortunate enough to discover large octopuses. When Pan'er grew weary of making dumplings, she would take a short break to craft shoes. With cold feet, one could feel the chill even more acutely. Yi Tangyuan had become well acquainted with the stall owners on North Street, absorbing plenty of gossip from Lingao County. Of course, it was not solely about gossip. As he set up his stall alone, he would need assistance delivering food to Dingxiang Lu. In time, pleasant interactions developed, leading to mutual arrangements. You help me deliver food, and I will watch your stall. After the tidal surge, the villagers eagerly gathered supplies for the new year and stockpiled grain. The Yi family, however, remained detached from the festive preparations, as the two brothers on the small reef island seemed to have discovered a hidden channel of fortune, realizing that casting their nets a day early could yield substantial catches, including numerous large fish. This truly felt like a windfall. For the first time, Lu Cheng hurried back to borrow a cart. Upon returning home with a bountiful catch from the sea, it became evident that the fishing vessels did not always return on the same day. Considering this, it was clear that the two brothers from the Yi family were indeed under the benevolent protection of the sea goddess. The Sun brothers had developed a good rapport with Yi Qingzhu and his companions, and they too were tempted to venture to the small reef island. Initially, they intended to discuss this with the Yi brothers before approaching their parents. However, while Sun's mother remained indifferent, it was Sun's father who became agitated, not out of joy, but concern. As those who relied on the sea for their livelihood, they were acutely aware of the dangers that lurked around the reef island. Despite the presence of fish, that place had a notorious reputation for claiming lives. The elder son, too frail to accompany the younger ones on their fishing trips, felt anxious about the potential risks his sons might face. If anything were to happen to them, it would be devastating for him and his wife. As the Sun family's worries escalated, the other young villagers began to share their trepidations. Lu Cheng and Tang Yuan had previously analyzed the situation with their elder brother, concluding that the avoidance of the reef island by others was a clear indication of the genuine danger it posed. They might have escaped unscathed once or twice, but they could not rely on luck indefinitely. Yi Tangyuan began to inquire about the fatalities in Shaoshan village over the past years. He recounted that several decades ago, fish were plentiful and inexpensive. Gradually, some villagers moved away from the fishing community to cultivate farmland, leading to a decline in fishing and only a slight increase in prices. The persistent occurrence of drownings in Shaoshan village was well known, with various stories circulating about the circumstances. Even among the villagers, it was customary to refrain from fishing during winter, opting instead to scour the shore for whatever they could find. Rumor had it that this practice stemmed from consultations with masters who advised against venturing into the sea during the colder months. On the 7th day of the 12th lunar month, Yi Tangyuan shared the information he had gathered during dinner. His tales, filled with the supernatural, did little to convince Yi Qingzhu, who remained skeptical. Lu Cheng surmised that there were underlying factors that had gone unnoticed. Fu Lu interjected with a question, when did these deaths occur? Yi Tangyuan shrugged, unable to recall specifics, but he noted that it was possible to discern seasonal patterns of mortality to avoid danger. Lu Cheng clapped his hands in agreement, stating, "Sixth brother makes a valid point. Doesn't he, third brother? Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth by tomorrow." The two brothers contemplating a trip to the small reef island had initially been deterred by the frigid waters, but now they approached the endeavor with utmost caution, mindful of the risks involved. Each movement in the water was executed with meticulous care. As a result, the time saved from fishing was now allocated to swimming practice, while the girls at home grew increasingly anxious. Ling Jiao, in particular, contemplated guarding the shore, while Panner considered alternative means of livelihood should the fishing venture prove too perilous. It was Yi Tangyuan's return, having gathered news while also setting up a stall, that provided them with some solace. He shared that most fatalities occurred during the summer months, when thunderstorms were frequent and the sea could turn treacherous in an instant, leaving fishermen vulnerable and unable to return safely. "Why the long faces?" he chided. "It is winter now. Even if there are dangers lurking in the sea, this is not the season for them to manifest. By summer, we may very well find ourselves in a more prosperous position." Panner, still concerned, queried, "Third brother, have you calculated how many yuan we must sell to achieve a modest fortune? With so many mouths to feed, the expenses for clothing and sustenance are not trivial." Yi Tangyuan playfully tugged at her hair, asserting, "That is a matter for us brothers to worry about. You focus on preparing meals, and come spring, we'll plant the crops according to your guidance. And as for you, seventh sister, assist fifth sister with mending clothes and managing household chores. By next year, we shall purchase a few chickens, and sixth brother, you and your brother shall take good care of them." Ling Jiao casually inquired, "What about me, third brother?" Yi Tangyuan responded with a chuckle, Second sister is the backbone of the household. Without you, we would have no firewood for winter." "Oh, come now. Just watch your tongue," she retorted, playfully. "Let us go out and greet our two brothers. Wait for me. Let me have a sip of water first." Tangyuan filled his cup and gulped down a few large swigs before tossing the cup aside and chasing after Ling Jiao. At that moment, the group was unaware that their major benefactor was on his way to visit them, having even procured a small donkey to save time. Presently, their fishing yields remained stable, and they carefully sorted through their catch, discarding smaller fish back into the sea to allow the larger ones to grow. Whether the sea goddess existed remained uncertain, but leaving a glimmer of hope was a lesson they had learned along the way. The two brothers swam back to shore, dragging their net and a wooden barrel for their clothes, hurriedly dressing to transport the fish home. One led the way while the other pushed from behind, perspiration forming after merely 2 miles of travel, even before reaching home. They lamented the state of their garments, which had become drenched in seawater and were now both pungent and grimy. The woodpile behind the house was sufficient to last until March of the following year, and with the return of larger fish, Ling Jiao would no longer need to venture out for firewood. Using a spoon, she scraped the flesh from the fish as her older sister wielded a knife with precision, the rhythmic chopping echoing throughout Shaoshan village, signaling that Yi Er was hard at work. With plenty of dumplings in reserve, Panner managed the finances and took her sister Yer to purchase fabric, as the outfits for their eldest and fourth brothers needed to be laundered. Otherwise, they would have nothing suitable to wear when meeting others. Once again, they found themselves at the same fabric shop, greeted by the familiar attendant, a dong. Panner expressed her gratitude to the shopkeeper and a dong while selecting materials. The shopkeeper, kind-hearted and accommodating, was always willing to lend a hand. A dong, accustomed to receiving orders, felt a sense of pride when the young girls offered him sweet smiles and gentle thanks. The batch of fabric Panner had chosen was soon sold as shoe material. Now, Only this year's new fabric remained, and a dong inquired about her purchasing intentions. Yar, still young, was captivated by the vibrant textiles. Panner covered her sister's eyes playfully, urging her to focus on the task at hand. A dong, are the prices still the same? Indeed, our shopkeeper is kind. Despite the recent floods in the south driving up prices elsewhere, our fabric shop has seen only a modest increase. He sighed, adding that several shopkeepers had banded together to suppress prices. Panner, unfamiliar with the intricacies of commerce, merely smiled. Yar whispered a few auspicious words, prompting a dong to generously offer a sewing needle as a parting gift. The sisters joyfully departed with a whole bolt of linen. Though the needle was slightly small for adult women, it was just right for Yar. The shopkeeper wore a subtle smile that went unnoticed by everyone. In a world filled with struggle, any act of kindness was significant. It was heartening to encounter pure-hearted individuals, like the two girls, who cherished even the smallest acts of goodwill. The reason for bringing Yor along was that the girl often perused a small booklet during her free time, and this time she had spotted a medicinal herb she wished to inquire about at the apothecary. Having visited Kishintang with Lu Cheng once before, she asked the apothecary if they accepted sea cucumbers. Commonly found along the coast, the elder doctor had always sourced them himself and prepared them at home. The young girl possessed quite the knowledge. Yes, we do accept them, but the price for unprocessed ones is low. Properly prepared ones command a higher price. In that case, I will return in a few days, or perhaps my brother will come. I will prepare both types, and you can determine the price based on what can be used. My brother says Kishintang is the fairest in pricing for herbs. The attendant chuckled, pleased to receive praise for their shop, puffing out his chest with pride. Indeed. As long as your herbs are clean, you won't find a better apothecary in Linyao County. After leaving the apothecary, Yara was in high spirits. Although she did not skip in her step, Panner could sense her joy. As they turned onto North Street, they found Tangyuan busy preparing dumplings. Panner helped by stirring the pot while Yara ladled out the broth and sprinkled the seasonings. When the three siblings finally had a moment to relax, Tangyuan marveled at how fortunate they were to have a sister who brought them prosperity. Yi Tangyuan closed his stall early, and the three of them walked home beneath the setting sun, where Lingjiao had already prepared dinner. Every time Yi Panner approached that small, unwalled house, a sense of disorientation washed over her. Was this peaceful and harmonious life truly not a dream? Or was it the scolding and beatings from her parents that had been a mere illusion? She wondered which divine being had guided her to meet them. Encountering them must have been her most courageous and correct decision. In those moments, she believed she could endure any hardship as long as she remained here. On their way home, Panner inquired about what Yar had mentioned at the apothecary. Yar explained, the hapioxio is actually the bone of the cuttlefish, also known as the squid bone. We caught some before, remember? I wasn't entirely certain, which is why I wanted to ask when we went to the city. Panner marveled at the fact that this substance could be used in medicine. How remarkable. The mountains have their own medicinal herbs, and the seaside has its own as well. Yar, you possess such extensive knowledge. Yar felt a bit shy under Panner's sparkling gaze. Fifth sister, it's not that I know so much. If it weren't for the old Taoist priest, my brother, and I might not have survived in the mountains. Yi Tangyuan nodded in agreement. Recalling how the siblings had been back then, without the old priest, they would not have lived long enough to meet their elder brother. Upon learning that the squid bone was a medicinal ingredient, Fulu seemed to find a new direction and began searching extensively for cuttlefish, regardless of size or species, even capturing octopuses in the process. In Fulu's eyes, these soft-bodied creatures with many legs were all the same. Cuttlefish meat made for delicious dumplings, and upon reflection, it turned out to be the least wasteful seafood. The larger ones were rare, otherwise, the old doctor wouldn't have personally traveled to the seaside. Fortunately, the Yi family had some on hand, and they hadn't discarded the bones. Yar retrieved the cuttlefish bones, and these aged pieces were perfect for practice. She set a fire, roasting the surface until it turned a light golden brown, then knocked off the outer shell and continued to roast it over a low flame. This substance could staunch bleeding, and she planned to grind some into powder for future use. Coincidentally, when the two returned from the small reef, their cart happened to be filled with cuttlefish, much to everyone's delight. With everyone gathered, they set aside their tasks to prepare dinner, fetch water, and handle the seafood. After the meal, Panner measured the sizes of her elder brother and fourth brother, noting that they had both grown since they could now eat regularly. She calculated that when she made their clothes, she would sew them a bit larger, adjusting the cuffs and pant legs accordingly, so that after some time, they could let the seams out to fit properly. If worse came to worst, they still had the younger siblings to pass the clothes down to. Falu and Yar's garments were among the cleanest in the household, and they both agreed that having one set was sufficient, allowing the remaining fabric to be shared with their elder brothers. Yi Qingzhu, of course, was unaware of their little secret. Each day was exhausting with a long commute, and Lu Cheng was still young, shouldering most of the heavy labor. After returning home, aside from eating and sleeping, he was constantly busy, forgetting about the promise made to the people of Zhou Haiqing. On the 11th day of the 12th lunar month, just before closing up, a weary middle-aged man found Yi Tangwan after inquiring along the way. Upon seeing the small stall with the words Tongxin Yuanzai written on the wooden board, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Is this the Yi family? His voice was hoarse and dry from travel, making it hard to listen to. Standing at the stall, whether he intended to buy something or not, Tang Yuan could no longer tidy up. Noticing the man's cracked lips and dust-covered face, he fetched a small bowl of hot soup for him. The man was indeed parched and drank it down in one gulp. Yi Tangwan observed him with curiosity. Dressed in a leather coat, he certainly did not appear to be a beggar, but his manner of drinking soup suggested otherwise. One more bowl, please. Since he was already closing up, Yi Tangwan remained silent and ladled more soup into the bowl. The soup was warm, just right to soothe his throat and warm him from within. Thank you. Is this the Yi family? Yi Tangwan nodded. Yes, indeed. Is there something you need, sir? Oh, at long last, I found you. Your elder brother sent me. Elder brother? I haven't heard him mention you. May I ask what you need from me? The man looked taken aback. Hey, that kid clearly mentioned it. Why is he being so unreliable? Did your brother not mention anything about the seafood trade in Zhou Haiqing? When the elder brother returned home, he had been preoccupied with the matters at hand and hadn't spoken much. Oh, my brother did visit Zhou Haiqing, but he must have forgotten since he was busy when returning home. May I ask your name, sir? If you have business with me, I am more than willing to assist. I am Feng Chiu, traveling with a few brothers for business. Last month, I passed through Zhou Haiqing and procured a batch of seafood from your brother. We agreed that he would provide the same quality, and I could come to your brother on North Street in Linzhou County for more orders, specifically, this Tongxin Yuanzai. Uncle, please take your time. I'm not going anywhere. No, this matter is urgent. I need the seafood quickly and wish to meet your brother. Well. Upon seeing Yi Tongyuan's hesitation, Feng Chiu became anxious, rubbing his hands together. What is going on? Did your brother promise someone else? Or is he not even selling the goods? Yi Tangwan replied, No. Our family lives by the sea, and the entire village consists of fishermen. Some seafood has been sold off for grain and money. I am not sure how much is left. Oh dear, I rushed here and still couldn't beat those little vendors. No matter how much is left, I need to secure it today. Hurry, take me to see your brother. Yi Tangwan glanced at the darkening sky and said, Uncle Feng, the city gates will soon close, and I still need to pack up my stall. Would it be possible for me to return home and inform my brother today? Perhaps you could find a place to stay, and we can meet here again tomorrow morning? We are used to roughing it, but if you have a woodshed, I can make do for a night. If this matter isn't resolved today, how can I sleep? Yi Tangwan quickly pondered. The man did not seem to be lying. Moreover, their family was quite humble, renting their home, and unlikely to attract attention. However, as his elder brother would not return until after dark, he decided it was just some seafood. He could manage it with Lingjiao. He swiftly packed up, and the youth pulled the cart while the middle-aged man led a frail little donkey out of the city gate. Once they reached the village, Yi Tangwan deliberately took him to the outside of Uncle Jin's house and briefly explained the stranger's intentions. Uncle Jin quickly understood and, taking advantage of Yi Tongyuan's trip home to deliver goods, summoned several heads of households in the village to discuss the matter. In truth, there wasn't much to discuss. Those who had taken the batch of goods with Yi Dali regretted it as soon as they saw the money, and now that someone had come to their door, they naturally seized the opportunity. The Meng and Sun families, upon hearing that someone had come from Zhou Haiqing, could hardly sit still, and Meng Gui and his brother rushed directly to the Yi household. Seeing the man in person, they were all quite excited. Yi Tangwan, observing this, lowered his guard significantly, though a small part of him remained habitually cautious. After instructing Panner to prepare an extra meal, he called for his second sister as assistants. With Menggui and his brother present, the seafood was delivered quickly, but it fell far short of Feng Qiu's expectations. After a long day, Feng Qiu noticed that it was nearly dark and it wouldn't be fair to keep the two children from eating. When he finally sat down, he realized that there wasn't a single adult present. Yi? Uncle Feng, I'm Tangyuan, the third nephew. Where's your elder brother? My brother went fishing with my fourth brother. As guests, we only have one table. Would you mind making do, Uncle Feng? Don't be silly. If you can provide me with a meal, I should be the one thanking you. The dishes on the table resemble a homely meal, featuring pancakes, pickled vegetables, and radish kelp soup. However, what is this meatball? It appears quite white. What is this? Yi Tangyuan served 3 fish balls to Feng Qiu, saying, "These are the fish balls made by my sister, the same ones I sell at my stall on North Street. Uncle Feng, do give them a taste." Curiously, Feng Qiu lifted the bowl. No wonder the soup smelled familiar, it was used in this way. Nestled in the small wooden spoon was a plump meatball, perfectly sized for a single bite. Together with the broth, it offered a delightful combination of the fish's freshness, tenderness, resilience, and smoothness, complemented by the fragrant, savory broth with a hint of something distinctive. He scooped up another ball, and this flavor was different, surely shrimp? The last morsel, indeed, contained bits of unprocessed meat, which was quite novel. Fu Lu had never assisted them before. It was his first time witnessing an outsider savoring their fish meatballs. And he wondered why this old man looked so enraptured. Delicious. Wonderful. Another bowl, please. Yi Tangyuan felt a sense of assurance and quickly said, "Not so fast, Uncle Feng." Why must I pay you in copper coins? Rest assured, I have enough money. Haha, that's not it, Uncle Feng. You must try this dry mix. It presents a whole different experience. Feng Qiu exclaimed, using a wooden skewer to pierce a meatball coated in seasoning powder, bringing it close to his nose, where a spicy aroma tickled him, causing him to sneeze several times. Though slightly impolite, it was refreshing. Upon tasting the meatball, having traveled far and wide over the years, he immediately concluded that this flavor was exceedingly suited to those from the north. A loud clap startled the Yi family, especially Panner, who almost jumped out of her seat. Ling Jiao had rolled up her sleeves, only to be halted by Tong Yuan's glance. What a kick. This trip was not in vain. Yara nestled closer to Fu Lu, noting his loud voice made her ears buzz. After the meal, Feng Qiu held onto Yi Tangyuan, inspecting him like a proud father, his eyes sparkling. Yi Tangyuan broke free, stating that his elder brother would be a while longer and suggested they rest first, as there was only a large communal bed at home. Feng Qiu had matters on his mind and could not sleep, insisting on negotiating to purchase their fish ball recipe. Yi Tangyuan could never agree to such a thing. This was their livelihood, selling it would leave them without income. The two engaged in a back-and-forth bargaining session under the fish oil lamp. When Yi Qingzhu and his brother returned, they were not only greeted by the light in their home, but also the lively atmosphere. Upon entering, Yi Qingzhu was instantly revitalized by the unexpected presence of Feng Qiu. Yet, it seemed that the third brother was in a heated debate with him. Has my nephew returned? Go wash your hands and eat. We need to discuss something. Third brother? Oh dear, big brother, Chenggu, you all eat first. I have important matters to discuss with old Feng. Yi Qingzhu stiffly turned to glance at Lu Cheng, both brothers filled with confusion. Ling Jiao and Panner pulled him away, bringing forth the warmed dishes while quietly explaining the situation. Only then did Yi Qingzhu recall, having initially thought little of it, that it had indeed come to pass. What was going on with the third brother? Hadn't they just met? Why did it feel like they were old acquaintances? Panner lowered her voice. That fellow Feng has his eyes set on our fish ball recipe, and third brother refuses to sell. They've been arguing for quite a while. Lu Cheng remarked, indeed. It cannot be sold. Are they still at it? Fu Lu added, third brother is negotiating. He knows what he is doing. Ling Jiao playfully rubbed Fu Lu's head, stifling a laugh. You're quite the clever one. Feng Qiu and Yi Tangyuan continued their debate on the straw bed well into the night. The task of netting fish was physically demanding, and the two were already worn out from several days of labor. Ling Jiao and Panner brought in quite a bit of dried grass from behind the house, laying it on the ground to create a layer over the unfinished hemp cloth. The 6 siblings squeezed into the small room and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Panner rose early to prepare breakfast, hearing the thunderous snores from the other room, shaking her head in resignation. It was truly alarming how men in middle age could be such loud snorers. Her brothers at home were much quieter. Yi Qingju awoke naturally, his back and waist sore from sleeping on the ground. When he got up, the sun was shining brightly. Third brother, what time is it? Yi Tenghuan was busy in the yard sorting fish, looking up to see his elder brother's bloodshot eyes. Brother, in about 3/4 of an hour, it will be noon. There's porridge in the pot. You should eat first. Let me wash my face to refresh myself. Wait, that's strange. If it's nearly noon, why are you home? Who went to North Street today? Scanning the room, he confirmed that the second, third, fourth, and fifth siblings were all present. It couldn't possibly be the sixth or seventh. Ling Jiao was busy skinning the cuttlefish, saying no one went today. Hey, how rare. Everyone seems to be reluctant to spend on stall fees. What's going on? Tenghuan replied, I struck a deal with Old Feng. We're not selling the recipe, but we can sell half-cooked fish balls, he agreed. At this time, he should just be arriving in the county, claiming he hired extra hands and a cart. No wonder everyone was busy at home. Yi Qingju padded off to wash his face and eat, feeling perpetually hungry, as if he could consume enough for 6 plus himself. Sure enough, shortly after noon, Feng Qiu arrived with a dozen strong men pulling a cart. Yesterday, the village had gathered dried goods into 4 carts, and with no rush. Feng Qiu approached Yi Tenghuan again. Panner took the opportunity to serve the men hot water, sensing that they wouldn't have a moment's rest in the coming days. I say, Old Feng, are you trying to kill someone? 6 carts? What? Feng Qiu maintained his composure, taking a sip of water before saying, I've calculated it. These things take up space, and a wooden barrel can't hold that many pounds. Just put in the effort. I'll weigh it and load it onto the cart. We'll fill 1 barrel at a time. Think about it. You give me the meatballs, and I give you silver. It's a swift exchange. Oh, come off it. Do you expect us to forego eating, sleeping, and all bodily functions just to work for you? We can't go day and night only making these. Besides, have some decency. My stall on North Street still needs to be manned. Missing 1 or 2 days is manageable, but 3 to 5 days without a stall is unacceptable. Hey, you said it yesterday. The stall losses are on me. Ugh, just don't let talking get in the way of work. Ling Jiao skillfully wielded her knife, casting wary glances at Feng to ensure her third brother wouldn't suffer any loss. Feng Qiu couldn't see the soup base and dry powder ingredients, but the processing alone was indeed worth the price, especially as it grew colder in the north, where seafood was still a rare commodity. Chapter 69. Sea Cuttlefish. Yi Qingju, after eating, felt an abundance of energy. Just then, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi entered, colliding with him. Everyone is busy. What have you two been up to? Yar wiped the sweat from her brow, saying, Big brother, I was helping 6th brother dry the meatballs. 5th sister, are they ready? The 2 children skirted past Yi Qingju, while Panner was busy at the stove, her newly grown bangs damp against her forehead. Yi Qingju looked around, wondering how he had become the only one not lending a hand. Big brother, we're running low on firewood. If you're free, could you bring some over? All right then. 4th brother has grown quite bold, ordering him around. Next time, I'll make him practice for an extra 15 minutes. Feng Qiu found a stone to sit on in the sunny patch, reflecting on his years of experience. He had never before conducted business with a group of children. He wondered about his wife and children at home, if they thought of him. The youngest one couldn't even call him father yet. By the time he returned home, the child might not recognize him again. The Yi children worked meticulously. He needed to transport the fish without letting them spoil or fall apart. Boil the fish balls until they take shape, then place them in a shaded area to freeze. Next, line the interior of the wooden barrel with craft paper, and place the fish balls inside. This method is both clean and secure. Should one wish to manipulate the weight, a seasoned itinerant merchant possesses an array of techniques. However, for them, Feng Qiu's meticulous weighing of silver is what truly matters. As he departed from Shaoshan village, Feng Qiu glanced back at the small fishing hamlet, which comprised a mere dozen households, and found it unremarkable. He was unsure how his fingers had loosened, letting out a chuckle. Once the caravan was out of sight, Lu Cheng hastily counted the silver, while a few of them casually sipped some hot water and nibbled on pancakes before resuming their much-needed rest. They were utterly exhausted. The 7 of them had labored for over 3 days to finally fill Feng Qiu's cart and send it off. The family was crammed into 2 small rooms, still dreaming sweetly, oblivious to the unpredictable fortunes that lay ahead, which were drawing ever closer. After satisfying their hunger and thirst and resting sufficiently, they had to drag their weary bodies back to work. In the absence of the eldest brother, Yi Tangyuan graciously entertained the guests and managed to negotiate business with the old merchant all on his own. Yi Qingju offered a few simple compliments, but inwardly, she felt quite pleased with herself. In recent days, Yi Tangyuan had walked with a newfound vigor, gaining respect in front of his family and appearing remarkably spirited. With all the fish balls taken away by Fengqiu, he found himself without any merchandise to sell, especially since Panner had exhausted all the seasonings on hand. Yar and Panner ventured into the city for household supplies, taking along the dried cuttlefish they had prepared. The nets off the small reef island had been neglected for several days, leaving them uncertain if the high tides and fierce winds had swept them away. The two brothers hurriedly grabbed their gear and rushed over. Ling Jiao stared at the large gap in the woodpile, biting his nails as he pondered for a moment before succumbing to temptation and taking the firewood axe out the door. Meanwhile, Fu Lu and Tangyuan exchanged blank stares, unsure of what to do. The usual chores didn't require arrangement, as it seemed everyone instinctively knew their roles. Fu Lu, being rather introverted and young, felt fortunate to assist little Seven when needed. If they could have some leisure time, the older siblings would gladly allow them to play nearby. Sixth brother. What should we do? Fu Lu contemplated and thought that since third brother was adept at selling things, why not let him give it a try? He led Yi Tangyuan to his little treasure trove and began rummaging. Yi Tangyuan was first struck by a peculiar, fishy odor, different from the briny scent of the seaside. Perhaps it was due to the nearby latrines? Pinching his nose, he observed sixth brother rummaging through items, wondering what compulsion drove the boy to pick things up at random. Before long, a simple little basket revealed an assortment of hairpins, bracelets, and necklaces crafted from shells and wood. These little trinkets seem like the ones you've often carved before, right? When did you make these, sixth brother? When we're not working, you guys have the strength to wander far. Little Seven and I can't help much. Third brother. Could we try selling these? I want to contribute too. Yi Tangyuan chuckled and patted Fu Lu's head, saying, nonsense. Our sixth brother is quite impressive amidst so many villagers. Only you have managed to make a stone mill. Third brother, on the other hand, is merely good at idle chatter. That's not true. I caused such a great mess with second sister, leaving everyone as hard-earned money in shambles. Third brother, could you help me take these to the county town? Even if they fetch just a few coins, it would be worthwhile. Fu Lu, with his flat eyebrows and lightly colored thin lips, gazed expectantly at Yi Tangyuan, awaiting his acquiescence. With a sigh, Yi Tangyuan replied, all right, third brother promises you that I will find a way to sell your creations and return with the coins. What will you treat me to? Fu Lu stuffed the little basket into Yi Tangyuan's hands and turned away, stating matter-of-factly, third brother also promised to help me catch a big turtle. We can discuss that later. Hey, you little rascal. The two did not linger at home for long, as Sun Erxi came to summon them to the seaside. With the new year approaching, many were busy preparing goods, sewing new clothes, and cleaning their homes. Children like Sun Erxi, who were neither too young nor too grown, had little leisure time throughout the year. Sun Daqiang's errands kept him preoccupied, while gathering seafood fell to Sun Erxi. The three set off together, encountering several villagers along the way. Yi Tangyuan, not often visiting the seaside, was more familiar with the path to the county town than anyone at home. The Yi brothers presented an intriguing contrast. The third brother only picked up what he recognized, while the sixth brother sought out unfamiliar items to inquire about. Sun Erxi mused that if he had a younger brother, he would likely be just as curious about the world as Yi Xiaolu, who didn't have to toil from dawn till dusk. Fu Lu still collected oddities, to Sun Erxi. It seemed that on this outing, Yi Xiaolu was merely a filler. There were hardly any useful items among his finds. Tangyuan discerned a hint of strategy. If sixth brother sought another path, he would let him be. With their livelihoods sustained by their efforts, the goal of having enough to eat was already within reach. And with a few years of savings, they could even purchase a boat to venture into the sea. At the Kishintang in the county town, Yar displayed the cleaned and dried cuttlefish along with the ones she had roasted herself. The larger and more intact the specimens, the better their quality. The processed ones looked decent as well. The shopkeeper picked them up, inspecting them against the light, tapping them with his knuckles, and scraping a bit of powder onto his tongue. Quite good. Young lady, who taught you this technique? Yar could only attribute it to her elder brother, who had once instructed her to keep the small booklet a secret from everyone but family. I'll take the medicinal materials. For these simply dried ones, I'll give you 5 won per liang, and for the processed ones, 8 won. Thank you, shopkeeper. I trust Kishintang, so let us settle on the price. The sisters were elated. The items they had once considered tossing away could now be exchanged for money. Chapter 70. The Value of Bones. The smaller cuttlefish bones were kept at home for personal use, but since they were now somewhat financially comfortable, it was wise to retain some quality pieces for the future. Money may be finite, but good medicinal materials are rare. Yar brought all the larger cuttlefish bones from home, totaling 4 jin and 8 liang of dried ones, and over 3 jin of roasted ones. Surprised that even these were valuable, Yar hesitated, contemplating whether to sell all the ones at home. The shopkeeper was busy tallying accounts, while the 2 young ladies whispered in a corner. "Fifth sister, should we go home and fetch more?" "No rush. We have these items almost daily. The ones you've prepared at home could be used directly if needed." "All right then, I'll heed your advice." They received 481, and the 2 girls joyfully headed to the grain store. This trip not only filled their rice jar but also allowed them to purchase the long-desired shovel and hoe. The pharmacy assistant was puzzled as to why the shopkeeper had been buying so many hemostatic and antipyretic medicines lately. On their way home, they encountered Lingjiao, and the 3 sisters returned together. Upon hearing that cuttlefish bones were indeed valuable, Lingjiao fervently promised to be extra cautious when fishing in the future. Among the roasted fish bones that Yer had prepared, many were of decent size, but Lingjiao had been too forceful with the knife, leaving a long gash that marred their appearance. When the 4 brothers returned from the seaside, they praised Little Seven for being able to earn substantial money for the family. Only the silent Fu Lu felt a twinge of discomfort. His elder siblings were doing well, and even the younger girls were proving their worth, leaving him feeling inadequate and helpless. Accustomed to Fu Lu's taciturn demeanor, no one noticed any change in the young boy. On the day Yi Tangwan reopened his stall on North Street, a surprising surge of customers greeted his small business. Ever since the concentric circles had turned a profit, neighboring stalls had grown envious, especially the disheveled, plump woman who was particularly green with envy. On the first day, there were no stalls set up, and the roundabout manner of speaking was filled with an abundance of sarcastic remarks. By the second day, with no sign of anyone appearing, the plump matron began to entertain other thoughts. After all, it was merely fish and meat, merely meatballs. Has anyone truly gone without meat? In the vicinity of Linnao County, fish was hardly scarce. By the 3rd day, the matron had begun to shout out, claiming to have added new delicacies to her offerings. While it was not surprising that one would want to expand their wares for the sake of profit, emulating the children in making fish balls was rather inappropriate. After all, in their small community, should Ji-san return one day and witness such a sight, it would surely lead to conflict between their families. The patrons at Dingxing Tower, however, were indifferent to such matters. Accustomed to indulgence, they found themselves yearning for familiar tastes every few meals. If Yi-san were to remain absent indefinitely, the gentleman could not simply wait in vain for his return. On the first day, the matron beamed with delight, her smile nearly uncontainable. Were it not for her ailing waist, she would have prepared even more. That young man named Yi had undoubtedly thwarted her share of fortune. Yet, by the 2nd day, her luck had turned. Not a single fish ball was sold throughout the day. Those in the vicinity, who maintained connections with the Yi family, offered perfunctory reassurances while secretly relishing the spectacle. Did they truly believe that the children of the Yi family were simpletons? In North Street, those lacking skill had long since abandoned their stalls. When Yi Tangwan re-established his stall, there were already watchful eyes from Dingxiang Tower. After a bustling rush, someone discreetly informed Yi Tangwan of the recent happenings. This was entirely expected. When 5th sister embarked on this venture, he had already cautioned her about the recipe. As long as the formula remained undisclosed, the chances of anyone replicating all the necessary ingredients were slim, and it would likely take a considerable amount of time. By then, they would have matured. What could they not accomplish? The matter of making round balls could not be their sole means of securing a worry-free existence. Otherwise, the establishments of Sanxi Town would have been in vain. Were it not for his evident lack of culinary aptitude, given his knowledge, how could he have forgotten? While he may not be able to cook, he could certainly share his insights with Panner. That girl possessed a stubborn determination and a knack for creating delicious dishes. She would undoubtedly succeed. He resolved to speak with her upon his return. Tang Yuan warmly greeted familiar faces in the vicinity, engaging in casual conversation while displaying the small tokens of good fortune he had received, hanging them in conspicuous places around the stall. Regular patrons were often those who accompanied their masters on outings. Cleverness and loyalty were not his concern. What Yi Tangyuan sought was to maintain their own network of connections. A young servant wishing to thrive in the grand estate would inevitably forge friendships with the maids and attendants. The tokens of good fortune, while modest in material value, appeared fresh and exquisite. Sanxi Town, for all its faults, could be deemed lively. The attire and adornments worn on the streets were far more refined and splendid than those in Lianghuai County. Such simple materials, when carried by a maid, were both charming and unobtrusive, truly an excellent arrangement. Before noon, the crowd consisted of those with serious business to attend to. After midday, the revelers who sought entertainment after dark would be his target audience. As Yi Tangyuan had anticipated, the post-lunch surge comprised individuals fulfilling their master's errands while conveniently purchasing small items. He selected a hairpin, while another sought a bracelet. The shells and conchs were polished smooth, gleaming under the sun. Regrettably, Liuzi was still too young and unaware of the preferences of the young ladies in their teenage years. He would need to bring someone along tomorrow, otherwise he would be overwhelmed. Upon realizing that cuttlefish bones could be exchanged for money, the Yi brothers encountered them by the sea, collecting whatever they could, regardless of size, for the sake of their family. The brothers learned to gauge the tides to determine when to venture out, sometimes needing to catch up on sleep during the daytime, at which point silence was paramount. Yet, some tasks could not be avoided, such as collecting water chestnuts, which required strength and effort unbeknownst to them. Panner inquired of Fu Lu whether there was a way to finally crush the fish meat without creating much noise. Perhaps finally finding her niche, Fu Lu cheerfully agreed to assist. It was evident to all that Liuzi was genuinely pleased, a stark contrast to the earlier, unassuming boy who had forgotten even to think. Lu Qing was the first to notice. Prior to arriving on the island, he had spoken to several individuals left behind at home, expressing concern for Liuzi. As fate would have it, Yi Tangyuan was in need of extra hands. Subsequently, the people of North Street discovered that Yi San had acquired a new brother. The idle gentleman at Dingxiong Tower even engaged in a wager, betting on how many children the seller of fish balls had. For the impoverished, this was merely a form of entertainment, but for those with wealth and leisure, it was simply a source of amusement. A small crowd gathered before the humble stall of the round balls, while others would have pondered whether they had made a mistake in their culinary endeavors. Yi Tangyuan moved back and forth between the servants and Dingxiong Tower, gradually piecing together the situation. Upon noticing the gathering, Fu Lu set aside the half-carved shell but did not release his carving knife. Chapter 71. A turn of events, brothers. Have you found some leisure time? Yi San. We have a question for you. Answer well, and today we shall cover your stall. Zhangsheng, why are you interrupting? I arrived first. Enough of this, both of you. It matters not who arrives first. Victory lies with our master. I ask you, how many children do you have in your family? Yi Tangyuan appeared visibly startled, his eyes widening in astonishment. Huh? What is happening here? Is this even a question for you? Just answer honestly. For brothers. Huh. Our master has surely won. Be quiet. Yi San. Think carefully. Do you not also have 2 sisters? Oh dear, Pinga has a good memory. In my family, there are 4 brothers and 3 sisters. A total of 7. Wow. Master, we have won. We have triumphed. One of them dashed back, exclaiming, while the remaining 4 stared at Yi Tangyuan. Unable to interfere with the affairs of the children, they could only return dejectedly to report their failure. Within, the wealthy enjoyed their frivolities, while outside, the impoverished struggled against the biting wind. A single door seemed to divide 2 worlds. The winning gentleman sent someone to confirm, and indeed, they covered the cost of the stall. However, a servant encountered a dilemma. The master referred to fish balls, yet was unaware of when they had added handmade items to their offerings. After seeking clarification, the servant purchased them at market price. Yi Tangyuan accepted the silver coins with a smile, but discreetly handed over 10 copper coins to the man. On the way home, Fu Lu inquired of Tangyuan why he had given money. Technically, the man only needed to pay for the fish balls, but the stall offered more than just those. For those who depended on their daily labor, making an extra trip was simply part of the deal. For them, how much effort and energy could be saved? Liuzi, with your temperament, you should venture out more to broaden your horizons. What will you do if one day you find yourself without siblings by your side? You would never abandon me. Fu Lu's voice was low, and Yi Tangyuan casually replied, indeed, we could support you for a lifetime. Now let us hurry home. We still have time to refine your shells. Returning home at such an early hour surprised the others, who contemplated simply taking the day off. After all, There was plenty of fish and meat available, and the prepared meatballs would last for 3 to 5 days. Cheng'er, how much money do we have now? Lu Cheng produced his rudimentary bark ledger, upon which scribbled notes were barely legible. Eldest brother, you truly have a knack for this. Do you not keep track of how much silver we have at home? You manage the accounts, while I and the third brother earn the money. If we ever find ourselves unable to afford food, just let me know in advance. I can always lie down on the street with a broken bowl. And I won't go hungry. That was in the past. Why bring it up now? Uncle Feng had settled 12 taels. Xiaoqi earned 600 when selling medicine. And the third brother accounted for the family's remaining net income. Adding today's accounts, they totaled 36 won. Of the household expenses, 708 won remained. In total, they had over 16 taels and 344 won. After a moment of silence, a jubilant cheer erupted. This was their hard-earned fortune. A considerable sum of money. Yi Qingzhu felt a surge of excitement within, yet she remained quietly seated, watching her siblings leap and laugh with delight. Her clenched fists turned white at the knuckles. They had truly achieved independence. In this remote fishing village, they had established their own home and acquired wealth. They all had to live well, witness the seasons change, grow up, start families, age gracefully, and ultimately depart this world with dignity, completing a full and honorable life. Suppressing the moisture in her eyes, Yi Qingzhu urged her younger siblings to settle down. Was it truly worth such exuberance over a mere dozen strings of coins? With 7 of them, each would receive just a little over 2 strings. What could that possibly suffice for? Would they not need to build houses and marry as they grew? And what of the girls saving up dowries for marriage? Why the laughter? Ling Jiao patted her thigh, laughing as she exclaimed, "Eldest brother, how old are you? If anyone is to marry, it should be you first. I think you're the one who's anxious." Ha, this is too funny. Yi Qingzhu maintained a stern expression, unable to hide her flushed ears. Yi Linger, I believe you are in need of a reprimand. Haha, I'm sorry, big brother. I simply cannot contain myself. Ling Jiao's laughter subsided, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was so difficult. She wanted to laugh, but also to cry. Perhaps they wouldn't notice her distress this way? After all, she was the second sister. She couldn't afford to lose face. Yi Qingzhu was well aware of the world's fickleness. She had tasted both warmth and coldness in human relationships. At 23, it was time for sweet rice dumplings. Hearing from the neighbors, they were to prepare a sticky, sweet delicacy made from glutinous rice to please the kitchen god. Thus, when the deities reported to the Jade Emperor in heaven, they would speak favorably, ensuring that the household's granaries would be full and worries about food would be alleviated in the coming year. The young ladies of the Yi family consulted with the village women, as gatherings of women typically revolved around food, clothing, and gardening. As the end of the 12th month approached, the weary villagers finally found a rare moment of relaxation amidst the lively festivities. The 3 sisters spent their days away from home, visiting one household after another, learning to make buns and sauces, returning only when it was time to prepare meals. Yi Qingzhu turned a blind eye. It was a splendid time over on the small reef. In previous years, there had been no fish for sale during the new year. But this year the Yi family's circumstances were unique. Big brother Jean had also stated that they should continue their work as usual, as long as they did not disrupt the prices set by Shaoshan village. The Dingxiong building was bustling with even more patrons, with some inquiring specifically about the concentric rice dumplings to take home and savor. The soup base was prepared. All that was needed was to return home and cook it for a delicious meal. With the reminders from Fulu, the sisters paid close attention to the women's hair ornaments. The newly made trinkets were particularly popular. Everything unfolded beautifully, until the 27th day of the 12th month when the constables surrounded the Yi household in Shaoshan village. When the officers arrived, big brother Jean did not panic. What difference was there between their place and a savage land? Good fortune was never theirs, and misfortune was often elusive. However, these men had a clear target, heading straight for the innermost house. In an instant of hesitation, big brother Jean turned and fled. That was his brother's house. How could the Yi children have offended the county officials? Would they implicate the entire village? The constables had meticulously timed their approach to catch them. Thus, all 7 of the Yi siblings were at home. Once inside, the officers wreaked havoc, shattering bowls and leaving only a few intact. A man who appeared to be the captain stepped before Yi Qingzhu, delivering a slap before asking in a deep voice, "Now tell me, where have you hidden the goods?" The 7 siblings were bewildered. They had been thoroughly searched upon entering Lingyao County. "What goods?" "Sir, What items are you referring to? We, the 7 siblings, are honest and upright, grateful for your benevolence, and have committed no crime. Yet the captain's hawk-like eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to deliver 2 more slaps. 3 in total, landing on her left cheek, quickly swelling up. Do not speak to me of innocence. I have no patience for such nonsense. Hand over the goods quickly. And perhaps I can intercede on your behalf before the magistrate. Otherwise, none of you will fare well. Lu Qing, fearing that his elder brother might lose control, anxiously kicked Yi Qingju's heel. Chapter 72, Interrogation. Sir, my elder brother only works all day and knows nothing. I manage the household. You should question me. Lu Cheng struggled to push forward, while Ling Jiao and Tang Yuan gasped. Oh, come, bring him forward. You know? Then obediently tell me, and you'll endure less suffering. Sir, I do not know what item the magistrate has lost. If you describe its size and appearance, I assure you I can personally lead you to find it. Get lost. How dare you mock me? Beat him, leave him breathing. The small room erupted into chaos, filled with the screams of Ling Jiao and the cries of Lu Cheng, mingled with the officer's demands, quickly spreading throughout the tiny fishing village. Big brother Jean followed closely, not daring to obstruct the officials. He cautiously inquired with those guarding outside about what was transpiring. Do not pry into what does not concern you. Hey, brother, look, this family is just children. If they've done something foolish, they're just kids. Still talking? Get lost. If you say another word, you'll get hit too. In truth, the officer was concerned for big brother Jean. With the magistrate detained, if they did not find some value in these small fry, they would also be in trouble. It was uncertain from where this calamity had come, disturbing people during the New Year's festivities. Their Lingnao County had nothing of value, and there had never been rumors of treasures hidden within. To claim that their magistrate was hoarding riches without reporting them was utter nonsense. If it were not for the high-ranking official's stature, they would not have bothered with such a visit. Lu Cheng felt a crimson haze clouding his vision. Unable to discern shapes, his ears buzzed, and pain coursed through his body. The captain raised a hand to halt the proceedings. Damn it, I let you breathe. And you have no use for words? Blood boiled in his head. Hey, that kid with the big eyes, bring him forward. Your brothers are not honest, do you see? If you do not speak the truth, well, the outcome may not be pleasant. Right now, you are all brothers, but soon, it will just be the little girls left. I bet none of you have ever played with flower buds before, have you? I wonder how it compares to the ripe ones. Yi Tangwan clenched his teeth, veins bulging in his neck, closing his eyes to suppress his fury as he contemplated how to navigate this predicament. Unfortunately, the constables were not inclined to grant him the time to think. With just a glance, 2 of them advanced, twisting Yi Tongyuan's arm and forcing him to the ground. Adult men against children, 2 on 1. If not for their thick skin from childhood beatings and their reluctance to cause a fatal incident, Tangwan and Lu Cheng would have had no chance of survival. In their minds, such treasures were surely hidden away by the elders. The young ones were too small to withstand both violence and temptation, making it easy for them to spill secrets. Yet Yi Qingju truly knew nothing. They simply fished, farmed, and sold food, living modestly. Their house was rented from Uncle Jean, who took pity on them. What treasures could they possibly hide? Where could they be concealed? Heaven truly had no eyes. She heard Uncle Jean pleading outside, while her 2 younger brothers writhed in pain at her feet, instinctively letting out small whimpers. Yi Qingju knelt on the ground, her forehead touching the earth. I beg the officer for mercy. Your mouth is quite stubborn. Go, bring that little one forward. Fu Lu was seized by the collar and thrown to the front, stumbling and nearly falling. The captain raised his foot, stepping on him, then leaned forward, resting his elbows on his bent knees. Little one, your brothers have grown up, full of cunning. Why not you tell us? If you speak, you and those behind you will all be spared. However, if you persist in your obstinacy, you may well miss the dawn of tomorrow. Fu Lu lifted his head, the long lashes casting shadows upon his amber-hued pupils. Despite his tender age, he exhibited a rather wolfish demeanor. I will lead you to them. Spare my older siblings. 6th brother. Fu Lu, cease your nonsense. What are you doing, 6th brother? Suddenly confronted within his own abode, no one could fathom what they were searching for. Given the tension of the moment, it was evident that the matter was far from trivial. 6th brother was singularly stubborn. Should he provoke these brutes, he would regret it. After all, they bore blades. Disregarding the anxious and concerned glances of those behind him, Fu Lu remained steadfast, his gaze fixed upon the master of the foot. Being trampled in such a manner was reminiscent of incidents before encountering the leader. He had thought he had forgotten the sensation of being pressed against the ground. The constable, albeit skeptical, withdrew his foot and stood upright. The Lord's men were stationed not far from the village. He was determined to seize the credit, eager to escape the insular and impoverished Lianghuai County. Lead the way. If you dare to deceive me, do you see? I'll have you fed to the wild dogs. Those inside cannot escape. Fu Lu flexed his slender arms, pushed himself up from the ground, and shifted his shoulders to ease the ache in his back before standing up and brushing off the dirt from his clothes. The constable, unable to tolerate his pretense, kicked him outside, where he saw Jean Lauda entangled with the Yamen runners, as well as Uncle Li Er and Erxi. Before Jean Lauda could utter a single word, Fu Lu was once more seized and dragged along the floor. An impatient voice loomed above him. You little brat. Point the way quickly. If you delay for another 15 minutes, I cannot guarantee your well-being. Fu Lu pointed toward the back of the house, and the constable led 2 men around to the rear. Behind the dwelling lay neatly stacked firewood, a small outhouse, and a haphazard array of shell stones. The emptiness was palpable. The constable struck Fu Lu's head with a slap. Where is it? Fu Lu felt something collide with the back of his head, followed by a fleeting silence. When sound returned, his vision was slightly dimmed. Everything here is my treasure. You may search as you wish. He pointed toward his little trove. Smirking, isn't this what you're looking for? Here, let me show you. Taking a deep breath, the constable contemplated striking him again. Blood trickling from Fu Lu's nose and smearing across half his face. He sought the item, not to vent his frustrations. The stakes were high. He took the other man toward the disheveled pile, a foul stench assailing his senses, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. He kicked at the debris beneath his feet. The crisp sound of shells colliding echoed, reminiscent of the jingling hairpins of courtesans or the clinking of copper coins. Fu Lu chuckled softly, then threw his head back in wild laughter. This mirth emanated from a child, laced with madness and abandon, sending chills down the spine. The 2 men searching paused for a few breaths, yet for the sake of glory and future prospects, they continued. Fu Lu remained oblivious to what they sought. But it was clear they would find nothing. Wasn't this merely a matter of violence and authority? He should let his older siblings witness their farcical behavior. Did they not resemble wildcats scouring for scraps? The occupants of the room, of course, heard everything. They were familiar with Fu Lu, this fool, who was merely deceiving them. What could they do? How could he extricate himself? The 3 brothers, bruised and battered, exchanged glances, weighing their chances of survival. Their misfortune lay in their lack of weapons, compounded by the presence of 2 non-combatant sisters. Chapter 73. The Broken Stone. Amongst the shells, conchs, and haphazardly piled sea stars, Fu Lu meticulously collected what he could, scattering fragments beneath their feet. He felt no pain at the loss, only a yearning to be older, to accomplish more. As he neared despair, the constable, seething with anger, kicked a nondescript waxy white stone. The shifting stone clashed against a hard surface, fragments flying farther afield, releasing an even more pungent odor. Oh, I had forgotten. I used to collect these, yet they all found them repugnant, forbidding me to keep them in the house. What are they doing? With bloodshot eyes, the constable lunged for the recently disturbed stone, cradling the crumbling piece in his hands as he babbled incoherently. I found it. My treasure. The credit is mine. It's really here. It's truly here. Ha ha, He Zhao Shang, you are finished. Let us see you maintain your bravado. Yes. We must inform the authorities, quickly. The constable furtively attempted to conceal the stone, finding it impossible to stash in his sleeve. So he tucked it into his bosom and took several hurried steps toward the front of the house, abruptly halting to turn back to Fu Lu. The 2 men who had accompanied him were evidently his trusted confidants. Upon confirming the discovery, they scanned their surroundings for any onlookers. With the treasure in hand, Fu Lu had become expendable, and the constable released his grip. Fu Lu was taken aback that such a broken stone could be deemed a treasure, one that brought calamity upon his entire family. Sitting on the ground, he repeatedly questioned himself. Why? What could it possibly be? Why did I bring it back? Who is aware? Suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation of suffocation, his eyes focused as the constable's enlarged face loomed before him, eyebrows raised and lips quivering. Is there no other route from this village to the county town? Speak quickly. Fu Lu, struggling to breathe, felt his eyes roll back. Was he to be silenced? Elder brother. Hurry and run. As consciousness began to fade and his chest felt as if it might burst, the 2 men beside him recognized that this could not continue. They swiftly snatched the child from their grasp, one whispering about the gravity of their situation. When a rush of air finally filled his lungs, Fu Lu was overwhelmed with an uncontrollable cough, gasping desperately as he struggled to breathe. Listen, child, regarding the discovery of the item, you say nothing, we say nothing. Keep your mouth shut and we'll coexist peacefully. Understand? Fu Lu nodded weakly. A mere physical injury in exchange for safety was a bargain he would gladly accept. What did it matter what the broken stone was? Good boy, now, we don't wish for too many witnesses, so direct us to a way out. And we shall consider this matter settled. Fu Lu shook his head, hoarsely clutching his neck. There is no way, there's only one route to escape. The constable's frenzy returned, and he attempted to strike again, yet was firmly restrained by his companion. Damn it, how audacious, little wretch. The one who spoke in a civil manner pressed on. I tell you, the item you've hidden is of great value. Even Lord, he cannot protect your lives. Alas, you are much like my own child. Could I bear to see you perish? Just tell us a place to hide, and the three of us will not reveal that we found it in your home. It's a win-win for all, wouldn't you agree? Despite inwardly dismissing the constable's crude enticements, Fu Lu understood the performance must be convincing. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and mentioned a location. His second and fifth sisters frequently ventured there to gather firewood and hemp. There was a deep pit surrounded by tall, wild grass and reeds. If one remained silent within, they would remain undiscovered. The men, brimming with aggression, stormed through the house. Jean Lauda and the others rushed in, carrying a bloodied and battered Fu Lu, while Shaoqi tended to Yidala's swelling. A pool of blood lay on the ground, the source uncertain. Make way. There is another one here. The crowd parted and Meng Gui entered, cradling the injured Fu Lu. A group of burly men bore witness as several children were beaten before their very eyes, and they dared not utter a single plea for mercy. The women were filled with anguish, fearing for their own children. Their hearts would surely ache if it were their own. Conversely, with an elder present, how could they endure such suffering? The injured child was carefully laid upon the bed, and Erxi summoned a physician. Fortuitously, it was the esteemed doctor from Qishintang. As the elderly doctor tended to the wounds, he sighed heavily. Seizing the moment while the doctor was organizing his medicine box, Jean Lauda discreetly inquired whether anything significant had transpired in the county town. The old physician, lowering his eyelids, replied, "It is rumored that a noble from the capital has arrived, and it is said that someone has reported County Magistrate Hedarin for providing medical treatment to his wife while secretly hoarding the dragon's saliva. A tribute to the royal family. Such legendary treasures have not graced this decrepit place for centuries, not even a fragment the size of a fingernail. It seems that Hedarin has unwittingly provoked the ire of those he ought not to have disturbed. I advise you to remain indoors for the time being. Do not inadvertently offend anyone." "Thank you, sir." Jean Lauda expressed his heartfelt gratitude, yet the doctor continued, "I share a bond with this family's children. That boy and the little girl have previously sold medicinal herbs at our apothecary." After sending off the physician, the neighbors assisted in preparing medicine and brought food, bustling about until dusk. Everyone else departed, leaving only Jean Lauda behind. "Dela, speak honestly with uncle. How did you get entangled with the authorities?" Yi Qingju was equally curious. After Fu Lu's mocking laughter, silence enveloped the room for a couple of incense sticks worth of time before the others had withdrawn. What on earth had transpired? Fu Lu met his elder brother's gaze, then turned to Jean Lauda. "Jean uncle, having fled to the county, we first went to the magistrate's office. Today, the deputy came by to search for missing items, and now another group has found them. It's nothing serious." His voice remained hoarse, and the red marks on Fu Lu's neck caused Jean Lauda to swallow his lingering doubts. "Remember to eat something and get a good night's rest. In 3 days, the new year will arrive, bringing with it the end of misfortune and a path to safety." Yi Tanghuan and the other two fell into a deep sleep after taking their medicine, while Yi Qingju, with half of his face swollen, looked somewhat fearsome. "Lias, what truly transpired behind that house?" Fu Lu's eyes flickered, his teeth biting down on his pale lips. "Brother, do you believe me? You are my brother. If I do not trust you, should I trust outsiders?" Fu Lu managed a smile that was more mournful than a cry, his face etched with regret. "Brother, I merely intended to toy with them, and I despised it when you were harmed. But later, that vile constable truly stumbled upon something, a stone, and mumbled about some treasure he had found, acting like a madman. Woo-woo brother, I'm sorry. I had no idea. I truly did not know." Tears as large as beans fell onto Yi Qingju's rough hands. In that moment, only one thought raced through his mind. It was over. If nothing could be found, they would merely face a beating. But if something truly valuable were discovered from his home, what would become of the 7 of them? Of the county magistrate who had shown them kindness, and of the entire village of Shaoshan? Chapter 74, A Midnight Strike. No, it could not end like this, otherwise, they would all be doomed. Lias, do not cry. Tell me, what else do you know? Fu Lu, stifling sobs, thought for a moment and replied. They dared not brazenly bring the stone into the city. I mentioned a place where they could hide it. How many of them? 3 who brought me, the rest. I do not know. Hiding? Hiding from what? Is there anyone else searching for that foul stone besides them? Yi Qingju's eyelids drooped slightly, his eyelashes trembling intermittently. The others nearby dared not make a sound. The elder brother was deep in thought. In the latter part of the night, the 2 who were most severely injured awoke. Speaking incoherently, Yi Qingju felt his half-swollen face was numb. Opening one eye was a laborious task. His mind was a tangled mess. The flickering lights seemed to dance silently in sorrow. The shadows on the wall swayed left and right, betraying Yi Qingju's troubled thoughts. On the small straw bed, his 6 younger siblings lay or sat, and he could not afford to act recklessly. Steady yourself. Remain calm. Banner whispered, Elder brother, it's the hour of the pig. At least take a short rest? Is it so late? You all sleep. I will watch over these 2. Banner seemed about to say more, but Ling Jiao shook her head at her, and the 2 closed their eyes to conserve their energy. Their bodies were weary, yet sleep eluded them. Fu Lu sat, his head drooping, and Yi Qingju laid his head on his lap, inadvertently waking Fu Lu. Shoo, sleep, it's all right now. Fu Lu truly could not hold on any longer. The grip on his neck felt like fire in his throat. Once he saw Fu Lu asleep, Ling Jiao opened her eyes, meeting Yi Qingju's gaze. Yi Qingju blinked, and in the dim light, Ling Jiao again saw the familiar elder brother, his breath icy and his gaze fierce. After waiting for another quarter of an hour to ensure Fu Lu was truly asleep, Yi Qingju gently lifted his brother's head, withdrew his legs, and placed a wooden pillow beneath him. This boy, even in sleep, furrowed his brow tightly. Exchanging a glance with Ling Jiao, the 2 of them quietly descended from the bed. Ling Jiao shielded the oil lamp with one hand, leading the way to illuminate their path. After closing the door, darkness enveloped the room entirely. In the shadows, a pair of large eyes slowly opened, lips parting slightly to reveal a pair of rabbit-like teeth. The siblings stepped outside, moving cautiously to retrieve a hatchet. Yi Qingju secured a kitchen knife at his waist and took a length of hemp rope. Banner, still in the room, could hear the faintest sounds. She climbed down from her bed in the dark, crouching to look for her shoes. As the siblings exited, Banner was still searching for one shoe, her small hand randomly grasping one and slipping it on, leaving her heel exposed. It was indeed cold tonight, as a large beam of light flickered past. Banner could not keep up, so she reached for the fire striker at the stove, tucking away a carving knife belonging to her 6th brother. After a moment's thought, she decided to take the tin containing fish oil as well. The path through the village was familiar to her. Not far ahead loomed a dark figure, Aunt Lier's house. Further on was Sister Zhang's. Beyond the village, the road leading to the county town was devoid of weeds. Occasionally, she stumbled over stones, her frozen toes numb to the sensation. The road twisted, the moon waned. The 2 advancing did not know that Banner was trailing closely behind, nearly frightened out of her wits. Originally, she had been pursuing her elder brother and the others, but the darkness rendered her unsure of where her 2nd sister had led them. However, they were steeped in a pungent fishy odor, rendering it impossible to remain upwind. Consequently, she edged slightly downwind, striving to reunite with her siblings. As a pair of hands tugged at her garments, Banner instinctively covered her mouth and nose, terrified of making any sound. Fear enveloped her gaze as she held her breath, awaiting the arrival of death. 5th sister, it's me, Liuzi. The sound of Fu Lu's voice, devoid of the need to be deliberately hushed, was barely audible. Banner abruptly turned her head. In the darkness, visibility was nil, yet a shadow, slightly shorter than her, stood there, and the pull on her clothing was palpable. Liuzi, how did you escape? Quickly return. No. Banner, fearful of being discovered and concerned for her brother's voice, found herself in a standoff that lasted the length of an incense stick. She could not handle this stubborn temperament. Perhaps if she found the eldest brother and 2nd sister, they would have a solution. Yi Qingju and the others were still waiting for an opportunity. It was only after Panner took a few steps that she realized how silent Liuzi's footsteps were. Crouching down, she traced along Fulu's calf to his foot and indeed found him barefoot. From his ankles to the tops of his feet, they were icy cold, and Panner warmed them with her palm. How on earth had he run this far barefoot in the winter? Fulu recoiled as if burned, taking 2 steps back. Panner clung tightly to his ankle, caught in a stalemate, when a rustling sound emerged from the deep pit. The two hastily sought a hiding place, and before long, they heard the sound of someone relieving themselves. This was the chance Yi Qingju had been waiting for. They would take down anyone who strayed alone. Ling Jiao, without needing to be instructed, instinctively followed behind. Their years of tacit understanding shone through. Ling Jiao possessed great strength, while Yi Qingju was swift. A precise strike landed on the right side of the man's neck, and in the instant he fell, Yi Qingju was right behind him, binding his wrists and ankles behind his back. The man collapsed into a puddle of his own urine, and as they prepared to deal with the remaining individuals, Fulu rhythmically rustled the grasses. Yi Qingju was certain she had not misheard. That was their signal from Sanxi Town. Was it the third brother or the sixth son? Chapter 75, Pursuit in the Dark. Ling Jiao approached the two of them a few steps, whispering, "Who?" "Second sister, it's me and little Lu. Stay hidden and don't move." Seeing Ling Jiao about to leave, Fulu stood up and grabbed the person, saying, "Second sister, it's my mess. Let me handle it." "What nonsense. Get back." Ling Jiao had never been known for her patience, and Fulu, equally stubborn, left Panner feeling helpless as she shielded him behind her, clearly unwilling to budge. Yi Qingju approached, saying, "Keep up. If we don't act soon, we'll be discovered." Just then, another voice rang out. "Does it take this long to relieve oneself?" "Go check." The captain, now riddled with suspicion, believed the swaying grass and shadowy trees were all obstacles put in their path. In reality, the group he was dodging had returned to the county town long before nightfall. What was this long xianxiang but a fabricated excuse concocted by the adults? How foolish was he Zhaoxing, failing to comprehend the situation. It was merely a temporary county, not some golden nest. The adults would hardly swallow him whole. At the very least, he should show some respect and maintain appearances. Was silver truly that important? Clutched tightly in hand, it could hardly be spent in such a destitute place. How absurd. The bumbling subordinates under him were as dim-witted as pigs, unable to even speak proper Mandarin. Who knew what they were babbling about? The captain feared losing the opportunity to curry favor with the adults, completely oblivious to how many had gone out and how many had returned. Hearing footsteps, the group quickly crouched down, only to see one emerge, calling out a name softly. "Kong, come on." In the dark, how far do you need to run just to relieve yourself? Confirming another person had appeared, the siblings employed their previous tactics. Ling Jiao knocked the individual unconscious, while Yi Qingju carried him and tied him to the other. Fulu reached out and felt the faces of the two, confirming they were the same ones who had followed him to the back of the house by day. Thus, only the captain remained unaccounted for. Outside the city, this area was sparsely populated with a dozen or so small villages. Due to its desolation, the land yielded little of value, and the villages were far apart. In the dead of night, a perfect time for murder and arson. Panner and Fulu stayed behind to keep watch over the two, while Yi Qingju took Ling Jiao to search for any fish that had slipped through the net. The wind was fierce by the sea, and visibility was poor. Whether it was the vigilant captain or the revenge-driven siblings, they stumbled to the ground countless times. The captain clutched the stone against his chest, planning to find a place to hide until dawn. Those two fools, had it not been for their shared village ties, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. If discovered by the adult subordinates, there was no telling he wouldn't be betrayed for personal gain. Yi Qingju knew that if those two did not return soon, they would surely alert the enemy. Yet, he had no better plan. After searching for a while without finding anyone, Ling Jiao began to grow restless. Biting her lip tightly, she cursed inwardly. "You despicable creature, I swear, if I find you, I shall dismember you into pieces, boil one, roast another, feed one to the dogs, toss one into the sea, bury one in a pit, and leave one in the latrine." How could there still be 2 pieces left? The captain, still hiding, shivered. The cold was unbearable. "Once I climb the social ladder, I'll have 18 braziers in my room." Meanwhile, Panner and Fulu were deliberating on what to do with the 2 incompetent captives. Panner suggested giving them a beating for revenge, while Fulu contemplated maiming them. "Liuzi, If we take such harsh measures, what if they wake up and seek revenge? Liuzi gazed into the vast darkness, his eyes reflecting a ruthless determination as he softly replied, "Then let us ensure they are utterly crippled, leaving them no chance for retaliation. We have survived among these predatory vagrants, not to be victimized by beasts." How dare that lecherous gaze linger on his sister? Humph. Liuzi had brought nothing with him. The only usable items nearby were branches and stones. Panner bit her lip, producing the engraved knife. Had it not been for the fierce wind today, I truly would have wanted to set them ablaze. Fifth sister, leave it to me. The noise from a fire would be too great, and there was still one leader yet to be found. Panner anxiously scanned the surroundings, hoping their eldest brother and second sister had not lost their way. Unlike the ease experienced by Fulu and Panner, Yi Qingzhu and Lingjiao returned empty-handed. As they entered, the scent of blood wafted in, causing the two to rush over in fright, moving with urgency. Panner, hearing the commotion, shielded Fulu, preparing for anything. Fulu was the first to recognize the familiar scent, urging fifth sister to relax. It was their own people. Panner, Liuzi? Panner responded quietly, "Second sister, we're fine." "How about you?" Lingjiao exclaimed in frustration. "One got away. I have no idea where that scoundrel has run off to." Yi Qingzhu's voice turned cold. "Where does this blood smell come from?" Panner clenched her fists anxiously, while Fulu calmly stated, "Eldest brother, I have severed the tendons of these two." Yi Qingzhu retorted, "What did you just say?" Lingjiao interjected, "Well done, truly satisfying." Yi Qingzhu slapped Lingjiao before turning to Fulu, saying, "What nonsense. What if these two wake up and see you? Are you out of your mind?" Panner hurriedly explained, "We tore their clothes to blindfold them first, and then we used stones to knock them unconscious. Out here in the wilderness, having disabled them, what are the chances they will survive to seek revenge?" Fulu collected the ropes and cloth strips, carefully sniffing the scent on the two men to ensure nothing was left behind. The four of them then plunged back into darkness to continue their search. Fulu felt his feet had grown numb from the cold. Why did he still feel pain while walking? Half crouched upon the ground, he sought direction through the faint scent that lingered. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the so-called treasure nestled in his arms was about to expose his whereabouts to Fulu before it could even be presented to its new master. The aroma had waned considerably, having taken quite a while to track down. As the group converged, the captain mistook their encounter for a discovery by the master's subordinates. Without a glance at the supplicant on the ground, he wept and pleaded, vowing loyalty through tears and snot. Lingjiao, twirling a hatchet, mocked, "Brother, this rascal is begging us." The one-legged kneeling captain suddenly sprang to his feet, scoffing, "You wretched girl, you startled me. What is the hurry? How many of your brothers have perished? Are you rushing over here to warm the old man's bed? Shut your foul mouth. My brothers are all well, you scum." "Who? Me? Huh. Do you even know what scum truly is?" Lingjiao brandished the hatchet, advancing with swift strides. The officer's blade was long, and in past skirmishes, Lingjiao had relied solely on brute strength, lacking any finesse. As they clashed, he found himself at a disadvantage, but before the captain could revel in his triumph, another figure joined the fray. Upon seeing Yi Qingzhu, whose face was bruised and eyes fierce, the captain prepared himself for battle. Yi Qingzhu was quick to strike, his moves sharp and unpredictable. Every inch lost was a peril gained. While the long knife was intended to guard against Lingjiao's immense strength, it could not deter Yi Qingzhu from closing in relentlessly. Chapter 76. The Combat. Drawing upon their experience from countless brawls and the camaraderie nurtured over the years, the siblings managed to hold their ground against the captain for a brief moment. Panner, wielding a makeshift stick, yearned to assist, yet found herself unable to intervene. Fulu, bloodied and battered, remained fixed on the three entangled in combat. The youth were, after all, at a disadvantage due to their age and fatigue from a sleepless night. Despite this, their determination was enough to instill fear in the captain. He was aware of the Yi family's background. It was precisely this knowledge that had led him to push the parentless and unsupported Yi siblings into the forefront when the powerful sought them. To his surprise, these two youngsters were quite formidable. He had prepared for both outcomes, whether the influential figure could eliminate He Zhaoxing directly or simply drive him out of Lianghuai County. He believed he had a solid chance of establishing dominance in the area, relying on his extensive experience. Even if he failed to capture He Zhaoxing's weakness, a peaceful resolution would render the plight of a few destitute beggars insignificant. He had myriad ways to silence them, especially since he was a local. Who could claim miscalculation but a mere captain? It was only when facing true martial prowess that Yi Qingzhu realized how naive they had been. Fulu unfastened his belt, binding a suitably weighted stone to one end. Panner also sought an opportunity to strike. The three engaged in a flurry of blows, each waiting for the other to falter. In a critical moment, Panner recalled a time observing the millet fields. After the millet had matured, but before harvest, it was particularly vulnerable to birds. Their parents would erect scarecrows in the fields, and she would periodically use a stick to create noise, causing the timid birds to flee. Panner found a branch and vigorously shook a nearby sapling. "Brother, second sister, we are here to assist." "Hold on, I'm coming." She varied her voice, pinching her nose and altering her tone. Initially, the captain believed it was merely the two of them, making it a matter of time before he subdued them. However, with reinforcements arriving and his own brothers seemingly lost, panic set in, and he revealed a crack in his composure. Fulu, quick-witted and agile, hurled the stone bound with his belt at the captain's left leg. Using all his strength, he yanked it, causing the captain to instinctively push against his balance. "No!" Yi Qingzhu lifted his leg and kicked toward the captain's abdomen while Ling Jiao aimed his hatchet at the lower back. They struck in unison, forcing the captain to evade. Yet, Yi Qingzhu only feigned a kick, and the knife swept from left to right, barely missing the captain's nose. At that moment, only one direction remained for evasion. And Fulu was waiting for it. He lifted his right foot, planted his left, and yanked with all his might, causing the unsteady captain to stagger. Within moments, a hatchet pressed against his neck, the unmistakable scent of rust filling the air. Ling Jiao held the hatchet firmly against the captain's throat while Yi Qingzhu snatched the weapon from his grasp and tossed it toward Fulu, reaching to search the captain's person. "No. Please don't." Yi Qingzhu shot him a glance, his expression impassive as he continued. As he extracted the stone, a strange odor invaded his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. Disgusted, he tossed it to Fulu while Panner approached from another angle to help. Yi Qingzhu prodded the captain's chest with a knife, demanding, "Speak. What in the world is this?" "I don't know." "You don't know why you assaulted us? You don't know why you dared not return to the city with it for a night? You don't know why you wielded your blade against innocent civilians?" "Huh. Innocent my foot. Do you dare claim that he didn't secretly instruct you to find this? What is there to fear? This worthless rock was picked up by my brother from the beach. If someone had specifically asked us to look for it, would it be up to you to sift through a pile of shells to find it? Who has to say you didn't do it intentionally?" Hearing some wind and playing pretense isn't out of the question. "Furthermore, I warn you, abducting an officer will land you in prison. There are 7 of you rascals from the Yi family, and not a single one will escape." Ling Jiao pressed the blade tighter, growling, "Behave yourself, it's so cold. And your hands are so numb, you might just slip." Fulu struck 2 stones together to create a noise, urging his brother to finish the captain off. Yi Qingzhu hesitated. He was merely a beggar, one who had never even stolen. Now, to take a life? How could he do it? Moreover, this was an officer. Killing him would lead to considerable trouble. "Brother, if you can't do it, let me. Stay back." Yi Qingzhu would not allow his younger sibling to bear such a burden. Even if it came to dire necessity, he would stand in front. "Ling Jiao, ease up. The captain's neck is bleeding." "Oh, my apologies. My hands have gone numb." The captain glared defiantly, emboldened by his position. "I advise you to release me quickly. If I reach the magistrate, he might be in a good mood and allow you to share a cell with fewer rats. Oh, by the way, you may not know this, but he has been imprisoned. Your backer is no more, ha ha ha." Yi Qingzhu did not waver, still prodding the captain with the knife. "To arrive at this point, I've relied on no one as my support. I am my greatest ally. Lord, he is merely the kindest among the masses. Have you misunderstood something? With a blade at your throat, whether you live or die today doesn't seem to hinge on your feelings, does it? TCH, little brat. I'm an officer. I don't believe you would dare to inflict even a scratch." The captain, emboldened by his previous years of ease, felt humiliated to be injured by a girl barely reaching his chest. Yi Qingzhu, perceptive, initially hoped for a peaceful resolution, seeking a way to extricate himself and his family. Who wished for a life of turmoil? Yet the adversary was unwilling. They struck first, threatening afterward. Was he afraid of those who took action? On the road to survival, he had indirectly caused deaths before. "Brother, don't be too direct, it's too dirty." "Liu Zai, what are you planning? Did he not desire the stone?" One wonders if the underworld can also exchange for wealth and glory. In such frigid weather, a fire should be kindled to warm the gentleman on his journey. Fear not. Your two brothers shall accompany you on your path, and perhaps below, we may even serve as ghostly enforcers together. Fulu's neck now bore a ghastly shade of purple, and though his voice was hushed, the innocent-looking boy spoke with an eerie tone. Captain King inexplicably shivered. Surely, it must be the chill from a night spent in the wind. Yi Qingzhu signaled to Ling Jiao, who promptly rendered the man unconscious with the handle of a firewood knife. Chapter 77. The Edge of the Abyss. Yi Qingzhu deftly extracted the man's belt, binding him securely. Lighting a fire now would be too conspicuous. Before the body could turn to ash, they would surely be discovered. Ling Jiao remarked, "Brother, I fear we are out of time. At this hour, our presence outside is already highly suspicious. We might as well toss him into the sea." Together, Yi Qingzhu and Ling Jiao lifted the man back to the previous location. Perhaps due to the bitter cold of the night, the blood from his wounds had congealed, yet he still breathed. Crouching beside the three individuals, Yi Qingzhu found himself in a quandary. At this juncture, enmity had been firmly established between both parties. They occupied a position of weakness. The opportunity must not be squandered. Life is long, and all I desire is to find a safe haven for my siblings. If you choose to bully us, then do not blame me. With resolve, Yi Qingzhu and Ling Jiao each plunged their knives into the three men, then placed the blades in their hands. Fulu's feet were a gruesome sight. Flesh mangled and blood mingled with dirt, and he did not utter a sound. A small, foul-smelling stone was smashed and stuffed into the captain's embrace, masquerading as a scene of mutual slaughter. The wounds appeared horrific, yet would not lead to immediate demise. The group set fire to erase any incriminating evidence. Yi Qingzhu urged, "Let us hurry home. If anyone inquires, we shall say that Liuzi was overly frightened during the day and sleepwalked out last night. We three are merely out searching for him. Panner, go to the county town and find the doctor, and seek out the one from yesterday. Liuzi, come here. I shall carry you back. I can walk myself." "Nonsense. Do not waste time. There are matters to attend to at home." Obediently, Fulu climbed onto his elder brother's back and whispered something in his ear. "There are two stones. The captain has only unearthed one." Yi Qingzhu could hardly afford to dwell on fatigue or anger. The urgent matter was to dispose of that perilous object. The four split into two groups. The others at home awakened to find several individuals missing, particularly the enscathed Yer, who noted that someone had mismatched one of her shoes. With Luga absent but his shoe remaining, they searched the house, the well, and the vegetable garden at the back. Amidst tears, she called for her brothers to wake up. "Third brother, fourth brother, our family is missing. Wake up." The two regained their senses and began to speculate on their eldest brother's whereabouts. "Shaoqi, go see what is missing from home." Yi Tanghai quickly regained his composure. He understood that his elder brother and second sister would never abandon their injured companions. They must be dealing with something of great importance. But what of Panner and Liuzi? Why were they also absent? Yar soon rushed back into the house, reporting that a lamp, a firewood knife, a kitchen knife, a length of hemp rope, and a fire striker were all missing. The two exchanged grave glances as they lay in bed, pondering if their elder brother had taken them along for revenge. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tanghai shook his head. It should not be. How could they bring two youngsters along for vengeance? There was also one who was injured. Perhaps they went to the county to find a way to inform Master He? Lu Qing remarked it would not require 4 people to send a message if necessary. It would be Shaoqi who should accompany them. Brother Qing, Liuzi might have secretly followed them. His shoes are at home. Panner likely noticed their absence and went after them. Let us wait. We cannot move now. Shaoqi, prepare a meal, and then brew the medicine. Acting as if nothing has happened, and wipe away your tears. Oh, fine. Fourth brother, how can I start a fire without the striker? Never mind. Just come up and cover yourself with the quilt. We shall wait here for our elder brother and the others. Upon returning home, Yi Qingzhu found the house enveloped in an unsettling silence. The two were puzzled, even if the third and fourth brothers were injured. Shaoqi was diligent and should have made some noise. Ling Jiao tentatively called out, "Shaoqi, are you awake? Second sister, have you returned?" Yara leaped from her bed, hastily slipping on a pair of shoes as she dashed outside. "Second sister, elder brother, what has happened to Lugo? Your Luga sleepwalked last night and has only just returned. Hurry and prepare some hot water for him to wash up." Yi Qingzhu laid Fulu back on the bed, and the other two brothers gasped at the sight of Fulu's feet, utterly disfigured. Tanghai stared wide-eyed at his elder brother, awaiting the truth. "We shall discuss other matters later. I must attend to something first." Panner has gone to fetch the doctor. Liuzi merely sleepwalked and got lost. Understood, elder brother. The two responded in unison. While Fulu sat at the edge of the bed, his feet suspended in the air, Yi Qingju unearthed the broken stone he had previously hidden, roughly the size of his fist, which he had buried in the vegetable garden. He took the pieces he had brought back with him and stealthily made his way to Kongzhuang. Concealing himself and stashing the items, he then hurried towards the county town. Kongzhuang, you say? This enmity has grown substantial. What significant figures are involved? I am eager to discover. The fire striker had been taken by Panner, leaving Lingjiao to find suitable wood to create fire by friction. Yar cautiously monitored the stove, waiting until the porridge was nearly ready before adding 2 pieces of red charcoal into the small clay furnace, placing a small ceramic pot atop to brew medicine. When the doctor arrived at the Yi household, he was greeted by the familiar scent of herbs. The most skilled physician at Qishintang for treating external injuries. His consultation fee was not inexpensive. Yesterday, he had come out of concern for the children's severe injuries, fearing the potential for fatalities. Today, Panner insisted on his return, driven by his compassion. Using several conchs to hold lamp oil around Fulu, the old doctor meticulously extracted the stones embedded in his flesh with small tweezers. The entirety of his foot was a ruin of flesh, and his instep was distinctly frostbitten. Poor child, enduring such suffering in the depths of winter. Fulu was aware of the pain yet uttered not a single word. When the agony became unbearable, he resorted to biting his own arm. The elderly physician, unable to bear the sight, instructed someone to fetch a cloth for him to bite down on. As he cleaned Fulu's left foot, the boy was soaked in sweat. The Yi family, being secluded at the far end, could not avoid the villagers' inquiries regarding the child's condition. Lingjiao and the others adhered to their prearranged story of having searched for a sleepwalker, claiming they had sought for half the night before returning at dawn. Madame Gu did not name names, but everyone understood whom she was scolding. Aunt Jean suggested they might need to change the geomancer, implying that the people of Kongzhuang had stirred the wrath of some deity. Oh, now that you mention it, the captain who came yesterday was indeed from Kongzhuang. What a fine family, each one diligent and sensible, yet come the 30th day of the new year, 3 were lying injured in bed. Yi Dalao's face was swollen, leaving only the 3 girls to manage the household. What a predicament this is. The villagers did not arrive empty-handed. Some brought eggs, while others contributed a bit of flour, thus conveying their goodwill. Panner had initially intended to invite the physician to stay for lunch, but the old doctor declined, stating he must return to the clinic promptly. While Fulu was treated, he fainted twice from the pain, only to be jolted awake again. Lingjiu pulled the cloth from his mouth, which was stained with blood. Liuzi, just sleep. Everything will be fine with elder brother and second sister around. And you all, take care to heal properly. Chapter 78, Yi Qingju takes action. At the end of the 12th lunar month, the entire county town was filled with laughter. Children ran through the streets with candied treats, women donned new hairpins, and young men and women, rare visitors to the city, filled the streets with their joy. The streets were teeming with people, many shops closed for the new year, leaving the street vendors in high spirits. Yi Qingju, with a swollen face, wandered through the crowd, feeling distinctly out of place. As he drew closer, an indescribable scent wafted toward him. The arrival of a prominent figure in Linghao County was common knowledge that required no inquiry. A stroll through the market revealed all one needed to know. The ostentatious carriage with its guards didn't even stop at the city gate, proceeding directly to the county office. The common folk remained oblivious to the fact that their magistrate had been detained, but the regular patrons of Dingxiang Tower were well aware. The attendants there were familiar with Yi Tangwan, and one could easily glean information from any of the staff. To the guards and constables, this figure from the capital was a person of great importance, yet he was merely a low-ranking official, flaunting his connection to the prince to deceive the masses. To dare imprison the county magistrate was only possible due to the considerable distance from the capital. After gathering sufficient information, Yi Qingju handed a small handful of coins to one of the attendants before turning to leave. The attendant, gleefully counting his money, failed to notice the subtle smile that crept onto Yi Qingju's lips. In front of an old house in a narrow alley to the south of the city, Yi Qingju knocked on the door. After a short while, an elderly woman appeared. Who are you looking for? Is this Aunt Nyo? I am looking for Brother Nyo-san. Is he home? Mother, who is it? A familiar voice resonated from within. It's me, Yi Daler. What happened to your face? Come in, Mother. Go attend to your tasks. This is a familiar face. The two settled on a stone bench in the courtyard, and Yi Qingzhu glanced around. The main door was closed, and Aunt Nyo had retreated inside. Brother San, I have a question. Is it true that a lord from the capital has taken residence in the county office? Puh. That's just a fraudster making a fuss. Please, Brother San, allow me to explain. Yi Qingzhu recounted his family's plight, omitting the details of where the stone had come from. Brother Nyo San, being straightforward, had already angered that man on the first day, and with the new year approaching, he had taken a leave from his duties. Lord, he was detained because he refused to part with his hard-earned silver. How could we possibly gather 8,000 taels for him? Alas, he was a higher-ranking official. And that scoundrel Kong Yaozu, he was practically groveling at the man's feet. They insisted you were arranged by the officials, snuck into Lianghuai County disguised as refugees, when in fact, you were merely helping him plunder treasures. The suggestion to search your home came from the Kong family. I thought he would merely break a bowl or flip a cabinet. But I never expected that rascal to be so ruthless. Brother San, could you assist me? I wish to meet that lord. What? Do you want to curry favor with him? Don't forget who took you in. Please, Brother San, don't get angry. We have always remembered the Lord's kindness. If our humble lives can be of any help to him, we would not hesitate. Think about it. What does Kong Yaozu intend? He fabricated a story claiming there are treasures in my home. If that gets presented, it would serve as evidence of Lord He's illicit collection, punishable by death. Brother San, I implore you, we must not implicate Lord He. Please help me. Nyo San cautiously inquired, Yi Qingzhu, tell me the truth. Who is this dragon they speak of? Leaning closer, Yi Qingzhu whispered a location into Nyo San's ear. Nyo San's eyes widened in disbelief. His lips trembled for a moment before he stammered. Could it be that Kong is setting up a frame-up? Lower your voice. There are ears everywhere. Lord, he is an honorable man. You are the only person I know in the office. Brother San, Lord, he is still detained. Once I see that Lord and present the evidence, he will not let Kong Yaozu go unpunished for fooling him. Besides, finding such a precious treasure is already a great achievement. I believe he will not make things difficult for Lord He. Nyo San paced back and forth in his courtyard. He had earned his position in the office through his own merit. Yi Qingzhu's reasoning was sound, yet he was reluctant to get involved in such murky waters. Brother San, you only need to take me into the county office. It won't implicate you. Nyo San stood with his back to Yi Qingzhu, weighed down by the burdens of his own family's struggles, uncertain of whether to take the risk. Are you sure it's enough to just bring you in? Yes. Brother San need not be anxious. I am bringing a significant gift, not seeking trouble. After some thought, Nyo San sat down again to discuss how they might gain entry into the county office. Yi Qingzhu had prepared thoroughly before arriving in the county, and now that he was here, he could not leave empty-handed. Moreover, if those 3 individuals left abandoned in the wild were to awaken and raise a ruckus, it would complicate matters. Time was of the essence. He needed to extricate his family swiftly. Once inside the county office, Nyo San fulfilled his promise and attended to his own matters. Following the route etched in his memory, Yi Qingzhu arrived at the former residence of the county magistrate. Officials either stayed at the government lodgings or sought out local dignitaries. Only a select few with power and influence would disdain such accommodations and opt for inns or private residences. It was likely that someone who could casually ask county magistrate He for several thousand taels was rather stingy. Indeed, Yi Qingzhu found that prominent figure in a pavilion of the small garden, surrounded by women, their flirtatious laughter mingling with the man's hearty guffaws, reminiscent of the brothels in Yanji Alley. Yi Qingzhu took a cautious step forward, positioning himself just within sight without intruding upon their merriment. All he desired was the safety of his family, not to stir up trouble. What are you doing? Stand still. One of the attendants spotted Yi Qingzhu and admonished him in a hushed tone. Young man, I have important news to convey to the Lord. Where did this lowly commoner come from? If the guards at the door cannot do their jobs, we may as well replace them. Why does every filthy thing want to crowd around the Lord? The words were aimed at someone nearby, but cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingzhu. I possess something the Lord seeks. If you delay me and the Lord finds out, it will be you who faces the consequences. The words, spoken softly enough for only 2 to hear, spared him some dignity. The attendant's face twitched before he gritted his teeth and replied, You better have something of significance, or you will find yourself in deeper trouble. He then bent down, approached the Lord, and whispered something in his ear. The distance was too far, and through the semi-transparent veil, Yi Qingzhu could not discern the expression of the person inside. However, moments later, the veil of the pavilion was lifted, and two women, swaying their hips, emerged, dressed in revealing skirts and adorned with bright red lipstick, a stark contrast against the winter chill. The attendant returned, coldly instructing, "Follow me. And be cautious with your words." Yi Qingzhu trailed behind him into the pavilion, bowing his head in deference, awaiting questions from the figure seated at the top. Chapter 79. Weeping to Uncover Injustice. The man, noticing that Yi Qingzhu recognized proper decorum, calmed his temper. The joviality with which he had entertained the women was replaced by the demeanor of a serious official. "I hear you have something the Lord desires? What is it?" "In response to your inquiry, I have heard that the Lord is seeking the rare treasure, dragon saliva. I know where it can be found." "What did you say?" The voice became sharp, revealing the man's urgency and agitation. Yi Qingzhu did not raise his head, lowering it even further. "My lord, I would not dare to deceive you. However, such treasures are beyond the comprehension of us common folk. I can only speculate. To prevent your hopes from being dashed, my siblings and I took the risk of stealing a small piece. Please, allow the Lord to examine it." Yi Qingzhu retrieved a fragment the size of an apricot pit from his pocket, holding it above his head with both hands. As the object in his hand was taken away, Yi Qingzhu knelt steadily to one side during the prolonged wait. After an extensive period, he finally heard someone exhale deeply. The newcomer helped him to his feet, instructing him, "You may stand and respond." "Thank you, my lord." The dignitary adopted a more gentle and amiable tone, inquiring, "This item bears some resemblance. I shall seek further expert judgment on it. However, as you know, such rare treasures are hard to come by. This trip was made at the behest of the emperor. Now, tell me, where is the remainder?" Yi Qingzhu fell to his knees with a thud. The pavilion was constructed for summer respite, and the ground was laid with solid stone slabs. The sound of bone striking stone was audible to all nearby. "I beseech you, my lord, save us." "Oh, what is this?" "You have rendered a service, and that is commendable. Who would dare take your life?" "My lord, it is because of this strange stinking stone that my brothers and I nearly lost our lives." The matter traces back to a misunderstanding with Kang Zhuang from a month prior. "Kang Yazu, do not blame me. I have exhausted my family fortune to compensate you. And yet you persist in your grievances, now seeking to endanger the lives of 7 innocent souls to pave your own illustrious future. Kang Zhuang, you must receive this grand gift well." Upon uttering these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the pavilion. In the capital, officials of the 6th rank and below were hardly noteworthy. Thus he emerged, claiming to be on a quest for treasure on behalf of the emperor, which official would not treat him with utmost deference. In such a small place like Lianghuai County, how could a mere 7th rank officer dare to refuse him? The constable? What a trifling matter. To dare play tricks before him, such audacity. "I am aware of your grievances. Rest assured, those who harmed your brothers shall not escape." Yi Qingzhu, tears streaming down his face, expressed his gratitude, for without a display of emotion, how could they convince others of their plight? Upon being helped up, he felt a heavy pouch of silver in his hand. "My lord, I cannot accept this." "Oh, child, take what is offered to you with ease. However, I would prefer that the journey to escort these treasures to the capital remains discreet. You must understand my position, do you not? You are clever enough to grasp my meaning?" Yi Qingzhu bowed respectfully, stating, "I have come to pay my respects to County Magistrate He," thanking him for sheltering us unfortunate children. Nothing else transpired. He then tucked the silver into his bosom and stepped back from the pavilion, never once glancing at the seated figure. After being escorted out the back door of the county office, Yi Qingzhu gazed at the closed small door, sighing inwardly, "Lord He, I can assist you no further. The rest is beyond the reach of us mere children. May you be rewarded for your good deeds and find peace soon." Yi Qingzhu exited the city just before the gates closed, a desolate path stretching into the distance, leading to his home and his younger siblings. On the county's side, arrangements were made for those going to Kangzhuang, as the dignitary himself personally visited the jail to see Lord He. "Lord He, forgive me for acting hastily upon hearsay. It was all a misunderstanding. Please assist my lord. Did you not see the straw scattered about? Hee, how's your wife? I have invited the finest physician in the county to attend to her, yes?" He Zhaoxing, initially reluctant to engage with this bureaucratic parasite, was nudged by a friend. Glancing at Madame He, for the sake of Yun Niang's health, He Zhaoxing maintained a stern demeanor as he replied to the man, helping his wife rise and exit the cell. A confidant followed closely behind, whispering, "My lord, that is merely a stone from a latrine. Why bother with him? He deserves to languish in such a wretched place for life." The man, who had previously disregarded a county magistrate, suddenly halted with a thought. "No, you're mistaken. Lord, he is a rare good official. Upon returning to the capital, I must speak favorably of him to our master, so he may be assigned to a larger county. Only our master's people would toil tirelessly to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Do you not agree?" The attendant pondered briefly and smiled. "Indeed. My lord is astute. Humph. A flatterer. Let us go. They should be returning soon." Yi Qingju had ceased to concern himself with the intrigues of the county. The atmosphere at home was too oppressive, devoid of any festive spirit. "Lingjiao, tomorrow you three sisters should visit the county to see what New Year's goods you can procure. This will be our Yi family's first New Year, and it must be celebrated with exuberance and grandeur, driving away all ill fortune. Next year, we shall sail smoothly, healthy and safe." Although Yi Tangyuan and Lu Qing could not move, they could tell from their elder brother's tone that matters had been resolved. "Elder brother, was everything smooth?" Lu Qing queried, anxious that his brother might have encountered any pitfalls. "Do not worry, fourth brother. Your elder brother possesses sufficient skill for this. Now, you only need to consider what you wish to buy tomorrow, so Lingjiao and the others can bring it back. Do not fret about anything else. Focus on recuperating." Only Yer remained blissfully unaware, excitedly discussing with her siblings about purchasing red paper for couplets, door gods for family protection, and firecrackers to drive away the malevolent year beast. The little girl's carefree laughter gradually filled the room with warmth. In the neighboring house, Aunt Lee lamented to the old man, "Those poor children, with neither father nor mother." On the 30th day, the three sisters donned the jewelry bestowed upon them by fortune and prosperity. Though they still wore short brown cloth shoes, their spirits were markedly elevated. Meanwhile, the four brothers remaining at home conspired on how to hide their money. This silver could be considered a silencing fee, 100 taels, but they could not afford to flaunt it. Tangyuan suggested Li Zi should hide it. "He is the best at concealing things." "Third brother, I can hear you mocking me." "Not at all, I was praising you." Fortune and Prosperity observed the two bundles of feet and chose to ignore Tangyuan. "Chinger, do you have any good ideas?" "Nothing comes to mind for now. But we will think of something. Besides, we have enough money at home for the time being." It was a pity about the 300 or so copper coins, which had been stolen by some wretched soul. Chapter 80, The New Year. The three sisters entering the city simply wished to celebrate the New Year joyfully and dispel their misfortunes. To their astonishment, they heard shocking news in the county. After purchasing nearly everything they needed, the three hurried home. "Elder brother, great news, monumental news." Lingjiao burst into the room, where Yi Qingju was tending to his siblings' medicine. "Can you not be a bit more composed? The younger ones are watching. When will you behave like a second sister? Speak, what has happened that has you so flustered?" "Oh, elder brother, the word in the county is that Kang Zhuang has been hoarding tribute goods, and Constable Kang Yaozu, in collusion with several constables and jailers, attempted to shift the blame. Fortunately, it was discovered in time by Lord He, who, in conjunction with passing Lord Gua, had them apprehended." "All of them captured?" "Not a single one escaped. 3 were carried into the magistrate's office." "Hee, I heard that Lord Gua, incensed, ordered them beaten to a pulp." Yi Qingju smiled faintly, feeling the weight lift from his heart. Indeed, this was good news, although it meant that his siblings would have to spend the New Year bedridden. Yi Tangyuan chuckled, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. "Elder brother, with the villains caught, this New Year will surely be joyous. Lying down is just an excuse to be lazy." Lu Qing chimed in, "It seems that not going to sea in winter really does have some merit. The sea goddess has given us a sign, and we shall heed her call." While it was a slight regret not to personally give the perpetrators a sound thrashing, the thought that they would suffer in silence was quite satisfying. The elder brother had accomplished the best he could do. The trio of Lianjiao no longer frets about uninvited intruders wreaking havoc in their home. Instead, they merrily prepare for the New Year's Eve feast. Each of them exerts their utmost effort to craft something noteworthy. The 7 siblings, as in days of yore, huddle together on the large bed, placing all the dishes in the center. What does it matter if there is no table? They can still enjoy a delightful reunion dinner. As night falls, Yi Qingju carries Fulu on his back and leads his 3 younger sisters to set off firecrackers. The 3rd and 4th siblings are unable to move and must remain indoors, listening to the crackling sounds. "Brother Cheng, Happy New Year. Brother Yuan, Happy New Year." The The two tilt their heads and giggle. Brother Chung, have you regretted voluntarily subtracting a year from your age? Do you regret competing to be the third brother? The flickering lights cast shadows on their youthful faces, yet the determination and relief in their eyes shine through clearly. At the moment Yi Lucheng was inscribed, he had already cast aside his past, becoming the true fourth master of the Yi family. As the siblings chatted, the midnight hour passed unnoticed, and they were uncertain of the strictness of New Year's customs in Linyao County. Regardless, they resolved to rise early and prepare. On the first day of the new year, Aunt Li summoned the Yi children to venture outside. In Shaoshan village, there are no elder family members. Neighbors merely exchange New Year's greetings and utter auspicious words. However, offering incense to the sea goddess is a significant affair. Pig-s heads, roosters, and other offerings are cast into the sea amidst the villagers' prayers. The process is simple, even less grand than the river god's rituals in Sanxi Town. In this small village, men, women, and children all participate earnestly in their supplications, believing that the sea goddess would not hold them in contempt. After the ceremony, Yi Qingzhu approached Old Jean to inquire about the cost of the offerings. Old Jean replied, "Daliang, we didn't include your family simply because you do not yet possess your own boat. There is no need for you to contribute offerings. When you become the true pillar of the family, you won't need to ask, for I shall surely pursue you for it." Yi Qingzhu harbored concerns that their youth and financial struggles had led others to deliberately exclude them. If it were merely about the boat, then he indeed had no standing. After the 6th day, the shops in the county town reopened for business and market vendors began to call out their wares. When Lianjia ventured into the city to purchase grain, he would bring back fresh news he had overheard. For instance, that Yi Qingzhu had never seen the full face of Lord Gua, who had departed the city overnight with all the ambergris. Lord He summoned all the doctors in the county to treat his wife, later sending Mr. Mu to an even farther city to seek assistance. The older generation spoke of a potential lack of rainfall this year. Peculiar occurrences abound in the year of the goat. One must carry a peachwood charm to ward off evil. They also heard that the elderly patriarch of Kangzhuang had passed shortly after the Lantern Festival, and his most accomplished son was falsely accused and killed before he could defend himself. The old man, filled with rage and sorrow, could not spit out a lump in his throat and passed away on the night of the 13th day of the new year. Aside from gathering medicine and purchasing grain, the Yi family rarely ventured outside the village. After Yi Qingzhu healed his injuries, he took his younger sisters to the back cliff to collect stones while burning the underbrush. The soil was slightly frozen, making it impossible to till. The three recovering siblings engaged in idle chatter, with Lucheng teaching them to read and calculate, while Fulu enlisted the help of his two older brothers to grind shells. Yitang would occasionally visit and nag Panner about how the cook prepared the dishes at the restaurant. However, he merely observed without grasping the essence of it. When Panner asked too many questions, he was left sweating profusely. Fulu carved a small image of the god of longevity from a conch shell, with the design drawn by Lucheng. On the Lantern Festival, Yi Qingzhu, accompanied by Yer, sought an audience with County Magistrate He. Mr. Mu had initially intended to prevent them from disturbing his friends, for the doctor had seen many patients without any improvement. Yi Qingzhu insisted, stating he had another matter to discuss privately with the magistrate. No matter how Mr. Mu probed, he could not uncover the details and could only seek his friend's consent to bring them into the rear courtyard. As a male, Yi Qingzhu found it inappropriate to enter the inner chamber. After Yuer followed the maid away, it wasn't long before the weary-faced lord he led him into the study. My lord, regarding that matter from before the new year, He Zhaoxing raised a hand to stop him. It is I who have implicated you. How are the children in your family faring? If you are short on medical expenses, seek Mr. Mu. Is it not you who has also been implicated by us? Had you not taken us in, those who wished to frame us would not have found an opportunity. Alas, that matter is in the past, and there is no need to speak of it further. Just remember, such things are beyond our reach. To preserve your life is the priority before seeking anything else. Yes, I shall remember, my lord. Are you aware that there were actually 2 stones, one large and one small? He Zhaoxing's expression turned grave as he stood up from his chair, leaning slightly forward. Speak again. My lord did not mishear. There were indeed 2 pieces. The larger one was broken into several fragments and hidden in different locations. The smaller one is in my possession. He was not a good official. It was out of necessity that I needed it to save my life. Based on the journey, he should have traveled far by now. So today I dare to inform you of the location of the item. Why do you trust me? The debt of gratitude I owe you has long been settled. You could easily find a reliable person to present it and receive a handsome reward. Yi Qingzhu smiled and replied, wealth can corrupt the heart. I cannot guarantee that person will spare our lives. Lord He, however, is different. Even if this were to be considered as my siblings repaying their debt of gratitude, if we are granted the chance to witness the 4 seasons of the world once more, I implore you for 7 travel passes to seek a place sparsely populated where we may survive. There is a small vegetable garden at the back cliff of Shaoshan village. That newly opened plot belongs to my family. Your lady wife is unwell and should rest. I shall take my sister and depart now. Yi Qingzhu bowed and left, leaving He Zhaoxing to sit in the study for a long time. With matters reaching this point, they could finally be considered resolved. Chapter 81. Messages on Rainy Days. After the 15th day, the new year could be deemed over. Fulu's injuries were relatively minor, with some scabs beginning to fall off. Tanguan had fractured his left arm, and Lu Cheng had broken a rib. It would take 100 days for their bones to heal, rendering them unable to sell rice dumplings during this period. Tanguan was reluctant to forfeit the rental fee for their stall, so he busied himself contemplating the sale of small trinkets. Yar ventured into the city to purchase various threads, believing that to make their goods appealing, they could not always use wood. With fewer daily trips to the seaside, the group had begun to regain some color in their hands and faces. To avoid entangling the fine threads, the rougher labor was shared among the others. Thus, on the 20th day of the new year, the long-vacant rice dumpling stall reopened. Panner and Yar divided their work, and by the end of the month, the household stock had been nearly sold out. Yi Qingzhu had no choice but to venture alone to the small reef island with a fishing net, as the village would not go to sea until the middle of the 2nd month, and he still needed fish during this time. Lianjia waited by the shore, calculating the time. Retrieving the net alone was indeed laborious, and he nearly slipped into the sea several times. Thankfully, his reflexes were quick, otherwise he would have been dragged away by the fishing net. He released any fish and shrimp that were ready to spawn, as Uncle Jean had taught him. With Lu Cheng absent, he had to make 2 trips to the small reef island, but fortunately, coming every 2 or 3 days allowed him to return before the tide rose. During the high tide, like everyone else, Yi Qingzhu rushed to the sea. There would always be more silver to earn, and he had decades ahead of him, so there was no need to rush. On the 8th day of the 2nd month, the morning sky was heavily overcast. After breakfast, a light rain began to fall. In this weather, no one should venture out. Getting caught in the rain and falling ill is no trivial matter, Panner remarked. Then brother should also take a break, after a while. The village will be going to sea, and you will need to follow along, which will require a lot of work for half the year, she continued. All right. I shall also sample the new dishes you have been experimenting with. Inspired by Tanguan, Panner indeed showed some talent for cooking. She frequently tried to create variations, likely due to her ignorance of the risks, while the others were unafraid of potential poisoning. Panna cheerfully prepared the ingredients, while Yar wove fan tassels, and Tanguan practiced writing with one hand, his other arm suspended. As Nyosan's voice echoed from outside, it startled the few individuals inside the room. Tanguan, with an arm extended in invitation, welcomed him in, exclaiming, Nyosan, what brings you here in this rain? I only came because I had matters to attend to. Quickly, bring me a bowl of hot water. This rain is truly uncomfortable, he replied. Yi Qingzhu washed her hands and fetched a clean cloth to wipe his face. Before long, Panner entered with a bowl of ginger soup, its spicy aroma wafting through the air. As Nyosan sipped the ginger concoction, he gave Tang Yuan a thumbs up. Lingjiao, sensing the moment, led her younger sisters back to their own room. Nyosan then produced an oiled paper bundle from his bosom and handed it to Yi Qingzhu. The elders instructed me to deliver this to you, saying it should only be opened in my absence. I swear I did not peek. There was also a message. Oh, Qing Che Jian Sheng, I don't quite understand what this means, but I must return to my duties now. Yi Qingzhu stopped him, insisting, Sango, it is your first visit as a guest, at least stay for a meal before you leave. The pickled vegetables we made at home are no match for Aunt Chio's craftsmanship, but they are still edible. Alas, Yi brother, before I departed, the elders specifically instructed me to hand this over to you and to return swiftly, as there are pressing matters at the yamen. Very well, I shall escort you, she offered. No need, it's raining, you should stay, he replied. After watching Nyo San depart into the distance, Yi Qingzhu cautiously opened the oiled paper bundle. Inside were 3 items: a 50-tael silver note, travel permits for 7 individuals, and a letter. She intended to pass the letter to Lu Qing while keeping the travel permits alongside their household registration documents. "Cheng'er, what does it say?" she inquired. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a while. Yi Qingzhu took the delicate paper and read aloud, "You family's 7 sons, my benefactor. The lady has been ill for many years, seeking but a mere penny of dragon saliva. Now she is recovering. Transferred to Yanbei, she shall depart shortly. This is no good land, my benefactor, leave hastily and burn this." Yi Tengyuan observed the 2 in silence, sensing the gravity of the matter. Yi Qingzhu called Ling Jiao and the others back, lighting an oil lamp to incinerate the letter completely. Lu Cheng looked at his elder brother with a complex expression, believing that the troublesome stone had been taken by the Guo family. His brother, indeed, had the audacity to leave a piece behind. Yi Qingzhu wished to shield his younger siblings from the truth, knowing that the more they knew, the more perilous their situation became. "Cheng'er, keep what you have seen to yourself. If a single word slips out, we shall all face dire consequences. Rest assured, elder brother, I understand the gravity of this. Even at the cost of my life, this news will not escape my lips. I have something to share, across the Yellow River. The daughter of our 3rd grandfather's daughter-in-law may still be alive. We should seek refuge with her. Today, gather our belongings, taking only what is valuable, anything we cannot carry. Give away. Tomorrow, regardless of whether the rain ceases, we shall rise early to enter the county town. 4th and 7th, you 2 must prepare some medicine. Ling Jiao and Lu Zi, go to the blacksmith to purchase what we can carry. 3rd, accompany me to Shaojiao Island to retrieve the fishing nets left by Uncle Jean. For we are running out of time. Panner, prepare more provisions and bring along dried vegetables," as the others busied themselves in a flurry of activity. Only Yi Qingzhu and Lu Cheng remained in the room. "Elder brother, what should we call that relative?" Lu Cheng asked. "I made it up, how would I know?" Yi Qingzhu replied. "But you, with your injured ribs, will have a tough journey ahead. It's nothing, we are seeking refuge with family, not fleeing for our lives." Lu Cheng always had a calming effect on him during critical moments. As the elder brother, he must remain composed. When no one was paying attention, Lu Cheng whispered, "Do you truly trust him that much?" "Yes, it's instinct. Besides, if the Guo family truly benefits from this, even from afar in the capital, they would not let us go unscathed. There will inevitably come a day when the truth is revealed in Kangzhuang. Falsehoods cannot endure indefinitely. Linzhou County, and indeed the entire coastal fishing villages, will become mere tools for their advancement and wealth. If he is taken away and replaced by another, they will surely be in cahoots with the Guo family. If we do not leave, the consequences will be even graver. Should we warn Uncle Jean and the others?" Lu Cheng pondered. "I do not know, Cheng'er. What do you think?" Lu Qing was equally uncertain. It was evident that the note from Master He had been hastily written. His reckless decision to let them leave Linzhou County suggested that news had already reached Master He, and the capital was likely already mobilizing. What reasoning could they use to alert the villagers without arousing suspicion while ensuring they took it seriously? Yi Qingzhu decided to bid farewell to the Jean family, casually mentioning, "Uncle Jean, it seems that treasures truly can emerge from Linzhou County. Perhaps in the future, we shall no longer have to fear venturing into the sea. Picking up items along the shore might ensure our sustenance." If only we knew whether these treasures could offset taxes," replied Uncle Jean. "By the way, my home is not yet fully organized, so I shall take my leave." Uncle Jean pondered Yi Qingzhu's words thoughtfully. This lad seemed to have a plan. Why else would he bring this up? Aunt Jean noticed her husband lost in thought and speculated that he might be reluctant to part with the Yi family's children. Indeed, those children were quite endearing, but she had given birth herself. On the 9th day of the 1st month, the rain continued to fall in a persistent drizzle, rendering the roads somewhat muddy, though it did not significantly hinder their journey. On this overcast morning, the 7 children of the Yi family departed from Shaoshun village. They procured sufficient provisions for their journey in the county town and quietly vanished from Linzhou County. Once again, the 7 embarked on an uncertain journey ahead. However, this time they were equipped with warm clothing and blankets, as well as silver to purchase food along the way. Heading northwest, they aimed for the capital city of Taizhou. Unlike the barren outskirts, they were increasingly astonished by the prosperity as they drew closer to the urban center. They had once taken pride in Sanxi Town, but they were surprised to find that northern towns, despite lacking docks for merchants, boasted multiple branches of large businesses, banks, and even tea houses and fabric shops in almost every sizable town. Moreover, in the towns near the capital, there were establishments for horse-drawn carriages catering to travelers. The rental arrangements were plentiful. Upon returning to the inn, Tang Yuan could only lament how the merchants here were ruthless, going to great lengths to ensure that customers departed with empty pockets. Yet, Yi Qingzhu did not lead them toward the capital. Instead, they continued north to a place called Jinbo Town. This was considered the best crossing point for the Yellow River in the middle and lower reaches. Most families in the town made their living through ferrying. However, they did not use boats, but rather small wooden rafts propelled by long poles, capable of carrying no more than 3 to 5 adults at a time. For affluent passengers, special arrangements had to be made. They found a modest inn in Jinbo Town, and the fatigue from their long journey left them too drained to converse. They ordered hot water for a quick wash before retiring for the night. They slept soundly for an entire night and half of the following day, only awakening well past lunch. Yi Qingzhu rubbed his slightly aching head and stepped out of the room to inquire with the innkeeper about crossing the Yellow River. To save money, they had opted for 2 inexpensive rooms, separating the boys and girls to squeeze in together. When necessary, they would resort to sleeping in a large dormitory. Being children, they did not appear wealthy, and most of the time, they managed just fine. However, there were exceptions. Occasionally, they encountered establishments with disdainful attitudes, preferring to seek refuge in someone's woodshed rather than be led around by the nose. The most nerve-wracking part of the journey fell upon Lu Cheng and Fu Lu, as they carried most of the silver, while Yi Qingzhu held the household registration and travel permits. Once they reached the banks of the Yellow River, their ties to Taizhou would be severed. The innkeeper was a middle-aged woman with her hair wrapped in a blue scarf, exuding a brisk demeanor. "Ah, my little guests have finally awakened. If you don't get out of bed soon, I will have to send the lad to knock on your door." Yi Qingzhu smiled sheepishly. "We traveled a long distance, and my brother is not in good health. He is quite exhausted. You all really should have pooled your resources to rent a donkey cart for the journey. But will you be needing some food? Please, dear innkeeper, serve us whatever you have. We just need something to fill our stomachs." The proprietress summoned her staff to steam the buns, while there remained a pot of boiled cabbage soup and a plate of pickled radishes. Indeed, the portions were ample and the multi-grain buns were substantial. The remaining 6 individuals gradually arrived in the hall. It was not uncommon for others to arise at this hour, though they were more willing to indulge in a few stir-fried dishes. While traveling, one must keep their wealth discreet. Yi Qingzhu, accompanied by her younger siblings, dined modestly. When it came time to settle the bill, Yi Qingzhu inquired about the most reliable ferryman along the Yellow River. The proprietress, who operated a small inn in the town, was accustomed to such inquiries, given her frequent interactions with travelers. The young guests sought out Qisong, the 5th of the Qi family from Qijiao, known for his steady hands and feet. However, she warned them not to board Qibai's raft, for their youth might make them vulnerable to extortion. Grateful, the guests replied that their dinner would remain as simple as it had been, for their funds were limited and they could not afford delicacies. The proprietress reassured them, reminding them that very few in this vast world are wealthy and poverty is widespread across the nation. "Rest assured, I conduct my business with integrity." The proprietress's forthrightness resonated with Ling Jiao's temperament. Indeed, she lived her life with the same vigor as any man. The following day, before departing, Ling Jiao requested a large bag of multi-grain buns and, as a parting gift, presented her favorite hairpin, intricately carved with a white plum blossom, to the proprietress. "I adore your sister's spirit. This is my most cherished hairpin, crafted by my brother. I bestow it upon you as a memento." Having run her in for many years, the proprietress had received countless gifts from men, yet a young girl gifting her jewelry was a first. Nonetheless, the girl's striking brows left a lasting impression. As a transient in life, the hairpin was soon tucked away in her jewelry box, forgotten in a matter of days. Yi Qingzhu inquired about Qisong and discovered that many were waiting for him to ferry across the river. Their conversations revealed they were familiar regulars. The wooden rafts along the Yellow River were not mere planks of wood. In Jinbo Town, they were referred to as sheepskin rafts or paisi. Beneath the simple wooden platforms, inflated sheepskin was bound. The smaller rafts contained about 10 sheepskins, while larger ones had dozens. Qisong's raft was modest, accommodating 3 or 4 individuals at a time. The journey across to the opposite bank and back took him roughly an hour, as he would carry the raft upstream before allowing it to drift downstream again. 3 groups awaited before it was Yi Qingzhu's turn, and by then, darkness had fallen. Qisong provided them with a token, instructing them to return at the break of dawn for the first crossing. Thus, with no other option, Yi Qingzhu and her companions returned to the inn for another night's stay. The next morning, they split into two groups. Yi Qingzhu led the first batch of 5, while Qisong returned to fetch the others and their luggage. The muddy waters of the river swirled ominously as Qisong hummed a local tune, skillfully navigating the eddies. The disaster from the previous year's flood lingered in their memories, and Yi Qingzhu and her companions braved the Yellow River with clenched eyes and gritted teeth. Upon reaching the shore, a village lay not far off. Yi Qingzhu collapsed onto the ground, lamenting that she might never cross the Yellow River again. An hour later, the 7 reunited. The river's surface was indeed choppy, and Lingjiao and Fulu's shoes were soaked. Lucheng sat on the dusty ground, hugging his knees, and remarked, "With nothing left, why return? The world is vast, we can make our home anywhere." Tang Yuan draped his arm over 2 of his companions' shoulders, smiling at the opposite bank. "Indeed, as long as we are together, it matters not whether we are in Henan or Hebei." On the road towards the village, they soon encountered a donkey cart. Yi Qingzhu paid for the fare to the nearest town. The old man driving the cart mentioned that this spring had been particularly dry. Typically, they would be preparing for the plowing season by now, yet the cattle had yet to plow the fields. Yi Qingzhu, unfamiliar with agricultural matters, found little common ground in conversation with the old man, while Tang Yuan cheerfully diverted the topic, inquiring about local gossip. The donkey cart was swifter than an ox cart, and they arrived at Sanxi Town just past noon. Chapter 83. The soldiers arrive at Sanxi Town. Sanxi Town belongs to Zhengzhou and is situated 700 miles from the imperial capital, Yanjing. To the east lies the capital, and to the north is the territory of the Yan Prince, as mentioned by Lord He. The 7 gathered in a room to discuss their next course of action. Lucheng wished to settle nearby and end their current lifestyle, but Yi Qingzhu disagreed, citing the proximity to the Yellow River. During the flood season, the river's water level could rise dramatically. Last year, they narrowly escaped disaster, and they could not rely on such luck again. "Chang'er, I understand everyone is weary. But do you think I do not yearn for stability?" With a deep sigh, Yi Qingzhu continued. Tang Yuan and Lucheng still bore their injuries from the journey, and the path they had traveled had indeed been arduous. Sleep had eluded them, and the memories of their escape from the famine resurfaced vividly. Lingjiao hesitated, saying, "Eldest brother, perhaps we should return to Sanxi Town. After all, it is our home." "Return to what?" Yi Qingzhu retorted. "When reporting casualties, people like us are not even recorded. Do you think our mere ability to speak the local dialect would allow us to return and claim disaster relief funds?" Tang Yuan sat with his legs crossed on the stool. "What if we attempt to venture into the capital?" Lucheng posed a question. "And how do we plan to survive there? Selling fish balls?" "Most valuable goods are amassed in the capital, where the most powerful reside. What could they possibly offer that would catch anyone's eye?" Due to their differing opinions, the group dispersed in discontent, retreating to their quarters for the night. Sometimes, when one refrains from making a decision, reality forces one's hand. On the 3rd day of their stay in Sanxi Town, news arrived from the capital that the emperor had passed away. The emperor's death held little significance for the common people. It merely became fodder for idle chatter over tea and meals, discussing the taxes adjusted over the years or recalling the years when mandatory labor yielded a full meal. After all, the so-called dragon son of heaven was a distant figure to them. Yi Qingzhu paid little mind to it. The affairs of the high and mighty were far removed from her. Though Sanxi Town was pleasant, it could not provide them with a prolonged stay. Just as they were preparing to leave, chaos erupted. Suddenly, soldiers appeared in the small town, clad in armor and wielding weapons, swiftly surrounding Sanxi Town. Cries filled the air, throwing the entire town into disarray. It was unclear whose soldiers they were, why they occupied the town, or when they might depart. Shouts of anger and pleas for mercy echoed, met only with indifference. Amidst the turmoil, ruffians and thieves seized the opportunity to loot, yet at that moment, even reporting to the authorities seemed futile. The wealthy estates and inns were overrun. Not only were Yi Qingzhu and her companions expelled, but even the innkeeper found himself sleeping on the street. Aside from the paper offerings and coffin shops, everything else was plundered. Doors offered no protection. They were easily forced open. After a day of unrest, as night fell, torches blazed around them. Hours passed. Yet the reasons for the occupation of their small town remained unclear. Under the cover of darkness, Panner stealthily retrieved pancakes from her pack, tearing them into small pieces to distribute among her siblings, all while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Many had been thrust out into the street empty-handed. Yi Qingzhu and her group, having prior experience of fleeing, blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. Around the hour of high, distant cries of battle resounded. The sounds of many voices. The anxious souls on the streets dared not close their eyes. Were they witnessing the onset of war? Famine Town is hardly a remote frontier outpost. How could war erupt so suddenly? The crowd murmured in hushed tones, with some straining to catch distant sounds, attempting to discern which factions were engaged. The cries of battle persisted for 3 or 4 hours, during which time numerous grievously wounded soldiers were carried back, their anguished screams sending chills down the spines of those who heard them. And this was merely the beginning. As the influx of injured continued, chaos erupted in the streets, with soldiers bellowing through the crowd, calling for physicians. Yet, who among them dared to step forward? With so many casualties, even a handful of patients would overwhelm any healer. Moreover, even if they managed to treat the wounded, it would only prolong their lives temporarily. One misstep could lead to a fatal knife wound. Famine Town, neither large nor small, boasted 2 rival medical establishments, each run by families that had been adversaries for 3 generations. Neither wished to intervene, as cooperation was essential. Some timid souls, when questioned, trembled and wet themselves before uttering a few words. The gleaming blade waved threateningly before their eyes, forcing them to point out others. The unfortunate individual identified was from the Hongda Medical Hall, who could only harbor silent resentment. If misfortune were to befall anyone, it could not be solely him. So he turned and implicated his rival from the Hongren Medical Hall. Once, the proprietors of these 2 establishments had been brothers, both students of the same master. Upon returning to their hometown to retire, they opened the Renda Medical Hall. For reasons unknown, their philosophies diverged, leading them to pursue separate paths. Now, they operated face-to-face in Famine Town, each refusing to yield to the other. The once brotherly bond had soured into enmity, resulting in their descendants bickering upon meeting. As the night wore on, the sounds of battle gradually faded, replaced by the heart-wrenching cries of the wounded. To the east of the town, where visibility was obscured, the sounds were nonetheless crystal clear. Ya and Pan are frightened and having seen little of the world, huddled together. Lu Chang's thoughts were consumed by the sudden outbreak of conflict in Famine Town, while the remaining 4 beggars lamented over the multitude of wounded, even those they had personally injured, crying out in despair. Not long after the medical personnel were taken away, distant shouts from soldiers echoed again, this time summoning many young men to dig trenches and erect barricades. As they approached the corner where Yi Qingzhu and the others were gathered, several children squeezed into the crowd of adults. The soldiers who came to seize them merely glanced their way before moving on. Yi Qingzhu breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that there were taller individuals to shield them. He yearned for this inexplicable conflict to end swiftly so that he could lead his younger siblings far away from here. As the sun illuminated Famine Town, the ordinarily bustling market and the fragrant wisps of cooking smoke had vanished. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air, while the soldiers marched with grim expressions, hastening to and fro. After a day and night without water, some could no longer endure, kneeling and begging for a sip. Their homes lay not far away, yet they were too humble to even request a bowl of cold rice. Soon, a man adorned with a red-tasseled helmet, presumably an official, ordered water to be brought. Tang Yuan and Ling Jiao squeezed through the crowd, finally acquiring water that barely quenched their thirst, particularly as the sun ascended, intensifying the dryness. In the midst of their anxious waiting, soldiers finally approached with buckets of porridge. Some of the more privileged individuals in the throng maintained their decorum, seemingly oblivious to the desperate plight of the parched and frightened masses, who were unwilling to yield their positions. After food and drink were distributed, the daylight emboldened some to grow less compliant. Hiding amidst the crowd, they clamored to escape the town. Initially, only a few joined in, but soon they discovered that the soldiers neither struck nor rebuked them, standing firm as immovable as stone. Those leading the charge grew bolder, inciting others to breach the guards. Yi Qingzhu observed coolly, the population of the town was considerable, and if conflict truly erupted, the local residents held numerical superiority. As long as the soldiers refrained from employing weapons against the civilians, the anticipated clash did not materialize. Those who had dared to leave easily passed beyond the guard's perimeter, while those concealed behind windows and doors watched the unfolding scene, patiently awaiting their opportunity. Tang Yuan leaned closer to his elder brother, inquiring whether they should take action. Yi Qingzhu subtly surveyed the houses lining the street, sensing many watchful eyes behind him, all waiting as well. But what were they waiting for? Soon, Yi Qingzhu would discover the answer. The initial wave of those who had fled returned, weeping and crawling, disregarding their dignity. Yi Qingzhu sat on the steps of a house, as if he could hear an elderly sigh from within. Tang Yuan and Fu Lu, without needing their elder brother's prompting, instinctively mingled within the crowd to gather intelligence. The early spring afternoon bore a hint of warmth, yet the accumulated waste from a day and night in the corners began to emanate a foul stench, spreading further afield. This was unavoidable, for the sounds of battle from the previous night had been so close that many were terrified, with a number wetting themselves in fear. Fu Lu returned first, finding it easier to navigate through the throng due to his small stature. Elder brother, the soldiers say they are fighting their own people. It seems there is a rebellion led by a certain Wang, aiming to cross the Yellow River to assault the capital. Furthermore, several of the emperor's sons are vying for the throne. The realm has fallen into chaos, leaving only the generals to clean up the mess. Lu Cheng interjected. That is sheer nonsense. We've just crossed from the Yellow River. Where would a rebellion come from? Yi Qingzhu gestured for him to remain calm, waiting for the third brother to return before discussing further. When Tang Yuan returned, sweat glistened on his forehead, his throat parched to the point of discomfort. Unable to produce saliva. Elder brother, outside the town, there are corpses everywhere. Those attempting to escape have been frightened back. The open spaces to the north and south are teeming with military tents. We are trapped in between. There's worse news. The soldiers are checking identities, and those from outside have been taken away. Yi Qingzhu straightened his posture, casually resting his wrists on his bent knees. Regret washed over him. Stopping in Family Town had been a mistake. Have you clarified who the opposing factions are? Tang Yuan glanced at Lu Cheng before responding. On our side, there are black banners embroidered with golden eagle insignias, led by the renowned General Ranqua. I'm unsure who commands them. As he continued, Tang Yuan's expression shifted to one of complexity. What is it? They were mere commoners. How could the third brother possibly recognize any great general? Why the hesitation? Elder brother, the opposing side is an army of volunteers composed of survivors from the disaster-stricken southern lands. What did you say? Pardon. Even in their astonishment, they dared not raise their voices. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Recalling their journey, they had heard of the imperial government's disaster relief, and they had once wavered in their resolve. Ultimately, in Sanxi Town, they received no kindness and departed. In the brief period spent at Shaoshan village, life had been tough yet stable. Feng Qiu had mentioned to Yi Qingzhu that many among the disaster-stricken populace in the south had perished. How could there now be enough survivors to unite as an army? What were they planning to do? Yi Qingzhu's hand trembled slightly. They too were from the south. If the soldiers in Family Town were conducting checks, what of their fate? Lu Cheng grasped his elder brother's hand reassuringly. Elder brother, stay calm. Do not fret. Our household registration is from Linzhou County in Taizhou, not from Gazhou in Sanxi Town. Yi Qingzhu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Indeed, they're searching for family members. In Family Town, they are merely seeking information. He clenched his hand into a loose fist, resting it against his mouth and nose as he pondered their next steps. In the midst of the two warring factions, they were too weak to perish here. They needed a plan to reach a safer refuge. The uprising of the disaster victims, occurring just as the emperor passed away, was a normal response for the court to quell. Sons fighting over inheritance was one thing, but when it involved royal matters, it became fraught with peril. Who among the common folk would care? They had heard tales of the white-browed general. The Ran family had served the nation loyally for a century, and by this generation, scarcely any remained. The eagle banner had long instilled fear in the hearts of enemies beyond the borders, safeguarding the land and its people. Yi Qingzhu beckoned the others to gather closely, their heads huddled together as they whispered in hushed tones. I have a notion I wish to share. I invite your thoughts on its merits and shortcomings so we may deliberate further. General Bai Mei, a figure akin to a deity of war, commanded troops that should be inherently trustworthy. The rebel forces across the Yellow River were a mystery, a mlang of unknown entities, leading to but two possible outcomes, either a successful uprising that topples the current dynasty or a failure that costs them their lives. Tales have long recounted that the struggle for the throne has never been devoid of bloodshed. It appears chaos looms on the horizon, and we must seek a formidable ally. Lu Cheng inquired, "We are but children. Who would accept us into their ranks?" Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, his confusion evident as he pondered the leader's intentions. Isn't it foolish? Can children even join the army? Not all soldiers are on the front lines. Just yesterday, 2 physicians were taken away, indicating the wounded are in dire need. We must devise a strategy to assist, Yi Qingzhu proposed. Hiding among the injured should afford us temporary safety. What do you all think? That is indeed a viable plan, though we remain uncertain of how long this battle shall endure. If both sides engage in a tit-for-tat across the Yellow River, we may find ourselves stranded for an eternity. Pan Er questioned, but what if we cannot hold the line? What then? Tang Yuan replied, silly girl, should the defense falter, the army will undoubtedly retreat. We shall follow suit, provided we can move swiftly enough and not end up like shells left behind on a receding tide. Fu Lu interjected, if the army advances southward. Shall we follow? We must not, we must flee in the opposite direction, he cautioned. Yi Qingzhu gestured toward Lu Cheng, encouraging him to elaborate. Lu Cheng traced a rudimentary route in the dirt with his finger, explaining, look, we traverse from the eastern part of Taizhou to Zhangzhou, with the Yellow River lying between us. We cannot venture to the capital. As long as the emperor's fate remains undecided, this place is off-limits. Centered around Chengjiatin, the conflict rages southward, and its conclusion remains uncertain. Eastward lies Yanjing, while westward is Tianzhou, a parched land prone to marauders. To the north is Yan'ou, similarly vast yet sparsely populated. However, it is the territory of the Prince of Yan. As long as he lives, this region is not under the court's dominion. Thus, regardless of their victory or defeat, we can dismiss the eastern and southern routes, leaving us with the west and north, requiring us to remain adaptable. Chapter 85, Exchange. Ling Jiao remarked, an additional pressing issue arises. Military provisions are finite, and our sustenance cannot rely upon the army supplies. Yi Qingzhu concluded, it seems we must first relocate to the rear and take things one step at a time. Having made their decision, Yi Qingzhu approached the guard, articulating their intent. Common soldiers lacked the authority to make decisions, instructing them to wait in place while he sought out a superior to report this development. Leading the troops at Chengjiatin was the left vanguard, Zhang Han, whose forces were stationed in the rear at Lanshan County, merely 40 miles distant. Having hurriedly prepared for battle the previous night, Zhang Han had endured significant losses among his ranks and, after a long night, was ready to inspect the makeshift shelter for the wounded when he received word that individuals were willing to assist in the infirmary. After years of warfare, despite the reverence commanded by the eagle flag, he had never encountered civilians willing to lend a hand. What sort of people are they? Can they be trusted? I hope they are not saboteurs sent from the opposing side. It turned out to be 7 children, the eldest perhaps 14 and the youngest merely 7 or 8. A bunch of little tykes coming to trip us up while I'm in the midst of battle? What am I, a babysitter? Hanga. There are 2 among them familiar with herbs. They expressed they can help with preparing medicine and fetching water, as they are genuinely afraid of the front line. They seem quite earnest, and the infirmary is truly lacking personnel. The cries of the wounded are heart-wrenching. Zhang Han furrowed his brow in contemplation, grumbling as he walked a few steps before stating, bring them over, I wish to see them. When the guard escorted Yi Qingzhu and the others to the infirmary, the mingled scents of blood and medicine were overwhelmingly pungent. Those able to writhe and cry out were lightly injured. The more grievous cases would have to wait. The military physicians, accompanied by their assistants, were overwhelmed with the workload, to the extent that even Zhang Han himself lent a hand. The ground was muddied with mingled blood and water, alongside discarded bandages. Assistants scurried about, bearing medicine as they navigated between makeshift wooden beds. After winding through the chaos, they reached Zhang Han, who, with bloodied hands, approached the lead, Yi Qingzhu. So, it is you and your little companions who wish to assist in the infirmary? As a soldier who had witnessed bloodshed on the battlefield, Zhang Han emanated an aura of intimidation. This aura was intangible yet palpable, and Yi Qingzhu and her companions could sense it keenly. Standing tall, Yi Qingzhu replied with poise, indeed, sir. Little one, we soldiers do not address one another as sir. That title is reserved for the bureaucrats who scribble and conspire. This is our vanguard Zhang. Zhang Han, having no time for idle chatter, waved dismissively, enough of that. You are young yet remarkably bold. Should you genuinely wish to lend a hand, I will provide you with rations. But mind you, a hearty meal is out of the question. Our regular soldiers only receive 2 buns and a bowl of porridge per meal, and you shall receive half. 2 meals a day. Work if you can or leave if you cannot. There's no need to add to the chaos. Thank you, Vanguard Zhang. We are capable. We merely wish to survive and depart Chenjiatin. Zhang Han was about to leave but paused, taking 2 steps back. What? You want to leave? I can arrange for someone to escort you out. Is this some sort of game? That is unnecessary. We will assist in exchange for a chance at safe passage. Which seems fair. Very well, your perspective is commendable. Hey, you there, make the necessary arrangements. Zhang Han hastily departed, aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Soon, another wave of breakout battles would ensue, and he had much to attend to. Yi Qingzhu and her companions were divided. The 3 youngest were assigned to prepare medicine. Lu Cheng and Tang Yuan fetched hot water and bandages, while Yi Qingzhu and Ling Jiao assisted in the tasks at hand. If wounds inflicted by blades were not treated promptly, they would soon swell and fester, potentially leading to severe fevers and worse injuries. Thus, the military physicians and their knowledgeable assistants focused on treating the most severe injuries. Some of the lesser wounds, or those involving dislocations and fractures, lined up in the rear, groaning in pain. Hours passed, and blood dried upon their clothing, necessitating the cutting of garments to facilitate the cleaning of wounds, allowing the physicians to apply medicine and conduct final treatments. Lu Cheng and Tang Yuan took on the responsibility of cleaning the wounds. Initially, upon seeing the bloodied soldiers, they handled the task with trepidation. The straightforward men of the army, accustomed to directness, would shout at them for being overly cautious. As they became more adept, the 2 began to coordinate effectively. One swiftly and deftly wielding scissors while the other prepared clean water to wash the wounds. Even when the military physicians struggled to keep pace, they would take the medicinal ointments provided and assist in dressing the wounds. For deep and lengthy lacerations, such as those near the chest or exposing intestines in the abdomen, Lu Cheng would tie a cloth strip around the injured person's wrist. Pan Er and the others, with Fu Lu sensitive to sense and possessing a good memory, and Pan Er displaying familiarity with the medicinal furnace, while Ya Er, being literate, was taken to gather herbs. Meanwhile, Ling Jiao, with her considerable strength, helped to restrain those who writhed in agony. Yi Qingzhu, with a firm hand, assisted in realigning bones when the assistants were overwhelmed. The severity of injuries varied. Some required only simple treatment before they could return to battle. As evening approached, the pressure within the infirmary began to lessen significantly. Yi Qingzhu observed the 2 physicians who had been brought to assist. Despite the lingering tension, their handling of the injured displayed no sign of negligence. In fact, their techniques were more meticulous than those of the military physicians. It was easy to understand. Given the state they had arrived in, any delay could cost lives. The accompanying medics were also accustomed to the urgency, acting swiftly and efficiently. As evening descended and the meal was served, Yi Qingzhu and his companions, weary and worn, formed a line. The 7 of them huddled together, with Panner and Yar's faces flushed crimson from the fire's heat, while Liuzi had scalded his hand, though not severely. The 3rd and 4th brothers bore garments stained with blood, while Ling Jiao appeared slightly better off, her hair disheveled and her demeanor somewhat drained. Not just them, but all those tending to the wounded soldiers trembled as they held their bowls, not from fear, but sheer exhaustion. Some, unable to bear the weight of fatigue, dozed off with a bun clenched in their mouths. Having once thought that living as a beggar would expose him to the world's harsh realities, he found himself so close to the battlefield yet lacking the courage to take even a glance. Even from the safety of the corner he occupied, all he could witness was anguish. In that moment, Yi Qingzhu pondered the necessity of a nation's protection. Its rulers may be tyrannical or cowardly, but among its citizens reside many valiant souls. Regardless of who emerged victorious from the capital, any ruler capable of ensuring a peaceful and secure life for their people would be deemed a good emperor. After their meal, they sought a wall to lean against, for they had no tents to shelter them. It seemed that no sooner had Yi Qingzhu closed his eyes than he was jolted awake by the cries of battle. The place they occupied was further back than the street they had been on yesterday, and the sounds were not as clear as the night before. Yet, Yi Qingzhu knew that soon, more wounded soldiers would be brought back. Gazing at his sleeping siblings, he could not bear to rouse them. Chapter 86: The Strategy of Exhausted Troops. Others did not manage to sleep for long. It was merely a quarter of an hour after Yi Qingzhu departed that the first of the injured soldiers arrived. The cries of the wounded mingled with the moans of the newly arrived, and Ling Jiao and her companions were roused from their slumber. Alongside them were unfamiliar faces, some of whom were there voluntarily, while others seemed to have been forcibly brought along. Though many torches flickered around them that night, the unsteady light impeded the speed of medical aid, coupled with the severe exhaustion of both military doctors and medics as the night wore on. The number of wounded continued to swell, with many ultimately being carelessly discarded onto the ground. Across the Yellow River, individuals were stealthily crossing under the cover of darkness. The line was long, extending beyond Chenjiatin, with guards stationed at every possible crossing where one could use a sheepskin raft. Behind them lay the capital, and the general had issued a decree forbidding any passage, compelling them to hold their ground. Voices clamored for bandages and urged for medicine, their calls hoarse and strained. In the chaos of running, one could easily trip over the wounded crawling beneath their feet. Yar felt an overwhelming desire to save each person around her. As she gathered medicine, she fought to suppress her tears and trembling hands, urging herself to act faster, knowing that each second could mean saving a life. The darkness concealed many things, such as blood, making it appear less vivid and less terrifying in the night. Yi Qingzhu consoled himself, telling himself it was just warm water on his hands, that it was nothing, just a wash would suffice. Eventually, he began to emulate those around him, rinsing his hands in saline, attempting to return exposed intestines back to their rightful place, and binding deep, lengthy wounds as securely as he could. Ling Jiao encountered many, grasping her in desperation, pleading for her assistance in reattaching limbs. But the bones were shattered, only a thin layer of flesh connected what once was. This spirited girl shook her head vigorously, tears brimming in her eyes. Everything was too blurred. She longed to remember their faces, yet clarity eluded her. Tang Yuan's right hand was blistered from the scissors, having wrapped it in gauze before continuing to cut. When he could no longer exert himself, he switched to Lu Cheng. Eventually, he resorted to using his left hand to slice open wounds. As dawn broke, there was hope for a brief respite. Surely the enemy could not wait, and would begin sending people across the river in broad daylight. Even those unversed in warfare understood that on the water's surface, there was nowhere to hide. Archers were stationed on the riverbank, ensuring that the enemy could not land. After a barrage of arrows, it was not just the militia that suffered. Even the rafts floated aimlessly downstream, devoid of control. In their attempt to thwart the enemy, they had no time to discern between innocent civilians and militia fighters. The already murky river occasionally erupted with splashes of blood, only to disappear shortly thereafter. Zhang Han stood atop the hastily constructed embankment, furrowing his brow in silence. To have gathered 200,000 disaster victims to reach this point, there must surely be unseen forces at play. The blatantly reckless strategy seemed too suspicious. The riverbank was occupied entirely by their own, with no other outlets. What was their true intention? If this were a battle to defend the city, it would be simpler for the messengers and those managing provisions. Zhang Han, while preparing to send a message to the general in the rear, suddenly realized the enemy intended to employ a strategy of exhausting troops. Regardless of the veracity of his assumptions, he hastily scribbled his conjectures on paper and handed them to a messenger. A swift horse could carry the general's orders back before nightfall. Meanwhile, the makeshift shelter for the wounded in the rear was a place for rest and nourishment. Exhaustion weighed heavily, and many could not concern themselves with the fates of those nearby, collapsing into deep slumber on the spot. Many like Yi Qingzhu found themselves in similar predicaments. By the time evening arrived, Yi Qingzhu and his companions were roused by lightly wounded soldiers. Several children had taken on the task of bandaging and setting bones, regardless of their origins, feeling a sense of obligation to repay kindness. Yi Qingzhu opened his eyes to the blue and white sky, momentarily disoriented. "Little brother, wake up and eat. If you delay, there will be nothing left," called a sturdy older brother, his arm in a sling, his complexion dark and of average height. "Thank you, big brother. Please go ahead. I shall rise shortly," Yi Qingzhu replied with a smile, propping himself up from the ground. His hands were stained with dried blood, and sweat had dried on his face, leaving behind a crust of salt that felt quite uncomfortable. Finding a spot to wash his hands and face, he also drank a handful of water to quench his thirst. He reflected that having the fortune to share a meal with the Eagle Brigade would provide ample tales for him to boast about in the years to come. During their slumber, those with grievous wounds had already been taken away. The small shelter for the wounded remained crowded, and he could not locate his younger siblings. Exhausted as he was, he worried about their well-being. Yeah, likely received the best treatment. As the apprentices and assistants to the military physicians were mostly young men in their 20s or 30s. Although Ya dressed as a boy. Her appearance and voice unmistakably revealed her as a young girl. Everyone made an effort to look after her, with some bringing food back for her. Pan and Fu Lu occupied the least noticeable positions, called to help, and mostly engaged in the tedious task of brewing medicine, standing among a throng of men. Tang Yuan and Lu Qing had not parted since the onset of chaos, their boldness and meticulousness allowing them to forge bonds with the wounded soldiers. Ling Jiao, whose strength rivaled that of a grown man, had a hearty appetite. One bun was simply insufficient. After a few swift bites, she eyed the bun distributors hungrily, silently wishing, "Save me half of one, I am so hungry." The bun distributor did not hear her silent wish, but those around her noticed and exchanged glances, ensuring Ling Jiao received an additional 2 buns. It was not easy for those who had fought and been injured. She felt too embarrassed to take more than her share. Tightening her belt, assuring herself she could manage. "Please, eat. How can you muster the strength to assist your brothers if you're starving?" Ling Jiao, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked. "I'm sorry, big brother, did I hurt you? I shall be more careful next time." "No offense taken, it's good to be strong. Without your strength, we might not even be here," he replied, urging her to take the food. "Thank you, big brother, if you need my strength, just say the word. And I promise to oblige." Had Ling Jiao not been a girl, several would have likely sought to form a brotherhood with her. Among the many citizens called to assist, it was difficult for the children to avoid drawing curiosity and discussion. Word spread that they were the only ones who had volunteered to help, garnering even more goodwill. The Yellow River was unlike other places. There were no large boats nearby, making naval combat improbable. After receiving orders from the rear, Zhang Han reorganized the troops and finally found a moment to rest. The disaster victims had been incited by those with ulterior motives, driven to desperation. Last year, the devastating flood claimed countless lives, with silver continuously dispensed yet food failing to reach the mouths of the disaster victims. Those who survived the deluge found themselves starved in the aftermath. The court was in disarray, and the general's decision to bring them here to suppress the victims was likely an attempt to evade the sinister forces lurking in the capital. All that was desired was for those brothers to resolve their contest swiftly, otherwise, the chaos would not remain confined to this small area, but would engulf the entire realm. Chapter 87. Outside Sanxi County. On the first day of April, after nearly a month of standoff, both factions could no longer contain themselves. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Han arranged for the evacuation of the common folk overnight, which included the 7 members of the Yi family. For ordinary citizens, being the target of attention was a matter of little consequence. Once again entangled in the throng, the 7 harbored a complex mix of emotions. The civilians near the battlefield retreated to Sanxi County, situated 100 miles away. The county magistrate had erected temporary straw huts outside the southern city gate and stationed 12 men to guard it around the clock. Any requests for daily necessities had to be reported to them, and those seeking medical assistance could summon a physician to the outskirts of the city. Ultimately, one rule prevailed: outsiders were forbidden from entering. For added security, they borrowed troops from the Zhengzhou garrison. Yi Qingzhu and her siblings took refuge in one of the straw huts just outside the county. Though described as a straw hut, it was essentially a large communal sleeping area with a roof. It leaked during the rain and let in the wind, and to wash clothes or cook, they had to fetch water from the river 2 miles away. Complaints and curses were a daily occurrence, but Yi Qingzhu was uncertain who to blame. Their 20-plus days in Qin family town felt akin to a year. Every child had matured significantly. Ling Jiao spoke more fluently, and her words were far more agreeable than before. Tang Yuan was still smiling at everyone, albeit with a newfound composure. Lu Cheng had shed his frail demeanor entirely. Standing next to Tang Yuan, one could hardly discern any age difference. The 2 taciturn siblings, Panner and Fulu, found solace in the monotony of brewing medicine, seemingly more absorbed in their own matters. Yar had changed the most. Whenever the topic of medicine arose, her expression turned serious and earnest. Although she was protected, her intelligence and eagerness to learn were evident. To the extent that even Dr. Wang had mentioned to Yi Qingzhu that had Yar been a boy, he would have taken her as his foremost disciple. Alas, he was a military physician and Yar was a girl. The harsh conditions were one thing, the battlefield was ever-changing, with victories and defeats occurring in the blink of an eye. There was no guarantee that one day, he too would fall as a casualty to the enemy's sword. Yi Qingju was grateful for Dr. Wang's recognition of Yer. Regardless of whether Shaoqi was male or female, she could not bear to part with her. Their bonds were unlike those of other families. Without any one of them, their lives would feel incomplete. A single large communal bed could accommodate 10 people. And sharing space with the Yi family was a family of 3. The man slept on one end with Yi Qingju's group, separated by a fabric curtain from his wife and daughter, while the 3 Yi sisters occupied the opposite end. There were indeed others who cohabited harmoniously, but the majority experienced continual friction. The people of Songtong County were indifferent to mediation. Their only concern was ensuring survival, and they would not interfere beyond that. Here, the price of rice was 2 coins higher than in Shaoshan village. Due to the ongoing conflict, provisions were requisitioned nearby, causing prices of grains and meats in the county town to rise. As summer approached, the northern flora was just beginning to unfurl its leaves, and wild greens were in season. Panner continued to manage their food supplies. They had brought sufficient supplies. With just oil, salt, and flour, they could prepare meals. However, the nearby wild greens were quickly depleted, not just by them, as many people still resided outside Songtong County, all hoping to survive the lean season with foraged greens. Conflicts arose frequently. Initially, neither side yielded, but as tensions escalated, the locals, being protective of their territory, tended to favor their own populace. Over time, a peculiar balance began to form. Within a 3-mile radius of the village, they remained undisturbed, while locals who were reluctant to venture into the town to sell eggs would place baskets of eggs at the village entrance, engaging in trade with the outsiders seeking refuge. Among those who stayed with the Yi family was Yang Qiu, who had a daughter just over 4 years old. After becoming acquainted, Yi Qingju learned from Sister Yang that her husband was the 3rd of 4 brothers. Their youngest brother was spoiled as the youngest, leading the elder brother to seek business opportunities in the second brother's household, taking along their in-laws and the youngest brother to the neighboring county. Yang Qiu had not been favored by her mother-in-law due to giving birth to a daughter in her first pregnancy. Her family only visited during festivals, and she had not returned home in 4 years. Abandoned, Yang Qiu's family felt desolate and resentful. Those who had not experienced such trials could hardly comprehend their plight. Their companionship with the Yi family was a mere chance encounter along the road. Most people were burdened, carrying valuables and precious belongings. Yang Qiu's family was no exception. With such a small child, they encountered troubles on the first day. While the adults could endure hunger and keep pace, the child would wail. Carrying both their burdens and the child, they had to soothe her when thirsty, carry her when she fell asleep, and change her wet clothes. The couple was already fraught with tension, and the child's cries added to their distress. Sister Yang fell behind in the crowd, breaking down in tears, while Yang Qiu stood helplessly by, trying to comfort her. As both adults and the child cried, the young man, newly minted as a husband and father, found himself at a loss. Yi Qingju and her companions, having bid farewell to the familiar military physician, fell to the back of the group as they departed. Others bypassed Yang Qiu's family, and by the time they encountered Yi Qingju, the crowd had thinned considerably. They had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. But the little girl's face had turned purple from crying, and if it continued, the outcome could be dire. Yaer, with a tender heart, looked up at her elder brother. Ling Jiao, seeing her brother neither nod nor shake his head, took hold of Shaoqi and walked away. The child had merely been crying too long. Once she recovered her breath, she would be well again. Yang Qiu and her husband felt both fear and regret. In their self-indulgence, they nearly caused their daughter's demise. The two families ended up walking together at the rear, engaging in light conversation and thus forming a bond. Yang Qiu's daughter, Yang Xiaotao, was a rather lovely child, her voice still sweet and curious as she learned to speak. Apart from Yi Qingju, whose serious demeanor could be intimidating at times, Xiaotao was not particularly fearful of the others. Having never traveled far, the sight of so many people on the road was fresh and fascinating for her. With the children of the Yi family assisting in caring for Xiaotao, Sister Yang found the journey considerably lighter after the earlier outburst. Though the crying incident was embarrassing, it did bring a sense of relief. Upon reaching Songtong County, the two families found themselves perfectly matched in number and familiarity, naturally congregating in a large communal sleeping area. The moment Yi Tangwan settled in, he began probing the locals for news. Unlike others who had homes to return to, they were adrift. After the battle concluded, they could not simply return home. The burden of many responsibilities weighed heavily on the eldest brother, and he and Lu Cheng had inquired with numerous individuals at the wounded soldiers' tent. The soldiers of General Bai Mei were undoubtedly knowledgeable. As Yanzhou was the fief of the Prince of Yan, it was somewhat remote, impoverished, and sparsely populated. However, the military spoke highly of the prince, describing him as a man of both literary and martial prowess, filled with love for the country and its people. Should they venture westward, they would encounter seasoned officials in the various prefectures who would readily exploit the plight of the common folk slain by bandits to claim credit with the court. Seeking death in such circumstances would be folly. Yi Tangwan was not inquiring about Yanzhou, which lay several hundred miles away, but rather, he sought news from the capital. Should the capital remain in turmoil, his brother insisted they would need to take a detour. If there were still regular comings and goings without affecting the commoners, they planned to save time by passing through the capital. Sanxi County was a small town, and the responsibility for maintaining order outside the city fell to minor officials, whose knowledge of the situation was limited. Yi Tangwan returned disheartened. Chapter 88. The night before parting. Lu Qing was sketching a route on the ground. Avoiding the capital would add at least half a month to their journey, and if it rained, delays could extend even further. Just as Yi Tangwan returned, Lu Cheng noticed his expression and deduced that no useful information had been gleaned. The three sisters had ventured out to forage for wild vegetables while also checking with the villagers for some coarse grains. Yi Qingju had taken Fulu into the city. They possessed passes stating they were staying in the straw hut with Yang Qiu's family, which had the semblance of seeking free lodging. As long as they exercised caution to avoid being reported, they should encounter no significant issues. It has now been 3 days since they set foot outside Sanxi County. With the arrival of the onset of summer, the heat will soon envelop the land. Lacking any donkey or horse-drawn carts, traveling during the harshest days of winter and summer can be perilous. Yi Qingju and his companion lingered in the county town for an entire day, donning the attire befitting their desperate circumstances. Within the tea-houses, taverns, and bustling markets, they could not help but overhear numerous discussions. For instance, it was said that the county magistrate, Zheng Fugui, was miserly and overly fond of wealth, earning him the disparaging nickname treasure pot among the townsfolk. There was a figure of note in the county named Lang Biao, whose appearance was unremarkable, a robust man lacking scholarly finesse. Yet, he possessed a unique talent for discerning the hearts of women. Rumor had it that many wealthy gentry and even officials from the provincial government sought him out, promising gold, silver, jewels, and even positions of power in exchange for introductions to suitable women. However, the suitability he referred to was not in the traditional sense of matchmaking, but rather in the most intimate of contexts, aligning with the desires of the two brothers. Such a man as Lang Biao, who thrived on procuring concubines for others, elicited both disdain and envy. Yi Qingju remained vigilant. He had a younger sister and could not allow her to fall under Lang Biao's gaze. What fate could befall a girl in the hands of such a man? In years past, how many beautiful young women had been discarded from the back doors of brothels? The common folk of Sanxi County did not live well. The floods of the Huai River had yet to reach this place, indicating that those in power were hardly virtuous. Upon reuniting with his brothers outside the city, Yi Qingju expressed his thoughts. Sanxi County is not a favorable place. It would be prudent for us to depart sooner rather than later. Additionally, Ling Jiao, you three must prepare yourselves. When we pass through the city gates, adopt the most unappealing appearances possible, for there are wolves within. Ling Jiao understood the implication. There were those who brazenly forced good men into disgraceful positions. Yi Qingju continued, stating that there were surely those in Sanxi County providing protection for such nefarious individuals, and suggested they circumvent Yanjing. Yi Tangwan hesitated. Elder brother, taking the route through Yanjing would spare us from the harsh sun and wind for over half a month. Moreover, if the capital is not as chaotic as we fear, we might even find a way to settle there. Yi Qingju's expression darkened. Third brother, I understand your desire to see the capital. Even if it were not chaotic, it would still be a place of complexities. What skills do you possess? If Lord Guo were to discover any one of us, it would be a fate worse than death. Do you believe otherwise? What is there to be gained in the capital? Is it worth risking our lives for an uncertain future? Lu Qing interjected, sensing his elder brother's rising ire. Elder brother. The third brother is simply anxious. It's not that we intend to leave without returning, we are merely trying to ensure we do not go hungry. He then asked, by the way, have we decided on going to Yanzhou? Is it easy to settle there? Yi Qingzhu shot a glare at his younger brother before replying, rest assured. I have inquired. Yanzhou is sparsely populated, and its tax revenues are low. It is indeed a good opportunity for those wishing to settle down. However, he added, there is a downside. The conditions in Yanzhou are harsh, and as southerners, we may struggle to adapt. Ling Jiao, who was busy preparing their two younger sisters, did not turn around and remarked, brother, let us not forget who we are. Do we truly have the luxury to be concerned about adapting? How foolish of me. Very well, everyone, make your preparations. We shall depart in the next day or two. We must also bid farewell to Qiuge and the others, as it is only proper to say our goodbyes. I fear Xiaodao may shed tears. Yang Qiu had just returned from the village after exchanging rice when his wife called him aside. The 7 members of the Yi family claimed they were seeking refuge with relatives, yet traveled at a leisurely pace. Previously, he sensed something amiss, but upon reflection, he surmised they must be looking after their family of 3. Yang Qiu found his wife's analysis reasonable. With so many people congregated, arguments erupted daily. Yet, their 2 families seemed as one, with their young daughter being cared for by Yi Qingzhu's 3 sisters. Yang Qiu approached Yi Qingzhu, and despite their 10-year age difference, they exchanged heartfelt farewells, aware that this parting might be their last. Yang Qiu's family truly felt reluctant to let them go, as they had shared a roof with their parents and elder brother, requiring respect for the elders and care for the young. His parents were seeking refuge with his second elder brother, unwilling to take the 3 of them along. Yang Qiu harbored his own thoughts. After 20 years of limited exposure to the outside world, he felt only fear and unfamiliarity. As a man, he found himself shrinking in the face of uncertainty. He looked to Yi Qingzhu, who was merely 14 yet bravely led a group of younger siblings on a journey of hundreds of miles. Yang Qiu had never heard of the place they came from, nor of their intended destination. His envy was palpable, yet Yi Qingzhu could not make decisions for him. Each had their own path to tread. Casual acquaintances could only share a few words, lacking any profound connection. Sister Yang understood her husband well, having lived in the family for many years, navigating the ups and downs. The aspirations of Yang Qiu were often dismissed by both young and old alike, leaving him to confide in himself. That night, the 10 of them lay on a communal bed, with Xiaodao crying and refusing to let Ling Jiao and the others leave. Sister Yang remarked, if you truly cannot bear to part, why not ask a few of your aunts if they would like you to join them? If all else fails, you could accompany them. Though it appeared to be a test of her husband's resolve, it was also a way to gauge his feelings. In their thatched cottage, sound carried easily. When one child cried, nearby children followed suit. If Sister Yang remained silent, it would not be long before the neighbors began to gossip. Yang Qiu, unable to speak through the curtain, could only apologize to Yi Qingzhu and the others, explaining that the child was simply being unreasonable. Xiaodao indeed lacked understanding. Yet children possess an innate sense of who treats them kindly. At home, apart from her parents, everyone else scolded and glared at her. Her cousins would corner her, smearing mud on her face. The relatives from the Yi family were so kind, they had never quarreled with her. Xiaodao sobbed, 7th aunt. Do you want Xiaodao to come with you? The youngest, Yer, was busy helping her siblings with Xiaodao, gathering wild vegetables and tending the fire. Of course. 7th aunt wishes to take you with her, but you are your parents' child and must stay with them. We cannot take you along as we journey to far-off places. Xiaodao cried, burying herself in Sister Yang's embrace and imploring, Mother, I want to go with Aunt. Sister Yang gently wiped her tears, sighing, Dearest Tower, do not cry. Your father wishes to take us to find his parents and brothers. We cannot run off with someone else's family. She patted her and urged her to sleep. Yang Qiu remained silent, feeling a pang of disappointment in his heart. Chapter 89, Parting Without Knowing When We Shall Meet Again. Old Lady Yang held the family reins with unwavering authority, standing tall despite having 4 sons. Among her 3 daughters-in-law, the eldest was the most industrious and perceptive, the second, though wealthy and absent, was favored by Old Lady Yang, while the third, though diligent and selfless, could not compare in terms of financial contributions. Sister Yang reflected on the years she had endured since marrying into the family, filled with trials and grievances, tears welling in her eyes. Her husband, while caring, was also a hard worker. Yet, living together as a large family required more than mere labor to sustain harmony. At that moment, young Qiu was consumed by inner turmoil. 5 fingers of differing lengths, human hearts are inherently biased. These were the parents who raised him year after year, muddling through life. The sudden arrival of insurgents brought chaos to his doorstep, unveiling all that had been hidden during the surgent time. He understood his wife's sentiment. He too had entertained thoughts of leaving. However, women, with their long hair and short sight, often lacked the means to venture forth. Possessing only the meager savings she had secretly stashed away over the years against his wishes. The whereabouts mentioned by Brother Yi are utterly unknown to her. And should one wish to follow, it ultimately depends on the willingness of others to lead. Furthermore, Brother Yi embarks on a quest to reunite with family. What of them? Surely, if their parents and elder brother could utter even a single word, his heart would not bear such anguish. With calamity looming, he departed with all the valuable possessions of the household, leaving him bereft of anything. Is he not their biological offspring? Yi Qingju and the others fail to comprehend Yang Qiu. The parents of Lu Cheng and his sister are better off absent, while Panner's parents lack any semblance of conscience. The remaining few are akin to those born of the earth. Little Tao continues to chatter with Aunt Yang about following her aunt, yet Aunt Yang, unable to hear the desired decision, resorts to scaring the child into silence. Lingjiao gazes into the night with wide eyes, sighing softly. Life for men and women is fraught with difficulty. Why then must they bind themselves together? How much freer it is to be like her. Among the 10 individuals in the thatched cottage, perhaps only little Tao can enjoy a restful slumber. The sighs and unspoken words of the night preserve the dignity between the 2 unfamiliar families. When dawn breaks, both families partake in their final meal. And amidst the cries of young Xiaodao, Yi Qingju departs with her siblings, not looking back. Just as unexpectedly as they appeared by Yang Qiu's side that day. Their departure is equally hasty. The couple stands there, gazing at their retreating figures, motionless for a long time. Perhaps with just half a step, they could have embraced an entirely different life. Yet in the end, they succumb to timidity, unwilling to accept the status quo, lacking the courage to shatter these shackles. Traversing through Songtong County towards Yenzhou, the route is winding. Unless they wish to share the night sky with wild wolves, they must navigate towards inhabited areas. Once more they set forth, each of the 7 carrying a bamboo basket, leaving the cart in Shaoshan village. Though they possess silver, they dare not flaunt it for fear of attracting the attention of ill-intentioned souls. To minimize expenses, Lu Cheng and Yer resume their collection of herbs along the way. Yi Qingju and Lingjiao occasionally team up to hunt with the remaining few. During their time assisting in Sanxi Town, despite the toil, each person garnered different benefits. Lingjiao, for instance, learned various combat techniques. The martial skills acquired in the military are for survival and combat, not merely for show. Yar absorbed a portion of pharmacology, primarily concerning external and bone injuries. The military physician's exclusive prescriptions are not to be divulged, yet acquiring a smattering of knowledge is advantageous. Upon encountering small towns, they replenish their supplies. In larger counties, they sell herbs and accumulated rabbit pelts for silver or trade for salt and grain. After the Xiaomen festival, walking during the day leads to perspiration. Panner retrieves everyone's thin garments, previously unnoticed. Now upon changing, it becomes apparent that they have all grown taller. The younger ones are fine, but the older ones have no choice but to wear slightly short old clothes. Once they find a fabric shop, Panner purchases summer cloth according to everyone's measurements. To expedite the making of garments, they must reduce their travel time during the day. When the heat becomes unbearable, they find a place to rest, with Panner and Yer working together to sew. The cooking duty falls to Lingjiao. Chinger, how far have we traveled? On this day, while lodging with a family in a small village, Yi Qingju takes her brothers down to the river for a bath. Lu Cheng wipes his face with his hand, stating, "We've covered 600 li. However, with summer approaching, we may face increased rainfall, and we cannot maintain this pace for our future journey." Oh, what's the rush? We've distanced ourselves from the capital, Haven Tiwi. We've withdrawn from the battleground. The speed of our journey matters little. You know how storytellers speak of wandering heroes traversing mountains and rivers. Aren't we somewhat akin to them? Bubbling up through the water, Fulu surfaces, saying, "Third brother. Heroes need not worry about silver. We are on a humble journey." You're such a killjoy, always bringing down the mood. The two splash water at each other, laughing, and swim away. The river water in early summer still carries a chill, yet Yi Qingju and Lu Cheng, having swum in the sea during winter, find the coolness hardly bothersome. Roughly parting their hair with their fingers, they retrieve the remaining few seeds of soap nut from the bank. A rare treasure they obtained from Ur, treasured dearly. The commonly used soap pods and wood ash in the north are still somewhat unfamiliar to them. Perhaps when they can no longer acquire southern goods, they will make use of them. Liangjiao borrows a stove from the host family to boil water. They have not bathed properly for nearly 2 months, and their skin itches. Most importantly, they wish to don fresh garments, thus spending 2 coins to heat water for bathing. Liangjiao promises to fill the water tank once they finish tidying up. When the brothers return with damp hair, the 3 sisters are ready to head out to work. Liangjiao intends to fetch water, while the other 2 plan to wash and store everyone's clothing. During the day's journey, they stick poles into the baskets to hang their garments. With the current weather, everything dries within a day. Panner provides the brothers with cloths to dry their hair. The first person dries half, twisting the cloth as much as possible before passing it to the next. With only 2 cloths for the 7 of them, there is little room to carry many things while on the road. Dinner is prepared only after the host family has finished their meal. Staying with others allows them to save quite a bit of money. They have previously stayed in the cheapest dormitory, costing 2 coins per person, adjacent to a livestock stall. Foul-smelling and cramped. When pressed for time, they occasionally spend the night in the wilderness, necessitating someone to keep watch, sleeping in shifts, and delaying their departure until later the next day. Chapter 90. A request for help refused. With every stop along the way, they inquire about local news. It is said that millions have gathered along the banks of the Yellow River, locked in a stalemate without a victor. There are also whispers of unrest brewing. As the emperor's son in the capital grows increasingly unruly, the 5th prince, previously dispatched for disaster relief and now the king of Yen, was early dismissed to his fief for failing in his duties and thus unable to participate. Moreover, rumors abound that the world is on the brink of chaos. Last year's floods were a warning, yet the ruling family remains heedless. If the royal family continues to ignore the signs, they will eventually lose their grip on the realm. Of course, such words come from a mad old scholar. It is said he was once a renowned talent in the vicinity, yet for reasons unknown, he spent half his life as a scholar. Upon returning from an examination one time, he went mad. Thereafter, the wife of the scholar, unable to endure their life, eloped with another man. The scholar's parents lost all face, consumed by both anger and grief, and shortly thereafter, they too passed away. When Lu Cheng encountered the madman, he attentively listened to his analysis of the situation and ultimately treated him to a hearty meal. Yi Qingzhu, curious, inquires of Lu Cheng, "Do you believe what he said?" "I do not know. I have no reason to refute him." "Brother, the situation is tumultuous, and acquiring information is exceedingly difficult. I think it best we find a place to settle soon. In your opinion, is Yanzhou safe?" Lu Cheng gently shakes his head. "I am uncertain. However, there is one thing I believe you should recall, the note burned in Shaoshan village. The world is vast. Yet the only place I am willing to stake a bet on is Yanzhou." "Cheng'er, I am beginning to believe in causality." The two exchange a knowing smile. Since birth, the tone of fate has indeed been set. Yet only by traversing through life and making each choice can one ultimately determine the kind of person they have become. Their starting point was as low as dust, even amidst the mud. Fortunately, they did not abandon their struggle and have now risen to the surface alongside countless others. After a night's rest, the group packs their belongings and hastens on their journey. Unless faced with a torrential downpour or the scorching midday sun, they strive to cover as much distance as possible without pausing. Carrying a heavy burden is undoubtedly a toil, yet the elder brother's decision must surely have its rationale. The younger ones, hesitant to lag behind, resorted to propping themselves up with wooden sticks when their legs faltered. Yar and Fulu, despite carrying the least weight, found their short legs still impeded their pace. Yi Qingzhu, filled with anxiety, could no longer suppress her urge to voice her concerns. "Elder brother, something seems off with Shaoqi. Shall we pause for a moment?" Panner, observant and astute, quickly interjected as she sensed something amiss. "What now?" The further they ventured north, the more challenging it became to procure provisions. Moreover, some small shops were closed even in broad daylight. This was not a favorable sign. A prosperous era's watchdog is preferable to a chaotic one filled with low-ranking officials. Had they not been dressed in tattered rags themselves, they would have faced countless robberies along the road. Yar felt a chill envelop her, and a sharp pain gripped her stomach. Her small hand clutched fifth sister's wrist, rendering her speechless. Upon noticing Xiaoqi's pale complexion and the sheen of sweat upon her brow, Panner gasped in alarm. A few days prior, they had been caught in a torrential downpour and all had fallen ill. Fortunately, their pack contained medicine. After each drank a bowl of black herbal soup and perspired, they had nearly recovered. Elder brother, you must come and see. Xiaoqi appears to be in distress. Hearing the urgency in Panner's voice, the group hurriedly turned around. At that moment, Xiaoqi clutched her abdomen with one hand, her eyes tightly shut, her face a mask of agony. When did you start feeling unwell? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Xiaoqi, I'm here. If it hurts, can you speak? Panner crouched beside her, explaining. Xiaoqi has hardly spoken since we set out this morning. I thought she was simply tired. Just now, she began to slow down, and I could barely pull her along. When I looked back, this was the state she was in. Lingjiao turned to Lu Qing and asked, Fourth brother, should we head back or press onward? Let us move forward. There should be a town within 7 or 8 li. We can inquire about a physician from the locals, replied Lingjiao. She swiftly removed Yar's burden from her back, grasping her arm with one hand and lifting her lightly with the other, all while still holding her own pack. Yi Qingzhu took Yar's load, urging them to hasten their pace. This time, they dared not lag behind. Panner and Fulu had to quicken their steps to keep up. Lingjiao felt the little girl on her back groan. They had all shared the same hardships, so why had her condition suddenly deteriorated? Upon reaching the town, their faces were etched with worry as they questioned everyone they encountered about the whereabouts of a physician, desperate for help. After inquiring with over a dozen people, they finally learned how to find the healer's residence. There was no clinic in the town, and the villages were spaced far apart. Typically, each village would have a barefoot doctor familiar with folk remedies. The most reputable in Tongluo town was Old Gung from Huda village, so they hurried toward it. Panner, feeling weak, could hardly keep up, and she proposed to the elder brother, second sister, you both walk swiftly. Do not mind us. Please attend to Xiaoqi's ailment first. We will follow slowly behind and meet you at Huda village. Yi Qingzhu glanced at Lingjiao, who nodded in agreement. Yar had already lost consciousness, and further delays could prove fatal. Thus, the group split. Yi Tangwan led the younger ones behind, while Yi Qingzhu took Lingjiao and Lu Cheng ahead. Upon reaching Huda village, even Lingjiao was breathless. Old Gung's home was easy to locate. Every household in the village had open courtyards, but Old Gung's was filled with drying herbs. Yi Qingzhu, along with her siblings, sought him out, only to find that Old Gung had just stepped out for an errand. A sudden influx of unfamiliar children appeared in the village, and upon hearing of the ongoing chaos outside, many rushed to bring their children indoors, preparing to close their doors. With Yar in such dire straits, there was no time to seek another town for help. Yi Qingdu instructed Lingjiao to keep a close watch on Xiaoqi, then took Lu Cheng and began kneeling at each door, pleading for assistance. The heavy sound of a wooden door creaking open filled the air as Yi Qingzhu looked up, filled with hope, only to find an elderly man with a head of white hair. Grandfather, I implore you, my sister is unconscious, please save her. Seeing someone finally open the door, Lu Cheng prostrated himself, begging, Elder, we mean no harm. Please tell us where we might find Old Gung. The old man opened the door wider, revealing his stooped figure. Where do you hail from? Yi Qingzhu, uncertain of his intentions, responded honestly. It's not that we are indifferent to suffering. Just days ago, others like us, in tattered clothing and with foreign accents, sought Old Gung for help. Within the hour, they were taken away by the authorities. They carried a plague, so it would be wise for you to keep your distance. Yi Qingzhu shook her head fervently, Grandfather. We are free of plague. We are all well. My sister merely has an upset stomach. Oh, child, why do you persist? Regardless of whether you are afflicted, we cannot risk the safety of our village. Go quickly. If you linger here, it may cost your sister her life. With those words, the elderly man shut the door again, securing it with a bolt. Yi Qingzhu sank to her knees, while Lu Cheng covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down, mingling with sweat, leaving uneven trails on his cheeks. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu rose, pulling the despairing Lu Cheng to his feet. Jinger, the old man speaks the truth. They are afraid to treat anyone. We must hurry to a larger place, to the county town. Steady yourself. A man should not only know how to weep. Where's your composure? Xiaoqi is waiting for us. Let us go find a carriage. Lu Qing wiped his face with his sleeve, though still trembling. He found clarity in his thoughts. His sister's sudden illness had indeed shaken him. Right, we need to find a carriage. We can hardly move. After reuniting with Lingjiao, they arrived at the entrance of a village, where Yi Qingzhu called out, "Is there anyone at home? We beseech you to inform us where we might rent a carriage. We would be immensely grateful." Yi Tangwan and the younger siblings soon caught up, and upon hearing his elder brother's inquiry, he added, "A mere mention will suffice. Here are 10 copper coins as our gratitude to the benevolent." From within, a hushed argument between a man and woman ensued, and shortly after, a sharp female voice declared, "Ding Xiaozi from the west side of Dating Village." The brothers expressed their gratitude, and Yi Tangwan retrieved 10 coins from Lu Cheng, leaving them at the threshold before bowing deeply and stepping back. Yi Qingzhu led them to Dating Village, where they managed to locate Ding Xiaozi's home, thankfully avoiding another dead end. Promising to pay double the fare, Ding Xiaozi, while feigning reluctance, muttered something about not wanting the children to suffer and accumulating good karma for himself. However, upon reaching the county town gate, he began to twist the terms of their agreement regarding the fare. Yi Qingzhu and the others, in urgent need of a physician, chose not to argue with him. They paid him promptly and hurried into the town. The medical clinics were nearing closing time, and at the first establishment, a young apprentice was about to shut the door. Yi Qingzhu rushed forward to block his path, only to be met with a curt dismissal. "The physician has gone home for dinner. There's no one to attend to patients. Go find another clinic." The second clinic had already closed early, and despite knocking for a long while, nobody came to answer. They were left with no choice but to abandon that option and seek another. The third clinic still had lights on. Igniting a flicker of hope within Yi Qingzhu and her companions, they hurried inside, fearing this one too might close. In the clinic's main hall, a young man in his mid-20s was brewing tea, his demeanor gentle. "Sir, may I inquire if the physician is present? My sister is unconscious." The man rose quickly, saying, "I am the physician." He rushed toward Yar, who was being carried by Lingjiao, who had run the entire way, her throat parched and lips cracked, unable to utter a word. The physician checked Yar's eyelids and felt her pulse, his expression grave. "Follow me. Lay her on the bed. Only one of you needs to accompany. The rest should stay back to avoid causing chaos." Lu Cheng urged his elder brother, "Brother, you should go." Yi Qingzhu had something to express, yet ultimately refrained from speaking, merely nodding as she followed into the small room behind the curtain. The remaining individuals were of no assistance, so they casually found a spot to rest. After such a long journey, feeling both parched and famished, they found little inclination to eat. Their sole hope was for Xiaoqi's safety. Yi Qingzhu stood aside, observing the self-proclaimed physician as he retrieved a cloth pouch from his medicine box, untying the strings and unfurling it to reveal a collection of needles of varying sizes. How careless, she thought, as he proceeded to loosen the patient's garments. Realizing her oversight, Yi Qingzhu approached Yer, who had donned short tunics and trousers for convenience during their travels. Xiaoqi lay there with a furrowed brow, having been subjected to this treatment for merely a few hours. "Sir, is it possible to only remove her upper garments?" The physician, engaged in selecting a needle, glanced at Yer's legs and softly acknowledged her request. "You come hold the lamp, but be steady. If by chance you were to accidentally cause harm to your sister, the blame would rest on me." Yi Qingzhu's hand trembled slightly before she regained her composure. "Rest assured, sir, I shall hold it steady." "Goodness. How impoverished must your family be, that a child cannot even afford a simple garment?" Yi Qingzhu gasped softly, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "I neglected it. Once her ailment is cured, I will procure fabric for clothing." "Sir, is my sister gravely ill?" "Silence. From now on, do not utter a word. It's best to hold your breath. Disturbing my work could lead to dire consequences." Yi Qingzhu licked her cracked lips, closing her mouth and moderating her breathing. As the man began the first injection, he took considerable time to measure before accelerating the pace. Yi Qingzhu's anxiety mounted as the young girl was pricked multiple times. After approximately half an hour, the man straightened and stretched his back. "What a laborious task. Guqing, where on earth have you been? Come quickly and grind the ink." Yi Qingzhu looked in surprise at the physician, uncertain of whom he was calling. Moments later, a youth of around 16 or 17 entered, a sullen expression on his face. Mumbling, "With so many medicinal names to utter, must you really call out Guqing? If it's the ghost festival, one might as well summon a priest." The young physician jabbed the apprentice with a paperweight. "Stop your incessant prattling, you're sounding like a woman. If not Guqing, what else should I call him? Wei Xiang? Shanying? Choose one." The apprentice, clutching an ink stick in frustration, stamped his foot. Young master, must this go on forever? Chongqing would suffice. Dongqing is fine too. Or even Jingjia, any of those would do. With so many servants at home, why must my name be the subject of mockery? Enough. I am about to write a prescription. Prepare to gather the herbs and concoct the medicine. Humph. This pair of master and servant seemed accustomed to bickering, so different from Yi Qingju's previous encounters. She was still carefully controlling her breathing while holding the lamp. Was it not evident that she was a living person? The physician wrote the prescription, and the apprentice glanced at it before pouting and departing to gather the ingredients. The needles in Shaoqi's body had yet to be removed, leaving Yi Qingju uncertain whether she should speak. Oh, you can set the lamp down and rest for a moment. It will be another quarter hour before the needles are removed. Yi Qingju cautiously took a few steps, steadied, and stiffly placed the lamp on a higher table, discreetly rubbing her sore arms. Thank you, sir. When should I settle the consultation and medicine fees? I shall go inform my brothers at home. No hurry, your sister is still unconscious. Besides, this ailment takes 10 or 8 days to recover from. We can settle everything upon your departure. Sir, what precisely is wrong with my sister? If I tell you, you won't comprehend. It's intestinal colic, presenting quite acutely. Had you not encountered me, delaying treatment could have led to a loss of life. The term was indeed unfamiliar, yet Yi Qingju understood that Shaoqi's condition was severe. A wave of dread washed over her. Had they lingered at Huda village waiting for that old man, they could have endangered Shaoqi's life. Thankfully, the elder had advised them to leave. Should anything happen to Shaoqi due to his decision, how would she face Lu Cheng? She would spend the rest of her life consumed by guilt and regret. Yi Qingju bowed once more in gratitude to the youthful physician. Chapter 92. Yar recovers. Once the needles were removed, Yar languidly regained consciousness. The apprentice, Guiqing, brought over the medicine, and Yi Qingju smiled as she accepted it, blowing on each spoonful before feeding it to Yar. The physician stifled a long yawn, instructing Guiqing to monitor the patient's condition, advising that should pain intensify or fever arise, he should be awakened, and then he departed. After drinking the medicine, Yar fell asleep again, prompting Yi Qingju to quietly inquire of Guiqing, Guiji. Hey, think before you speak. Apologies, Guiji. Go ahead, what is it? Is it all right if my sister does not eat? Focus on yourselves for now, those in the main hall are nearly starving. As for her, it's best if she refrains from eating for the next 3 days. Rest assured, with my young master's intervention, her life is certainly secure. There's a small door leading to the back of the main hall. The medicine room has a dedicated stove for cooking. You can manage your own meals. I only attend to my young master. Thank you, Guiji, we can manage ourselves. But what about my sister? Go on with your business. I shall keep watch over her. It's all part of the consultation fee. After all, we cannot accept payment without fulfilling our duties. Yi Qingju proceeded to the main hall, quietly leading her siblings to the back courtyard of the medical hall, where they found the stove that Guiqing had mentioned. With some leftover rice in Panar's basket, they prepared a thin rice porridge and paired it with pancakes smeared with sauce to fill their stomachs. Nestled in a chair in the medical hall, they slept through the night, and at dawn, the attendant opening the door was taken aback. The second young master had frequently brought back patients, but this was the first time he had returned with so many. Judging by the situation, they might have a few peaceful days ahead. Yi Qingju accompanied Lu Cheng to find Guiqing, and upon entering, they found Yar awake, albeit hesitant to move. Upon seeing her two brothers, her eyes widened in curiosity. The young girl had lost weight during her illness, her little face visibly gaunt, yet her bright eyes sparkled with unspoken words. Lu Cheng gently touched his sister's head, asking if she still felt pain. Yar moved her lips, indicating she did not. Guiqing had informed them that Yar was not yet permitted to eat or drink, so they merely sat with her in silence. As the medical hall opened, an elderly physician took over the consultation. Upon hearing their conversation, he realized that the young man from yesterday was indeed the second young master of the establishment. The family's medical practice required the younger generation to sit in the hall and gain experience once they came of age. The apprentice remarked, "We were fortunate to encounter the second young master, otherwise Shaoqi would have suffered greatly. Brother Cheng, rest assured, our Shaoqi is so kind-hearted. She will surely recover swiftly," Lu Cheng said softly, leaning his head against Yi Qingju's shoulder, feeling grateful for their presence. Otherwise, what would they have done in their helplessness? They had nearly lost their beloved sister. On the fifth day, Yar was able to sip a bit of porridge and could slowly walk a short distance. After 10 days, aside from her frailty, the young girl was fit to leave the medical hall. However, having endured such a severe illness, her strength had notably diminished. The second young master of Yongchuntang learned they were preparing to journey to Yenzhou, which was 300 miles away, yet Yar was not fit for travel. Yi Qingju understood well that Shao Qi's body could not withstand further strain. During this time, while Shao Qi recuperated, they did not remain idle but inquired about nearby villages where they could settle. Unfortunately, their efforts were met with disappointment for various reasons. Firstly, they had no relatives to vouch for them in the area. Secondly, they lacked any official titles or credentials. Thirdly, there were no elders in their family. There was a possibility to settle in Ruilon County, but they would have to separate into 7 households, each family adopting one of them. Yi Qingju was, of course, unwilling. Not to mention splitting into 7 families, she would not agree to even 2. The journey so far had taken them through many villages and towns, and they remained on the road precisely because settling was fraught with complications. Yenzhou was in need of people, a fact they had learned while in Sanxi Town. The Wang family had posted an announcement stating that any willing to migrate would receive 5 taels of silver and 3 acres of land per household. If the common folk of Yenzhou can persuade their relatives from afar to come to Yenzhou, they shall receive a certain reward. Their relentless journey northward is fueled by the belief that Yenzhou represents their final hope. However, should they encounter a suitable place along the way, it is certain they would choose to settle there. Regrettably, after traversing such a great distance, Linzhou County stands as an exception. In other regions, due to their youth, they are denied the establishment of households. The lowly cannot buy or sell land, engage in commerce, or pursue education. They are relegated to the most menial of professions. How could they accept such a fate? Especially for Lu Cheng, who, after a brief explanation of the distinctions here, led Yi Qingju to prefer embarking on a long journey to secure proper household registration. Although Fu Lu is not particularly loquacious, his past misstep of inadvertently acquiring dragon saliva has made him the subject of scorn, rendering him even more reticent in the presence of others. During moments of respite, Yi Qingju would take this young lad aside for conversation. After a few attempts at encouragement, Fu Lu seemed to revert to his former self. Yet Yi Qingju understood that this hurdle remained insurmountable in his heart. Unless they could find a place to settle and live better than in Shaoshan village, perhaps Lu Zi could finally find peace of mind. The second young master only charged them 35 taels of silver, a sum Yi Qingju readily paid. It was evident that he was sympathetic towards their plight, striving to keep the fee minimal. According to the medicine boy, the second young master's set of golden needles is quite precious, with each use costing 10 taels. With gratitude to Ya for her life-saving assistance, the 7 departed the county town, continuing their journey northward. However, considering Shao Qi's health, they did not travel too far each day. They discussed acquiring a donkey cart, but since oxen were still relatively common in the north and donkeys scarce, and horses were beyond their means, they ultimately purchased a wooden cart at the market. Yi Qingju and Lu Cheng formed one group, while Ling Jiao and Tang Yuan made up another, placing the heavier items and Shao Qi onto the cart, one pulling from the front and the other pushing from the back. On the day they bought the cart, the group laughed and chatted, reminiscing about how they had left that wooden cart behind at home, still hoping for it to be brought by Panner. Speaking of which, Panner felt somewhat embarrassed. Initially, when her parents intended to trade her for meat, she was terrified and inadvertently found her way to her elder brother. Had it been anyone else, they might have knocked her unconscious and consumed her. Thus, despite the hardships of travel and the burdens of domestic life, she cherishes her 6 remaining siblings dearly. That memory is not one of glory, and no matter how much Ling Jiao and Tang Yuan inquired, Panner refrained from divulging more. Yi Qingju halted their curiosity, noting that some secrets are best buried, such as Lu Cheng's past. The bond among the 7 is akin to that of bloodkin. The past holds little significance. Throughout their journey, they passed through numerous city gates. In some areas, the populace is prosperous and the allure of such places tempted them to linger. Alas, the requirements for settling in such locales are exceedingly high for outsiders, rendering them ineligible. In other regions, the people are fierce. The guards, if not clad in uniform, could easily be mistaken for bandits. Those passing through the gates are required to pay fees, as are vehicles and livestock. Because Yi Qingju and his companions are outsiders, their travel permits are stamped with a series of seals, which the guards exploit to extort additional fees. Ling Jiao, infuriated, nearly lashed out, but was restrained by Tang Yuan and Lu Cheng, who covered her mouth as they passed through the gate. On the first day of May, the seven collected a considerable amount of mugwort before sunrise, having heard that mugwort gathered before dawn wards off evil and alleviates misfortune. The mugwort of the Dragon Boat Festival is said to possess the highest medicinal efficacy, and Lu Cheng did not let the opportunity slip by, binding a large bundle of it to their backpacks. Even if it were not to be used for medicine, it could serve to ward off mosquitoes. As their journey grew increasingly arduous, they found solace in the fact that snakes, insects, and rodents were manageable. It was the elusive scorpions that proved most intolerable. The southern land is warm and humid, rife with venomous creatures. Yet, scorpions are particularly insidious. Perhaps due to Fu Lu's tender skin, he was the most frequently stung by scorpions. However, those scorpions seldom escaped unscathed. Fu Lu's quick reflexes and fierce strikes usually dispatched them the moment he sensed something amiss. Ya-er would often shake her head in dismay, lamenting that these poisonous creatures, both venomous and medicinal, are worth more alive than dead. Fu Lu rolled his eyes as he bled himself. This young lad, for reasons unknown, insisted on expelling the toxic blood rather than utilizing the antidotes at hand. Lu Cheng crossed his arms and remarked, "Since you refuse to use medicine, how about this? We use you as bait to attract the scorpions, which we can then catch and sell at the next town, with all proceeds going to you. Fourth brother, you have become increasingly insufferable." Lu Cheng's composure was undoubtedly a product of circumstance. Considering their age, it was indeed a time when one is prone to annoyance. He had seen those scorpions. Their venom is mild, causing pain for a few days, but not fatal. Yi Qingju found himself powerless in this matter, with only Lu Zi possessing such a disposition. It became a matter of flesh and blood. One cannot simply lift him up to sleep. By the 10th of May, they had reached the border between Yanzhou and Sangzhou. The undulating green mountains were not particularly lofty, and within the valleys, one might discover a small village or a patch of farmland. However, the landscape was largely desolate. Even before officially entering Yanzhou, towns had become scarce. Instead, they encountered scattered small villages, and as rumored, life here was indeed harsh and far from ideal. The one most unable to endure this reality was Tang Yuan, who favored lively, bustling places and enjoyed socializing. Given the prevailing poverty, one could only imagine the conditions in Yanzhou. They would soon learn what Yanzhou was truly like. If one were to travel from Yanzhou to the interior, inspections were far more stringent. However, entering Yanzhou, the checks on travel permits were conducted with an almost jovial demeanor, as if welcoming esteemed guests, and they were allowed passage with mere cursory glances. The guards at the Yanzhou border were naturally under the employ of the Prince of Yan. Prior to their arrival, they had heard tales of the prince's vast dominion, but were unprepared for the grim reality of this place. Once one arrives, they should not expect to leave easily. Yi Qingju and the others felt trepidation regarding their household registration. They were wary of the rumors. They feared what might happen if those tales proved untrue. Little did they know that even exiled criminals sought to forge connections and find alternative locations. Northern Yan, or Yanbei, is adjacent to the exile region of Ningzhou, indicating that Yanbei bears similarities to the place of exile. On the 14th of May, Yi Qingju and his companions trudged into Yanzhou, poised to embark on a new chapter of their lives. Meanwhile, He Zhaoxing, recently assigned to Yanbei, accompanied the recovering Yun Niang and his friend Lao Mu on their journey. The passage from Taizhou to Yanzhou necessitated crossing the Yellow River. He Zhaoxing was tasked with the handover of official duties, including the enumeration of the population, land, taxes, and prisons in Linao County, as well as arranging personnel for his subordinates. When they finally gathered their belongings to depart, they were caught in the midst of a battle by the Yellow River, barely escaping being thrust into the fray. Taking refuge on the southern bank of the Yellow River, they counted the days, hoping the court would swiftly quell the righteous army. He still had to take office in Yanbei. If this delay continued, he might face punishment and lose his official robes. Lao Mu, unfazed, remarked, "A mere minor official in that impoverished Yanbei? I see little purpose in holding such a position. Why not wander through the renowned mountains and rivers instead, making the most of this life?" He Zhaoxing, exasperated, slammed the table. "Lao Mu, you should really consider marrying a wife to keep you in check." "Oh, please don't meddle in my affairs." Lao Mu relished his carefree life, questioning why he would invite turmoil by bringing a woman home. "Once Yun Yang has recovered, and you have a son or daughter, I'll take them as my disciple." Then we can be neighbors, enjoying the winds and sharing humble meals together. Just imagining it is delightful. Old Moo, my child has yet to make his appearance. And you are already contemplating having him support you in your old age? I advise you to rear one yourself, or better yet, marry a wife and bear your own. Marry, you say? Just look at the current circumstances. One can only hope that Yanbei remains an untouched sanctuary. If this turmoil continues, the land will soon be shattered beyond repair. Alas, you ought to keep such thoughts to yourself. There are ears behind walls. If you have no fear of death, I wish to spend a few more years with you, Nyang. I simply cannot abide by your ways. Have I sold myself to the Zhao family? With their duplicitous faces, do they fear my uttering a single word? I shall take a stroll to clear my mind. Do not wait for my return for dinner. He Zhaoxing watched his departing friend and found himself wishing to act with more decisiveness. However, he was merely a scholar, unversed in governance. What means did he possess to care for Yunyang in her later years? In Changli City within Yenzhou, the Yan Wangfu had expanded upon a once grand residence, designating adjacent areas for administrative purposes. At this moment, Yi Qingzhu and his companions were led to the Office of Household Affairs. The official in question managed the population registration of the fiefdoms under Yan Wang's command. Yi Qingzhu nervously retrieved the household registration and travel permit from his person and handed them to the attendant beside him. Xing Huchao meticulously verified the information and the red seal, unfolding the travel permit for further scrutiny. From time to time, he raised his gaze to observe the 7 children standing before him. The documents are in order, Yi Qingzhu? Yes, my lord. The entirety of Yenzhou belonged to the Yan Wang, making the registration process uncomplicated. Yannan's 2 cities govern 6 counties and 18 towns, collecting taxes according to a stratified system. The upper class was taxed 3 taels, the middle class 2 taels, and the lower class 1 tael per individual. With no negotiations permitted, housing and farmland were to be acquired independently. In Yanbei's Guangyuan City, there were 2 counties and 5 towns. For small households of 3 or fewer, a resettlement grant of 5 taels and a homestead of 1 mu was provided, along with a thin patch of farmland. For middle households of more than 3 but fewer than 10, 8 taels and 2 mu of homestead plus 3 mu of farmland were allocated. Households exceeding 10 needed to be split into 2. Additionally, newly cultivated land required reporting to the village chief, with the first year being tax-exempt, followed by a 30% tax in the second year and 15% in the third year, subject to the Yan Wang's taxation policies. Xing Huchao paused momentarily to allow them time to absorb the information. Yi Qingzhu exchanged glances with his older siblings, conveying a clear message. They were evidently being sent to Yanbei. Tang Yuan remarked, "It surely cannot be a favorable place." Lu Cheng suggested, "We still have funds. Why not settle in Yannan?" Xing Huchao cleared his throat and continued, "The aforementioned conditions are calculated based on the adult labor force in your household. As for you all, Chapter 94, settling in Yejiling." Xing Huchao stroked his smooth chin and suddenly broke into a smile. "You have no able-bodied men. And Yi Qingzhu is only 14, is it not?" Yi Qingzhu tightened his nerves and replied, "Indeed, my lord." "Well then, it seems there is no alternative. You must be resettled in Yanbei. Without any young men, a family of 7 will need to send 1 or 2 to perform labor." Xing Huchao's words were laced with temptation, a blatant trap waiting to see how Yi Qingzhu would respond. "My lord, do the citizens of both Yannan and Yanbei enjoy equal rights to education, agriculture, trade, and marriage?" "Indeed, that is only natural," Xing Huchao replied, resembling a cat that is fully aware of its surroundings, lazily observing Yi Qingzhu. "One more question, if I may. The disparities between the north and south are considerable. Is this due to the harsh conditions in Yanbei?" Xing Huchao chuckled derisively before responding, "Not at all. Yannan is densely populated, with many people and scarce land. Much of the land is either clan-owned or the private estate of the prince, making it rare for commoners to acquire fertile land. Yanbei, on the other hand, boasts lush pastures, yet it suffers from a lack of population, leaving vast tracts of fertile land abandoned. Do not worry, before you all meet your end, you may cultivate as much wasteland as you desire. Our Yan Wang is quite lenient with taxes." In the face of Xing Huchao, Yi Qingzhu felt as though he were being duped, yet he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. After a mental struggle, Yi Qingzhu and his companions ultimately chose Yanbei. If they remained in Yannan, their funds would only suffice for settling down, leaving them unable to pursue any other endeavors. Xing Huchao cheerfully processed their household registration for Yanzhou, promptly handing the resettlement silver and land deeds to Yi Qingzhu. They were to select their homestead upon arrival, at which point the village chief would make a trip to the county office. As Yi Qingzhu glanced at the household registration document indicating they were to settle in Dewan Village, Yejiling Town, Guangyuan County, Yanzhou, his eyelids twitched. What sort of place is this? It looks like some remote mountain forest. That old fox wouldn't dare throw them into a den of wolves, would he? With the documents in black and white, sealed with red, Xing Huchao felt entirely at ease. Instructing the nearby attendant to notify the village chief at Yejiling to come and collect them. The attendant scampered away, and the foreboding sense in Yi Qingzhu and his companions only intensified, especially upon seeing that Huchao, who cleaned his pen, cleared the desk, and even brewed tea for himself. Serving the prince must be quite leisurely indeed. Xing Huchao was in high spirits. The prince had declared that if he could bring in a household each month, he would receive his salary. The more he worked, the more he earned. At least this month's salary was secured. Before the village chief of Yejiling arrived, his voice preceded him. "Old Chow, my brother, I'm here." The booming voice indicated a man of considerable stature. Indeed, as the door swung open, a brawny figure filled the doorway, glaring at Yi Qingzhu and the others with bulging eyes. Instinctively, Yi Qingzhu and Ling Jiao shielded the remaining children behind them, standing tall to meet his gaze. A tense standoff ensued, until Xing Huchao finished his last sip of tea, the sound of the teacup clinking against the table echoing conspicuously in the quiet room. "Well, why don't you all greet each other?" The village chief of Yejiling, Xiong Chumo, surveyed the 7 newly registered children in Dewan Village. "Look at them, spirited and vibrant. They will be easy to care for. Old Xing, it must be you again. I'll take all 7. Won't the white fox be angry?" "Angry? He has already snatched last month's and this month's, and you're as thick-headed as ever. If I didn't worry, Yejiling would be filled with more wild chickens than people." Yes, thank you, old Xing. "Oh, I brought some wild chickens for you at the entrance. Take them back for a supplement. I'll take the people with me." "Hey, this young lad looks quite robust. What is your name? How old are you?" Yi Qingzhu stood before this towering figure and had no choice but to look up to respond. "Yi Qingzhu, 14. "Ah, splendid. Let us go. I'll take you all back." "The village chief, my sister has just recovered from a serious illness and cannot walk quickly. What is to fear? I drove a horse cart here. Hurry up, or the white fox will come sniffing around to snatch you away." Though they did not understand whom he referred to, they had no choice but to gather their belongings and follow Xiong Chumo. Outside the main gate stood a horse cart without a canopy. Xiong Chumo approached, untied the reins, and beckoned them with a wave. "Get on, I'll treat you to some meat upon our return." Yi Qingzhu, along with Fulu and Pan climbed onto the cart, while Lingjiu pulled a handcart with Xiao Qi seated atop. Xiong Chumo boomed, "Tie your handcart to the back of the horse cart. All of you hop on. You want to make it home on foot before sunset." They were unaware of how far Yejiling was. Upon hearing this, they could only comply, fearing they would delay the village chief's dinner. The 7 children together weighed quite a bit, and with Xiong Chumo added to the mix, the black horse pulling the cart found the task somewhat burdensome. Departing from Changli City at around the second watch, they traversed the bustling streets, exiting through the towering city gates, where the path became uneven. Green hills flanked them, with elms and poplars surrounding them, and the forest occasionally echoed with the calls of unfamiliar birds. The steady rhythm of hoofbeats ahead raised a cloud of dust behind them. In the latter half of May, the dry road, parched from days without rain, scorched their feet. Xiong Chumo is a loquacious individual, incessantly sharing his thoughts about the shop and that little eatery from the moment they set foot on the street. Even after passing through the city gates, he remains undeterred in his chatter. Liang County comprises merely 2 towns. The first, Yejiling Town, derives its name from the abundance of wild chickens, while the other, Sanxi Town, is characterized by its gentle hills and numerous watercourses. Traversing through Changli City leads them to Luoxin City, and subsequently, they enter Guangyuan City. When Xiong Chumo speaks of returning home for a meal, he refers to lunch 3 days hence. Along the journey, Yi Tangwan inquires extensively from Xiong Lijing, acquiring a wealth of information. He also shares his own insights. For instance, the individual known as the White Fox is none other than Bai Huali, the Lianghuai of the neighboring Sanxi Town. It is said that he possesses a frail appearance, yet his cunning is unparalleled. Initially, Xiong Chumo had ventured to Changli City to retrieve someone, only to find that Bai Huali had already taken them away. With his intended charge gone, he was left with no choice but to remain in Changli City, persistently persuading Hu Chao to devise a solution. By an extraordinary stroke of luck, Yi Qingzhu and his companions were delayed for over 10 days due to Xiao Qi's sudden illness. Thus, upon their arrival in Changli City, they coincidentally encountered Bai Huali departing with those originally meant for Lianghuai Town. Throughout the journey, Xiong Lijing maintained an exuberant demeanor, despite his rugged appearance. His emotions, be it anger or joy, were vividly displayed upon his countenance. As they meandered around the mountains, they encountered few travelers, and the villages were scarce. Xiong Lijing remarked that the locals seldom venture out unless absolutely necessary, with markets held on the 3rd and 8th days of the month, where they trade for what they lack. Upon reaching Lianghuai Town, Yi Qingzhu and his companions were finally able to witness the namesake of the land. The cacophony of wild chickens echoed from the uneven hills, and they could see the birds fluttering above. The 7 of them couldn't help but swallow hard, their mouths watering at the thought of chicken, having not indulged in it for quite some time.